the heavenly court. An endless sea of clouds stretched in every direction. Outside the Doshui Palace, thousands of ribbons of auspicious light drifted through the air. At the palace gate, the timeless fragrance of alchemy mingled with the cold celestial wind slipping into one's nostrils. Sun Wukong stood outside the palace gate. The furred hand beneath his golden armor scratched his cheek with mild impatience. A century had passed since he had escorted Tang Sanzang to the west and been bestowed the title of victorious fighting Buddha. The days on Flowerfruit Mountain were carefree enough, yet the restlessness etched into his bones could not be soothed by Buddhist mantras and sutras. He had not visited the heavenly court in ages, and today he had purposely sought an excuse to come up and find an old friend to stretch his limbs. The palace gate creaked open with a sharp cry. A young Taoist boy with twin topknots hurried out his steps so quick that the hem of his robe fluttered in the air. With a flicker of his body, Sun Wukong blocked the young Taoist's path. The young Taoist, head bowed in haste, collided unexpectedly with an armored divine figure. He stumbled in fright. Upon closer inspection, he hastily bowed and said, "So it is the victorious fighting Buddha. This humble immortal golden horn pays respects to the great sage." Though he addressed Sun Wukong by his Buddhist title, he had instinctively called out, "Great sage." Sun Wukong's fire eyes sized him up, and with a broad grin he said, "Little boy in such a tearing hurry. Are you rushing to be reborn?" Golden Horn's face showed a trace of anxiety. "Great sage, you jest. May I ask what brings you here from Flowerfruit Mountain to the 33 layered heavens today?" This old sun was bored stiff on the mountain, so I thought I'd come up and find that three-headed six-armed kid to have some fun. Sun Wukong plucked the golden cudgel from his ear, transformed it to the size of an embroidery needle, and twirled it deftly between his fingertips. "But I searched the entire residence of Prince Li and never found him." Golden Horn paused, realization dawning on him. The three altar C meeting divine general. He should be at the Immortal Execution platform right now. This humble immortal is also heading that way. Sun Wukong's eyes lit up. He tucked the golden cudgel back into his ear and stepped forward. Immortal Execution platform. That place is usually deserted. What spectacle is there to see today? Tell this old sun quickly. Golden Horn glanced left and right, lowered his voice, and spoke mysteriously. What the great sage doesn't know is, last month a bold rogue immortal appeared in the western continent of Cattle Gift. Driven by unimaginable audacity, he single-handedly demolished 7 or 8 monasteries, smashing the Buddha statues within. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, his brows dancing with excitement. This stirred up a hornet's nest and angered those bald donkeys from the west. You know how petty they can be. Halfway through, Golden Horn's words suddenly cut off. He looked at the victorious fighting Buddha before him, robed in Buddhist light, as cold sweat seeped from his brow. How could his mouth have forgotten the identity of the one before him? Everyone in the heavenly court knew that the great sage equal to heaven was now also an elder of the Western Buddhist faith. Stammeringly, he tried to salvage the situation. "Great sage. This humble immortal. I didn't mean it that way." But Sun Wukong showed no trace of anger. Instead, he burst into hearty laughter, clapping Golden Horn's thin shoulder. "Huh. Bald donkeys are bald donkeys. This old sun doesn't mind. Keep going. What happened after that?" Seeing he truly didn't mind, Golden Horn breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his brow, and continued. "Although that rogue immortal was in the wrong, he's still a registered immortal. Ordinary heavenly thunder and earthly fire cannot harm him. The Western sect sent word that this man must be utterly annihilated body and soul to satisfy their hatred. To achieve such annihilation, he must pass through the Immortal Execution platform and receive a single blade." Sun Wukong stroked his chin, golden light swirling in his eyes. "Oh, and the old Jade Emperor approved it. This is the most delicate part of the matter," Golden Horn said. "Great sage, think about it. The Jade Emperor has always been reluctant to meddle in Western affairs. This time they specifically demanded to use the Heavenly Court's execution platform. Whether the Jade Emperor wants to or not, he has to handle it. If he agrees directly, it makes the Heavenly Court look like their execution ground. If he refuses, he offends the Western sect. The Jade Emperor's intention is that he neither wants to issue this order, nor can he afford not to." Sun Wukong snorted. He knew the temperament of that sovereign of the 3 realms too well. Golden Horn went on. "So the Jade Emperor issued an edict saying this matter concerns the dignity of both the Heavenly Court and the Western sect, and ordered all the Heavenly Court immortals to attend the sentencing at the execution platform. If everyone watches together, it's no longer his personal decision. This way it gives the Western sect an answer, and also shows the Heavenly Court's stance. By now all the various deities are probably already there to watch the spectacle. I was in the alchemy chamber tending the fire of Lord Lao's 8 trigrams furnace. That's a most crucial duty. It took a lot of effort to ask Lord Lao for leave, and only then did I get this bit of free time to sneak out. If I'm any later, I won't get to see anything." Hearing of such a grand spectacle involving the Heavenly Court, the Western sect, and all the deities, Sun Wukong's heart, dormant for 100 years, instantly came alive. He grabbed Golden Horn's arm with such force that the young Taoist winced in pain. Let's go. Together. Sun Wukong was so excited he scratched his ears and cheeks. How could such a fun matter be without this old Sun? Quick, lead the way. Before the words had faded, he had lifted golden horn and transformed into a streak of golden light streaking toward the Immortal Execution platform. The sea of clouds was split open into a long path behind them. The serene fragrance of alchemy outside the Doshui Palace was instantly scattered to the winds. In a flash of golden light, they landed on the ground. Golden Horn felt the world spin, his stomach churning. He clung to a nearby jade stone railing and retched for a long while before barely steadying himself. He looked up to find himself already on a vast white jade platform. The platform hung, suspended above the sea of clouds. All around was empty save for the piercing celestial wind howling through. There was no celestial serenity in the wind. Instead, there was a cold that cut to the bone. At the very center of the platform, a towering altar forged from dark iron rose from the ground. Its surface was carved with grotesque totem beasts, and an air of bloodlust rushed forth, tightening the heart of all who beheld it. That was the Immortal Execution platform. At this moment, the area around the platform was already teeming with people radiant with divine light. The various deities had clearly separated into several distinct groups. On the east side were the heavenly court officials. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing pressed his hand upon his pagoda, his expression solemn. Grand Supreme Elderly Star twisted his long beard, brows tightly knit. The generals of the Thunder Department stood with arms crossed, faces grave. They gathered in small groups, conversing in low voices, their gazes occasionally darting toward the other side. On the west side were a group of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats from the west. They wore Kasaya robes, their Buddhist light, solemn, and dignified. Some closed their eyes and lowered their brows, others held ritual implements in hand. Though they spoke not a word, they emanated a powerful aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding celestial energy. Sun Wukong's fire eyes swept across the crowd, and he immediately found his target. Neza stood alone at the closest point to the Immortal Execution platform. Clad in lotus armor, he held the fire-tipped spear. The Hun Tianling drifted slowly behind him like a red flame. Sun Wukong snickered, a plan forming in his mind. He quietly plucked a single strand of monkey hair, placed it in his mouth, and blew. The hair transformed into a tiny hand invisible to the naked eye, which silently threaded through the crowd, circled behind Neza, and gave a sharp tug at his flowing Hun Tianling. Neza stumbled, nearly losing his footing. What kind of person was he to be toyed with in full view of everyone? A surge of fury shot to the top of his head. He spun around sharply, his phoenix eyes wide, and shouted, "Who?" This shout drew sidelong glances from the surrounding deities. But the moment Neza's gaze met that grinning monkey face, all his fury instantly evaporated. He was stunned at first, then the corners of his tightly set mouth turned up, revealing a knowing smile. "You wretched monkey. Even though you're now the victorious fighting Buddha, you're still the same as ever, can't shake these shabby little tricks." Sun Wukong bounded to his side in 2 or 3 leaps and punched Neza's lotus armor with a thud. "Little Neza, long time no see. You're getting more and more impressive. How did they rope you in for an occasion like this? Aren't you here too?" Neza gave him a sidelong glance and turned his gaze back to the Immortal Execution platform. "It's the Jade Emperor's decree. Who dares not to come?" Sun Wukong followed his gaze. There on the cold, grim Immortal Execution platform, a figure knelt. It was a young man of the human race. He wore a simple blue-green robe full of tears and dust. His hands and feet were bound by golden immortal binding cords, and his long hair was scattered by the celestial wind, covering half his face. Yet despite such a wretched state, his spine remained ramrod straight, like a spear that would rather break than bend. Sun Wukong's fire eyes saw it clearly. The youth's immortal energy circulated steadily within his foundation solid. He had indeed reached the earth immortal cultivation. But his gaze was unlike that of any immortal Sun Wukong had ever seen. Whispers from the surrounding crowd reached his ears. "It's him. He demolished the Buddhist temples and shattered their golden statues. I heard the Western sect sent 18 Arhats to capture him, but he wounded them all. Truly audacious. A mere rogue immortal dares make an enemy of the Buddhist sect." Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat, stepped forward, and tried to mediate. "Bodhisattva, calm down, calm down. In my humble opinion, there is something suspicious about this matter." Although this immortal friend Lu Fan acted impulsively, his words carried a certain backbone, not like a truly wicked person. "Perhaps we could modify the punishment, strip him of his cultivation, and banish him to the mortal realm, which would also fulfill the compassionate heart of a monastic. Resorting to violence and killing ultimately harms the harmony of heaven." These words sounded like a mediation, but were actually fanning the flames. Everyone knew that the Western sect valued face above all. Now that a rogue immortal had openly called them demons, if they couldn't obliterate his physical form and soul, their reputation would be utterly ruined. "Tai Bai Jinxing, you are mistaken." Jing Yin Bodhisattva suppressed his anger and said coldly, "This beast's heart has already turned demonic. If we merely strip his cultivation, there is no guarantee he won't turn to ghostly demonic arts, causing even greater harm. The safety of the 3 realms cannot be taken lightly." He noticed the schadenfreude among the heavenly court immortals and grew even more furious. He knew that the heavenly court was simply waiting for them to make a fool of themselves. Since the journey to the West, Buddhism had flourished, its fortune thriving, which had long aroused the dissatisfaction of the heavenly court. All you immortals feel he deserves leniency, so you must believe his past is pure, and that he is a person devoted to the Tao. Jing Yin Bodhisattva glanced around, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Today I will let you all see clearly whether this person is righteous or evil. He declared loudly, summoned King Yinluo of the underworld to the hall. His voice pierced through the clouds, reaching the underworld. Soon a surge of energy shot up into the sky. King Yinluo, wearing a royal robe and crown, holding a thick ledger in his hands, and escorted by Oxhead and Horseface, arrived before the execution platform of immortals. This humble king pays respects to the Jade Emperor and to all the esteemed immortals and bodhisattvas. King Yinluo bowed in salute. Jing Yin Bodhisattva said directly, King Yinluo, please use the karmic water mirror to reveal the past experiences of this man Lu Fan, so everyone can see whether his hands are clean in his pursuit of the earth immortal Tao fruit. At these words, many celestial officials wiped away their smiles. They all knew that in the present age the spiritual energy of the three realms was withering, making it nearly impossible for mortals to cultivate immortality. The vast majority of rogue immortals had been ruthless in their journeys, with more or less some dirty dealings on their hands. Killing for treasures and seizing opportunities were the norm. This move by the Western sect could be described as a radical stroke. As long as they revealed any stain in Lu Fan's past, they would occupy the moral high ground. What a radical stroke, Neza murmured. Sun Wukong's golden eyes flickered, fixed intently on Lu Fan. He wanted to see what expression this interesting young man would show in the face of this doomed situation. King Yinluo dared not delay, replied, yes, and then took out an ancient bronze mirror from his bosom. The mirror was only the size of a palm, yet its surface was like a pool of autumn water, unfathomably deep. This was the supreme treasure of the underworld, the karmic water mirror capable of reflecting the past lives of all beings. King Yinluo muttered incantations, channeling his magical power, and tossed the mirror into the air. The mirror grew as it caught the wind, instantly transforming into a massive light curtain that covered half the execution platform. On the light curtain, watery ripples flowed, and blurry images gradually emerged. The eyes of all gods and Buddhas converged on that light curtain. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's face had already regained a compassionate smile of certain victory. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, kneeling in the center of the execution platform, silently recited in his heart, unnoticed by all. System, begin editing my life resume. Resume editing begins. Please select the entry point and event for the host. Lu Fan's consciousness sank into that vast ocean of memories. On the light curtain, the scene shifted gradually, revealing a border town. It was at the junction of the Central Plains and the Western Ding Kingdom, where sandstorms filled the sky and the land was barren. In a simple farmstead, a baby boy was born with a cry. He was Lu Fan. The images in the water mirror fast-forwarded rapidly. As a child, Lu Fan was handsome and delicate, unlike an ordinary farm boy. He never played rough with the village children rolling around in mud. More often, he would sit quietly on the doorstep, gazing at the distant pale yellow horizon with a depth in his eyes that did not belong to his age. He was so mature that it tugged at the heartstrings. When his parents went to work in the fields, little he would learn to sweep the floor and feed the chickens. For the meager food at home, he always let his parents eat first, while he only drank thin porridge. Around the execution platform, the celestial officials of the heavenly court murmured softly, he doesn't look like a wicked person at all. Indeed, born in poverty, yet filial and righteous with a pure character. Could there really be some hidden truth? Jing Yin Bodhisattva listened to these comments, his expression unchanged, the Buddha's halo behind his head serene. He pressed his palms together and recited a Buddhist mantra, Amit Ba. Man's nature is good at birth. There is no one in this world who is inherently evil. That is precisely why Buddhism emphasizes teaching and transformation. The environment can lead people to evil, so Buddha wishes to use good teachings to guide them back to the right path. As he said this, a deity from the Thunder Department could not help but speak. Bodhisattva, your words are reasonable. But since you emphasize teaching, why not continue to teach him instead of sending him to the execution platform to take his life? This question was blunt, and many celestial officials cast approving glances. Jing Yin Bodhisattva lowered his eyes. Buddha has already given him a chance. Suppressing him for 10 years and having him listen to sutras daily was a form of teaching. But his demonic roots were deep. Not only did he not appreciate Buddha's compassion, but he harbored resentment and grew even worse. When teaching fails, only drastic measures remain to prevent him from bringing calamity to the three realms. This is eradicating demons, and it is also great compassion. His words silenced everyone. The heavenly court side was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had been given a chance, but he did not cherish it. The gaze of the immortals returned to the light curtain. In the images, time passed, and Lu Fan had grown into a tall and upright youth. His shoulders could now bear the weight of farm tools and share the heavy work at home. One evening at dusk, his parents returned from outside, their faces showing a mix of exhaustion and a strange excitement. As soon as they entered, they carefully opened the family rice jar and from the shallow bottom, they scooped out a portion of the already scarce grain with their hands, wrapping it in a piece of old cloth. Young Lu Fan was splitting firewood, and seeing this he stopped the axe in his hand and asked in confusion, "Father, mother, what are you doing? The grain at home probably won't last until next month." Lu Fan's father, a dark-skinned, weather-beaten man, rubbed his hands. "Fan, you don't know, today your mother and I, to avoid a wild boar, fled in panic and ended up near that strange mountain to the east." Lu Fan's mother added, "That mountain, according to the village elders, fell from the sky when the heavens were angered by Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty. It's been hundreds of years, very eerie, no one dares to go near." "Yes," his father continued, "we hid behind the rocks and looked from afar at the foot of the mountain. Oh my, guess what we saw? At the foot of the mountain, there was a monkey. A monkey with a hairy face and a thunder god mouth. He could even speak human language. We were too scared to move, but we heard him constantly shouting that he was hungry, crying pitifully. He was dirty and skinny, just skin and bones. It really tugged at our hearts. So we decided to spare some of the family's grain and take it to him." The father's words, transmitted through the karmic water mirror, reached the ears of every deity and Buddha on the execution platform. In an instant, the entire white jade platform fell into a dead silence. The heavenly court officials who had been whispering just moments ago all fell silent, even their breathing softened. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, paused, his fingers on his pagoda. Tai Bai Jin Xing's hand, which had been stroking his beard, froze in midair. Neza, holding his fire-tipped spear, stared wide-eyed with his mouth slightly open. Countless gazes converged from all directions, finally landing on Sun Wukong. Good heavens, just watching the excitement and judging a prisoner. How did the gossip end up involving Sun Wukong? Sun Wukong was scratching his head and ears with great amusement when he unexpectedly became the center of attention. He froze for a moment, then grinned broadly, waving at the crowd. "Look, keep looking. What are you all staring at old Sun for? I don't have flowers blooming on my face." Though his words were flippant, a flicker of unease stirred in his heart. The 500 years beneath the 5 Elements Mountain were the darkest chapter of his life. He never willingly spoke of that memory. Bringing him food. He racked his memory. Across those 5 centuries apart from the mountain gods and earth spirits stationed by Guanin's decree, only a single shepherd boy had once picked some peaches for him. That shepherd boy, whom he later encountered during his journey to the west for scriptures, had long since reincarnated. There was no way he could be this Lu Fan before him. This family. Could Yama's water mirror be wrong? Doubt not at him, but he kept silent. After all, being crushed under a mountain for 500 years was no glorious tale to broadcast and invite mockery. Bodhisattva Jingyan maintained his serene expression. The Western Paradise knew every detail of Sun Wukong's imprisonment. He was certain that no such peasant family had ever succeeded in delivering food in recorded history. Most likely this family had only entertained the thought or abandoned it midway out of fear, even if they had actually delivered the food. What could a single meal's favor amount to? Sun Wukong was now the victorious fighting Buddha, a man of the Western Buddhist order. Would he truly turn against the entire Buddhist faith over a mortal's meal? Impossible. He sat confident, motioning for Yama to continue. Within the glowing screen, the scene unfolded. Young Lu Fan listened to his parents' words, his brows furrowed deeply. He pointed at the half-empty rice jar, then at his parents' chapped lips. "Father, mother, we barely have enough for ourselves. Do we really need to share our grain with a monkey we've never met?" His words were stark, brutal. When survival hangs in the balance, kindness becomes a luxury. Lu Fan's father fell silent. He gazed at his son's earnest, handsome face and let out a long sigh. Placing his rough, calloused hand on Lu Fan's head, he said slowly, "Fanner, your father knows you understand. But listen, my son. We may be poor, but our hearts must not be poor. If you see another suffering, have the power to help, yet turn away for fear of your own loss. What separates you from a beast? If a person loses all warmth in their heart, that is a fate worse than starvation." Lu Fan's mother stepped forward, caressing her son's cheek. "Yes, child, helping another isn't about seeking reward. It's about finding peace within yourself." That monkey, whether spirit or demon, cried out in hunger. We cannot pretend not to hear. In the humble farmyard, with the simplest words, the parents taught their son the most profound truth. Among the assembled immortals, especially those who had ascended from mortal life or had once fought in the investiture of the gods and witnessed human suffering, the words struck deep. In the mortal realm, where human lives were as cheap as grass, a handful of grain could mean survival itself. To spare food from one's own mouth to save a stranger, a spirit or demon no less, was a kindness so pure it moved the soul. Lu Fan's parents are truly virtuous souls, remarked an ancient white-bearded celestial official. Indeed, to preserve such a heart in times of chaos is no easy feat. Another heavenly general nodded, recalling his own mortal mother, who had once pressed her last corn cake into his hands while she herself went hungry. Murmurs of praise for Lu Fan's parents rippled through the assembly. The atmosphere among the Western Buddhist contingent grew ever frostier. Bodhisattva Jingyan's face darkened, the mask of compassion nearly slipping. He gave a heavy snort, and a tremor of Buddhist light suppressed all the murmurs. Precisely for this reason it proves that this fiend is beyond redemption. The immortals blinked, all eyes turning to him. Bodhisattva Jingyan swept his gaze across the crowd. With such pure and kind parents teaching by word and deed, yet Lu Fan grew into a madman who destroys temples, annihilates Buddhism, and wages war against our faith. What does that tell us? It tells us that his nature is obstinate and unyielding, that he is a poisonous weed whose roots are utterly devoid of goodness. No matter how fertile the soil, how abundant the rain, it cannot change the essence of his evil. Such innate evil, if not uprooted, will surely bring calamity. The celestial officials of the heavenly court fell silent. No one dared to refute him. Every one of them understood clearly today's gathering was merely the Jade Emperor using a borrowed knife to embarrass the Western Buddhist school. Watching the show was fine, but no one wished to offend the flourishing Buddhist sect over a mere rogue immortal. Once again the scene sank into a delicate silence. Just then a commotion arose at the back of the crowd. A round tubby figure puffing and panting squeezed through the gaps between the heavenly generals like a rolling meatball, silently sidling up behind Sun Wukong. It was Zhu Beiji. Now a net altar messenger, he was bloated and greasy, his cassock stretched taut over his corpulent frame. Brother monkey, Zhu Beiji whispered in his signature fawning tone. This person in the water mirror, do you really know him? Sun Wukong, lost in thought, while staring at the light screen, was jolted by the voice. He turned and saw Zhu Beiji's huge face beside him. Irritated, he reached out and grabbed the fat ear. What are you idiot doing here? Why aren't you enjoying your leisure and instead butting in? Ouch, it hurts. Zhu Beiji squealed like a pig being slaughtered. Brother monkey, my good brother. Let go. Easy. In front of so many immortal friends, give me some face. I'm a Bodhisattva net altar messenger now. I can't be seen in such disgrace. His cries instantly drew the attention of everyone around. The crowd had been burning with curiosity about the connection between Sun Wukong and Lu Fan, but none dared approach due to Sun Wukong's fearsome reputation and temper. Now that this reckless pig had charged in, everyone pricked up their ears, casting sidelong glances. They pretended to watch the execution platform, but in truth were fully focused on eavesdropping. Neza watched the scene with amused interest, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Sun Wukong snorted, released his grip, and wiped his hand on Zhu Beiji's greasy cassock, his face twisted with disgust. Zhu Beiji rubbed his reddened ear, then leaned in again. Brother, seriously, have you ever seen this family before? Sun Wukong shot him a glance, then swept his eyes over the surrounding immortals, who were pretending to admire the scenery, but whose ears were practically stretching to his mouth. He answered curtly. No. His reply was blunt. I was crushed under the mountain for 500 years. Apart from the mountain gods and earth spirits sent by Guanyin, only a shepherd boy picked a few peaches for me. As for this Lu Fan and his parents, I've never even heard of them, let alone seen them. The eavesdropping immortals felt a wave of disappointment, yet their curiosity only deepened. Since the great sage didn't recognize them, what was the karma mirror revealing? Had this family merely entertained the thought, but never acted on it? Since the great sage firmly denied it, the past revealed in the karmic mirror became all the more intriguing. Zhu Beiji rubbed his round chin, a shrewd glint flickering in his small eyes. He refrained from further questioning, merely grinning as he retreated behind Sun Wukong, craning his neck to continue staring at the shimmering light screen. Having absolved Sun Wukong of any involvement, Bodhisattva Jingyan felt relieved. He pressed his palms together, his compassionate countenance betraying no emotion, and said calmly to the King of Hell, Your Majesty, proceed. The King of Hell acknowledged with a grunt, gently channeling his spiritual energy, and the scenes on the light screen began to flow once more. In a humble farmstead, Lu Fan's parents packed half of their meager grain supply into a cloth sack. Young Lu Fan stood by gazing at the empty rice jar, his lips pressed tightly together, saying nothing more. Silently returning to his room, he retrieved 2 hard dry flatbreads hidden under his pillow and added them to the sack. Seeing this, his father smiled approvingly and patted his shoulder. The family of 3 thus set out. Father led the way, an axe for chopping wood in hand, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Mother held Lu Fan's hand, following behind. The path leading to the strange mountain to the east was desolate and difficult to traverse. This was the borderland between the Central Plains and the Western Ding Kingdom, where yellow sand stretched everywhere and human habitation was scarce. Neither kingdom cared to govern this barren land, so over time it became a lawless zone. Fanner, hold my hand tightly, don't get lost, the mother said nervously. Father, let's hurry, urged Lu Fan, also sensing the uneasy atmosphere around them. Pushing aside the thorny undergrowth, father said in a low voice, Everyone be careful. This area is not safe. The officials never come here. Robbers often lurk on the roads, and I've heard that deep in the woods there are man-eating demons. The mortal world was indeed perilous. The young Lu Fan on the light screen showed a hint of fear. Instinctively moving closer to his mother, he whispered, Father, isn't there a temple at the east end of our village? There are many monks there. Don't they come out to defeat demons and protect the people? This was a child's most innocent and direct question. In the simple worldview of mortals, the followers of gods and Buddhas should be embodiments of justice. Hearing this, many heavenly generals on the execution platform wore odd smiles. On the light screen, Lu Fan's father paused at his son's words. Turning back, he looked into the boy's clear eyes and let out a long sigh. Fanner, you're still young and don't understand many things. He crouched down to meet his son's gaze. Those monks. They only stay in the temple chanting sutras and reciting the Buddha's name. They never concern themselves with the outside world. Do you remember Uncle Lee from our village? A wolf demon from the mountains took his sheep and his family was on the verge of starvation. He went to the temple kowtowed and begged the reverend masters to subdue the demon. Do you know what those monks said? Lu Fan shook his head. A bitter smile crossed his father's face. They said that subduing demons and vanquishing evils goes against the harmony of heaven and the Buddhist sect disdains killing. Unless Uncle Lee could donate 300 caddies of grain as incense money, they might consider chanting sutras for him to see if they could reform the wolf demon. Reform? The young Lu Fan asked in confusion. Can a wolf demon be reformed? Who knows? Father's voice was full of sarcasm. Where could Uncle Lee find 300 caddies of grain? In the end, nothing came of it. Later I heard that the bandits who often rob travelers on the road have a close relationship with the temple's abbot. Every year, they donate a portion of their loot as incense money to the temple. This conversation broadcast through the karmic mirror reached the ears of every deity and Buddha without omission. Among the celestial officials of the heavenly court, someone finally couldn't help but chuckle. The generals of the Thunder Department could no longer keep a straight face, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Although Heavenly King Li Jing maintained a solemn expression, the twitching corners of his mouth betrayed his inner amusement. Tai Bai Jinxing was even more direct, stroking his beard. He showed no restraint in his smile, shaking his head at the civil official beside him. The meaning was unmistakable. This was a slap in the face, loud and clear. Such matters were tacitly understood among the upper echelons of the three realms. The celestial officials of the heavenly court were well acquainted with unsavory affairs. The Buddhist sect, with its numerous temples, recruitment of followers, and acceptance of incense offerings, was essentially no different from the heavenly court, enjoying mortal tributes. However, the Buddhist sect always liked to cloak itself in the guise of compassion and universal salvation, speaking in high-sounding terms. Everyone knew that mortal temples colluded with the powerful, the wealthy, and even bandits, collecting protection fees and lending money at exorbitant interest. Yet no one had ever dared to expose this so bluntly in such a setting, in the presence of the Buddhist assembly of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. And the one who spoke was of all things immortal. Given the occasion and the manner, Buddhism would not really make a big issue out of it. It was just the right amount of gossip to make everyone smile. For this line alone, today's visit was worth it. Sun Wukong was also smiling. He recalled the Guanyin temple on the road to the west long ago. The greedy elder Jinshi, who set fire to kill for the cassock, and the black bear spirit, who was sworn brothers with elder Jinshi and stole the cassock. The words of the mortal now overlapped with his own experience. On the other side, the Buddhist camp was deathly silent. The faces of all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats were as if covered with a thick layer of frost. Especially Bodhisattva Jingyan, whose face twitched violently, and the halo behind his head flickered for a moment, barely maintaining the compassionate and solemn appearance. Preposterous, he thundered, his voice like a thunderbolt shaking the sea of clouds. Amitba, such a fool speaks sheer nonsense. It is entirely natural for temples to accept incense offerings. Without incense money, what would the monks eat? What would they wear? How could they repair the temples and gild the statues? Not engaging in production, devoting themselves to cultivation. This is the duty of those who have left home. What wrong is there? He himself is unable to make offerings, and thus bears resentment, slandering the pure land of Buddhism and defaming the eminent monks. Such an ungrateful villain who shows no respect to the Buddha. With such a father, it is no wonder he raised a monster like Lu Fan, who destroys temples and annihilates Buddhism. This is corruption at the root, evil in his nature. The karmic mirror reveals the origin of his sin. Born into such a family, he was steeped in blasphemous words against Buddhism, and the seed of demonic roots was already planted in his heart. The Buddha suppressed him for 10 years to uproot the demonic seeds in his heart, but he remained incorrigible and obstinate in his evil. This innate evil, this root of sin, if not severely punished, where is justice? His frantic outburst was met with a chorus of agreement from the Buddhist disciples behind him. The Bodhisattva is right. Mortals ignorant of the true meaning of the Dharma only make wild guesses. Offering to the Buddha is to accumulate merit for themselves, yet they are ungrateful. This man shows no respect to the Buddha, and his son will suffer the consequences. He deserves it. Voices of defense and accusation echoed over the execution platform. However, the smiles on the faces of the heavenly immortals only grew wider, though no one spoke in rebuttal. Above the light screen, the wind and sand remained unchanged. The boy Lu Fan, having heard his father's words, was silent for a long while. The wind swept his dark hair from his brow, revealing eyes that gleamed brighter than the stars. He was not infected by the despair and numbness in his father's words. Instead, he straightened his small chest. He clenched his fists and, facing the swirling wind and sand, proclaimed with all his might, "Father, Mother, when I grow up, I will learn the most invincible martial arts in the world. I will become a chivalrous hero. Whoever is evil, I will strike them. Whoever is a demon, I will vanquish them. I will ensure that in this world no one dares to bully the good. Good. That's well said. In the ranks of the heavenly court's divine generals, someone started a cheer instantly, igniting the entire crowd. Ha ha ha. Good lad. You have ambition. This is what a true man should be. I've wanted to do this for a long time. The generals of the Thunder Department, being straightforward and valiant, most admired this kind of spirit. They did not hide their approval. Cheers rose one after another, shaking the sea of clouds. Nezo, with his phoenix eyes gleaming, struck his spear on the ground with a crisp clang and laughed loudly. Good. This kid is to my taste. In the light screen, Lu Fan's parents, upon hearing their son's words, were first stunned, then their faces showed gratified and proud smiles. Good child. My son has ambition. The father's rough hand heavily patted his son's shoulder. The mother, with reddened eyes, embraced her son and rubbed her cheek against his hair. My Fanner, you will surely become a great hero in the future. The family set off again. They walked unsteadily along the desolate official road, getting closer to the legendary strange mountain that was said to press down a monkey. Just then, whoosh, a sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out without warning. A black feathered arrow shot out from the withered forest by the roadside so fast that it left only a blur in the air. Watch out. The man reacted extremely quickly, pushing his wife and son behind him. But he himself was a half step too slow. The sound of the arrow piercing flesh was dull and distinct. The arrow struck him squarely in the thigh, the arrowhead emerging from the other side, bringing a spray of blood. Up. The man let out a cry of agony, his body shaking violently as he fell to one knee. Husband. Father. The mother and young Lu Fan's screams were heart-wrenching. Before they could react, a burst of arrogant laughter came from the withered forest, and 7 or 8 burly men in ragged clothes holding weapons jumped out and surrounded the family of 3. The leader was a one-eyed man with a face full of ferocious flesh, carrying a ring-pummeled broadsword with still wet blood on the blade. Run! Run quickly! The man, kneeling on the ground, enduring excruciating pain, roared with all his might. He grabbed the rusty axe beside him and threw it at the bandits, trying to buy some time for his wife and child. The one-eyed man easily knocked the axe away with the back of his blade and spat contemptuously. The mother grabbed Lu Fan and ran forward like a madwoman. In the chaos, she tripped over a stone underfoot and fell forward. The cloth bundle she had been protecting with her life flew out of her arms and landed heavily on the sandy ground. Pat! The bundle came undone. The coarse grains which embodied the family's kindness and sacrifice, mixed with chaff, spilled out entirely and mingled with the filthy dirt. The world before the karmic water mirror was deathly silent at this moment. The gazes of the immortals slowly shifted from the handful of grains scattered in the dust on the light screen once again to Sun Wukong. So that was it. It was not that the family had not gone, nor that they had changed their minds halfway. They had gone. They had brought their own survival rations, risking their lives to go and help a monkey they did not know who was trapped under a mountain. However, they never reached their destination. This kindness was intercepted by the evils of the world halfway. Sun Wukong stood there motionless. No one could see his expression at this moment. He lowered his head, his golden eyes fixed intently on the grains scattered on the ground in the light screen. An aura of extreme oppression slowly emanated from his not-so-tall figure. His fists clenched beneath his golden armor cracked loudly. He remembered those 500 years. Those 500 years of darkness. He was crushed under the 5 elements mountain, unable to move, exposed to wind and rain, eating iron pills when hungry, drinking molten copper when thirsty. The mountain god and earth deity, following the celestial decree, only maintained his basic vitality, preventing him from starving, but never letting him have an easy time. In those 500 years, his only solace was that occasionally a bold shepherd boy would throw a few sour wild peaches down from the hillside. That sour pulp was to him the most exquisite delicacy in the world. A full meal of mortal food. What did that taste like? He had long forgotten. He thought he had long grown accustomed to that suffering, thought he had long sealed away that memory. But he did not know that there had once been a family on the verge of starving to death themselves, carrying their own survival rations, risking their lives, and traveling such a long distance just to bring a meal to him, a monkey they did not know. And what was the result? Because of a few highway bandits. Because of a lawless, chaotic world. That meal was gone. Sun Wukong was now the victorious fighting Buddha, long beyond the need for food and drink. The rare fruits of the Western paradise and the jade nectar of the heavenly court's jade pool were available to him in abundance. But none of those things could compare to that bag of coarse grains that fell into the mud, if only it had been given to him when he was crushed under the mountain. That was the most humble and sincere kindness of mortals. And it was gone just like that. At this moment, looking at the grains scattered on the ground, a nameless rage erupted from the deepest part of his heart, shooting straight to the top of his head. So your old son could have had one more full meal back then. All because of these damned bandits. Boom. A golden demonic aura mixed with pure Buddhist light erupted from Sun Wukong's body, soaring straight into the sky. The white jade ground beneath his feet cracked inch by inch with spiderweb-like fissures spreading outward. Monkey. Nezo was the first to react, reaching out to press his shoulder. Brother Monkey. Zhu Beiji was also startled, and quickly stepped forward to grab his arm. Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head. His fiery golden eyes were now a blazing red, rolling with towering flames of fury. Jingyan Bodhisattva felt a chill in his heart and instinctively stepped back half a step. He forced himself to calm his mind, joined his palms, and recited a Buddhist greeting. Victorious fighting Buddha, the past is gone, all is dust and smoke. Emil's fate is ultimately but a reflection in a mirror or a flower in the moon. You have now attained the Buddhahood and should know that all dharmas are empty, yet cause and effect are not false. Why cling to this illusion of the past, giving rise to attachment and anger? I hope you will soon let go, thus attaining freedom. He used Buddhist doctrine to suppress Sun Wukong. In his view, even if Sun Wukong was angry, it was only for personal appetite, showing a narrow vision. As long as he stood on the high ground of Buddhist law, he could be invincible. But who would have thought that Sun Wukong, upon hearing his words, did not calm his anger, but instead let out a wild laugh to the sky? What a fine past is dust and smoke. What a fine attachment arising in the heart. Sun Wukong stopped laughing, his crimson eyes locked onto Jingyan Bodhisattva, and spoke word by word. Bodhisattva, you are preaching Buddhist doctrine to me. Fine. I, Old Sun, will also preach some Buddhist doctrine to you today. Old Sun asks you, what does it mean to let go? Jingyan Bodhisattva was taken aback and instinctively replied, to let go is to see through illusions, to be undisturbed by external things, and not to be trapped by attachments. Well said. Sun Wukong clapped his hands. Then I ask you again, that family of 3 who carried their life-saving grain to save a monkey they had never met, was that kindness true or false? Jingyan Bodhisattva was speechless. It was true. And those bandits who blocked the road, robbed and killed, was that evil true or false? True. Since good and evil are both true, and right and wrong are clear, you telling me to let go would mean abandoning discernment of truth and falsehood. Sun Wukong's voice suddenly rose like thunder. I do not pursue those bandits who have already reincarnated. This is my letting go and compassion. Yet I am displeased, recalling the suffering of those years and the kindness of that family, and a spark of anger rises. This is my true nature. If I had no joy or anger, no distinction between good and evil, how would I be different from a demon? The Buddha is an awakened one who perceives all truths of the world, not a demon who cuts off everything. You cannot even grasp this simple truth, yet you dare to preach the Dharma before me. His words fell like a torrent of beads. He was now the victorious fighting Buddha. 500 years of suppression and 14 years of pilgrimage had long allowed him to master those obscure Buddhist scriptures and even develop his own understanding. When it came to debating the Dharma, 10 Jingyan Bodhisattvas could not match him. Jingyan Bodhisattva, overwhelmed by his rebuttal, was left speechless, his face turning pale and red by turns. He wanted to argue, but found that Sun Wukong's words were fully in line with Buddhist principles, even more profound than his own understanding. He was suddenly jolted awake. This monkey before him was no longer the demon king, who only knew how to fight and kill. He was the victorious fighting Buddha, a Buddha personally appointed by the Western Paradise's world-honored one. In terms of status, he was even above this minor bodhisattva. Jingyan Bodhisattva's heart turned cold. Trouble. Originally, this matter of Lu Fan could be considered either serious, concerning the prestige of Buddhism, or trivial, merely a minor disturbance by a loose immortal. In the eyes of the truly great figures in Buddhism, it was utterly insignificant. Sending him was nothing more than a formality, a display of Buddhist authority. Who would have thought that this trivial matter would dredge up Sun Wukong's unknown past, and it would provoke the one being who should never be angered? Now, instead of demonstrating authority, he had been lectured on Buddhist doctrine before all the gods of the 3 realms. He had lost all face. Jingyan Bodhisattva stood there caught between a rock and a hard place. He had no choice but to endure. After all, his status was insufficient, his cultivation shallow, and his backing far less formidable than the one before him. Arguing further would only expose his shallow understanding of the Dharma and his narrow-mindedness, making him even more ridiculous. Weighing the pros and cons, Jingyan Bodhisattva took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the rage and humiliation in his heart. He retracted the restless Buddha light around him, deeply pressed his palms together towards Sun Wukong, and bowed low. Umatba. Victorious fighting Buddha, your Dharma is profound, and your insights unique. This humble monk has learned much. With this apology, he lowered his posture so much that even the immortals who had expected a greater spectacle were surprised. Seeing him yield, Sun Wukong's fury subsided by a third. He only snorted, his crimson eyes still fixed on the light screen, not deigning to look at him. Neza and Zhu Beiji, seeing his emotions calm down, also breathed a sigh of relief. Jingyan Bodhisattva straightened up, looked around the assembly, and resumed his former composure. What the victorious Buddha just said was to voice the injustice of that mortal family's kindness. This humble monk deeply sympathizes. The evil of those bandits would anger both gods and men. If they had not already reincarnated, they would surely have faced divine punishment. But he shifted his tone, his gaze returning sharply to Lu Fan at the center of the execution terrace of immortals. Today we are not gathered here to judge those mortal bandits who turned to dust centuries ago. We are here to judge the crime of this beast Lu Fan. He destroyed temples, killed monks, and injured arhats. Each crime is proven beyond doubt. I ask the victorious Buddha and all the immortals not to let past events confuse the main issue of today. The rights and wrongs will become clear as we proceed. He forcefully dragged the topic back and signaled to King Yin. King Yin, continue. King Yin, relieved, quickly activated his magic power. The images on the light screen began to flow again. On a desolate official road, the stench of blood filled the air. Lu Fan's mother scrambled up from the ground, her face bloodless, as she saw the ghastly wound on her husband's thigh and the gushing blood. Husband. She tried to rush to him, but he pushed her away. Quick, take Fanner and go. Don't worry about me. The man, enduring the excruciating pain, propped himself up with his axe half rising and roared at the grinning bandits approaching. I'll fight you to the death. He knew well that with an arrow in his leg the family of 3 could not escape. The only chance was for him to buy time with his life. The one-eyed bandit leader slung his ring-headed broadsword over his shoulder and sneered, fight with your crippled leg, you mud-footed peasant. Go. The man's eyes were wide with fury as he gave his final roar to his wife and son. The mother bit her lip, hard tears blurring her vision. She looked at her husband's resolute gaze, then at her trembling son, beside her, her heart breaking. She knew her husband was right. For the child, she had to go. Fanner, run. She cast one last look at her husband, a look filled with boundless grief and reluctance. Then she grabbed Lu Fan's hand and ran forward without looking back. Behind them, the dull thud of a blade striking flesh and her father's short, agonized groan soon followed. Young Lu Fan instinctively turned back and saw his father's tall figure collapse heavily into the dust. Dad! His heart-wrenching cry was stifled by his mother's hand covering his mouth. Don't make a sound. Run. His mother pulled him, stumbling through the wilderness. Her stamina, already far inferior to that of the bandits who lived by the blade, dwindled rapidly, especially with a child in tow. The arrogant laughter and footsteps behind them grew closer, like a death knell. A look of determination flashed in the mother's eyes. Ahead she spotted a patch of waist-high shrubs and made a swift decision. She dragged Lu Fan behind the bushes, pressed him to the ground, and whispered urgently in his ear with a severity he had never heard before, Fanner, listen. Stay here no matter what you hear. Don't come out. When it's dark and the bandits are gone, find your way home by yourself. Remember what Mom said. Mom, what about you? Young Lu Fan clung to her clothes, his eyes filled with terror. She kissed his forehead hard, hot tears falling onto his face. Mom will lead them away. Mother rose to her feet and gave one final glance at her son hidden in the brush. Then, summoning every ounce of her strength, she sprinted violently in the opposite direction, shouting loudly to deliberately draw the bandits' attention. True enough, the bandits were lured away, pursuing her with grotesque laughter. Lu Fan curled within the brush, his gaze locked fiercely upon his mother's receding figure through the gaps in the foliage. He closed his eyes, unable to bear watching further. Across heaven and earth, only the sound of wind remained. How much time had passed he could not tell until the sky had darkened completely. The night wind wailed mournfully across the wasteland. The young Lu Fan crawled forth from the brush. Following his memories, he first found where his father had fallen, and then where his mother lay. He gazed upon his parents' cold bodies, but shed no tears. Instead, he silently knelt and began digging into the hardened yellow earth with his tender hands caked with mud. With no tools at hand, he clawed with his fingers and scraped with stones. His fingernails tore and blood streamed, yet he paid it no mind. Spending an entire night toiling, he finally dug a shallow grave and carefully laid his parents' bodies side by side within it. Having finished this task, he bowed his head and struck 3 heavy kneels against the earth. Blood seeped from his forehead, mingling with dust. Father, mother, your son is unworthy, unable to grant you the peace of proper burial. But rest assured I will return. Today before heaven itself, I, Lu Fan, take this oath: if I fail to avenge you in this lifetime, may I never live to see myself as a human being. Not a single one of those who caused your deaths shall escape my vengeance. The boy raised his head. In those eyes, astonishingly bright against the night, burned an undying flame of hatred. The luminous screen of the karma mirror froze at this very moment. The entire sword-severing platform descended once more into silence. The celestial officials bore expressions of profound complexity and sorrow. This grudge ran too deep. This hatred weighed too heavily. Had any of them endured such devastation, they would likely have already fallen into demonic madness and unleashed torrents of slaughter. Yet amid this heavy silence, the voice of Bodhisattva Jingyan slowly resonated. You have all witnessed this. Pointing to the boy swearing at the grave upon the luminous screen, he spoke with anguish, vengeance for vengeance. When shall it ever end? Only by laying down the butcher's knife can one attain Buddhahood in the very instant. This child's nature is inherently pure. If he can forsake his hatred now and dedicate himself wholly to goodness, he may yet achieve great things in the future. Yet he deliberately chose the most misguided path. Blinded by vengeance, he planted seeds of malice in his heart. His entire life henceforth exists solely for revenge. For power he spares no means, for vengeance he murders and seizes treasures. This, after all, is the beginning of his fall into demonic ways. The reason he opposes our Buddhist sect stems precisely from our teaching of compassion and relinquishment. This stands in direct opposition to his obsessions. What he hates is not the Buddha, but everything that urges him toward goodness. Such one lost in delusion, with a heart already turned demonic, must be destroyed body and spirit. Otherwise, it is a dereliction of duty toward all sentient beings in the three realms. This topsy-turvy reasoning drew frowns from the celestial immortals. But scarcely had Bodhisattva Jingyan finished speaking when a hoarse, icy voice brimming with boundless mockery echoed from the center of the sword-severing platform. "Fuck your compassion." Lu Fan, who had knelt there in silent submission, finally raised his head. Beneath his disheveled black hair his eyes were streaked with crimson, glaring fixedly at Bodhisattva Jingyan like a demon clawing its way out of hell itself. "You want me to let it go? My parents were slaughtered like chickens, their corpses abandoned in the wilderness, and you want me to just let it go? I was but a child of 7 when I buried my own parents with my own hands. And you tell me to let it go, eh? I ask you, where was the Buddha when those bandits murdered them? Where was compassion when my parents met their gruesome end? Now you stand here robed in splendor preaching about the futility of vendetta." Lu Fan struggled against his bindings, the immortal sealing cords creaking under the strain. With every ounce of his strength he unleashed the most venomous roar upon Bodhisattva Jingyan and all the divine Buddhas of the Western sect. "Let me tell you. As long as Lu Fan draws breath, this vengeance is sealed. Those who killed my parents, I shall kill them. Those who harbored the murderers, I will exterminate their entire clans. Keep your compassion for yourselves, to save your own wretched souls." A deathly silence fell around the sword-severing platform. The halos of light behind the Western sect's Buddhas and Bodhisattvas flickered in unison, their serene expressions instantly shattered by shock and fury. The heavenly officials were utterly dumbfounded. They had encountered the bold, but never anyone so recklessly audacious. Standing before all the gods of the three realms, pointing at a bodhisattva's face, cursing with the vilest mortal language. This was no longer mere bravery. This was someone who had not the faintest intention of surviving. This wretch. Bodhisattva Jingyan trembled with rage, his halo quivering wildly, his mask of compassion completely shattered, revealing only a ferocious, unmasked wrath. Truly deserving of death 1,000-fold. Yet more celestial officials were captivated not by his words, but by a single term Lu Fan had used. Harboring a murderer. Tai Bai Jingxing's hands stilled atop his beard. His clouded old eyes turned toward Lu Fan with an air of inquiry. "Immortal Lu Fan, you just mentioned someone harbored the murderers of your parents. What do you mean? Could there be hidden circumstances involved?" That question voiced the doubt lurking in everyone's hearts. Heavenly King Li Jing, the generals of the Thunder Department, all cast their attentive gazes upon him. Upon the sword-severing platform, hearing Tai Bai Jingxing's inquiry, Lu Fan suddenly burst into laughter. "Hidden circumstances? Huh. There are no hidden circumstances. Only an endless bloody feud between myself and those bald bastards." He restrained his laughter and spoke slowly. "After my parents died, I understood without power one is worth less than a dog in this world. Clutching my blood feud, I crossed vast oceans and entered a wandering cultivator's cave, studying immortal arts bitterly for 10 years. 10 years sharpening a sword, its frosty blade, yet untested. When I achieved the rank of human immortal and returned to my homeland, my first act was dragging each of those bandits from the crowd one by one and severing their heads with my own hands, sacrificing them to my parents' spirits in heaven. Alas, the ringleader of that gang, the one-eyed brute, had learned of my approach beforehand and fled. I pursued him relentlessly, on the verge of cutting him down when... Guess where he ran to?" Lu Fan's gaze, sharp as blades, pierced directly toward Bodhisattva Jingyan. "He ran back to the eastern end of our village, fleeing into that very temple my parents held in the greatest contempt during their lifetime. There he knelt before the Buddha, shaved his head, and swore he was laying down his butcher's knife to take refuge in our Buddha's teachings, vowing to spend his remaining days beside an eternal lamp and ancient scriptures, repenting for all his sins. And the abbot of that temple actually accepted him. He even bestowed upon him a Dharma name. What was it? What, pray tell, did he enlighten himself to? That after murder and arson one need only hide within Buddhism's gates, and everything is erased. I came with my sword drawn, demanding they hand over the murderer. They barred the way at the mountain gate, preaching that the Buddhist realm is a place of purity where killing intentions must never arise, that having taken refuge all past deeds are but clouds and smoke, and that where leniency is possible, show mercy. Ha! Lu Fan spat a mouthful of bloodied saliva. Where was that leniency when my parents were gruesomely murdered? I wouldn't listen to their damn scriptures. I forced my way into the temple to kill that beast with my own hands. Those bald donkeys actually formed a formation layer upon layer to protect that murderer. They even spoke plausibly, saying I was creating karmic sin and that they wanted to enlighten me. Enlighten? Lu Fan burst into another wild laugh. Fine. You want to enlighten me? Then I'll send you all to meet the Buddha first. Thanks to my accomplished skills, how could a mere mortal temple stop me? I immediately broke their formation, charged into the main hall, and with one sword stroke cut off that one-eyed dragon's head. But I didn't expect that after beating the small fry the old ones would actually come. The bald donkeys in the temple crushed a jade talisman. Soon after, an arhat from Shinyo Hajo descended, saying my killing intent was too heavy and that they would suppress me before the Buddha for 100 years to wash away my demonic nature. I naturally refused and fought them. I killed the arhat, so they sent a bodhisattva. I wounded the bodhisattva, so they sent even more Buddhas. They chased me all the way from Nanjan Bujo to Shinyo Hajo, claiming I was guilty of heinous sins and that they wanted to enlighten me. I, Lu Fan, have only a worthless life. If I die, I die. How could I let them manipulate me? If they want to kill me, I'll kill back. Kill one and break, even kill two and make a profit. I killed from south to west, killing until the sky turned dark and the earth was dim, killing until rivers of blood flowed. Finally exhausted, I was captured and brought here. Lu Fan finished speaking. On the execution platform of immortals, there was a deathly silence. The gods, each with stiff expressions, had tumultuous waves surging in their hearts. They had thought it was just a minor matter of a rogue immortal acting on impulse, tearing down a few temples and smashing a few Buddha statues. Who could have imagined that behind it was such a tragic, such a prolonged, bloody battle? Bodhisattva Jingyan's face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Utter nonsense. You make yourself sound so innocent. Do you know that in your killing spree you destroyed hundreds of temples of our Western school in Shinyo Hajo? You killed my Buddhist disciples and devout followers numbering over several thousand. You have committed such heinous killing sins, and yet you dare to quibble here. At these words, the immortals of the heavenly court all drew in a sharp breath. Hiss! Hundreds of temples. Thousands of monks. Oh my heavens. This kid has poked a hole in Shinyo Hajo. Originally, I thought the Western school was just making trouble for no reason, using this as an excuse. But it turns out they were the ones who had someone charge into their stronghold 7 times and out 7 times. This killing karma is indeed a bit heavy, isn't it? It's not just a bit heavy, it's a mountain of sin. The fact that the Buddha didn't slap him to death on the spot shows true restraint. The immortals' gazes towards Lu Fan all changed. This kid is truly formidable. Bodhisattva Jingyan snorted coldly. Lu Fan. The matter has come to this. The cause and effect are clear to all immortal friends. You, for personal revenge, implicated the innocent, slaughtered thousands of lives with heinous sins and ironclad evidence. Before death, do you have even a shred of remorse? Upon hearing this, Lu Fan laughed uproariously to the sky. Remorse? Why should I repent? He stared straight at Bodhisattva Jingyan, his eyes without a trace of fear, only the calm after burning out. I only regret that my cultivation was insufficient, that I failed to ascend Mount Ling and overturn your great Thunderclap monastery. I only regret that I killed too few, that I failed to send all of you sanctimonious bald donkeys to hell to meet my parents. I, Lu Fan, born between heaven and earth, live by swift vengeance. I have no regrets in this life. Kill me if you will, why say more? I only wish to die. He closed his eyes, offering his neck to the blade, that resolute determination shaking all the deities present. Sun Wukong, who had words at the tip of his tongue, forcibly swallowed them back. He scratched his cheek, this time not out of impatience, but out of a perplexity over how to proceed. This kid. He's even fiercer than my old son back in the day. Back then I caused havoc in the heavenly palace, overturned the alchemy furnace, toppled the palace, and repelled 100,000 heavenly soldiers. But in the end they were all superficial injuries. Not a single named deity was actually killed. Yet this Lu Fan before him had truly created a sea of blood in Shinyo Hajo. Hundreds of temples, thousands of lives. This killing karma is heavy enough to break a person's backbone. Most crucially, it's his attitude. No regrets in this life, only wish to die. No room for compromise, not a trace of begging for mercy. This is a stubborn rock that even heaven and earth cannot grind smooth. The small flame of fellow feeling in Sun Wukong's heart was doused to calm by this determination. He knew this matter was not easy to handle. Brother Monkey Zhu Beiji had somehow sidled over again, his small eyes filled with fear and distress. This has poked a hole in the sky. The killing karma is too heavy, even the Buddha can't suppress his anger. If we speak up, it'll be going against the entire Western paradise. Then old pig's vegetarian meals will all be deducted. He muttered about his vegetarian meals, but his eyes kept glancing towards the Western school, already seeing the situation clearly. Today's grudge is set in stone. Neza, holding his fire-tipped spear with Phoenix eyes burning with battle intent, snorted coldly. What's there to fear? He killed those bald donkeys who shielded the murderer, not good people. If you ask me, well killed. What he hated most was this kind of hypocritical righteousness that couldn't distinguish right from wrong and turned black into white. In his view, Lu Fan's actions were the purest rage of an avenger, thoroughly satisfying. Sun Wukong glanced at Neza, then at the frowning Zhu Beiji, and finally his gaze fell back on the upright figure in the center of the execution platform of immortals. It was satisfying to kill, but his life is about to be lost. Let's see how it goes. If they really order the execution, the three of us will go together to plead for mercy. Scrap his cultivation, cast him into reincarnation. That's better than total annihilation of body and soul. Total annihilation is too cruel. There is no chance to start over. Zhu Beiji nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, 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 just spare his life, just spare his life. Although Neza felt it wasn't enough, he understood this was the best outcome, so he also nodded in agreement. However, wanna die? A cold smile appeared on Bodhisattva Jingyan's face. It's not that simple. Our Western school is compassionate, and the heavenly court enforces the law with fairness and strictness. We have gathered here today for a public trial of your sins, not to randomly accuse you. He turned to the King of Hell, his voice icy. King of Hell, continue playing. I want all beings of the three realms to see clearly, where did this sinner, who claims to be avenging, learn this murderous, heaven-defying Taoist art that harms the world, and from which evil sect? The King of Hell dared not delay, channeling his magical power into his fingertip, and the light on the karmic mirror began to flow again, the image continuing. In the light screen, the lonely youth stood up. He did not turn back to look at that simple, lonely grave. He simply turned and walked step by step in the direction completely opposite to his hometown. His steps were very slow, yet exceptionally firm. From then on only, he remained in the world between heaven and earth. Young Lu Fan stepped out of the impoverished land that had nurtured him, venturing into a world both broader and more perilous. He was still a child, penniless and without anyone to rely on. He became a little beggar. In the bustling towns, he fought with stray dogs for scraps, driven away by the servants of wealthy families with sticks and clubs, where spittle and curses were the most common alms he received. He slept in dilapidated city god temples, curled up at the cold feet of the statues, using cobwebs and dust to cover his body, seeking shelter from the biting winter wind. He had witnessed too much of humanity's evil. For a bag of rice, brothers could turn against each other. For a piece of land, neighbors could draw their blades. He also saw humanity's kindness. An old woman selling steamed cakes would secretly leave a still warm cake in the corner where he slept. But that old woman was eventually beaten to death by local ruffians and scoundrels simply because she refused to pay the tripled protection fee. That small warm cake became the last warmth in his memory. From then on, the world in his eyes was reduced to black and white. The flames of hatred burned day and night in his chest, never extinguished, but growing fiercer with every sin he witnessed. He needed power. Power enough to burn away all injustice and sin. He began to inquire about where to find extraordinary individuals, where the immortal mountains and celestial caves were. The scene shifted. A few years later, Lu Fan had grown into a ragged youth with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He wandered into a great city in the heart of the Central Plains, where the most bustling place was the storyteller's tea house. One day, using a few copper coins he had begged, he bought a bowl of the cheapest coarse tea, sat in the most secluded corner of the tea house, and listened as the storyteller on the stage spoke with spittle flying. The storyteller was recounting an old tale from several hundred years ago. It is said that in the former dynasty, there was an extraordinary demon monkey. That monkey, born of heaven and earth, apprenticed himself to a master, obtained the art of immortality, then went to the East Sea Dragon Palace to seize the fixed sea needle as his weapon, and even went to the underworld to erase his name from the book of life and death, throwing the three realms into chaos. The storyteller slapped his gavel and raised his voice. The Jade Emperor was furious and dispatched 100,000 celestial soldiers, spreading a net covering heaven and earth to capture this demon monkey. And what happened? He deliberately paused to whet the audience's appetite. That demon monkey, with his immense supernatural power, alone with his staff, routed the 100,000 celestial soldiers, making them throw away their armor and cry for their mothers. What of the 9 luminary star lords and the 4 heavenly kings? Under the monkey's staff, not one could withstand a single blow. They beat the southern heavenly gate shut, with no one daring to come out. Imagine, dear audience, what arrogance, what lawlessness. The tea house erupted in uproar, the listeners exclaiming and sighing, discussing among themselves. The storyteller, with spittle flying, brought the great battle to life. The patrons in the tavern were utterly captivated. At the execution terrace, the atmosphere grew strange. The celestial officials of the heavenly court all wore uncomfortable expressions. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, unconsciously stroked his pagoda. He had once led the expedition, but failed to harm even a single hair of the monkey, a sore point that had always gnawed at him. The generals of the Thunder Department recalled the embarrassment of being knocked over by the monkey's staff back then, and they all fixed their eyes on their noses, pretending not to hear. All the immortals' gazes drifted intentionally, or not, toward the figure in golden armor. But Sun Wukong was unconcerned. Far from being embarrassed, he grinned and elbowed Neza beside him. Hey, hear that? They're telling the glorious deeds of old Sun. His face was full of pride, as if afraid that others might not know the story's protagonist was him. He was not ashamed, on the contrary, he took pride in it. Back in the days of the journey to the west, whenever they encountered a troublesome demon, his favorite thing was to boast about the glorious feat of the great havoc in heaven. I am the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, who caused the great havoc in heaven 500 years ago. This phrase had almost become his catchphrase. In his view, single-handedly turning the strict hierarchical heavenly court upside down was a thrilling and glorious deed. As for being crushed under the mountain for 500 years and later becoming a Buddha, that was a story for later. At least in that moment he was free and invincible. Neza rolled his eyes at him, but couldn't help the corners of his mouth lifting. This reckless monkey, his face was as thick as ever. Zhu Beiji, listening behind, shook his obese body and buried his head even lower. He didn't have the same courage as his senior brother. Back when he was Marshal Tianping, he had suffered no small number of defeats at the monkey's hands. Jingnian Bodhisattva's face also darkened. He hadn't expected the karmic mirror to reveal such a scene. He had intended to prove that Lu Fan's master was a demon, but instead it had dredged up the old secrets of the victorious fighting Buddha. His sidelong glance swept toward Sun Wukong, only to find the monkey not angry at all, but rather looking proud and honored, scratching his ears and cheeks clearly delighted. Jingnian Bodhisattva cursed inwardly, but could only endure and watch on. Inside the light screen, the storyteller's tale continued. That monkey's supernatural power was so vast that 100,000 celestial soldiers could do nothing against him. In the end, it was the Tathagata Buddha from the Western Paradise who took action, turning his palm into the 5 Elements mountain to suppress this reckless monkey. Dear audience, this teaches us a lesson. 1. Must not follow Sun Wukong's example, becoming arrogant after gaining some ability, not knowing the limits of heaven and earth, and ultimately reaping what one sows. The listeners below nodded in agreement. Yes, this monkey just didn't know what's good for him. He had the chance to be a proper immortal, but he insisted on causing havoc in heaven. He deserved to be crushed. In the end, he's still a demon, untamable by nature. Buddha is merciful. Such an arrogant demon monkey deserves this fate. Yes, the heavenly court treated him while granting him the title of great sage equal to heaven. What honor! Yet he knew no gratitude and instead wanted to seize the Jade Emperor's throne. Truly ungrateful and heartless. The tea patrons chattered, their words filled with contempt and disdain for the demon monkey. This was the most simple-minded value system of the mortal world. Imperial power was granted by heaven, hierarchy was strict. Challenging authority was the greatest treason. In the corner of the tavern, the ragged, dusty youth Lu Fan listened quietly. He took in the judgments of the people around him about Sun Wukong, ungrateful, reaping what he sows. But in his eyes there was no agreement, instead a strange light kindled. You are all wrong. The tea house fell silent instantly, and all eyes turned to the ragged youth in the corner. Lu Fan slowly raised his head, his eyes unusually bright in the shadows, scanning the crowd. He did nothing wrong. A tea drinker laughed scornfully. Little beggar, what do you know? Sun Wukong threw the heavenly court into chaos and defied celestial authority. Isn't that wrong? Defied celestial authority. Lu Fan shook his head. Did that celestial authority ever deign to look at him with respect? He was born a stone monkey without father or mother, relying on his own bitter cultivation to gain a peerless skill and immortality. What wrong did he commit? By what right did the underworld judge demand to take his soul? He possessed the power to overturn rivers and seas. Why shouldn't he take a weapon that suited him? The Dragon King of the East Sea willingly agreed at first, but then went to the heavenly court to complain. Was that the act of a gentleman? The heavenly court offered amnesty, first appointing him as the protector of the horses, a lowly stable job. Was that an amnesty or an insult? He rebelled and returned to the mortal world, calling himself the great sage equal to heaven. He merely wanted fair treatment. From beginning to end, the heavenly court looked down on him, treating him as a mere beast to be toyed with. Since heaven is unkind and treats all beings as straw dogs, why should he revere heaven? He stormed the Lingxiao Palace not to seize the throne but to seek justice. On the execution platform, a dead silence fell. Whether it was the celestial immortals of the heavenly court or the Buddhas of the Western Paradise, all were somewhat embarrassed. There was no help for it. This person involved made them unavoidable embarrassed. Sun Wukong himself was also a bit stunned. 500 years ago he had wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, driven by an indomitable pride and unparalleled supernatural abilities. He felt wronged, felt underestimated. So he wanted to cause trouble, to fight, to make the lofty Jade Emperor know the name of Sun Wukong, the great sage equal to heaven. But what was he truly fighting for? Even he himself couldn't articulate it clearly. Was it youthful arrogance? Was it untamed demonic nature? Along the journey to the west for scriptures, Guanyin Bodhisattva had enlightened him, and Tang Sanzang had taught him. He gradually came to understand his own wrongs, learned to restrain his wildness, and don the golden headband. He thought he had already understood. Yet not until today, not until this moment. From a completely unfamiliar mortal youth who had lived hundreds of years ago, he heard the words he himself had wanted to say, but couldn't back then. What he wanted was merely justice. So, was that it? He recalled the 500 years he was crushed under the mountain, weathering wind and rain. He remembered that family carrying the life-saving grain who died tragically halfway on the road. And then he thought of the young man kneeling on the execution platform who had killed until the sea of blood rose to avenge his parents. What difference was there between him and them? All were pitiful souls not favored by heaven and earth. All were warriors refusing to bow to fate. Good. Sun Wukong's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out a word between his teeth. Well said. Meanwhile, on the western side, Bodhisattva Jingyan's face had turned extremely grim. No matter how he schemed, he hadn't anticipated this outcome. He had intended to prove that Lu Fan was a disciple of evil with a malicious nature. But the mirror of karma had revealed that the root of all Lu Fan's actions was actually his imitation and worship of the victorious fighting Buddha Sun Wukong. Lu Fan was not inherently evil. He was only using his own way to learn from the hero in his heart to demand the justice he believed in. How could they convict him now? To slap Sun Wukong's face. Bodhisattva Jingyan didn't have the courage. Yet if he said Lu Fan was right, how could he account for the thousands of monks who died in the Western paradise? Bodhisattva Jingyan felt trapped in a dead-end move that was wrong no matter which way he turned. The situation was spiraling out of control. He barely maintained a calm facade, stepped forward, and his sonorous voice echoed across the entire execution platform. As for the matter of the victorious fighting Buddha in the past, I believe all the immortals present are well aware. The holy Buddha indeed had some missteps back then. However, the Buddha said the sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back leads to the shore. The holy Buddha was suppressed under the 5 Elements Mountain for 500 years, reflecting deeply and awakening, which led to his later conversion to our Buddha, escorting the holy monk westward, enduring 81 tribulations, ultimately breaking through delusions and attaining the great merit and perfection of Buddhahood. This is knowing one's mistakes and correcting them, a great virtue. It is the best example of a prodigal son returning in the 3 realms. The current victorious fighting Buddha is the protector of our Buddhist sect and a model for the 3 realms. His tone suddenly turned sharp, and he pointed a finger at Lu Fan in the light screen. But what did this villain Lu Fan learn? He only learned the form of the holy Buddha's past, not the spirit of his later self. He only learned the havoc in the heavenly court, and not the later turning back to the shore. He only knows blind destruction and slaughter, taking rebellion as everything and hatred as his creed, already fallen into the demonic path without realizing it. He is like a clumsy imitation trying to draw a tiger, but ending up with a dog. He takes the holy Buddha's youthful arrogance as an excuse for his own violent crimes. He is defiling the holy Buddha's merit of turning back to goodness. If there is any connection between him and the holy Buddha, then he is the evil avatar, that the holy Buddha has long severed a demonic heart that needs to be completely purified. These words were flawlessly watertight, elevating the current victorious fighting Buddha while branding the past great sage as a wrong example and nailing Lu Fan to the pillar of shame as a bad influence. With this speech, he successfully separated Sun Wukong from Lu Fan and even bound Sun Wukong to his own chariot. In terms of logic, it was unassailable. The celestial officials of the heavenly court restrained their expressions of amusement. Tai Bai Jingxing stroked his beard and nodded slightly. This rhetoric was indeed high level. Li Tianwang's expression also softened. Yes, Sun Wukong was now a Buddha and orthodox figure. He couldn't possibly support a murderer who imitated his own dark history, could he? Zhu Beiji even nodded repeatedly and whispered to Neza, the Bodhisattva's words are brilliant. Now Brother Monkey is dissociated from that kid, and we don't have to be troubled. Neza frowned, displeasure flashing in his phoenix eyes. He disliked this kind of sophistry that turned black into white, but the other's words were reasonable, leaving him no gap to refute. All eyes once again focused on Sun Wukong. They wanted to see how the victorious fighting Buddha would respond to this deadly question. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Sun Wukong was very calm. Ha ha ha. He suddenly burst into laughter. Bodhisattva Sun Wukong said, grinning at Jingyan, you don't need to be sarcastic or insinuate with old Sun here. I know in my heart whether I was right or wrong back then. The 500 years under the 5 Elements Mountain were not wasted. Later I agreed to protect my master, to fetch scriptures from the West precisely because I had figured some things out. I don't need you to remind me of these. I walk my path and he walks his. I won't get hot-headed and forget who I am just because he said some nice words. Of course, I also want to know where this obsession of his, this so-called justice he believes in, will lead him. If in the end he doesn't deserve death, it would be best to spare his life. This was his final stance. He wouldn't be unreasonable, but he wouldn't stand idly by either. He would protect this man, but in a proper way. Bodhisattva, let's continue watching. Sun Wukong waved his hand, making a gesture of invitation. I'm also curious where this kid went after hearing my story to learn all these skills. Bodhisattva Jingyan breathed a slight sigh of relief, inwardly seeing that he hadn't exploded on the spot. Although Sun Wukong had made clear his intention to protect the man, as long as he didn't tear off the mask of civility, there was still room for maneuver. As long as the next images could reveal irrefutable evidence of Lu Fan practicing demonic arts and murdering innocents, nailing him as a heretic, even Sun Wukong would have to think twice before protecting him. Good. Bodhisattva Jingyan nodded and said sternly to the King of Hell, continue. The King of Hell hastened to channel his magical power. On the light screen, the scene in the tea house gradually faded. The young Lu Fan, after leaving that tea house, had a different look in his eyes. If before what kept him alive was hatred, now amidst his hatred a lighthouse had appeared. It was the figure called Great Sage, equal to heaven. he began to seek immortal opportunities even more frantically. He climbed thousands of mountains and crossed countless waters. The so-called sages he visited were countless. Some were charlatans, others were mere dabblers in crude magic. He was cheated, beaten, and once nearly captured to be made into a medicine puppet. But he survived everything. A dusty military training ground. Several dozen robust men bare-chested drilled under the scorching sun. Among them was a young boy, Lu Fan. His body had not yet fully grown, somewhat thin, but his tenacity far surpassed others. He had apprenticed himself to a retired old soldier. That old soldier had once been a centurion in the border army, his life spent in battle against horse bandits and enemy nations, honing a martial art of life-and-death combat on the battlefield. Chop, slash, thrust, flick. Day after day, sweat soaked the earth, blood stained his fists. His fellow disciples practiced martial arts to strengthen their bodies or to make a living in the Jianghu. Only Lu Fan, with every punch, every swing of his blade, saw before him the image of his parents lying in a pool of blood and heard in his ears the arrogant laughter of the bandits. Hatred was his best teacher. 3 years later, the once thin boy had become a tall, upright youth. His eyes were like a blade hidden in its sheath, calm yet sharp and revealing. In a vendetta of the Jianghu, he single-handedly killed 13 renowned swordsmen hired by the enemy. From then on, he transcended the realm of ordinary martial artists. But Lu Fan was not satisfied. On his journey to hunt down his enemies, he had witnessed too many strange phenomena that ordinary martial arts could not explain. He had once seen a rustic villager, merely for offending a passing Taoist, have his flesh and blood dissolve within 3 days, turning into a pool of pus. He had also heard that in the vast mountains of the southern frontier there were demons that could speak human language and spout clouds, as well as sorcery that could drive venomous insects and curse people from 1,000 li away. He deeply understood that pure martial arts had their limits. The end of martial arts was the beginning of immortal arts. He must seek immortality. The scenes in the Karma water mirror accelerated once more. The figure of the young Lu Fan appeared across the great rivers and lakes in desolate mountains and treacherous waters. His footprints traversed the prosperity and desolation of the central plains. He had witnessed years of famine with corpses littering the fields and eras of abundance where the wealthy feasted to excess. He had drawn his sword for justice, uprooting tyrannical bullies who plagued the land, and had ventured alone into demon-infested forests to seek out a vague rumor of an immortal. Time etched frost and wind onto his face and tempered his heart into a will as unyielding as millennial-old ice. He grew more silent, yet his eyes shone brighter. At last he journeyed eastward, crossing the vast eastern sea, arriving at the legendary Dongxing Shenzhou continent, where immortal mountains stood and spiritual energy was abundant. He set foot on the shores of the Ally Kingdom. The moment he stepped onto this land, Lu Fan sensed a difference. The air here was fresher and more vibrant than that of the Nanzambu continent. He looked into the distance and saw at the edge of the sea a magnificent immortal mountain rising abruptly into the clouds. On the mountain, exotic flowers bloomed in splendor, rare herbs carpeted the ground, spiritual springs cascaded down cliffs, and immortal cranes and spirit deer roamed the forests. A thick, almost palpable wave of spiritual energy rushed toward him. Lu Fan's heart pounded uncontrollably. He could feel that this mountain was calling to him. Without hesitation, he strode toward the immortal mountain. The winding path was lined with ancient trees. The deeper he went, the denser the spiritual energy became. Halfway up the mountain, Lu Fan suddenly stopped. He heard from a thicket not far ahead a series of agonized cries. The sound was not human, but rather like the howl of an ape. His heart stirred, and he parted the bushes, approaching quietly. The sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. On a clearing in the forest, 7 or 8 monkeys lay scattered. Their legs were clamped by grim, gleaming iron traps, blood staining their fur and the surrounding grass. A few young monkeys struggled in vain, driving the serrated teeth of the traps deeper, eliciting piercing screams of pain. Several older ones, already near death, lay motionless on the ground, only the faint rise and fall of their chests showing they were still alive. These traps were finely crafted, bearing the marks of mortal hunters. Without a moment's hesitation, he strode forward. The monkeys, who were still conscious, saw a human approaching, and their eyes filled with extreme fear and hostility, baring their teeth and making threatening sounds. Lu Fan paid them no heed. He walked up to a small monkey whose hind leg was caught crouched down and reached out his hand, ignoring the monkey's claws trying to scratch him. With 2 fingers, he precisely pinched the mechanism of the trap. He took a deep breath, veins bulging on his arm. With a sharp crack, the steel trap's mechanism was twisted and snapped by his brute force. The small monkey was stunned. Feeling the release on its leg, it stared at the human in disbelief. Lu Fan did not stop. He moved to the next trap and repeated the process. Sharp snapping sounds echoed through the woods. Soon all the traps were destroyed, and the 7 or 8 monkeys were all freed. They did not flee immediately, but gathered together, watching Lu Fan from a distance, with a mixture of gratitude, confusion, and wariness. Lu Fan took out the wound-healing powder he carried with him, approached the most severely injured old monkey, and evenly sprinkled the powder onto its wounds where the bone was visible. After finishing, he stood up and prepared to leave. Just then a clear, slightly timid voice sounded behind him. You? Why did you save us? Lu Fan's body stiffened. He whirled around staring at the monkeys, his eyes full of shock. The speaker was the small monkey he had rescued first. You can speak human language. He knew that demonic beings existed in the world, but he had never expected to encounter in this way a group of monkeys who had already awakened their spiritual intelligence. Seeing that he meant no harm, the small monkey grew bolder. It emerged from the group, limping up to him. We were born on this mountain, drinking from spiritual springs, eating immortal fruits. Over time we naturally understood human nature and learned to speak. The small monkey's eyes were full of innocence and curiosity. We have seen many humans. They only use traps to catch us and arrows to shoot us. You are different from them. Lu Fan gazed at these spiritually intelligent monkeys, and the taut string that had been tight in his heart for years inexplicably loosened for a moment. Suppressing the turmoil within, he asked in a deep voice, since you are spirits of this mountain, you must know something about the immortals of this Dongxing Shenzhou continent. Tell me, are there any immortal caves or hidden cultivators nearby? The monkeys exchanged glances and all shook their heads. Immortals? We have never seen any. On this mountain besides us there are only wild deer and immortal cranes. We have never seen any immortals. A flicker of disappointment passed through Lu Fan's eyes. He pondered for a moment and changed his question. Then, has there ever been a mighty demon king on this mountain? At this question the young monkeys still looked confused. But among the group the old monkey he had treated, its dim eyes suddenly glistened with a complex watery light. It struggled to its feet, leaning on a branch, and slowly walked up to Lu Fan. Its voice was old and hoarse, filled with the sediment of time. Young man, I can tell you. This place is called Huawa Mountain. Once we had a king. A towering mighty hero. Back then I was just a little monkey cub learning to climb trees. I never saw the great king's might when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly court. I only heard about it from the older elders of our tribe. They said the great king was a stone monkey born on our mountain of flowers and fruit, nurtured by heaven and earth, and he apprenticed himself to an immortal master. He took the stabilizing pillar of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, crossed out names in the book of life and death in the underworld, and led us monkeys and our descendants in a life of unfettered freedom and joy. Later the heavenly court offered him an official post, but only made him a protector of the horses. The great king, with his lofty pride, immediately rebelled against heaven and proclaimed himself the great sage equaling heaven. Then came the 100,000 heavenly soldiers encircling the mountain of flowers and fruit. The great king alone with his staff struck terror into the hearts of all the heavenly hosts. The old monkey spoke with such fervor that his withered body trembled slightly, and his eyes shone with a brilliance that belied his aged appearance. Those were the most glorious days of our mountain of flowers and fruit. But alas! His tone shifted, the brilliance fading into endless melancholy. But alas, later the great king was suppressed by the Buddha of the Western Paradise and never returned. The older elders of the mountain died one by one from old age or illness. We younger ones, without the great king's protection, often suffer under the bullying of mortal hunters. Year after year it grows worse. He let out a long sigh, a sigh that held centuries of sorrow and waiting. We don't know where the great king is now. This mountain of flowers and fruit has long been without a master. Lu Fan listened quietly, and a hint of disappointment inevitably crept into his heart. But he quickly suppressed that feeling. He solemnly cupped his hands in a respectful bow to the old monkey and the group of monkey demons behind him. Thank you for telling me. Today I have troubled you. With that he turned and prepared to venture deeper into the sacred mountain, seeking his own fortune. Benefactor, please stay. The little monkey limped after him, followed by several other monkeys holding brightly colored celestial fruits. These are the best fruits on our mountain. Take them as a gift. Thank you for saving us. Lu Fan looked into their clear eyes, felt a warmth in his heart, and accepted the fruits. The light of the karmic mirror slowly faded. The execution terrace returned to its cold white jade appearance. But now the expressions of all the gods and Buddhas were exceedingly strange. Bodhisattva Jingyan stood there, his face stiff, his entire being numb. Why? What is going on? This loose immortal named Lu Fan, like a stubborn plaster, clung unyieldingly to Sun Wukong's karmic thread. From listening to tales and setting his ambitions to seeking the immortal mountain, his life's path had repeatedly persistently tangled with Sun Wukong's. This was too deliberate. So deliberate, it seemed like a script written by someone behind the scenes. Could it be that some mighty being whom he dared not offend had laid this scheme to embarrass the Western Paradise at the execution terrace today? But that didn't make sense either. With Sun Wukong's vast karmic influence, any figure in the three realms so deeply connected to him would have been famous, recorded in the archives of all powers, and known to all. How could a Lu Fan suddenly appear unknown to anyone beforehand? In a flash of lightning, Bodhisattva Jingyan's mind grasped the key. Time. It was a coincidence of time. The period when Lu Fan's karmic entanglement with Sun Wukong began was precisely the 500 years Sun Wukong was imprisoned under Five Elements Mountain. Those 500 years Sun Wukong was nominally suppressed, but actually imprisoned. The gaze of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms was fixed solely on the immobile monkey under the mountain, ensuring he could not escape. Who would pay attention to a mortal wandering in the southern continent who had never even laid eyes on the monkey? Who could have imagined that during this seemingly secure interlude someone could establish such a bizarre and profound karmic connection with the imprisoned monkey across thousands of mountains and rivers? A bead of sweat appeared on Bodhisattva Jingyan's forehead. He knew that his attempt to assert authority through this matter had already failed to some extent. He could even sense the faint restless aura emanating from Sun Wukong. He dared not look at the monkey again. Enough. Bodhisattva Jingyan hardened his heart. Since Sun Wukong's support was clearly unattainable, he would simply do without it. He didn't need that one vote. Lu Fan destroyed temples, massacred thousands of monks. These were ironclad facts, heinous crimes, as clear as day. No matter how many excuses he had, no matter how bizarre his past, it could not erase this sin. The heavenly court's judgment was based on evidence and the heavenly code. Today, no matter what, this villain must be beheaded here to set an example. He was about to speak to steer the trial back on course. But someone was faster than him. Schwa. A golden light without warning shot up from the ranks of heavenly court officials, streaked across the sky, and landed squarely in the center of the execution terrace. Monkey. Great sage, no. Li Jing, Neza, and others cried out in alarm, their faces turning pale. The generals of the Thunder Department tensed up, their magical instruments blazing with light, almost believing the monkey could no longer restrain himself and was about to break the execution ground. The Western Paradise side was even more alert, all Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats expanding their halos, simultaneously forming a golden wall of light to protect Bodhisattva Jingyan. The atmosphere on the entire execution terrace reached a peak of tension. The golden light dissipated, and Sun Wukong's figure landed steadily before Lu Fan. He did not draw his golden cudgel, nor did he show any fierce expression. Under the suspicious gazes of the gods and Buddhas of the three realms, he just grinned and began rummaging through his chest. After a moment, he pulled out a purple gold gourd, and from his storage treasure, magically produced a plate of celestial peaches wreathed in immortal mist, a platter of sizzling dragon liver, and a bowl of steaming phoenix marrow. He casually placed these delicacies, fit only for the highest celestial banquets, on the ground before Lu Fan. Then he uncorked the gourd, and a rich mellow aroma of wine instantly diffused, making many officials swallow involuntarily at the mere scent. Come have a drink. Sun Wukong held the wine gourd to Lu Fan's lips, grinning. This is the Jade Emperor's private stash of 10,000-year immortal brew. Strong stuff and plenty of it. Beside the execution terrace, everyone was petrified. This wasn't a jailbreak. This was clearly a last meal. The tension among the gods instantly relaxed, replaced by a wave of absurd, laughable feelings. This mischievous monkey never plays by the rules. Lu Fan, kneeling in the center of the execution terrace, was also stunned. He looked at the furry monkey face, so close before him, at the golden light flickering in those eyes, and for a moment, he felt a strange sense of unreality. He did not put on airs, nor did he refuse. Opening his mouth, he took a deep gulp of the immortal wine from Sun Wukong's hand. The fiery liquid burned down his throat like a flame, instantly igniting his cold limbs. A vast surge of immortal power exploded in his dantian. He accepted this gift openly, without any trace of flattery, only a calm sense of fulfillment. Thank you, great sage. Sun Wukong looked at him, retrieved the gourd of wine, took a swig himself, then sat cross-legged opposite Lu Fan. I, old Sun, don't like owing favors. Sun Wukong wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, his eyes blazing as he looked at him. That meal back then, I didn't get to eat it. But I remember your goodwill. This cup of wine is for your saving my monkey descendants. And what you said in the tea house just now. Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, a complex emotion in his golden eyes. Well said, it suits my taste. Lu Fan smiled upon hearing this. I only spoke the truth, he said, looking at Sun Wukong with utmost sincerity. Ever since I can remember, the great sage has been the figure I pursue. Everything I do is just to be like you back then. To live with swift justice and clear thoughts. Sun Wukong could sense it. He could sense the sincerity in this young man's words, devoid of any pretense or flattery. It was a recognition and worship that came from the depths of his soul. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong suddenly burst into hearty laughter, the sound shaking the sea of clouds into turbulence. He reached out and slapped Lu Fan's shoulder heavily, the force causing the immortal binding rope on Lu Fan to groan under the strain. Good lad. With those words, today's wine is not wasted. The heavenly wind ceased, and the sea of clouds froze. The immortals looked at each other, none daring to say anything. This was the victorious fighting Buddha. This was the great sage, equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. He was the one who dared to poke a hole in the sky. Today he was clearly acting against the rules. Who would dare to invite trouble? And who would be willing to? Li Tianwang pressed his hand on his pagoda, his eyelids drooping. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his beard, his gaze fixed on the distant rolling sea of clouds, as if the scenery there was more captivating than the earth-shattering drama before him. The generals of the Thunder Department all stood straight, eyes fixed ahead, their expressions solemn as the stone lions guarding the southern heavenly gate. They were all making their stance clear through action. We saw nothing, heard nothing. Great sage, please do as you wish. Over at the Western Buddhist camp, there was a deathly silence. Bodhisattva Jingyan stood at the forefront, his compassionate face, taut muscles twitching slightly. The Buddhas and Arhats behind him all had faces as still as water. The halos behind their heads dimmed, afraid that too bright a light would attract the monkey's attention. They wanted to rebuke, but the words were swallowed back. Talk about rules with Sun Wukong. Back then 100,000 heavenly troops and 36 thunder generals couldn't make him understand rules. Now he had become the victorious fighting Buddha, in terms of rank, seniority, and standing before the world-honored one, which was not higher than theirs. To go up and argue would be to invite humiliation. Fight. Even more unthinkable. Bodhisattva Jingyan could only wait. He pressed his palms together, lowered his eyes, and silently recited the heart-cleansing sutra, suppressing the fury and humiliation that threatened to burn his reason. He could only wait for this absurd last meal to end. In the center of the execution platform for immortals, Lu Fan showed no sign of tension. He grabbed the steaming dragon liver, took a fierce bite, and the grease and meat aroma burst in his mouth. He ate with grease smeared all over his mouth, caring nothing for appearances. Then he picked up the bowl of phoenix marrow, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one gulp, a warm current instantly surging through his body. Finally, he picked up a huge peach of immortality, and in a few bites he gnawed it down to the pit. He ate with great relish, as if it were not a last meal, but a victory banquet. Sun Wukong sat cross-legged opposite him, saying nothing, just watching with a grin, occasionally taking a swig of wine himself. One man and one monkey on this grim execution platform somehow created a heroic atmosphere of feasting and drinking, like in the water curtain cave of Mount Huagua. Finally, Lu Fan let out a burp and casually tossed the peach pit aside. He looked at Sun Wukong, his face showing unprecedented satisfaction and relief. Good wine, good food. He grinned, showing teeth stained with wine and meat. Thank you, great sage, for the hospitality. I, Lu Fan, have lived a worthwhile life. Sun Wukong chuckled, stood up, and gathered the remaining food and wine. He said nothing more, just reached out his furry hand and patted Lu Fan's shoulder heavily twice. Those two pats made Lu Fan's body sway and his bones creak. Then Sun Wukong transformed into a beam of golden light and returned to Neza and Zhu Beiji's side. As soon as he returned, the stagnant air on the execution platform began to flow again. The immortals all breathed a sigh of relief. Bodhisattva Jingyan also slowly opened his eyes, deep within them suppressing a raging inferno of fury. Brother monkey, you've gone too far. Zhu Beiji sidled up, his plump face full of lingering fear, lowering his voice. If you offend that side and it reaches the Buddha, we'll both be in deep trouble. Sun Wukong glanced at him, picked his ear, and looked unconcerned. He turned to look at Lu Fan's back, then suddenly let out a long sigh. Idiot, what a pity. Zhu Beiji was startled. What a pity that the dragon liver and phoenix marrow were all eaten by that kid alone. What a pity that old Sun didn't meet this lad on Mount Huagua 500 years ago. A complex glint sparked in Sun Wukong's golden eyes. If back then there was a brother who matched my temperament, I would have sworn brotherhood with him. These words made Zhu Beiji shudder all over. He instinctively covered his mouth, glancing around in terror, afraid of being overheard. Neza, upon hearing this, brightened his phoenix eyes, and the fire-tipped spear in his hand hummed with excitement. Wait for his reincarnation. Sun Wukong withdrew his gaze, a bit disheartened. Once he enters the cycle of reincarnation, I'll personally go to the underworld to say a word, find him a good family, and give him a touch of immortal fate. In the next life I'll drink 300 cups with him. After saying that, he ignored Zhu Beiji and turned to Neza. Third prince, soon those bald donkeys will surely harp on about his killing karma and sentence him to utter annihilation. The Jade Emperor's intention is for us all to bear witness. When the time comes, help me say a few words to secure him a chance at reincarnation. Do you even need to say that? Neza puffed out his chest, his lotus armor clanking. This kid suits my temperament, though I'll protect him for sure. Sun Wukong nodded, then swept his gaze to the few silent thunder generals not far away. Leading them was Wenzhong, the heavenly lord of the nine heavens, responding to the primordial thunder. This veteran deity from the Jie sect had always kept his distance from both the heavenly court and the Western Buddhist faith, recognizing only the heavenly laws, not personal favors. Sun Wukong cupped his hands in a distant salute. On Wenzhong's expressionless face, his third divine eye opened and closed slightly, a gesture of acknowledgement. Sun Wukong knew what to expect. What he wanted to protect was not Lu Fan's life, but his qualification to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The killing karma was real, the sin was true. This was undeniable. But the crime did not warrant death, let alone utter annihilation. What he wanted was a compromise, a result that would allow all parties to save face. He believed that the intelligent people present would all understand his intention. The monkey's fiery golden eyes swept across the crowd, quickly locking onto an old deity with white hair and a kind, benevolent countenance. It was none other than Tai by Jin Xing. Sun Wukong moved his form silently, appearing behind Tai by Jin Xing. Old man, Tai Bai Jinxing, engrossed in watching the spectacle, while stroking his beard, was so startled by the sudden voice that he plucked out 2 strands of his beard. Turning around, he saw Sun Wukong's enlarged monkey face, and immediately clutched his chest, saying in exasperation, "Great sage, now that you are a Buddha, can you not learn to make some noise when you walk? This old bones of mine can't take such frights." Sun Wukong grinned mischievously and nudged him with his elbow. "Old man, is this spectacle amusing?" Tai Bai Jinxing cast a sidelong glance at the livid faces of the Western sect, lowering his voice. "Amusing is an understatement. In these past few hundred years, none has been as fine as today's drama. Since it's so amusing, we shouldn't let it end so soon, don't you think?" Sun Wukong leaned in closer, his golden eyes gleaming with sharp light. "Those bald donkeys, relying on their current flourishing fortune, have nearly turned the Jade Emperor's Lingshao Hall into their own private court. Today they dare to use the Zhanxian Tai to execute a rogue immortal. Tomorrow might they not use this very platform to condemn the celestial officials of our heavenly court?" Tai Bai Jinxing's fingers stroking his beard paused slightly. A glint of sharpness flickered in his turbid old eyes. He knew that this monkey, though seeming rough, was more perceptive than anyone. These words had struck the very core. The heavenly court and the Western sect, outwardly harmonious, had been secretly vying for the discourse power of the 3 realms. Today's matter, viewed narrowly, was the punishment of a reckless man who, viewed broadly, it was a probe and provocation by the Western sect against the heavenly court's judicial authority. "The great sage jests," Tai Bai Jinxing said with a laugh, still wearing his peacemaker's expression. "Heavenly laws are strict, and there are statutes to follow. That Lu Fan's bloodshed is indeed a fact. It would be improper for us to openly defy the celestial decrees." "I'm not asking you to defy the celestial decrees," Sun Wukong snorted. "I merely want to say that the celestial laws do not decree that a temple sheltering a murderer should be protected. Nor do they decree that a filial son avenging his parents deserves to be annihilated in body and soul. He has sinned, punish him, strip his cultivation, cast him into reincarnation to suffer. I have no objection. But if they intend to use the heavenly court's domain and its blade to exalt the Buddhist sect's prestige while trampling on the face of our heavenly court..." Sun Wukong did not finish his sentence, merely letting out a cold laugh. Tai Bai Jinxing understood. He stroked the 2 strands of beard he had plucked, speaking slowly. "Beyond legal principles, there is also human sentiment. This matter concerns the dignity of the heavenly court. When passing judgment, we must indeed be prudent. He did not state his stance explicitly, but the word prudent was sufficient. Sun Wukong grinned, his goal achieved. He began searching through the crowd once more. This time his gaze bypassed the celestial officials of the heavenly court, settling on the solemn, radiant camp to the west. Among the host of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, there stood a tall Arhat, holding a demon-subduing staff. His expression was wooden, his face laden with sorrow as he gazed at Lu Fan on the Zhanxian Tai. His eyes were complex, bearing both the compassion of a Buddhist disciple and the dread of such overwhelming bloodshed. It was none other than Sha Wujing, now the golden body Arhat. Sun Wukong walked straight over. Upon seeing Sun Wukong, Sha Wujing's sorrowful expression deepened. He pressed his palms together and bowed. "Senior brother." Sun Wukong grabbed his arm, pulling him out of the Buddha's ranks and dragging him aside. "Junior brother Sha, now that you've become a golden body Arhat, you're quite impressive. What's this? Meeting your senior brother, you've grown distant." Senior brother jests. Wujing dare not. Sha Wujing lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Sun Wukong sneered, pointing at Lu Fan on the Zhanxian Tai. "You saw that lad too. What do you think?" Sha Wujing's lips moved, but he said nothing. His parents died horribly, he avenged them. It's only natural. But those in the temple who first sheltered the murderer and then sought to exterminate him completely. What kind of logic is that? Sun Wukong's voice carried a hint of anger. Is that how the master taught us compassion? Is it to watch the good suffer injustice while the wicked attain enlightenment? Senior brother. Sha Wujing suddenly lifted his head, his face twisted with pain and struggle. His bloodshed is too great. Xinyo Huzhou ran with rivers of blood. Thousands of fellow disciples perished by his hand. This is already the path of a demonic barrier with no shore to return to. Bullshit about returning to the shore. Sun Wukong slammed his fist onto the nearby jade balustrade, causing it to hum with vibration. On that shore are all enemies wanting to kill him. Which shore do you want him to return to? To go back and offer his neck for execution? I'm not going to argue scriptures with you. I'll ask you just one thing. Sun Wukong stared at him intently. Back at the Lushao River, you devoured countless people. Far more than he killed. Later, when the master took you, and did he ever make you atone for the lives you consumed? Sha Wujing's body trembled violently, his face turning deathly pale. We were fellow disciples walking the same 108,000 li road, bowing to the same master. Today I, old son, am protecting this lad. When the time comes, weigh it yourself. Sun Wukong finished speaking, released his grip, and turned away. Sha Wujing stood there frozen for a long time. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. Back in his position, Sun Wukong's gaze shifted, and a new plan formed in his mind. He knew that to convince those stubborn bald donkeys relying solely on fighting or twisting logic was the inferior path. Li Jing Neza and the like could offer support based on personal ties, but they could not shake the foundations of the Buddhist sect. To completely overwhelm Jingyan Pusa on principle and leave him speechless, he needed to invite a true great Buddha to come forth. He raised his hand, imperceptibly plucked a life-saving hair from the back of his head, placed it to his lips, and blew gently. The hair, shimmering in the wind, transformed into another identical Sun Wukong. His golden armor, expression, and the pride in his fiery golden eyes, all indistinguishable from the original. This doppelganger received the original's intent. Without alarming anyone, it lowered its form and melted into a barely visible streak of light, silently slipping into the sea of clouds. Piercing through clouds and mist, the celestial wind howled past his ears. The doppelganger's thoughts were Sun Wukong's thoughts. He calculated in his mind, the master is now the Kandana merit Buddha of exalted rank and influential in the Western paradise. Ordinarily, he dislikes meddling in such conflicts. He only seeks a quiet place to chant sutras and meditate free and at ease. But that stubborn compassion etched into his bones will probably never change in 10,000 years. The wind roared past his ears, and the scenery below sharpened from blurred patches. Mountains, rivers, cities, all flashed by in an instant. The golden light did not pause at any famous mountain, great river, or sacred temple. It finally landed on Nanzambu Zhou outside Immortal Town. The moment he touched down, a stench mixed with decay, herbs, and despair assailed him. Before him the town's gates stood wide open, yet there was no bustling crowd. The streets were empty save for a few stray dogs scavenging through garbage. From houses with closed doors and windows came muffled coughs and sobs. On the city wall, an official notice, its characters blurred by wind and rain, still bore the chilling words plague. This was a city of the dead. His clone stepped into the city. His fiery golden eyes could see through the miasma of death and pestilence that permeated every corner. Following the thickest trail of despair, he walked onward. In an open clearing at the city's center, crude shelters had been erected, a makeshift quarantine ward for the sick. Moans and wails rose and fell like a cacophony of earthly torment, rendering the place akin to a living hell. Yet at the heart of this inferno existed a rare sanctuary of purity and tranquility. The clone's gaze immediately found him. A man clad in the plainest moon-white monastic robes, barefoot, standing among the suffering patients. No radiance of Buddhist light swirled about him, nor did any majestic Dharma appearance manifest. He appeared no different from any ordinary ascetic monk. Yet within 3 feet of where he stood, all foul miasma dispersed. Those mortals, their faces twisted by pain and illness, would find their suffering eased mere moments after drawing near him. He was crouched down, gently wiping the fevered brow of a delirious child with a clean cloth. That man was none other than the merit-accumulating Buddha of scented sandalwood. Instead of remaining at Spirit Mountain to receive eternal worship, he chose to walk among the most suffering and defiled places in the mortal realm, practicing his Buddhist teachings in his own way. Master, the clone spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. He had not uttered that word in nearly 100 years. The monk's hand, pausing over the child's brow, trembled faintly, but he did not turn around. He wiped the perspiration from the child's forehead, then transferred a thread of tranquil Buddhist power into the boy's body to stabilize his frail life force. Only then did he slowly rise and turn. Wukong, you have come. Tang Sanzang showed no surprise. I have come from the Heavenly Court's execution platform, the clone stated without preamble. A loose immortal named Lu Fan awaits execution there. He bears some connection to this old son. In a few concise words, he recounted the tangled web of karma connecting him to Lu Fan, the family vendetta, the quest for vengeance, and all the extraordinary circumstances that bound their fates. That youth possesses a spine as hard as steel, much like I once did. His karma of slaughter is grave, yet the root cause does not lie with him. Those people refuse to let him go, insisting he be judged to the point of soul and form annihilated. This old son finds it deeply unjust and wishes to secure him a chance at reincarnation. But I am one of the Buddhist order, and I am the very catalyst for his predicament. It would be unseemly for me to openly clash face-to-face with those bodhisattvas and arhats. For this matter, I must ask you, master, to speak a word of justice. Tang Sanzang listened in silence. His gaze drifted past the clone's shoulder toward the mortals struggling against illness, and he softly intoned a Buddhist invocation. Amatba, Wukong, do you know why he slaughtered so many? The clone paused. Naturally, for revenge for that bitter resentment burning in his heart. Partly, but not entirely. Tang Sanzang shook his head. Hatred is the cause, as slaughter is the fruit. Yet between cause and effect there lies something else. What is it? Suffering. Tang Sanzang's voice was gentle. The gruesome murder of his parents was his suffering. His desperate wandering on the streets was his suffering. His inability to attain the immortal path was his suffering. It was precisely this unrescued suffering that allowed the seed of hatred to grow into an oceanic atrocity of killing. He believed rebellion could liberate him from his suffering. Little did he know using slaughter to fill the void of suffering only breeds greater suffering. Not merely his own, but that of the thousands he has slain. The clone scratched his cheek. These grand philosophies gave him a headache. Master, this old son does not understand such convoluted reasoning. I only know that boy did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would have killed even more and caused far greater chaos. Tang Sanzang regarded him with a compassionate smile. Wukong, you are now the victorious fighting Buddha. You must not speak with such impulsive fervor. This master knows you harbor injustice within. Indeed, there are improprieties here. To preach abandonment without examining the causes is tyranny. To speak of salvation without understanding suffering is hollow talk. Hearing this, the clone's eyes brightened. Master, if you understand so clearly, you should speak for that boy even more. You are the merit-accumulating Buddha personally conferred by the world-honored one. Your words carry far more weight than mine. Of course I will go. Tang Sanzang's gaze returned to the sick and suffering. However, this master's visit is not to preserve his life. Then for what purpose? This master goes to seek a dharma for him. Tang Sanzang spoke slowly. A teaching that can truly allow him to let go of hatred and be liberated from suffering. The karma of slaughter is already complete. Retribution through reincarnation is unavoidable. But his fundamental nature is not corrupted. He should not face annihilation of body and soul condemned for all eternity without deliverance. This master will tell them that the essence of Buddhist teaching lies not only in compassion, but also in justice. Without justice, compassion becomes hypocrisy. Without discernment of good and evil, Buddhism becomes empty rhetoric. Good receives good rewards, evil receives evil retribution. The murderer deserves his punishment, and those who shield the murderer shall likewise bear that retribution. The clone gazed steadily at his master. The monk before him seemed so gentle, so frail. Yet the words he spoke cut sharper than any divine weapon, striking directly at the heart of truth. This was truly his master, the obstinate monk who would rather be devoured by demons himself than harm the innocent. The Buddha who for the Tao within his heart measured 108,000 li on foot, fearing neither hardship nor danger. Excellent. The clone nodded heavily. With these words from my master, this old son is at peace. As he spoke, his clone's form began to fade, dissolving back into a single golden hair. Wukong. At the final moment before vanishing, Tang Sanzang's voice sounded once more. Your original self must not act recklessly. Wait for this master to arrive before proceeding with anything. Understood, master. On the immortal slaying platform, Bodhisattva Jing Yan's face was iron gray. He could no longer wait. A strong premonition urged him. If the mirror of karmic retribution continued to reveal its visions, heaven only knew what other wildly extraordinary and scandalous karmic connections tied to Sun Wukong would be dragged to light. This youth named Lu Fan was like a quagmire. The more one tried to stomp him down, the deeper one sank. Today not only had he failed to establish authority, but the face of the Western sect had been dragged through the mud alongside him. No more entangling oneself in past karma. Must strike directly at the source. Enough. Bodhisattva Jing Yan swept his sleeve, fiercely cutting off the whispered murmurs of the assembled immortals. This demon's past experiences are intricate and bizarre, with numerous connections to the victorious Buddha. Right and wrong shall be set aside for now. King Yama no longer trace his childhood. Directly shift the water mirror to the time he sought a master and received instruction. I wish to see precisely what evil faction taught such an abomination, who scorns our Buddha and slaughters the innocent without mercy. King Yama felt as though granted a reprieve from death, bowing hastily to obey. His fingertips shifted through hand seals, and on the colossal mirror of karmic retribution, the waters churned violently once more. The tranquil woodland clearing of Flower Fruit Mountain instantly blurred and dissolved. What emerged was a vast, boundless ocean roiling with towering waves. Lu Fan in the vision was no longer the inexperienced youth. Piloting a small skiff, he rode the storm-tossed seas, his face etched with wind, weather, and unyielding determination. He navigated through thunderstorms, evaded colossal sea beasts, and endured hardships beyond mortal imagining, until finally a landmass shrouded in auspicious clouds came into view. The island exuded an ethereal aura rich in spiritual vigor, unlike any mundane place he had ever seen. Lu Fan abandoned his boat and set foot on the island. Walking through the mountains, he found jade blossoms and rare herbs, elk and divine cranes. Clear springs murmured beside him, birds sang among fragrant flowers, a scene straight from legends of otherworldly paradises. He climbed upward through layers of dense forest, finally arriving at the foot of a magnificent and breathtaking peak. Looking up, Lu Fan saw 5 ancient characters carved across the cliff face in bold, dynamic calligraphy: Spirit Mountain of Lingtai Fongsuan. Those 5 words were clearly reflected upon the water mirror and also etched into the eyes of the gods and Buddhas across the 3 realms. A moment of profound silence ensued. Lingtai Fongsuan Mountain. Where is this place? Does such a celestial mountain exist within the 3 realms? Never heard of it. Could it be the abode of some ancient immortal who has long retreated from the world? The celestial officials of the heavenly court whispered among themselves, their faces etched with bewilderment. They scoured every record of the 3 realms' geography stored in their minds, yet found no information pertaining to this mountain. Bodhisattva Jing Yan also furrowed his brow. He had always prided himself on his vast knowledge, yet the 5 words Lingtai Fongsuan Mountain were utterly unfamiliar to him. Amidst this sea of perplexed murmurs, Sun Wukong's heart, without any warning, gave a sudden lurch and sank heavily. All expression on his face froze in an instant. His golden eyes were fixed on the mountain within the water mirror, his pupils contracting sharply. Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. Shiyue Sanqing Cave. Putty. That name, that figure. They constituted the greatest and deepest secret of his life. It was the origin of his divine powers, and also the eternal pain of being expelled from his master's tutelage. Back then his master had sternly commanded him never to reveal his name to anyone, or else he would be cast into the 9 nether depths, never to rise again. He had heeded his master's instruction. For these hundreds of years, whether during the havoc in heaven or the journey to the west, he had never disclosed his true lineage to anyone, not even to his closest master Tang Sanzang. But now, how could this karma mirror reveal this place? Could it be? No, this is impossible. Monkey, what's wrong with you? Neza was the first to notice his abnormality. He had never seen Sun Wukong display such a frantic demeanor. Sun Wukong did not answer. He merely stared fixedly at the light screen, even forgetting to breathe. In the scene, Lu Fan also sensed the mountain's extraordinary nature. He adjusted his robes, his face bearing a pilgrim-like reverence, and began to ascend the mountain. The water mirror's perspective followed him closely. He reached the summit. An ancient and simple cave dwelling sat quietly there, with verdant pines and cypresses at the entrance, and auspicious mists swirling. Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the area above the cave entrance. There too was carved a line of words: Shiyue Sanqing Cave. Shiyue Sanqing. What does this mean? Is it a Taoist title or a cipher? Tai Bai Jingxing stroked his beard, his brow tightly knit. He felt he had seen a similar description in some extremely ancient text, but could not recall it at the moment. But Sun Wukong could no longer maintain his composure. Shiyue was the initial stroke of the character heart. Sanqing was the 3 dots upon that character. These 5 words combined formed the character heart. Lingtai Fangsuan also meant heart. This was the Taoist sanctuary of his master patriarch Putty. It was the place where he had studied for 7 years and undergone a complete transformation. He knew he had lost his composure, but he could not control it. That was the person he had revered, felt most grateful to, and owed the most in his life. Within the light screen, Lu Fan knelt respectfully before the cave, kowtowing 3 times. Then he rose, took a deep breath, and stepped into the profound darkness within. All the gods and Buddhas held their breath and widened their eyes. They were all waiting to see, waiting to glimpse what divine being resided within that cave. Most of the immortals present, especially the high-ranking heavenly generals and ancient celestial officials, had survived the earth-shattering calamity of the investiture of the gods. That great war was not merely a dynastic change, but a complete reshuffling of the power structure across the 3 realms. The karmic ties of Tao, Buddhism, heaven, and the mortal world were all reorganized. Who ascended the investiture scroll, who attained physical sainthood, who retired to the mountains, who joined the Western teachings. All became a clear ledger. It could be said that after the investiture, every strong being in the 3 realms with any cultivation or reputation was basically accounted for. Whether it was a great immortal like Xinyuanzi, who occupied a blessed land and coexisted with the ages, or the ancient recluses who shunned the conflicts of the 3 realms, their names and sanctuaries were more or less known to the high-ranking gods. The sudden emergence of Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain Shiyue Sanqing Cave, a sanctuary they had never heard of yet capable of producing immortals, was itself a major event warranting vigilance. Another point was the time it took Lu Fan to cultivate immortality. Initially, when they watched Lu Fan's journey from youth to adulthood, it seemed a long time. But when the karma mirror connected his life's trajectory in full, the immortals suddenly realized this young man had spent so many years wandering in the mortal world, seeking immortal fate, seeking revenge. As a mortal, he wandered, begged, practiced martial arts, and searched. All this time was wasted from the perspective of cultivation. His true cultivation began only when he set foot on that Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain. And from his apprenticeship to his return as an immortal for revenge, it was no more than a few short years. A few years, from a mortal with no foundation to an earth immortal. This speed in the current era was utterly astounding. Since the investiture war, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become increasingly scarce. For a mortal to ascend as an immortal was more difficult than reaching the heavens. Thousands upon thousands of cultivators spending their entire lives would consider it a blessing from their ancestors if they could achieve soul projection, a 1 in 10,000 genius. Occasionally 1 or 2 would achieve immortality, mostly through immense luck, such as accidentally consuming an ancient elixir or inheriting the cave and legacy of a fallen great power. To achieve immortality in just a few years through a master's systematic teaching. They had not seen such a thing in millennia. What did this imply? It implied that Lu Fan's own talent was indeed a once-in-a-millennium prodigy, but his master's methods of teaching disciples were even more heaven-defying and terrifying. To, in this current age of declining dharma, create an immortal as if turning stone to gold. How profound must be the cultivation of this reclusive great being. However, just as Lu Fan's figure vanished into the darkness of the cave entrance, the image of the karma mirror trembled violently. The clear scene of the cave entrance, like water disturbed by a thrown stone, twisted and rippled wildly, then dissolved into a chaotic, meaningless stream of light. The image was gone. Bodhisattva Jingyan, who had been craning his neck on the verge of witnessing the ultimate truth, saw only a blank void. He stood frozen, his expression shifting from anticipation to shock, then to an incredulous rage. What's going on? He whirled toward King Yin, demanding harshly, why has it stopped? Continue showing it for me immediately. King Yin was even more bewildered than he. Cold sweat erupted on his forehead, streaming down his cheeks like a river. Bodhisattva, please calm your anger. His hands trembling, he hurriedly formed dozens of hand seals toward the karma mirror, mumbling incantations as he tried to reconnect with Lu Fan's memories. But the water mirror, like a broken recording stone, displayed nothing but flickering, chaotic light. Your Majesty doesn't know either. King Yan's voice carried a sob, and he almost knelt before Bodhisattva Jingyan. This karma mirror is a supreme treasure of the underworld connected to the celestial karmic law. It can illuminate the past lives of all sentient beings. It has never encountered such a situation. The king of hell sweated profusely, desperately explaining, by all rights, as long as the host has personally experienced something and left traces in his memory and karma, the water mirror should be able to reveal it. Unless what? Speak quickly. Bodhisattva Jingyan urged impatiently. The king of hell swallowed hard and ventured a guess in an almost delirious, uncertain tone. Unless the being within that cave dwelling has attained a realm of cultivation so profound that it defies all comprehension. He can not only sever his own karma and remain untainted by the heavenly Tao, but can also erase from the river of heavenly causality all memories of those who enter his sacred grounds. The king of hell was frightened even by his own guess, his voice trembling. This is the transcendent power of a saint. Only a saint could wield such ability. Absurd. Bodhisattva Jingyan refused to believe a word of it, cutting him off sharply. Saint. In the three realms the saints have long withdrawn from worldly affairs, shunning the world. Why would one stoop to teach a mere mortal? I suspect your karma water mirror is flawed, or perhaps your cultivation is inadequate and your magical power insufficient. He insisted it was the king of hell and his broken mirror that failed. To him, this was merely another bizarre coincidence. The owner of that cave dwelling was likely some ancient powerhouse versed in formation arrays and divine seals, using special methods to conceal heavenly secrets, preventing the karma water mirror from gazing within. Yet no wall stands without cracks. When one scheme fails, another remains. Bodhisattva Jingyan forced himself to compose and turned to the celestial immortals, pressing his palms together in a slight bow. Venerable friends of the heavens, please remain composed. Even the treasures of the underworld may occasionally fail. Since this matter is of grave importance, to clear any doubt, this humble monk must journey to the netherworld and invite a great power to lend their aid. With that, he disregarded the ashen-faced king of hell, swept his robes, and his Buddha light blazed forth as he tore through space itself, transforming into a golden rainbow streaking toward the netherworld. With him gone, the tense atmosphere atop the immortal slaying platform loosened at once. The heavenly officials could now openly discuss what had transpired. Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain Shiua Sanqing Cave. Which sacred realm does this belong to? How could it render the karma water mirror useless? To block the heavenly Tao's karma itself, such power is beyond any ordinary Daoyuo Jingxian. I suspect a reclusive quasi-saint resides there. A quasi-saint. Another official shook his head. The named quasi-saints across the three realms are few indeed. Zhenyuan Daxian's five-garden temple lies in Xianyu Huzhou, the demon teacher palace of the northern sea, Kunping, sunken at the eye of the North Sea, and the ancestral lord of the Blood Sea, Mingi, could never possibly establish a sanctuary in Dongxing Shenzhou. The possibilities are rather limited. Tai Bai Jingxing stroked his beard, a gleam flashing in his cloudy eyes as he mused. Before the investiture of the gods, there were indeed many roving immortals beyond heaven and earth, neither belonging to Chan or Jia, answerable to neither the Western sect nor the heavenly court. But after that great war, most perished, fell wounded, or retired into seclusion, their names lost to time. Could this one be among them? Their speculations circled the legendary ancient powers. No one connected the mysterious cave dwelling to the monkey, standing among them, scratching his head in anxiety. This defied all logic. Who was Sun Wukong's master? It remained one of the three realms' greatest mysteries. Yet at the center of the discussion, Sun Wukong's heart churned with turmoil. He desired the answer more than anyone. He felt a pang of guilt. Could that fellow Lu Fan have truly succeeded in becoming his master's disciple? If he had truly become his master's disciple, then Lu Fan would be his junior brother. The thought sent a sharp pang through Sun Wukong's chest. The meaning shifted entirely. Fellow disciples, brothers in cultivation. This was no longer a simple favor born of old friendship. It was responsibility. It was his duty to rescue him from the immortal slaying platform, whole, no matter the cost. Even if it meant clashing with the entire Western sect or causing havoc in the heavenly court once more, he would not hesitate. His master had cast him out, severing that debt. But Sun Wukong could not abandon the bond of fellow disciples. But was his master truly still alive? Doubt and loss surged through Sun Wukong's heart once more. He remembered clearly. During their pilgrimage westward, when driven to desperation, he had considered returning to Wuxing Mountain for aid. He rode the somersault cloud back to those familiar waters and found the same immortal mountain. Yet upon the mountain all was empty and desolate. The cave dwellings stood sealed, vines and creepers everywhere. Where was the slightest trace of an immortal retreat? He kept watch at the entrance for 3 days and nights, hearing not even a single bird's call. His master had truly departed, gone completely, leaving not a single trace. Whether he still existed within the three realms, Sun Wukong himself could not say. And what then had entered that cave? A phantom left by his master, or some demon who had claimed the place later? Frantic and restless, Sun Wukong desperately wished to leap into the water, mirror himself to discover the truth. Amidst this agonizing weight, the sea of clouds below erupted in violent turmoil. A surge of profound Buddha light wreathed in boundless energy pierced through the clouds and returned to the immortal slaying platform. As the golden radiance faded, Bodhisattva Jingyan emerged. Accompanying him was another figure draped in Kasaya robes with a compassionate countenance and a halo of Buddha light illuminating behind his head. None other than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. And behind Ksitigarbha followed a strange beast of unusual appearance. Tiger's head, single-horned dog-like ears, dragon's body, lion's tail, and Chilan feet. Its form was peculiar, yet it radiated an air of majesty. It crouched at Ksitigarbha's feet with a gentle gaze. The divine beast of the underworld, capable of discerning truth from falsehood across all 3 realms and 6 paths. Di-Ting, Di-Ting. Upon seeing this sacred creature, the heavenly immortals stirred with renewed vigor. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has brought Di-Ting. This changes everything. Di-Ting can hear all sounds across the 3 realms and 6 paths, distinguishing good from evil and truth from deception. We shall learn at once what deity resides in that cave. Indeed, no matter what heavenly level sealing techniques one possesses, they cannot escape Di-Ting's power. A confident smirk reappeared on Bodhisattva Jingyan's face. He pointed at the kneeling Lu Fan and addressed Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Venerable sir, I beg you to employ this divine beast to discern whether this scoundrel's origins are righteous or wicked. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva wore an expression of compassion and chanted Amit Ba. He bowed his head and gently instructed Di-Ting at his feet. Go. Following his master's command, Di-Ting rose and walked steadily to the center of the immortal slaying platform. It did not look at Lu Fan, but instead pressed its massive ear gently against the cold white jade floor. In an instant, invisible sound waves radiated outward from it in all directions. This power could transcend the barriers of space and time, directly listening to that obscured sound within the river of karma. All the divine beings held their breath, awaiting the final verdict. Sun Wukong's heart pounded in his throat. Time seemed to stretch thin. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Di-Ting lay prostrate, utterly motionless, its gentle eyes clouded by bewilderment for the first time. After 10 breaths, it slowly lifted its head. It cast a glance at Dzangwang Bodhisattva, then under the astonished gazes of the celestial beings and Buddhas of the 3 realms, it gently, reluctantly shook its head. Refusing to accept defeat, it pressed its ear to the ground once more, determined to try again. This time it remained prone for a longer period, its entire divine frame trembling slightly. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Di-Ting abruptly raised its head, letting out a pained low roar. It staggered backward several steps, its eyes fixed on Dzangwang Bodhisattva, filled with unprecedented terror and bewilderment. Once again it shook its head emphatically. A deathly silence fell over the assembly. If the failure of the karmic water mirror could be dismissed as a malfunction of the artifact, now that even Di-Ting could not discern truth from falsehood. How can this be? The cold smirk on Jingyan Bodhisattva's face froze. He pointed at Di-Ting, his voice trembling with distortion. The divine beast Di-Ting hears all, knows all. How could it? Dzangwang Bodhisattva sighed, softly stepped forward, and gently stroked Di-Ting's head to soothe it. Di-Ting tells me it hears nothing, the Bodhisattva said. Not blocked by any prohibition, nor obscured by celestial secrets. That karmic thread, that voice. From the very beginning it never existed within the 6 realms of the 3 worlds. This is impossible. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face turned ashen. He staggered back a step, muttering to himself in a daze. The celestial officials of the heavenly court were plunged into profound shock. They exchanged terrified glances, and a murmur of whispers coalesced into a low hum. Even Di-Ting cannot discern it. When did such a figure emerge in the 3 realms? Concealing celestial secrets, erasing karmic threads. I have only read of such sage-level methods in ancient texts, yet the sages have long withdrawn from worldly affairs. Could it be some long-lost primordial treasure? Like the chaos bell or the diagram of the supreme ultimate? Impossible. Those supreme innate treasures all have their owners. If any disturbance occurred, would the great powers of the 3 realms not know? In my view, this is more likely the work of a mortal. Back then the six-eared macaque relied on his supernatural powers to deceive all the gods and Buddhas. Not quite. That six-eared macaque possessed vast divine abilities able to deceive all the gods and Buddhas, yet he could not deceive Di-Ting. Now this one has even managed to deceive Di-Ting. The three realms are vast, full of wonders. In the days of primordial chaos, many innate spiritual treasures could obscure karmic threads and confuse celestial secrets. Lu Fan's master must have obtained a similar opportunity, or perhaps his very dwelling is a supreme treasure that can sever internal and external karmic connections. That is plausible. Indeed, it might be a relic left by an ancient great power, transforming into a realm unto itself impervious to the heavenly Tao. Among the gods and Buddhas, Sun Wukong's heart was in turmoil. He listened to the surrounding discussions, to the speculations about sage-level methods and primordial treasures, yet only one thought wildly spun in his mind. It is master. It must be the old man himself. Only he possesses such earth-shattering transcendent power beyond the three realms and outside the five elements. But, should I ask Lu Fan? No. He was afraid. He feared that once he spoke he would reveal the secret he had guarded for centuries. In the midst of this frozen deadlock, the Zhangwang Bodhisattva moved. He pressed his palms together and bowed slightly to the assembled immortals, his voice still filled with compassion and peace. My lord's Di-Ting has done its utmost. This matter is concluded, and I must return to the underworld. He turned to Lu Fan, who knelt there, and cast a pitying gaze upon him. This child bears heavy karmic slaughter, yet his heart is not lost. If one day his soul returns to the underworld, I am willing to personally chant sutras for him, to guide him through reincarnation and cleanse his ferocity. With these words he departed with Di-Ting, transforming into a beam of Buddha light and vanishing into the sea of clouds. The Zhangwang was gone. He left cleanly and decisively, yet he left behind a mess and a promise that nearly made Jingyan Bodhisattva vomit blood. Guide him through reincarnation. What Jingyan Bodhisattva wanted was utter annihilation of body and soul, eternal damnation. Jingyan Bodhisattva's chest heaved violently, his benevolent visage twisted by extreme rage. The Buddha had entrusted this task to him, originally a splendid opportunity. A rootless wandering immortal who had destroyed a few temples and killed some unworthy disciples. In the context of the flourishing Buddhist faith, this was the perfect chance to make an example of someone and display the might of the Dharma. If he succeeded, Jingyan Bodhisattva's status on Mount Ling would rise, and attaining Buddhahood would be within reach. Who could have imagined that this seemingly easy target would turn out to be a hedgehog bristling with steel needles? First it dredged up Sun Wukong's buried past, causing that scourge to erupt on the spot and leave him humiliated. Now a mysterious master had emerged, one whom even Di-Ting could not identify. The situation had completely spiraled out of his control. Countless eyes on Mount Ling were watching this scene. He could not afford to lose. Losing would not be a disgrace to him alone, but to the entire Western Buddhist order. No, he could not let it end like this. He abruptly raised his head, bloodshot eyes fixed on Yin Wang. Since we cannot see, let us listen. Force-feed your spiritual power into it. I refuse to believe that the karmic water mirror cannot transmit even a single sound. This was his last resort. Since he could not peer into the true form of the cave's master, he would settle for hearing Lu Fan's own experiences. How he had taken a master. Yin Wang dared not disobey. He gritted his teeth and poured the last of his dwindling spiritual power into the massive water mirror. The water mirror blazed with brilliant light. The chaotic flowing colors gradually subsided. The image remained blank, but faint fragmented sounds began to seep from the mirror's surface. Huff, huff. It was the wind along with the heavy sound of Lu Fan's footsteps. Then a young, resolute voice echoed through the empty cave. This junior Lu Fan hails from Nanshanbu Zhou. I have traveled 100,000 li to sincerely pay my respects to the immortal Lord. I implore you to show mercy and accept me as your disciple to pass down the great Tao. It worked. There was sound. The gods and Buddhas on the execution platform of immortals held their breath, listening intently. After an unknown duration, an aged, aloof voice devoid of any worldly warmth finally rang out. Go back. This place has not taken on disciples for 300 years. Just this single sentence made Sun Wukong's body tremble violently beside the execution platform. It was him. It was Master's voice. Though centuries had passed, that voice was etched into the depths of his soul, unforgettable for eternity. Master. He really is still alive. Sun Wukong's eyes instantly reddened. Within the light screen, Lu Fan showed no sign of retreat after hearing those words. He struck his head heavily against the hard stone floor. Thud. A dull impact rang clearly into the ears of the assembled immortals. Immortal Lord, this junior knows his own dull wits and poor spiritual roots. But my heart for the Tao is as firm as a rock. I do not seek immortality, nor do I crave unfettered freedom. I only wish to learn a set of world-shaking skills to cut down all injustices in the world, to slay all pests that harm humanity. Within the cavern, a profound silence descended once more. The aged voice resurfaced, this time tinged with a hint of inquisitiveness. Have you come for vengeance? Yes. Lu Fan's reply was resolute. Slaying with slaughter will only plunge you into boundless karmic hindrances, leaving you with no hope of deliverance. The hatred within you burns like venomous fire, consuming both yourself and others. Do you realize that the path you seek is not the path of immortals, but the path of demons? What of immortals? What of demons? Lu Fan lifted his head, his eyes blazing with unyielding fire. If the immortal way means standing by helplessly as loved ones perish, if it means turning a blind eye to the world's evils, then I would rather not cultivate it. This junior only knows those who killed my parents I shall slay. Those who shield the murderers, I shall annihilate their entire clan. This is the cycle of heavenly justice and the conscience of the people. If heaven denies me justice, I shall take it myself. This is my Tao. These words rang out with resounding force, shaking the very soul. Once again the cavern fell into a prolonged silence. Sun Wukong's heart tightened with anxiety. He feared that his master might truly refuse. He knew his master's temperament all too well, tranquil and passive, never entangled in karmic consequences. A disciple like Lu Fan, burdened with a blood-soaked vendetta and deep obsession, was precisely the type his master disliked most. Time trickled by. Just as everyone believed there was no turning point, the aged voice echoed once more. Enough. Enough. Your spirit is fiercely determined, already set in stone. Whether it is destiny or calamity, it is all the will of heaven. 300 years ago, I severed all worldly ties and ceased to meddle with mortal affairs. That you have found this place today means there remains an unresolved karmic bond between us. Very well. I shall accept you. From this day forth you are my last disciple, the closed-door disciple of my Lingtai Wuxing Mountain Shiyu Sanshin Cave. Come forward. Within the water mirror, Lu Fan's ecstatic voice of gratitude was heard. Disciple Lu Fan pays respects to master. Under my tutelage we dispense with such trivial formalities, the elder's voice came. From today you are the closed-door disciple of Lingtai Wuxing Mountain Shiyu Sanshin Cave. I shall impart to you the Taoist arts and divine abilities, aiding you in avenging your grievances and achieving clarity of thought. But remember this. The elder's voice suddenly turned stern. The Taoist arts are a sharp blade. They can save lives or take them. How you use them rests entirely in your heart. When you descend from the mountain in the future, any turmoil you stir or karma you incur shall bear no connection to this Wuxing Mountain. At that time you must not reveal my name to anyone nor speak a word of this place. Can you do this? Your disciple shall obey your command. Good. Rise and follow me. With that the voice ceased. The light of the karmic mirror dimmed, reverting to an unremarkable ancient bronze mirror. It fell from the air, caught flusteredly by the king of hell. On the execution platform, utter silence reigned. All deities and Buddhas stood frozen, their expressions a kaleidoscope of emotions. Closed-door disciple. That old immortal actually accepted him. And from his words, it seems he tacitly permits him to seek vengeance after completing his training. What kind of orthodoxy is this? Teaching slaughter and aiding revenge. How is it different from the demonic path? An old celestial official, strict in his adherence to heavenly rules, frowned in deep disapproval. Don't say that. A Thunder Department divine general immediately retorted, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Such boldness. How exhilarating. This is true temperament, true Tao. Exactly. We cultivators go against the heavens, seeking nothing more than clarity of thought. If we must set aside a blood debt, then what immortality do we cultivate? What Tao do we seek? Better to go home and embrace wife and child. Well said. Such a protective and domineering master. Why haven't I encountered one? If I had taken refuge under such a sect, anyone who dared bully me, my master, would be the first to storm their mountain gate. The divine generals, mostly fierce and chivalrous, felt a deep admiration and longing for the mysterious master's style of conduct. Neza stood motionless like a statue, instantly animated. His phoenix eyes, usually ablaze with fire, now held a profound mixed light of memory and fervor. The hand gripping the fire-tipped spear trembled slightly. That divine weapon which had accompanied him through countless battles hummed with a low, excited vibration. The armillary sash behind him no longer drifted slowly, but writhed, as if alive, coiling into crimson whirlpools of flame. Before Neza's eyes the execution platform amid the clouds faded. It was Chintang Pass. It was the eastern sea stained by his own blood. It was the boundless darkness and solitude after he carved his flesh and returned his bones to his parents. He thought he would vanish into oblivion, burdened with endless resentment and unwillingness. But what awaited him was another voice. That voice too came from an ancient cave. Qian Yuan Mountain Jingguang Cave. His master Tai Zhenren gathered his remnant soul and used the green lotus from the immortal pond to reshape his lotus incarnation. When he opened his eyes anew on the lotus leaf and saw his master, his first question was not why he was reborn, but about the blood feud. How did his master answer? Did he tell him to let go? Did he urge compassion? No. His master smiled with satisfaction, placing before him a brand new fire-tipped spear and a pair of howling wind and fire wheels. Foolish child, your father Li Jing destroyed your shrine and cut off your incense. This is a vendetta that severs your life. Since he has no righteousness, why should you have honor? Go, seek him out. I have given you this lotus body impervious to blades, water, and fire. With these divine weapons and treasures you can ascend to heaven and descend to earth. Nothing is beyond you. Claim your justice. Whatever happens, your master will bear the consequences. And then, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea appealed to heaven, and the master personally argued. When Lady Shurji sought revenge for her disciple, the master without a word used the 9 dragons' divine fire canopy to burn her back to her original form. The Chan sect's protectiveness was notorious. Bring the lesser, and the elder comes. If the master cannot prevail, there is the senior uncle. If the senior uncle fails, there is the patriarch Yuanshi Tianzuan. Their logic was that simple and brutal. In this 3 realms, there is a principle called protectiveness. There is an orthodoxy like our Chan sect, only recognizing kinship, never questioning right or wrong. Favoring kin over reason. That is the heritage of Yusu. At that moment, the figure of the master merged with the aged voice from the water mirror, perfectly overlapped across millennia. This is a true master. This is true transmission of the Tao. What are the Taoist arts? What are divine abilities? They are sharp blades. They are tools that prevent you from being bullied by heaven and earth, from being bound by so-called rules. If heaven and earth are unjust, shatter them. If rules are heartless, trample them flat. As for good and evil, as for karma, those are things written by the victors. Nez's gaze slowly swept across the group of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas with livid faces. Let go. Compassion. How absurd. He glanced again at his father Li Jing, not far away, hand on the pagoda, expression grim. He recalled the scene when he rode the wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire-tipped spear, chasing his father until he had no escape above or below. If not for Randang Dauran finally suppressing him with the exquisite pagoda, the conflict between him and that so-called father would have ended in mortal combat. A wave of burning blood surged from his lotus-formed heart straight to his head. He understood. He truly understood Lu Fan. In this world there are some vendettas that cannot go unavenged. Some paths must be walked with blood. Sun Wukong froze entirely, his body beneath the golden armor turning rigid as stone in an instant. Those fiery golden eyes, which had witnessed the vicissitudes of the 3 realms, lost their focus for the first time. Everything around him, the astonished murmurs of the celestial immortals, the icy hostility of the Buddhist assembly, all faded and dissipated in that moment, dissolving into meaningless background. His world was reduced to that voice alone. Master. It was Master. Sun Wukong's heart clenched violently, nearly ceasing to beat. 500 years under the 5 elements mountain, 14 years on the journey to the west, over a century on the Buddhist throne. He had thought he had buried that memory along with that name deep in the dust of time. He had believed himself to be a victorious fighting Buddha beyond joy and sorrow, empty of all attachments. But he was wrong. The moment that voice resounded, he was still that little stone monkey, kneeling trembling on a cattail mat in the slanting moon and 3 stars cave on Wuxing Mountain, listening to the profound truths of the Tao. He recalled the patience with which his master taught him the 72 transformations, the guidance when imparting the somersault cloud, and finally the resolute yet reluctant look in his master's eyes when he was expelled from the sect. In the hundreds of years past, during midnight dreams, he had not been without the thought of returning for a glance. He had indeed gone back, only to find the place deserted, draped in cobwebs and dust. He had assumed his master had long since wandered into the chaos, severed from all ties with the 3 realms. That sense of loss had hollowed his fearless stone heart for a long time. But he was still here. Master was truly still here. A vast, indescribable warmth surged from his cold stone heart, instantly reddening his eyes. He wanted to laugh aloud and cry bitterly at the same time. He longed to mount the somersault cloud at once, dash back to Wuxing Mountain, kneel before the cave dwelling, and hear even just one more scolding. But he could not. He was the victorious fighting Buddha, and he was also the expelled, unfaithful disciple. Soon another realization struck him. Junior brother. The last disciple. Lu Fan. His old son's junior brother. This thought illuminated all the chaotic strands in his mind like a thunderbolt. Everything before suddenly made sense. No wonder that kid had such a hard backbone and stubborn nature. At the root, he was family with old Sun. In an instant, Sun Wukong's gaze toward the kneeling figure on the execution platform changed completely. It was no longer that of a curious, sympathetic junior. It was a sense of belonging, blood deep and indisputable. We are from the same sect. We hail from the same place, and we bow to the same master. We are family. Then everything before was not some favor to be repaid, nor some plea to be weighed. It was a duty, a natural, inescapable responsibility of being an elder brother. Whoever dares to touch old Sun's junior brother shall not be allowed. Thinking of the familiar admonitions he had just heard when Lu Fan became a disciple, warnings almost identical to his own, Sun Wukong grinned, a complex yet knowing smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. He understood. He understood all too well. That was Master's nature. He could impart heaven-shaking abilities, yet he would never willingly involve himself in worldly karma. This was both a trial and a protection. Moreover, it was an unspoken secret shared between the brothers, a burden they bore together. From now on, Sun Wukong was no longer alone in the three realms. He had a junior brother, one who also carried the secret who could not speak the sect's name aloud. This lonely glory could finally be shared. On the other side, the Bodhisattva Jing Yin stood there, his chest heaving violently. Good. Very good. After the peak of rage, a surge of ecstasy flooded his heart. He had finally found the opponent's weak point. This was irrefutable proof. Lu Fan was not evil by nature, he had been instigated by a demon. He stepped forward, reclaiming the initiative on the stage. All of you. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's voice boomed like a great bell, scattering every noise. He pointed at the kneeling Lu Fan, whose expression remained calm, and a compassionate, pitying look returned to his face, yet his voice was filled with anguish. You have all heard it. The truth is out. This beast, Lu Fan's very lineage, is that of evil heretics. His master is a demon who teaches killing arts, deludes minds, confuses right and wrong, and indulges disciples in murder and villainy. What is the immortal path? The immortal path is quietude and inaction, carefree ease, and benefiting the three realms. When has it ever been heard that an immortal would teach disciples to attain the Tao through slaughter and seek truth through hatred? Such twisted doctrines differ not from a demon. This beast destroyed my temple and killed my monks not for some damned justice. It is because the Tao he learned fundamentally contradicts the compassion of our Buddhist path. He saw the purity of Buddhism and grew jealous. Hearing our Dharma flourish, he sought to disrupt it. This is a conflict of doctrines, a battle between righteousness and evil. The more he spoke, the more vehement he became. The Buddha light behind his head blazed, transforming him into the embodiment of justice. The Buddhist disciples who died by his hand perished in subduing demons, a worthy death. Lu Fan, apprenticed to a demonic master, learned demonic arts and committed heinous murders. The evidence is conclusive. If we fail to annihilate both his body and soul here today, we betray the righteous path of the three realms. We fail the countless living beings. Such a demonic sect begets such a demonic disciple. Their crime deserves death, their heart despicable. They must be cast out by the three realms. His words were righteous and impassioned. He elevated a personal vendetta to the level of a struggle between good and evil, a debate of doctrines. This left the celestial immortals with little to say. After all, teaching revenge and encouraging slaughter, no matter how one looked at it, contradicted the transcendence and harmony represented by the word immortal. Calling it demonic heresy might be excessive, but it was not entirely groundless. Jing Yin Bodhisattva felt immense satisfaction at the atmosphere. He had swayed once more. This was the effect he wanted. He intended to make everyone understand that opposing Buddhism meant opposing the righteous path. He had even already planned that after this matter was settled, he would petition the Buddha to dispatch great powers to seek out that so-called spiritual terrace, Wuxing Mountain, uproot that demonic sanctuary, and purify it, completely eliminating future trouble. Just as he was complacent and preparing to request the Jade Emperor to issue a decree for execution, he suddenly felt a chill. A chill that made even his Buddha heart tremble to its core. He instinctively followed the source of that chill. His gaze met Sun Wukong's eyes. What kind of eyes were those? No trace of the usual playfulness or cynicism remained. The golden pupils had become an unfathomable bloody vortex. Like the void before chaos, like the coldness after the extinction of all life. That look was as if he were staring at a dead man. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's heart stopped abruptly. He clearly sensed a pure, unconcealed, tangible killing intent pressing against his brow. That killing intent was so intense that the protective Buddha light around his body began to fluctuate violently, almost freezing and shattering. The Buddhas and Arhats behind him also detected this terrifying aura. They tensed as if facing a great enemy, their Buddha light surging yet unable to dispel the bone-deep chill. Sun Wukong stood there motionless, silent, and still. But the air around him twisted and wailed. The cracks on the white jade floor beneath his feet, created earlier by his aura, silently widened and deepened. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Why? His mind went blank, left with only this immense question. Why? Was this monkey mad? Every word he had spoken was aimed at condemning that unknown demonic master, at denouncing Lu Fan the murderer. Every sentence was reasonable, every word a dagger to the heart. He had even flattered Sun Wukong, setting him up as a model of reformed prodigal, drawing a clear line between him and Lu Fan the ape without the real skills. He had given this monkey plenty of face. But why? Why would he look at him like this? This monkey wanted to kill him. No, it wasn't just a thought. He would actually do it. Here and now, before the eyes of all gods and Buddhas of the three realms, he would smash his head with that staff. Jing Yin Bodhisattva had no doubt about that. Yet Sun Wukong ultimately refrained from direct action. His restraint was not born of Buddhahood or learned patience. His fury had long since consumed his Buddha nature, leaving only the untamed demon heart. Nor was it because he feared. As a demon, he was the handsome monkey king. When he ascended to heaven and became an official, he was the great sage equal to heaven. Even as a Buddha, he was the victorious fighting Buddha. In Sun Wukong's heart, the word fear never existed. The reason he did not shatter Jing Yin Bodhisattva's skull with his staff was that he had already done something far more urgent beforehand. Just as Jingyan Bodhisattva was delivering his impassioned speech, branding Lu Fan's sect as heretical, and the attention of all celestial beings was drawn to him. Sun Wukong's fingers hanging by his side flicked almost imperceptibly. A strand of golden fur detached from his body, transforming into a golden fly smaller than a speck of dust. Riding the biting wind of the execution terrace, it silently threaded through layers of divine light, past the vigilant guards, and finally landed on Lu Fan's disheveled hair, clinging tightly to his ear. Lu Fan knelt there, his spine straight as an arrow. He was calculating his next move when a voice as faint as a mosquito's hum, yet piercingly clear, suddenly reached his ear. "Kid, don't move, don't speak. I, old son, have a few questions for you. Just think your answers, and I'll hear them." Lu Fan's heart leaped. It was the great sage. He was communicating directly like this. Lu Fan suppressed his shock, maintaining a calm exterior, and responded in his mind. "Great sage, what are your orders?" "I ask you," Sun Wukong's voice carried attention and hope even he didn't notice. "When you took him as your master, did that old immortal tell you his Dharma name?" Lu Fan's heart stirred. He instantly understood Sun Wukong's intent. He was verifying identities. He couldn't directly utter the master's name, so he had to use this method. Lu Fan's acting skills kicked in. In his mind, he crafted a tone of hesitation and struggle. "Great sage. My master commanded, I dare not disobey. Any matter concerning the sect cannot be divulged to outsiders." He deliberately feigned a loyal and troubled demeanor, unwilling to speak. Hearing this, the boulder that had hung in Sun Wukong's heart for centuries finally crashed to the ground. It was him. No mistake. "Good lad. You did right." Sun Wukong's voice brimmed with unrestrained joy and excitement. "The master's rules must not be broken. But I, old son, am no outsider." Lu Fan in his mind expressed appropriate shock. "Great sage, you. What do you mean?" Sun Wukong chuckled lowly. "To be honest, I, old son, am also the master's disciple." "Tell me, is the master doing well? Is there still a purple bamboo grove in the cave? Are the peaches in the back mountain ripe?" He asked a string of questions, all details that no outsider could possibly know. In his mind, Lu Fan gasped, displaying the earth-shattering shock a normal person would feel. You are. Oh, I've said so much, still don't get it. I, old son, am your senior brother." Boom. Lu Fan's body trembled almost imperceptibly. He slowly lowered his head, his disheveled black hair hiding his expression, but the trembling shoulders vividly conveyed the immense turmoil within. In his mind, he responded with a voice blending disbelief and ecstasy. "Senior brother. The great sage. It's you. The master. He did mention. He said that among his many disciples there was once a senior brother of unparalleled talent and the highest spirit. He said you mastered heaven-reaching abilities. Disciple always thought it was just a legend the master used to encourage me. I never imagined that senior brother was you, the great sage, equal to heaven, renowned across the three realms." These words, half truth, half fiction, hit Sun Wukong's most sensitive spot. What mattered most to him was the master's opinion. Now hearing the master's praise from this newly acknowledged junior brother filled him with a satisfaction and pride greater than defeating Erling Shun. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong laughed heartily in his mind. Good. The master still remembers me, old son. That's wonderful." His unrestrained joy transmitted through the strand of fur clearly reached Lu Fan's consciousness. Lu Fan's heart settled. It was done. He had grasped this lifeline. In his mind, he continued in a tone of reverence and closeness befitting a junior speaking to a senior brother. "Senior brother, after you left the master, he often spoke of you. Spoke of me." Sun Wukong's voice was filled with eagerness, anticipation, and a hint of nervous disbelief. What did he say?" "The master. He sighed often." Lu Fan carefully chose his words in his mind. "After you left the mountain of the square inch grew much quieter. He dismissed all the other disciples, leaving only me. He often sat alone under the pine tree by the cave entrance for an entire day, gazing at the fallen leaves you once swept, at the training ground you once used, looking for a long time." Sun Wukong seemed to see that scene. The cold, immortal mountain, the ancient cave, a solitary silhouette stretched long in the sunset. So the master was not truly so heartless. He also missed him. The master said, "Among the 3,000 disciples you alone were the true uncut jade, the natural seed of the Tao. The other disciples only learned techniques, methods, the superficiality of longevity. Only you, senior brother, grasped the very bone of the Tao." Lu Fan's voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. The master also said that in his life his greatest pride was taking you as his disciple, and his greatest regret was also taking you as his disciple. "What does that mean?" Sun Wukong pressed. "The master said that senior brother was pure in spirit, unyielding and untamed. Your spiritual nature surpassed all beings of the three realms. Your comprehension was instant, learning everything at a glance. The 72 transformations you mastered in 3 years. The somersault cloud of 108,000 li came as naturally as an innate talent. The master said that teaching you was the most joyful and proudest time of his life." These words instantly melted Sun Wukong into a puddle of emotion. Pride. The master was proud of him. Sun Wukong scratched his ears and cheeks, the fur on his face standing on end. the ultimate expression of excitement and joy. Ha ha ha. Sun Wukong could no longer suppress it, and a low hearty laugh rolled out from his throat. Though it was inaudible to the outside world, in Lu Fan's ears the laughter was earth-shattering. So that's it. So that's it. The master, he had never blamed me. At this moment the titles of victorious fighting Buddha and the Western Paradise's rank meant nothing. Nothing could compare to the master's understanding. Yet just as Sun Wukong's joy reached its peak, Lu Fan's voice suddenly shifted, carrying a heavy heart-stopping sigh. But those two words alone made Sun Wukong's laughter cease abruptly. The most dreaded thing was that, but after saying this the master let out a long sigh. He said, "That senior brother, though a peerless genius unmatched through the ages, had a fate too rigid, and that which is too rigid breaks easily." The master said that the reason he expelled his senior brother back then was not because he hated his troublemaking, but because he had foreseen that in his senior brother's fate lay an unavoidable cataclysmic calamity. That calamity was not of weapons, fire, water, demons, or monsters, but originated from his own heart. The heart monkey is restless, the will horse hard to rein in. This calamity was his destiny, the karma he was born to bear. Even the master, with his heaven-defying divine powers, could not resolve a single bit of it. Sun Wukong's face drained of color bit by bit. His fiery golden eyes, which had just shone with joy, instantly dimmed, becoming a dead, still, deep pool. Lu Fan gave him no time to think, and continued, "The master also said that your calamity, senior brother, was beyond his power to reverse. He could only watch helplessly as you endured 500 years of suffering. This became his lifelong inner demon. Thus he stopped taking disciples and dismissed all of them. He said he was afraid. He feared teaching another disciple as brilliant and extraordinary as you, only to watch helplessly as you faced your destined death calamity. Until I found the mountain of the square inch. The master cast a divination for me, and said that my fate was somewhat similar to yours back then, equally harboring a spirit of discontent, equally unwilling to bow to heaven and earth. He said it was heaven's will, a chance for him to choose again. So he made an exception and took me in, teaching me the Tao and imparting divine powers. He hoped that when I completed my training I would hold fast to my original heart and not follow in the footsteps of that senior brother. The master said he did not seek fame or glory for me, nor to bring luster to the sect. He only wished that I might find peace in this life." Lu Fan's words ended there. He had fabricated everything he could. The rest was up to Sun Wukong's own choice. Sun Wukong fell silent. The sound-transmitting hair was still attached to Lu Fan's ear, but no sound came from it. He recalled the 500 years under the 5 Elements Mountain, the sunless solitude, the torment of wind and rain. He recalled the 14 years of the journey to the west, the head-tightening curses, bone-deep agony, the times he was misunderstood by his master and could not defend himself. He had thought all those sufferings ended when he was crowned the victorious fighting Buddha. He thought he had leaped beyond the 3 realms and broken free from fate. But could he truly let go? Sun Wukong stood motionless. After a long time, "Junior brother." Sun Wukong's voice finally echoed in Lu Fan's mind. "You did well. I, old son, now understand the master's pains. He didn't want you to walk my old path. And I, old son, would never want you to suffer what I suffered. This execution platform, you can ascend it. But the execution blade, you must not endure. Rest assured." Sun Wukong's voice, word by word, carved deeply into Lu Fan's sea of consciousness. "Today, with old son here, the sky will not fall. Junior brother, listen well. This matter, known only to you, me, heaven and earth, must never be known to a third person. My relationship with you is a colossal secret. Do you understand? Your disciple understands." Lu Fan made a solemn vow in his heart. The tiny golden insect, having completed its mission, silently rose from Lu Fan's hair, traced an almost invisible arc in the air, and re-entered the hair behind Sun Wukong's ear as if it had never left. Sun Wukong's hand, hanging at his side, clenched back into a fist. The bloody killing intent gradually receded from the depths of his eyes, returning to the cynical golden gleam. But now that golden gleam held something that no one could decipher. Bodhisattva Jingyan felt the terrifying, murderous pressure on his brow suddenly vanish, his heart relaxing, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. He gasped for breath, looking at Sun Wukong with a mix of shock and lingering fear. He couldn't fathom it, nor did he dare to. The most urgent matter now was to seal Lu Fan's guilt beyond doubt. "King Yin." Bodhisattva Jingyan forcibly suppressed his palpitations, redirecting his attack toward the main target, and shouted sternly, "No need to bother about where he learned his demonic arts. Directly present, the irrefutable evidence of how he later brought calamity to the world and slaughtered my Buddhist disciples. Today we must have this demon executed on the execution platform." He had lost patience and wanted to end this trial that had cost him face. Yes, Bodhisattva. King Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, trembling, activated his powers again. The enormous light screen rippled like water, and the images shifted again. Within the screen the scenery changed. The grass on the grave grew withered and grew again. Countless cycles of cold and warmth passed. Finally the image froze. The familiar celestial cave, existing only in legend, appeared once more before the immortals. The cave door slowly opened and a tall upright figure in a blue robe stepped out. Time had worn away the youth on his face, but had settled a sharpness like a sword's edge in his brows. His stature and features were now identical to Lu Fan's who knelt on the execution platform. A pure solid celestial aura emanated from him. A human immortal. He has already reached the human immortal realm. How many years has it been? He went from a mortal to an immortal body. Such talent. His teacher must be a figure with heaven-defying abilities. The heavenly court immortals murmured in awe. In the light screen, Lu Fan walked out of the cave, but did not leave immediately. He turned to face the ancient cave, straightened his clothes, and knelt solemnly. Without a word, he bowed 3 times, his forehead striking the stone with a dull thud. When he raised his head for the 3rd time, the celestial cave that had existed for countless millennia began to turn transparent. Rocks, ancient pines, and the cave entrance rippled and twisted like reflections in water, slowly dissipating into the air. In just a few breaths, nothing remained but an ordinary cliff face with no trace of the celestial cave. It was as if everything before had been but a dream. This uncanny divine means sent a chill through the experienced immortals on the execution platform. They understood that this mysterious teacher was using this method to sever all ties between Lu Fan and this place. In the light screen, Lu Fan made a long, deep bow toward the now empty mountain wall. Then he stood up, his eyes no longer holding any confusion, only a cold, unwavering determination. He summoned a sword beam, soared into the sky, and sped toward the direction of his home. The light screen revolved, and the scene shifted to a noisy mortal tavern. A burly man with a fierce face flushed with drink was loudly boasting of his heroic deeds while embracing a scantily clad woman. Back in the day when I was on the streets, I had 7 or 8 brothers under my command. Not just ordinary merchant caravans, even the official escort convoys, we dared to rob them. Once on the wasteland east of the city, I encountered a family of 3. Heh. As he was speaking with gusto, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. He looked down and saw only a sharp sword tip protruding from his throat, still dripping with warm wine. His eyes bulged wide, and the essence of life rapidly drained from his body. Screams erupted within the tavern, chaos ensued. The young man in a blue robe, wielding a long sword, coldly withdrew his blade, carefully wiped the bloodstains with a clean white cloth, and vanished into the panicked crowd. The ruthless and efficient killing method earned silent nods of approval from many divine generals in the heavenly court. Such exquisite swordsmanship. No hesitation, no wasted motion. The scenes on the light screen began to shift rapidly. The second bandit died at a gambling table, a blood hole in his forehead, still holding the gesture of drawing cards. The third bandit died in his own bed, a patch of crimson in the sheets. Not even a scream escaped. One after another. Following the trail of vengeance, Lu Fan dragged the bandits from that year one by one out of the crowd and sent them to the underworld. His sword grew faster, colder. He himself grew more silent. This persistence and ruthlessness sent a chill through the hearts of all the gods and Buddhas watching. Pure thought Bodhisattva's face darkened further, and he snorted, slaughtering the innocent. To stir up such carnage in the mortal realm for personal vengeance, treating human life like grass. Is this any different from a demon? Your Holiness is mistaken. Neza, holding the fire-tipped spear, spoke coldly. He killed the ones who destroyed his family. Where is the innocent? Pay blood for blood, settle grievances. It's only natural. How does that become slaughter in your mouth? Pure thought Bodhisattva choked on his words, enraged. Vengeance begets vengeance. When will it end? His heart is full of killing, blinded by hatred, fallen into the demonic path. Sun Wukong grinned, scratching his cheek, and chimed in unhurriedly, old monkey thinks this kid's Tao is clear as day. He knows who owes him and goes to collect. Clear and straightforward. 100 times better than those who mouth compassion but play dirty behind the scenes. His words were practically pointed. The faces of the Western Buddhist disciples were covered in frost. Pure thought Bodhisattva was so furious his Buddha light trembled, but he dared not openly break with the monkey and Neza, so he vented all his anger on Lu Fan in the light screen. Watch. All of you watch. See how he eventually loses his mind and turns his blade against our sacred Buddhist land. King Yin did not dare to delay, and the light screen continued to flow. In the picture, Lu Fan had killed all the enemies he could find. Only one remained. The most important one. The one-eyed man who had shot his father with his own hands. Following the clues, he tracked him down and finally returned to his homeland, which he had left for over a decade. That border town was still as barren and desolate. But when he reached the eastern end of the town, he found that the once dilapidated temple had become resplendent and magnificent, with incense burning brightly. Endless streams of pilgrims came and went, a scene of peace and prosperity. Lu Fan stood outside the mountain gate, staring at the gilded plaque reading, Temple, his eyes icy. He sensed it. The filthy aura of the one-eyed man was within this peaceful Buddha light. At the mountain gate, people came and went, their faces full of piety and reverence. On the stone steps, Lu Fan's figure stood out incongruously. Dust-covered hand on his sword, his eyes held no warmth of a pilgrim, only the dead stillness of a 1,000-year frost. He stepped forward one step at a time. The pilgrims instinctively made way, intimidated by the aura of keep away emanating from him. Benefactor, please wait. Two monks in charge of reception hurried forward, blocking him. They pressed their palms together, wearing professional smiles. We wonder if the benefactor has come to Ziyun Temple to offer incense or worship Buddha. Lu Fan's gaze passed over them, fixed on the grand Mahavira hall deep within the temple. I have come to kill. The smiles on the two monks' faces instantly froze. Benefactor, speak carefully. The older monk's face darkened. This is a pure Buddhist land, not a place for such wild talk to disturb the Buddha. Lu Fan did not look at them again, walking straight inside. Stop him. The two monks exchanged a glance and immediately reached out to block him. But as soon as their hands extended, they felt an invisible sharp force brush past. Both groaned in pain, their arms throbbing, and they stumbled backward involuntarily. The commotion soon alerted more monks inside the temple. Who dares to be so insolent? A resounding shout rang out, and dozens of warrior monks wielding staffs surged from the courtyard, surrounding Lu Fan, glaring angrily. The pilgrims inside were terrified by the scene, scattering in all directions with screams. At that moment, an aged but authoritative voice came from the direction of the main hall. Stop! At the sound, the warrior monks immediately lowered their staffs, bowed, and stepped back to the sides, opening a path. An old monk draped in a golden kasaya, holding a 9-ring staff, walked out slowly, surrounded by disciples. He had a kind face, long drooping eyebrows, and steady steps. He was the abbot of Ziyun Temple, Zen Master Faiyun. Amitabha, this benefactor, I perceive an immortal aura around you, not mortal. For what reason do you come to my humble temple with such anger? Lu Fan did not answer. His gaze pierced through Faiyun, through the monks behind him, and finally locked onto a single person. That was a monk standing behind the group, burly head, lowered hands pressed together, murmuring something. On his bald head, a hideous scar ran from his brow to behind his ear, breaking the false solemnity. That scar Lu Fan would never forget, even in death. Hand him over. Lu Fan raised his long sword, pointing directly at the monk. I will kill him and leave. Zen Master Faiyun followed the sword tip and frowned slightly, then recited a Buddha's name. Benefactor, you jest. The monk you point to is my disciple Dharma named Huehu. He has devoted himself to Buddha, already severed all worldly ties. What grievance do you have with him? He was one of the bandits who murdered my family. Lu Fan's tone was flat, but with an undeniable pressure. Tonight, I will take his life. Zen Master Faiyun's expression changed slightly. Benefactor, the past is like smoke. Huehu has long repented and converted. Why not let go of your grudges and find peace? Lu Fan's eyes were cold as ice. Peace. Tell that to my father and mother in their graves. He slowly raised his sword, the tip gleaming with a fierce light. Either you hand him over, or I will break in and take him myself. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, the air thick with murderous intent. Huehu. Lu Fan savored the name, a supremely sarcastic smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. What enlightenment did he achieve? Did he realize that after committing murder and arson, one can simply shave his head, don kasaya, and feel at ease? 10 years ago, it was this beast. In the wilderness east of the city, he shot my father with an arrow and then pursued my mother. Such a blood debt, and you tell me he has cut off his worldly ties. At these words, the entire hall was shocked. The pilgrims who had not yet fled halted in their tracks, their faces etched with astonishment and horror. Amitabha, benefactor, past events are all karmic obstacles. Since Huehu has entered our Buddhist gate, he is determined to repent his former sins and reshape his new life. Our Buddha is compassionate, emphasizing that one can lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. Why must you cling to the past and refuse to give him a chance to reform? Lu Fan laughed, his laughter filled with sorrow and madness. When my parents died, tragically, who gave them a chance to live? Is your Buddhist compassion just shielding a murderer? Is your so-called Pure Land nothing but a den of filth and thieves, eh? Zen Master Faiyun's face turned purple. He slammed his 9-ringed staff heavily onto the ground, producing a loud clang. Blasphemous nonsense. Incorrigible, he thundered. This man's mind has been blinded by hatred. He has fallen into the demonic path. Disciples, heed my command. Form the Arhat formation and seize this demon. I will personally chant sutras to uproot his demonic roots. Yes. The monks responded in unison, their figures moving swiftly to form a great formation. Golden Buddhist light rose from their bodies, interconnecting to form a massive golden net that descended upon Lu Fan's head. Even the one-eyed man named Huehu raised his head at this moment. His eyes no longer held the peace of chanting, they were filled with venom and ferocity. He too channeled his Buddhist power and became part of the formation. Courting death. Lu Fan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He had waited for this day for far too long. Azure immortal energy erupted from his body, and the long sword in his hand let out a clear dragon's roar. Instead of retreating, he charged straight at the golden net, his body merging with the sword as he transformed into a streak of azure light and hurtled forward. Clang! The sword light and Buddhist light collided, erupting in a blinding glare. The entire ground of Ziyun Temple trembled violently. Though the Arhat formation was profound, those who formed it were ultimately only mortal monks. How could they trap a human immortal bent on slaughter? With a single twist, the azure sword light tore a huge gap in the golden Buddhist net. Lu Fan's figure flashed out from within. He did not linger in battle, his target was clear. The martial monks blocking his path only saw a blur, felt a tightness in their chests, and were sent flying back spitting blood. Though severely wounded, they were all left alive. His vengeance was aimed at only one person. Where do you think you're going? Enraged Zen Master Faiyun hurled his 9-ringed staff forward. The staff blazed with Buddhist light in the air, transforming into a golden furious dragon that lunged at Lu Fan's back with claws and teeth bared. Without turning his head, Lu Fan swung his sword back, sending a solid azure sword aura horizontally. Boom! The sword aura and the golden dragon collided in midair, producing a deafening explosion. A violent shockwave swept outward, instantly demolishing the vermilion gate of the Mahavira Hall, sending countless bricks and debris flying in all directions. Using the recoil from that strike, Lu Fan accelerated even faster, appearing before the one-eyed man as if teleporting. The one-eyed Hu, seeing the formation broken and the artifact blocked, lost the last shred of hope on his face. Fear and despair made him completely tear off his disguise. You little bastard. I should have killed you back then too. His eyes gleamed with malice. From under his monk's robe, he drew a gleaming ritual blade, and instead of retreating, he lunged forward with all his might, thrusting it at Lu Fan's heart. This was the last desperate struggle of a cornered beast. Yet in Lu Fan's eyes, this death throes was so slow, so laughable. He merely extended 2 fingers and casually pinched. Clang! The ritual blade, infused with the one-eyed man's full strength, was clamped firmly, unable to advance a single inch. The one-eyed man's face was full of disbelief. Lu Fan looked at him, at the face he had hated for 10 years, his gaze terrifyingly calm. My father, my mother have been waiting for you down there for a long time. With these words, he gently thrust his long sword forward. A simple, direct, clean stroke. The sword tip pierced the one-eyed man's heart, exiting through his back. His body stiffened, and the malice in his eyes quickly faded. Lu Fan slowly withdrew his sword, bringing forth a spray of hot blood. The one-eyed man's tall frame crumpled softly to the ground, lifeless. Blood stained the bluestone floor. Blood also splattered onto the majestic, gilded Buddha statue behind him. The entire Tsiyun temple at this moment fell into deathly silence. Demon, you dare to commit murder before the Buddha. Zen Master Faiyun, seeing his most prized disciple lying in a pool of blood, trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Fan, his eyes wide with fury. Lu Fan did not look at him. He merely flicked the blood droplets off his sword, then turned to face the Buddha statue defiled by blood, sheltering the murderer, abetting the evildoer. Such a Buddha is not worth worshipping. He raised his long sword. The next moment, a brilliant azure sword light soared into the sky. Wherever the sword light touched, the Buddha statue collapsed, the hall crumbled, the bell tower fell, and the scripture pavilion burned. In but a few moments, this magnificent incense-filled 1,000-year-old temple was reduced to ruins under the violent sword aura. Lu Fan stood amidst the ruins, his sword planted on the ground, and let out a long laugh to the sky. In that laughter was the satisfaction of vengeance, fulfilled, the release of 10 years of suppression and boundless sorrow and desolation. Father, mother, your son has finally avenged you. In the ruins, Zen Master Faiyun looked at the scene before him as if possessed by madness. He suddenly pulled a blood-red jade talisman from his bosom, and without hesitation crushed it. Boom! A blinding blood-red light shot through the clouds straight into the sky. The scene in the karmic mirror abruptly ended here. The entire execution terrace of immortals fell silent. The gazes of all gods and Buddhas were fixed on where the light screen had vanished, unable to look away for a long time. The cause and effect were crystal clear. This was a revenge with no suspense whatsoever. The celestial officials in the heavenly court exchanged glances, their expressions extremely complex. How were they to judge? Pronounce him guilty. He avenged his parents' blood debt, which was only natural and just. Pronounce him innocent. He had indeed destroyed a 1,000-year-old temple and committed a massacre in a sacred Buddhist site. Jingyan Bodhisattva stood there, his complexion cycling through shades of green-white, and then black, his chest heaving violently. He could not simply accept this defeat. If he failed to suppress Lu Fan with thunderous force today, the dignity of the Western sect would be utterly shattered. Everyone present has witnessed this. Jingyan Bodhisattva's voice rang out once more. But this time the previous righteous indignation was gone, replaced only by a chilling murderous intent. Indeed, the abbot of Tsiyun Temple Faiyun was blind to the truth and mishandled the situation. This is a lapse of our Buddhist order. Once this matter is settled, the Western sect will surely purge its ranks and punish him severely. We will give an account to the 3 realms. He first admitted fault, casting Faiyun aside with a display of impartial justice. Then his tone shifted sharply, becoming razor-edged. But let us separate the issues. Faiyun was wrong, yet he did not deserve death. The hundreds of monks of Tsiyun Temple who devoted themselves to Buddhist practice were utterly innocent. This beast Lu Fan, driven by personal vengeance, vented his anger upon the entire temple, reducing our sacred Buddhist ground to scorched earth and slaughtering our disciples. Even if his revenge was justified, why did he destroy our Buddhist statues and burn our scripture pavilions after exacting his vengeance? This is no longer revenge, it is sheer rage. It is irrefutable proof of his lawlessness and contempt for the Buddha. What he hates is never that one-eyed man, it is the entire Western sect. He challenges the authority of our Buddhist order. With such a nature, he has already become a demon. If we do not annihilate his body and soul as a warning, how can we prevent others in the three realms from using vengeance as an excuse to slaughter wantonly and destroy our monasteries? Where then would the dignity of our Buddhist order lie? Where would the order of the three realms stand? I implore the Jade Emperor to issue a decree executing this demon on the spot, scattering his soul, so that he may never be reborn. Thus the heavenly law shall be upheld, and the Buddhist heart shall be at peace. Having spoken, he bowed deeply toward the direction of the Lingxiao Hall. The multitude of Buddhas and Arhats behind him also bowed in unison, chanting the Buddha's name. A powerful, unyielding will like an invisible pressure enveloped the entire execution terrace. Among the celestial beings of heaven, the atmosphere grew delicate. The Western sect had made their stance clear, they would not cease until death. No one wished to openly antagonize the entire Western sect for the sake of a lone cultivator. In this stagnant silence, Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat, stroked his long beard, and slowly stepped forward. Bodhisattva, calm your anger. He first played the mediator, then shifted his tone. This old minister believes there is still room for discussion. Lu Fan destroyed a temple and killed monks, violating heavenly law. His crime is undeniable. That is point one. However, there were reasons behind his actions, and his circumstances deserve compassion. He suffered the great tragedy of his family's destruction, endured 10 years of patience, and then sought revenge. This is human nature and a manifestation of filial piety. That is point two. Third, and most importantly, the execution terrace is a crucial site of heaven governing the punishments of the three realms. Enforcement must be based on heavenly law with justice as the priority. We cannot recklessly kill due to one party's anger, nor can we bend the law out of sympathy for another. In the old minister's view, this child has already formed his immortal root, yet he is burdened with killing. It is no longer suitable for him to remain in the celestial realm. Therefore, it would be better to sever his immortal body, abolish his Tao fruit, and, considering his filial piety, leave him a wisp of true spirit to be cast into the 6 paths of reincarnation, enduring the suffering of rebirth to cleanse his karmic sins in this life. In this way, he is punished for his crimes, yet retains a chance for life. Would that not be a perfect solution? These words were reasoned and impartial. It offered a face-saving path for the Western sect, preserved the judicial fairness of heaven, and subtly aligned with Sun Wukong's wishes. Tai Bai Jinxing speaks wisely. We second the motion. The generals of the Thunder Department immediately echoed. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, also nodded slightly in approval. The stance of the celestial officials was now clear. He could be killed, but his soul should not be annihilated. At this, Jingyan Bodhisattva's face darkened. He had not expected heaven's stance to be so resolute. He was about to retort when a simple, weighty voice rang out from the Western sect's camp. Bodhisattva, what the Star Lord said also holds reason. Everyone turned to see Sha Wujing holding his demon-subduing staff, stepping out from the ranks. With a look of sorrow, he first bowed to Jingyan Bodhisattva, then pressed his palms together in a salute to the celestial beings. Disciple Wujing was once a man of grievous sins. But the Buddha was merciful, and my master never abandoned me. Instead, he guided me toward goodness, ferried me to the west, and ultimately gave me the chance to cleanse my sins and attain the true fruit. Although benefactor Lu Fan has committed heavy killings, his nature is not evil, and his heart has its pitiable aspects. Since the Buddha could once transform me, why not grant him the opportunity to be reborn through reincarnation and start anew? To insist on total annihilation is not the true compassionate intent of the Buddha. These words came from his heart. He recalled his own shameful past and empathized with Lu Fan's plight. However, Jingyan Bodhisattva was inflamed with rage upon hearing this. Sha Wujing, what do you know? He barked harshly. Your situation cannot be compared to his. You were enlightened by a sage and embarked on the journey to obtain scriptures protected by great merit, which dispelled your karmic obstacles. This fiend, however, is stubbornly unrepentant and even turned his blade against the disciples of our Buddhist order. This is active evil, a world apart from your passive wrongdoing. You are merely a golden body arhat, still unversed in the profound doctrines of the Dharma, yet you dare to prattle about punishment here. Withdraw at once. He publicly rebuked Sha Wujing without mercy, causing the latter's face to flush crimson. Wanting to argue further, but lacking the eloquence, Sha Wujing could only retreat in shame and helplessness. His influence, after all, was too insignificant. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face twitched violently, his chest heaved beneath his cassock, and his eyes held no trace of compassion. Only the fury and resolve of one who had been offended. Sha Wujing's words, far from calming him, only added fuel to the fire. Was a mere golden body arhat now daring to teach him how to act? This was no longer just about Lu Fan alone. Sun Wukong's provocation, Nez's defiance, Tai Bai Jinxing's placating, and now even Shao Wujing dared to oppose him. If he could not suppress this fiend with thunderous authority today, he Jingyan Bodhisattva, and the entire Western sect, would become the laughingstock of the three realms. He no longer wished to debate, nor did he need to. In verbal combat he had already lost. He would use the most direct power to declare the final outcome. Enough! Jingyan Bodhisattva let out a sharp cry. The power of the Buddhist lion's roar technique within his voice shook the blood and chi of weaker celestial officials. Star-Lord Tai Bai, I cannot agree with your perfect solution. If this demon is not eliminated, how can the hearts of countless Buddhist disciples find peace? He no longer looked at the celestial being's expressions, his gaze piercing like a blade at Lu Fan, who knelt on the ground. This fiend destroyed my temple, killed my disciples, and defiled my Buddha. Every single act is a capital offense. Heavenly law governs, but the precepts of our Buddhist order also hold sway. Today I shall personally take action to cleanse the sect and restore the might of the Buddha. As Bodhisattva Jingyan uttered these words, the atmosphere on the execution platform suddenly froze. Tai Bai Jingxing let out a long sigh, withdrew his gaze, and fell silent. He had done all he could. The Bodhisattva of the Western sect was determined to kill, and as a civil official could he truly charge forward. The favor he owed Sun Wukong had reached its limit. Heavenly King Li Jing frowned deeply, yet could only maintain his silence. Nez's heart sank, but he too suppressed his impulses. On the execution platform, a killing aura pervaded the air. Bodhisattva Jingyan said no more. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a sword gesture with his fingers, and began to chant incantations. The surrounding air grew thick and viscous. Streams of golden Sanskrit characters flowed from his fingertips, swirling, interweaving, and coalescing in midair. The light gathered, and at last above Lu Fan's head it condensed into a 3-foot-long golden monastic knife. On the blade Buddhist chants resounded, and a murderous aura soared into the heavens, pushing aside the clouds above the execution platform to form a massive void. Where the blade pointed, even space showed subtle distortions. This was the punitive blade of the Buddhist sect, specially designed to sever the bodies and extinguish the souls of transgressors. Lu Fan knelt there, his spine straight as an arrow. He could sense the terrifying power emanating from the blade above his head, capable of erasing him completely. He slowly closed his eyes. Demon, accept your death. Bodhisattva Jingyan's eyes blazed with killing intent, and he swung his joined fingers downward. The golden monastic knife, suspended high in the sky, let out a hum, tore through the air, and slashed fiercely toward Lu Fan's crown. Its speed and ferocity tightened the hearts of every celestial present. This strike would surely result in utter annihilation of body and soul. Just as the blade was about to touch Lu Fan's hair at this critical moment, clang! A deafening roar that shook the 9 heavens erupted without warning. It was not the sound of blade cutting flesh, but the colossal clash of metal, as if 2 stars had collided. An indescribable golden shockwave centered on the point of impact radiated wildly in all directions. A fierce gale swept across the execution platform, causing the celestial robes to flutter violently and their bodies to sway. The sea of clouds high above was torn apart and flattened by the shockwave, revealing the deep, boundless dark sky beyond. Every god and Buddha was horrified, steadying themselves with their magic power, staring in shock at the center of the collision. There the unstoppable golden monastic knife had halted just 3 inches above Lu Fan's head, unable to advance further. Its blade was blocked by something. A colossal golden divine iron that had fallen from the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. This divine iron was so immense that its lower end pressed against the hard white jade tiles of the execution platform, while its upper end disappeared into the endless 9 heavens stretching for thousands of miles. It lay unreasonably between Lu Fan and the monastic knife, exuding a domineering aura that suppressed the entire universe. The punitive blade, condensed from Bodhisattva Jingyan's lifelong cultivation, appeared as fragile as a child's toy before this divine iron. The source of the shockwave was the energy released when the monastic knife shattered against the divine iron. The celestials, stunned, followed the pillar that pierced the heavens upward. They saw the familiar ancient intricate cloud patterns on the pillar's body and the gleaming golden rings at both ends. And they saw on that divine iron 5 large golden seal characters radiating dazzling light: Ru, Yi, Jin, Gu, Bang. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They turned abruptly to look at the figure who had remained aloof all along. Sun Wukong sat on that auspicious cloud. He sat upright, one hand resting casually on his knee, the other stretched forward, palm down, gently pressing the bottom of the heaven-supporting pillar. His face showed no expression at all. Bodhisattva Jingyan stood frozen still in the gesture of pointing, his face pale as paper. He stared at the immense divine iron, feeling the terrifying power emanating from it that could easily crush him, his throat dry, unable to utter a single word. He couldn't understand why this monkey would go to such lengths for a completely unknown rogue immortal. Sun Wukong's gaze slowly swept across the entire scene. From the livid-faced Bodhisattva Jingyan to the terrified celestial officials of the heavenly court, and then finally resting on the kneeling figure shielded behind him. Old Sun wants to see who dares to make a move today. Bodhisattva Jingyan felt his Buddhist heart about to shatter. No exaggeration. He could clearly hear the cracking sound of his bodhisattva heart tempered for millennia, and hard, as crystal now groaning under unbearable strain. Fear, an emotion he thought he had long severed and discarded, sprouted uncontrollably from the deepest part of his Tao fruit. Looking at the golden divine iron standing between heaven and earth, and then at the indifferent monkey on the cloud, a profound sense of powerlessness surged within him. Who can understand? He wanted to rage, but felt he couldn't defeat the opponent. How to fight? With what? This reckless monkey before becoming a Buddha was the great sage equal to heaven with cultivation that had already reached the pinnacle of stirring the three realms and wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace. Without a sage appearing, he was nearly invincible. Across the three realms, those who could overpower him aside from his own Buddha were probably only the Jinyuan great immortal of the Wuxing Temple and a few others. Jingyan himself had attained the bodhisattva fruit only a few hundred years ago and was still a junior in the Western paradise. In terms of magical power, divine abilities, and combat experience, how could he compare with the fighting Buddha before him? A direct confrontation would be like throwing an egg at a rock. The raging fury born from loss of face quickly cooled before absolute power, turning into cold, calculating reasoning. He could not attack, but he could not retreat either. Today's matter was no longer about Lu Fan's life or death, but about the dignity of the Western sect. If he backed down under Sun Wukong's pressure, he would become a laughingstock, and the entire Western sect's face would be trampled into the mud. Bodhisattva Jingyan's eyes darted rapidly in their sockets, his mind racing. He remained motionless, but the fingers hidden in his wide kasaya sleeve moved ever so slightly. A thought split into two strands, silently leaving him. One strand, swift as a beam of light, flew toward the distant Great Thunderclap Monastery on Mount Sumru. That was an urgent signal to report the incident to the Buddha. The journey was long, and by the time the Buddha's decree arrived, all would be lost, but the procedure had to be followed. The other strand, more secretive and urgent, sped in another direction towards Guanjinku. The only one in the three realms he could think of who had the ability and would likely be willing to wrestle with this monkey was that one, the true Lord of Pure Wonder, Yang Jian. Everyone knew that these two had been at odds since the havoc in heaven, each looking down on the other. Over the years, whenever there was an opportunity, they would compete and settle the score. Yang Jian, who answered summons, but not orders, even dared to pay lip service to the Jade Emperor's decrees, was a notorious thorn in the heavenly court. But if told that Sun Wukong was going berserk and causing trouble, Bodhisattva Jingyan was certain that the proud true lord would immediately grab his three-pointed double-edged spear and rush over. He felt incredibly clever. In that brief moment, he had devised the only feasible way to break the deadlock. Now all he had to do was stall for time. The muscles on Bodhisattva Jingyan's face twitched as he forcibly squeezed out a smile uglier than tears. Victorious fighting Buddha, you. What is the meaning of this? This demon is guilty of heinous crimes, a traitor to our Buddhist sect. This humble monk's act of purging our own ranks is but my duty. You too are of our Buddhist fold. Why do you seek to obstruct me? He deliberately emphasized the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha, seeking to trap Sun Wukong within the bounds of status and protocol. The celestial deities of heaven also regained their composure from that earth-shattering impact. Gazing at the golden-banded staff, they all broke into cold sweats with hearts pounding in fear. It was over. This monkey had truly lost his mind. Would this execution platform become the battleground for a second heavenly rebellion? Great sage, please calm your anger. Tai Bai Jingxing stepped forward first, wiping the sweat from his brow and repeatedly bowing. He was genuinely terrified now. This monkey had once dared assault the Lingxiao Hall itself, so what place would he not dare to destroy? Great sage, let us discuss this calmly, let us reason through this. Bodhisattva Jingyan spoke in haste with no intent to offend. There remains room for compromise regarding Lu Fan's matter. Force must never be used, for it would shatter the harmony between the heavenly court and the Western paradise. Twin Pagoda King Li Jing's palm tightened around his seven-jewel pagoda as he urged with grave expression, Great sage, the three realms each possess their own laws. Should you have grievances, you may present them before the Jade Emperor in Lingxiao Hall for judgment. Employing divine weapons here already violates heavenly law. Please reconsider. None dared criticize Sun Wukong directly. They could only persistently persuade and mediate. They were not aiding Lu Fan nor defending Jingyan. They were fighting for their own survival. They feared the monkey might raise that staff capable of piercing the heavens and smash this execution platform to pieces. Yet Sun Wukong disregarded all their pleas. He offered no explanation, deeming it beneath him. What need does old Sun have to justify his actions to you? His conduct alone expressed his position. The Rui golden-banded staff capable of supporting heaven and earth was his most forceful reply. He protects Lu Fan. Who dares interfere meets certain death. Seeing Sun Wukong unyielding, Bodhisattva Jingyan's anxiety deepened. Yang Jian required time to arrive, and still no word from the Buddha. Should this situation deteriorate further, he himself would surely perish. Great sage, this humble monk knows of your vast spiritual powers and unmatched combat prowess. Yet this matter concerns the reputation of our Buddhist sect. Consider, if today I spare this demon who slaughtered monks and burned temples, what will the beings of the three realms think of our Buddhist doctrine? Would not future generations feel free to kill our Buddhist disciples at will? Great sage, you are the victorious fighting Buddha, the Dharma protector Buddha. Upholding the dignity of our Buddhist sect is also your responsibility. By protecting this demon today, though appearing chivalrous, you are actually undermining the foundation of our Buddhist doctrine. Can you bear such consequences? By the end, his voice carried a threatening edge. He even invoked the Buddha. Great sage, this matter has already been reported to our Buddha Tathagata. Will you truly disobey the Buddha's decree for the sake of an unrelated wandering immortal? At the mention of the Buddha, Sun Wukong's once gloomy countenance finally shifted, a slight curl of his lips revealing 2 rows of eerily white teeth. The Buddha, oh, for 500 years I was crushed beneath the 5 elements mountain by him, yet I never once heard him speak of reason. Now I wish to protect someone, and suddenly I must discuss reasoning with you, Jingyan, tell me, who truly dictates the principles of these 3 realms? As his words fell, his hand pressed down gently on the golden-banded staff. Boom. The entire execution platform lurched downward with tremendous force. Radiating from the golden-banded staff, countless spiderweb-like fissures instantly cracked across the indestructible white jade floor, spreading in all directions. The terrifying pressure surged exponentially. Bodhisattva Jingyan let out a muffled groan as an ancient divine mountain seemed to descend upon his Tao fruit. His Buddhist light flickered wildly as his body involuntarily staggered backward 7 or 8 steps. A sweet taste rose in his throat and golden Buddhist blood nearly erupted from his lips. Sun Wukong remained seated upon the clouds, unmoving. With the most direct approach, he answered Bodhisattva Jingyan's question. Here, now, I, Sun Wukong, am the principle itself. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. The entire execution platform became like a bowstring stretched to its limit. Any additional pressure would cause it to shatter completely, unleashing catastrophic consequences. Even the celestial immortals breathed cautiously, terrified of disturbing the Monkey King above the clouds with his cold expression. Cold sweat gathered on Bodhisattva Jingyan's forehead, forming droplets that traced paths down his smooth cheeks. He could sense his Buddhist heart being continuously eroded and compressed by that overwhelmingly dominant demonic aura. His pride in his unwavering concentration now stood on the verge of collapse before Sun Wukong's sheer willpower. All he could do was wait, desperately urging in his mind the reinforcement he had summoned. Come quickly. Come now. Amidst this deathly silence, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The terrifying pressure emanating from the golden-banded staff, which had made all gods and Buddhas gasp for breath, suddenly lessened without warning. It was not Sun Wukong restraining his aura, but rather another force, more profound and gentle, flowing like spring water across frozen ice, silently neutralizing and calming that violent, murderous energy. The celestial immortals gazed in astonishment, following the source of this strange phenomenon. There before the southern heavenly gate, the imposing ranks of heavenly soldiers silently parted to reveal a pathway. A solitary figure emerged from that passage, walking slowly. Without riding auspicious clouds or surrounded by Buddhist radiance, he wore the simplest moon-white monastic robes and stepped steadily upon the cold white jade floor with each measured footfall. His pace was unhurried, yet carried an extraordinary rhythm, as though each step aligned with the heartbeat of heaven and earth itself, with the pulse of all living beings. He appeared profoundly ordinary, resembling an ascetic who had wandered countless miles through the mortal world. Yet he transcended this ordinariness so completely that the overwhelming pressure of the celestial hosts and the tense atmosphere meant nothing to him. Wherever he passed, the fractured ground caused by the staff's oppressive force began to heal itself. Even the chaotic heavenly winds softened into gentleness. Master! A voice thick with suppressed emotion and filial reverence rang out from the Western sect's ranks. Sha Wujing could no longer maintain his composure. Pushing past the arhats before him, he strode forward and prostrated himself deeply before the monk, his forehead touching the ground as his body trembled with emotion. That single cry of "Master" struck like thunder, jolting everyone present awake. It was him, the Bodhisattva of Zandon Merit, Tang Sanzang. Bodhisattva Jingyan's pupils contracted to their narrowest point. He had summoned the Buddha, yet this Merit Bodhisattva arrived instead. His thoughts raced, no hesitation permitted. Quickly composing himself, he joined his palms in reverence and bowed deeply. Your disciple Jingyan greets Bodhisattva Zandon Gongda. The celestial immortals collectively exhaled in relief. Taibai Jingxing's stooped posture straightened instantly. Li Jing released his grip on the pagoda, and even the strained expression on Nez's young face softened with relief. The savior has arrived. At last, someone capable of handling this unruly monkey has come. Sha Wujing could no longer maintain his composure. He pushed past the arhats before him, strode out and knelt before the monk, his forehead touching the ground, his body trembling slightly with agitation. He had just been publicly rebuked by Bodhisattva Jingyan, his heart filled with shame and grievance. Now seeing his master, he was like a bullied child who had found a parent. All his fortitude instantly crumbled. The monk who had been walking slowly halted. He lowered his gaze, looked at the third disciple kneeling at his feet, reached out, and gently helped Sha Wujing rise. Wujing, rise. The journey westward has long been accomplished. You have attained the Arhat golden body. There is no need for such grand courtesy. You have endured hardship today. It has been hard on you. Sha Wujing's eyes burned, tears nearly spilling over. He held back, bowed, and said, Disciple feels no hardship. Seeing Master, my heart is at peace. After pacifying Sha Wujing, Tang Sanzang finally lifted his eyes to gaze at Bodhisattva Jingyan, whose expression shifted, and the Western Buddhist followers behind him. A chill ran through Bodhisattva Jingyan. He dared not be negligent. He swiftly led the Buddhas and Arhats behind him, pressed his palms together, and bowed in unison. We pay homage to Kandana Virtue Buddha. Tang Sanzang's expression was solemn. He returned the Buddhist salute, meticulously pressing his palms together and bowing slightly. Bodhisattva Jingyan, all virtuous ones, I offer my greetings. Bodhisattva Jingyan straightened up and spoke first. Virtue Buddha, you have arrived at a most opportune moment. A mischievous monkey is causing chaos here, disregarding Buddhist courtesy by forcibly interfering in our sect's affairs. I implore the Virtue Buddha to subdue him and restore order so that the truth may prevail. What a swift change of face. Moments ago it was the victorious fighting Buddha, now it was directly a mischievous monkey. Tang Sanzang listened, his face showing neither joy nor anger. He replied calmly, right and wrong are still to be determined. My unruly disciple has disturbed the secluded cultivation of the Bodhisattva and the virtuous ones. It is my fault for being too lenient in discipline. I must investigate the root cause of this matter before passing judgment. I have troubled you all. Then he turned toward the heavenly court immortals. Tai Bai Jinxing, as if seeing his savior, quickly led a group of celestial officials forward, bowing deeply. The presence of Kandana Virtue Buddha is a great honor to our heavenly court. You have come at last. If you had delayed any longer, this execution terrace would hardly be safe. He spoke half with flattery, half with complaint. Tang Sanzang bowed once more, in return his posture more deferential than when greeting the Western sect, for this was the heavenly court's domain. Star Lord, you are too kind. My disciple has been unruly and caused trouble in this sacred ground of the heavenly court. It is my failing. On another day, I shall prepare a humble gift and personally ascend to the Lingshao Hall to beg forgiveness from the Jade Emperor. His gaze swept across the ranks of heavenly court immortals and paused briefly on a figure in the crowd. A large, stout figure was hiding behind the god of wealth, Zhao Gongming, sucking in his belly with effort, revealing only a pair of small darting eyes that nervously peeked in this direction. It was none other than the altar cleanser Zhu Beiji. When Tang Sanzang's eyes fell upon him, Zhu Beiji's body stiffened, the fat on his face frozen. He instinctively wanted to retract his head, but dared not. Instead, he forced a smile more hideous than weeping, nodded a tiny nod toward his master, and said, Master, old pig is here. I've been good, I haven't done anything. A faint, helpless, yet amused glint flickered in Tang Sanzang's eyes. He did not expose him, merely shifting his gaze calmly. Having done all this, having greeted every party from the three realms, and fulfilled all courtesies, he finally turned around and began to walk. Step by step. Slowly he approached the towering golden divine pillar, moving toward the one who above the clouds caused him the most headache and the deepest concern, his eldest disciple, Wukong. No reproach, no interrogation. It was just like the countless times during the journey westward at dawn or dusk, the most ordinary of calls. Yet those two words made Sun Wukong's body jolt violently. He turned his head slowly, stiffly, and finally met his master's gaze. Tang Sanzang looked at him, at the stubbornness in his eyes and the barely concealed grievance, and softly intoned a Buddhist salutation. Ba. He slowly extended his hand and gently placed it on the cold Rui Jingu Bang. When I set out, I saw the southern heavenly gate shrouded in fury and murderous aura. I thought some demon had come to invade the heavenly court again. But I never expected the one causing trouble here to be the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western paradise. Wukong, you have attained Buddhahood. Why is there still such great anger in your heart? Sun Wukong's monkey face flushed slightly. He was never afraid of the Jade Emperor's 100,000 heavenly soldiers or the Buddha's 5 Elements Mountain. But what he feared most was this kind of questioning from his master. Old Sun. He scratched his cheek, avoiding his master's gaze. Old Sun isn't causing trouble. I'm saving someone. Saving someone? Tang Sanzang's gaze shifted from the Rui Jingu Bang to Lu Fan, who was being protected behind it. To save one person, you put all living beings in danger. Is this the Buddhist principle you have realized as the victorious fighting Buddha? Oi. Hi. Sun Wukong was rendered speechless. He could be rude to Bodhisattva Jingyan and argue crookedly with the Jade Emperor, but before his master his logic simply could not stand. After a long silence he grumbled, Old Sun just can't stand by. So you intend to use your own reasoning to enforce the laws of the heavenly court and the precepts of the Buddhist order. Are you going to smash this execution terrace, along with the laws of the heavenly court and the Buddhist commandments, with that staff? Sun Wukong fell silent. He knew his master was right, but he refused to bow his head. If he retreated, what would become of the junior brother he was protecting? Amid this impasse, Tang Sanzang sighed softly. He turned to face Bodhisattva Jingyan, whose expression was still shifting, pressed his palms together, and bowed slightly. Bodhisattva Jingyan, this disciple of mine, has not shed his unruly nature and has disturbed you. On his behalf, I apologize to you. Bodhisattva Jingyan, seeing this, dared not accept the bow. He quickly sidestepped and said in panic, "Virtue Buddha, you are too kind. Disciple does not deserve this. I dare not." But his mind was in turmoil. This Tang Sanzang. First he subdued Sun Wukong, then he apologized to him, assuming an extremely low profile, impenetrable. This left all the arguments he had prepared stuck in his throat, neither up nor down, agonizingly uncomfortable. Wukong's fault can be discussed later. Tang Sanzang straightened up, his expression turning solemn. I have come here for the sake of the Dharma, and also for the sake of human sentiment. The Dharma is the way of heaven, the way of Buddhism. Human sentiment is the bond of old friends and the compassion for all beings. I have learned the general outline of this matter on my way here. Bodhisattva Jingyan, I ask you only one thing. Tang Sanzang's voice became unprecedentedly stern. Is it true that Ci Yun Temple sheltered a murderer for 10 years using the sanctity of Buddhism to provide refuge for a demonic killer? Is this fact? What? How did the conversation come to this? Jingyan Bodhisattva's face stiffened abruptly, and his eyes, burning with fury, met Tang Sanzang's calm, unfathomable gaze, causing an uncontrollable tremor in his heart. He could not deny it. In the karmic water mirror, cause and effect were clearly visible, witnessed by all the gods and Buddhas of the three realms. But he could not admit it. To admit it would be to acknowledge that all his previous righteous indignation had become a laughingstock. The facts were indeed as they were, but the reasoning was not so. The words could not be spoken thus. He shook his head, and the Buddhist light behind his head coalesced once more. What the merit Buddha says is indeed true, he first admitted frankly, then shifted his tone. However, this matter must be viewed by its essence, not by its appearance. The gate of my Buddha is not a court of judgment, but a ferry of salvation. What Dharma Master Faiyan saw back then was not a murderer, but a lost lamb willing to lay down the butcher's knife and kneel before the Buddha's throne. The Buddha's compassion emphasizes turning back at the brink. Faiyan's fault lies in his compassion being misdirected, wrongly trusting the repentance of that vicious criminal. As for Lu Fan's crime, it lies in his deeply rooted demonic nature refusing to turn back. After slaying his enemy, instead of feeling gratitude for the Buddha's door, giving him a chance to seek revenge, he vented his anger on the entire temple, slaughtering hundreds of innocent monks. Merit Buddha, in your eyes, is the momentary lapse of compassion by Dharma Master Faiyan truly a greater sin than the heinous act of Lu Fan, who slaughtered hundreds of people? If one sacrifices the greater righteousness for the sake of a minor one and disregards the lives of 100 families to fulfill one person's private vendetta, I fear that is not the true essence of the Buddha's Dharma. These words were a cunning misdirection, evading the core issue. Upon hearing this, many celestial beings in the heavenly court nodded slightly, finding some reason in the argument. After all, compared to the mishandling of a single temple, the crime of slaughtering hundreds of people seemed far more grievous. However, Tang Sanzang's calm expression remained unshaken. Bodhisattva, your words sound compassionate, but in truth they confuse the root of good and evil and invert the order of cause and effect. Salvation and connivance are separated by a single thought, but the difference is vast. I ask you, what is salvation? Salvation is to save the heart, not the body. It is to make one truly repent, make amends for past wrongs, and face one's own sins. If that vicious criminal had truly repented, what Faiyan should have done was to hand him over to the authorities, confess his crimes, seek leniency under the law, and then guide him toward goodness with the Buddha's teachings. That would be the righteous path. But what did he do? He shaved the criminal's head, bestowed a Dharma name, hid him in the temple, and allowed him to enjoy the offerings of incense. This is not salvation, this is indulgence. It is to let him evade punishment, to calmly cover his bloody past with a monk's robe. If the inner demon is not removed and obsession is not dissolved, shaving the head and donning robes merely turns him into a demon in a different skin. Where's the new life? With each word, Tang Sanzang took a step forward. His moon-white monk's robe rustled without wind, and an invisible aura of power rooted in the origin of the great Tao emanated from his frail frame, forcing Jingyan Bodhisattva's Buddhist light to flicker. Bodhisattva, you saw the butcher's knife fall from the criminal's hand, but did you see the wronged souls of Lu Fan's parents who died in a pool of blood? Have they found peace? Bodhisattva, you saw only that Lu Fan destroyed the temple, but did you see that this magnificent temple was built upon the tragedy of a ruined family? Bodhisattva, you constantly speak of the hundreds of innocent monks. I ask you again, when that vicious criminal enjoyed 10 years of peace in the temple, did any of them step forward to speak a single word of justice for the wrongfully killed souls? They enjoyed the incense brought by the criminal sheltered under a roof stained with blood. Were they truly innocent? Each question struck like a morning bell ringing with clarity. On the execution platform, silence reigned. All the gods and Buddhas were stunned by these words. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face turned from white to green then to purple. He opened his mouth to argue, but found no words to refute. Tang Sanzang walked up to him, the distance between them no more than 3 feet. The Buddha's compassion is meant to relieve the suffering of all beings. If this compassion must come at the cost of another's grievance, then it is not compassion. It is partiality, hypocrisy. It is the stain on the Dharma, the rod of the 3 realms. Each word struck at the heart of Jingyan Bodhisattva's Tao heart. His body shook violently, and with a crack the sacred Buddhist light behind his head split, its radiance dimming instantly. He staggered back several steps and spat out a stream of golden Buddha blood. The sky returned to clarity. Tang Sanzang no longer looked at the ashen-faced Jingyan Bodhisattva. He slowly turned facing the direction of the Lingxiao Palace, straightened his monk's robe, and bowed deeply. Your Majesty, the cause and effect of this matter are now clear. Lu Fan is burdened with killing karma, destroyed the temple, and killed monks violating the heavenly laws. He deserves punishment. However, his filial piety is commendable, and his fundamental nature is not entirely lost. He should not suffer the cruel punishment of total annihilation. I humbly beseech your Majesty's heavenly grace, sever his immortal body, abolish his Tao fruit, and leave a wisp of his true spirit to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation, enduring 100 lifetimes of suffering to atone for his sins in this life. Dharma Master Fayun of Xian Temple, as a disciple of the Buddha, failed to distinguish good from evil, shielded the vicious criminal, and caused grievances to go unredressed and hatred to grow. He is truly the root cause of this case. In my view, those who shield the vicious criminal are guilty as the criminal himself. He too should have his cultivation abolished and be cast into the netherworld, never to be reborn through eternity. As for the monks of Xian Temple, having enjoyed the offerings of injustice, they must bear the responsibility of collective punishment. They should all be expelled from the Buddha's door, reincarnate for 100 lifetimes, and experience the bitterness of the human world in every life, so that they may understand what true compassion is. Only thus can justice be served. These words were clear and logical, with rewards and punishments clearly defined. He punished Lu Fan, judged Xian Temple, and laid bare the root cause of the matter with perfect clarity. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Harsh. Too harsh. Everyone had thought that the Chandana Merit Buddha had come forward at this critical moment to help the Buddhist sect. But no one expected him to speak such words. For a moment, the entire execution platform was dead silent. The celestial officials of the heavenly court felt a chill in their hearts, then nodded in unison, their faces showing sincere admiration. Truly worthy of the Chandana Merit Buddha. This judgment punished the guilty, comforted the victims, and most importantly, upheld the justice of the heavenly Tao, leaving no one with any fault to find. This was true fairness. What the Chandana Merit Buddha has said is the doctrine of the mean. I, your old minister, second the motion. Taibai Jingxing was the first to step forward, stroking his beard in praise. The generals of the Thunder Department second the motion. The Heavenly River Navy second the motion. The attitude of the celestial officials of the heavenly court reached an unprecedented unity in that moment. A perfect ending was thus achieved, wasn't it? In the crowd, one person's face was uglier than if he had eaten shit. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was truly agitated. His stone heart felt as if it were being roasted over a fire, restless and tormented. Reincarnation. To have his cultivation abolished and be cast into the cycle of reincarnation. Half an hour ago, this would have been the best outcome. He had exhausted every means, pleading with others, pulling strings, begging for favors. All for this very result. But now it was unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. The one kneeling on the execution platform was no mere chance acquaintance, nor a junior worthy of pity. He was Sun Wukong's junior disciple. The last disciple of the Spirit Terrace, Square Inch Mountain, the Cave of the Slanting Moon, and 3 Stars. The only successor acknowledged by Patriarch Bodhi after him. His master had once watched helplessly as Sun Wukong endured the great calamity, and it became his lifelong regret. Now how could he bear to watch this only junior brother repeat the same fate, or even suffer a worse one? To have his hard-earned cultivation abolished and be cast into the 6 paths of reincarnation with no end in sight. How was that different from death? No, absolutely not. Since the master was absent, he, as the senior brother, had to shoulder the responsibility. But he could not speak of his plight. His relationship with Lu Fan was a colossal secret, and he could not reveal it in public. Yet he could not stand by and watch his junior brother be ruined. He had swallowed his pride, begged Neza, enlisted Zhu Beiji, beseeched Taibai Jingxing, and even conversed with the Thunder God. All his efforts were to ensure that Lu Fan would not die but enter reincarnation. Now Tang Sanzang had arrived, and his proposal was exactly the same as what Sun Wukong had begged for. Everyone thought this was the best outcome. Neza felt it was generous, Taibai Jingxing thought it was a gracious concession, and Tang Sanzang believed it was justice. If Sun Wukong now jumped out to oppose, saying, "No, you must let him go," what would that make him? A person who goes back on his word. One who breaks promises. Would that not be slapping the faces of all who had helped him? Even more so, it would be a slap to his master Tang Sanzang's face. What could he do? At that moment, all the celestial immortals nodded in heartfelt agreement. Now that the words had been spoken by the Buddha of Kendana Merit himself, it was set in stone with no possibility of change. The Western sect, though reluctant, had no choice but to obey, since even the Buddha of Kendana Merit had spoken and set the tone. The storm seemed about to settle. Everyone thought this was the best outcome, except for Sun Wukong. Oh, and there was one more person whose face looked as if he had swallowed something foul. The Bodhisattva Jingyan. He felt he really should not have come. He now deeply regretted boasting before the Buddha and taking on this hot potato. He recalled how in the Great Thunderclap Monastery, upon hearing of Lu Fan's deeds, he had been so indignant and sworn to capture this miscreant and uphold the majesty of the Buddhist faith. Now he wished he could travel back in time and slap his own mouth twice. Why had he been so reckless? Since the great calamity of the investiture of the gods, the three realms had been peaceful for millennia, and the prestige of the Western sect had never been so challenged. A nameless rogue immortal dared to act against the mighty, slaughtering an entire temple. Could such a person have a simple background? Why had he not used his head? First, the great sage equal to heaven had appeared, insisting on protecting the man. Then the Buddha of Merit had spoken, shaking his Buddhist heart and shattering his Buddha light. What was this? Buddha, his disciple, regretted it. Save me. But he dared not refute Tang Sanzang's words. Every word of Tang Sanzang stood on the principles of justice, with sound reasoning and no flaws. If he refuted, he would be publicly declaring that the Buddhist sect did not uphold justice and used power to oppress others. Then Jingyan would truly become a laughingstock of the three realms and a sinner of the Buddhist faith. He also dared not provoke the one who now sat high on the clouds, caressing his golden cudgel. Though the monkey had not spoken, Jingyan could feel a cold, warning gaze fixed upon him. He had no doubt that if he uttered another no, the staff that could pierce the heavens would shatter his skull first. There was no choice. He had to endure it. He could only swallow his pride and choke down the bitterness mixed with Buddha's blood. Just as Bodhisattva Jingyan lowered his head, ready to accept the verdict through gritted teeth. A clear, piercing, and infinitely sharp tremor rang out from the heavens without warning. The crowd started looking up in unison. A streak of cold light, like a meteor tearing through the sky, ripped through the clouds and shot straight toward the center of the execution platform. It was a polearm forged from an unknown divine metal, its tip split into three prongs with a cold silver gleam at the edges. The three-pointed two-edged blade. Before the weapon arrived, a proud, aloof, and all-disdaining will had already enveloped the entire platform. This will was utterly different from Sun Wukong's domineering wildness. It was more like a 10,000-year-old iceberg standing between heaven and earth, coldly scrutinizing all beings. Clang! The three-pointed two-edged blade struck the ground at a tricky angle precisely between the golden cudgel and Bodhisattva Jingyan, its tip sinking 3 feet into the white jade bricks. The blade hummed, emitting a fierce, killing intent. This act severed the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Bodhisattva Jingyan. Woof! A vicious bark followed. A silver shadow, fast as lightning, sped from the direction of the southern heavenly gate and landed steadily beside the three-pointed two-edged blade. It was a divine hound, its fur like silver silk, its body agile, its eyes fierce, and on its forehead a vertical line. It bared its teeth, growling threateningly, its eyes locked on Sun Wukong above the clouds, the renowned Shoutian dog of the three realms. The weapon had arrived, and the divine beast had also come. The identity of the newcomer was self-evident. Monkey, it's been years. You've only grown more wild and reckless. A cool voice came from the direction of the southern heavenly gate. The immortals looked and saw a silver-armored general, handsome and distinguished, standing with his hands behind his back. He was tall, with a cold demeanor, and a closed vertical eye on his forehead contained the divine power to see through illusions and the depths of the underworld. It was none other than the heavenly court's war god, the true lord of clear subtlety, the illustrious sage, true Lord Erlang Yangjian. Bodhisattva Jingyan nearly wept with joy at the sight of Yangjian. Reinforcements. The reinforcements he had summoned had finally arrived. Though late, and though the scene had been controlled by Tang Sanzang, they had come after all. His heart was wild with joy, but he dared not show it, forcing himself to look indifferent with eyes downcast and a composed demeanor. The celestial immortals gasped in unison. It was over. This was truly over. One Dojan victorious Buddha was already enough of a headache, and now the illustrious sage, true Lord Erlang, had arrived. These two were the three realms' most famous rivals, always at each other's throats. Today the execution platform might really be torn apart. Tang Sanzang looked at Yang Jian, and finally a trace of palpable helplessness appeared on his face, which had been as calm as an ancient well. He let out a long sigh, closed his eyes, placed one hand in front of his chest, and silently began to chant scriptures. This disciple was truly his destined tribulation. However, what surprised everyone was Sun Wukong's reaction. Ordinarily, he would have bared his teeth and lunged forward. But at this moment his face instead displayed a wild, unabashed, and ecstatic joy. In those fiery golden eyes a blazing battle intent erupted. He had found it. He had finally found the excuse to overturn the table with justification. Ha ha ha! Sun Wukong suddenly stood up from the clouds, letting out a thunderous laugh. He grabbed the towering golden cudgel that had once supported the heavens, and it rapidly shrank in size as he casually hoisted it onto his shoulder. Yang Jian, I say you a mere gatekeeping minor saint, why aren't you staying in your Guanjianku, but instead come barking before me, old son? Sun Wukong had waited for this moment for far too long. He could not argue against Tang Sanzang's reasoning. He could not ignore the favors owed to the heavenly court. He had all his strength, but nowhere to use it, feeling so pent up he was about to explode. Now Yang Jian had arrived. The appearance of his archrival was the perfect excuse. What need was there for reasoning? What need for favors? Just fight. Blow things up until they become uncontrollable, until everyone's plans are rendered useless. This was the true style of the great sage, equal to heaven. Yang Jian raised an eyebrow, his gaze growing even colder. You insolent monkey, your mouth is still as foul as ever. I heard someone was causing trouble at the Zhanshan platform, so I came to see which blind fool dares to act recklessly in the sacred grounds of the heavenly court. So it's you, the horsekeeper, who barely escaped death back then. I am here today to enforce the law. If you are wise, surrender immediately and come with me to the Lingxiao Palace to confess your crimes. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless with my spear and beating you back to your original form. Yang Jian did not ask for the details of the matter. He did not care. He had received a message from Jing Yin, and upon hearing that Sun Wukong was causing trouble in the heavenly court, he grabbed his spear and rushed over. His hands were itching. What could be more exhilarating than a match with his old rival? Huh. Good. Well said. Sun Wukong laughed instead of getting angry. He carried the golden cudgel on his shoulder, leaped down from the clouds, and landed heavily on the Zhanshan platform, facing Yang Jian directly. But do you think you are enough? Back then the two of us fought for 300 rounds without a clear winner. If it hadn't been for the Supreme Lord Laozi's sneak attack with the golden diamond ring, who would have captured whom is still uncertain. Today is perfect. Let us settle the score once more. Let all the gods and Buddhas see whether you, the three-eyed monster, are stronger, or my old son's cudgel is harder. Before the words faded, the aura on his body exploded with a bang. The violent, demonic chi suppressed by Tang Sanzang and originating from the ancient ferocious ape surged into the sky, without reserve, churning the newly settled clouds into chaos once more. Senior brother. Zhu Beiji, who had been hiding in the crowd, saw this scene and trembled with fear, his fat jiggling. He immediately shouted, Senior brother, calm down. The master is still here. He wanted to remind his senior brother not to be impulsive, as the master had barely managed to stabilize the situation. But Sun Wukong was no longer listening. He stomped his foot, his form transforming into a golden light. The Rui golden cudgel in his hand grew in the wind, carrying the immense divine power to tear the sky and smash down heavily toward Yang Jian's head. This strike was ferocious and pure. No mercy at all. Well met. Yang Jian's eyes blazed with divine light, and he likewise erupted with intense battle intent. He reached out and pulled up the three-tipped, double-edged blade from the ground. With a flick of his wrist, the blade traced a mysterious arc as it rose to meet the attack. Clang. Another earth-shattering crash. The golden cudgel and the three-tipped, double-edged blade, the two most supreme, divine weapons in the three realms, slammed into each other. A terrifying storm of energy centered on the two figures once again swept across the entire Zhanshan platform. The impact this time was 10 times more violent than when the monastic blade shattered earlier. The immortal officials nearby were directly flung away, and those with weaker cultivation even spat blood on the spot. The ground of the Zhanshan platform under this force cracked and collapsed in large patches. The figures of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian touched and separated in the center of the storm, each flying backward hundreds of zhang. They faced each other from afar, but their battle intent, instead of diminishing, rose to its peak. Two utterly different, yet equally supreme wills at the pinnacle of the three realms collided and tore at each other madly here. The mere aftershocks were enough to strike terror into the hearts of immortal officials below the golden, immortal level. Ha! Thrilling! Thrilling! Sun Wukong let out a series of long howls. The golden cudgel in his hand turned into a sweeping golden storm. A single sweep had the force of 1,000 tons, enough to level mountains and rivers. A furious chop could tear the sky and summon wind and thunder. Yang Jian, however, stood firm as a rock in the midst of this storm-like onslaught, unmoved. The clear, crisp sound of metal clashing shook the clouds of the 9 heavens, causing them to churn endlessly. Insolent monkey, is all you have this brute strength? Yang Jian shouted coldly, seizing the momentary gap after Sun Wukong's swing, and lunged forward abruptly. The three-tipped, double-edged blade in his hand no longer defended, but turned from defense to offense. The blade twisted sharply, aiming straight for Sun Wukong's throat. This strike was at a tricky angle, swift as thunder, and carried an unmatched sharpness. Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes blazed with divine light. Instead of retreating, he advanced, throwing the golden cudgel upward, while lowering his body, sliding along the ground at an unimaginable angle, narrowly dodging the deadly blade. He slid to Yang Jian's side, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and aimed directly at his vital lower body. This move was utterly wild, with no form or technique, a pure manifestation of combat instinct. Yang Jian's brow furrowed. He hadn't expected the monkey to use such a rogue tactic. He stomped his left foot, unleashing a surge of divine power from the ground, and his body shot into the sky, evading the treacherous claw. Sun Wukong missed his strike, but did not pause. He reached out with a gesture, and the golden cudgel thrown into the air instantly returned to his hand. Using the rebound force from the ground, he shot upward, chasing Yang Jian's figure, and thrust the cudgel straight at his heart. The two chased, and fled instantly, battling up into the 9 heavens. The immortals below had already retreated to the edge of the Zhanxian platform, their faces pale. They layered immortal light barriers to barely withstand the ever-expanding shockwaves of the battle. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, held his pagoda, and said solemnly to Tai Bai Jinxing beside him, Star Lord, they cannot be allowed to keep fighting. If this continues, the southern heavenly gate will be demolished by them. Tai Bai Jinxing grimaced, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Heavenly King, easy for you to say. Who dares to go up and persuade them? Who can even stop them? Why don't you go? Li Jing's face turned red, but in the end, he chose to back down. Backing down in such a matter was not shameful. No one would think it strange to be afraid of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. The immortals turned their pleading gazes toward Tang Sanzang, the only one who remained composed amidst the chaos. Yet Tang Sanzang merely closed his eyes and chanted scriptures. Even he was struggling to maintain his composure. What was initially a favorable situation had suddenly turned awry. Why did Erlangshan arrive? Wasn't he known for heeding orders only when it suited him? Even the Jade Emperor could rarely command him, so why was he so eager today? Had he taken the wrong elixir? Just as the immortals were consumed by anxiety, the battle in the heavens took yet another turn. Yang Jian, unable to secure a swift victory, had also lost his patience. He abruptly distanced himself from Sun Wukong, hovering above the clouds as his hand seals changed. The 8-9 arcane art. A brilliant silver radiance burst forth from his body, his form twisting and expanding rapidly within the light. His bones crackled like popping beans, muscles bulged, and wings unfurled. A piercing cry sharp enough to rend metal and split stone echoed across the 3 realms. The silver light dissipated, revealing a colossal golden rock with a wingspan stretching thousands of miles. Its feathers were as if cast from molten gold, and with a single flap it stirred up gales that tore through space itself. Its talons were forged from divine iron, gleaming with a cold light capable of shattering stars. Its bird-like eyes, cold and arrogant, locked onto Sun Wukong with deadly intent. Horse-tending monkey, watch me tear you apart. The golden rock spoke in human tongue, its wings vibrating as it transformed into a golden streak of light, charging at Sun Wukong with speed surpassing lightning. Well met. Sun Wukong, far from intimidated, found his battle spirit soaring. Instead of matching the transformation, he laughed heartily and plucked a handful of hair from his own body. Little ones, come forth for your old master. He brought the hairs to his mouth and blew with all his might. A whirlwind of golden light burst forth as the hundreds of strands of hair spun in midair, each transforming into an exact replica of Sun Wukong. Each one wielded a golden cudgel clad in chainmail, eyes blazing with divine light, and exuding a monstrous aura that reached the heavens. The external body art. Hundreds of Sun Wukongs formed a golden sea of clouds, roaring with earth-shaking cries as they fearlessly charged the golden rock. Kill! 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 The colossal golden rock rampaged through the legion of Sun Wukong clones. Its talons swept, shredding 7 or 8 clone figures into strips of drifting hair. Its iron beak stabbed down, shattering a clone and its golden cudgel together. Yet the number of Sun Wukong's clones was overwhelming. They surged forward one after another, fearless and relentless. Some leaped onto the rock's back, battering it with their cudgels. The others clung to its wings, biting with their teeth. Still others targeted its eyes, harassing it from all sides. For a time, even the golden rock transformed from Yang Jian was overwhelmed by the endless monkey army, letting out enraged cries. Accursed monkey. Unable to gain the upper hand, the golden rock's fury blazed. It beat its wings mightily, rising above the encirclement. Hovering high in the sky, a vertical crease slowly split open on the rock's massive brow. The third eye had opened. Within that eye there was no pupil, no sclera, only a chaotic divine light swirling. A terrifying aura capable of penetrating the very essence of all things and annihilating myriad laws emanated from it. A devastating golden beam of divine light shot forth from the vertical eye. Silent and soundless, yet impossibly fast, its power could annihilate everything in the world. Where the beam passed, the valiant monkey clones vanished without a scream, instantly vaporized into nothingness. In an instant, the golden sea of hair was cleared of a massive straight path. The beam's target was Sun Wukong's true body, hidden among the clones. Sun Wukong's heart tensed. He instantly dismissed all clones, his form flickering as he dodged to the side. Boom. The beam grazed past him, shooting into the distant heavens, reducing some unlucky star to cosmic dust. Yang Jian, your third eye has grown a bit more formidable. Sun Wukong steadied himself, grinning cheekily. Monkey, today is your death day. The golden rock spoke, its brow eye blazing with light, as another devastating beam shot forth. Sun Wukong sneered. He never just took a beating. His fiery golden eyes flared with flame. Dharma, aspect, heaven, and earth, rumble. His body swelled at a visible rate, growing wildly. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong became a colossal ape, his head touching the heavens and feet planted on the earth. His golden fur stood on end like divine metal muscles bulging with explosive power. His fiery golden eyes, now as large as the sun and moon, blazed with flames that could incinerate everything. The as-you-will golden cudgel in his hand transformed into a true sky pillar, held firmly in his grasp. Facing the second devastating beam, the 10,000 zhang ape let out a roar that shook the three realms. Instead of dodging, he swung the colossal divine rod, smashing it against the beam. Break for your old master. Boom. The sky pillar and the devastating beam collided in midair. An indescribable explosion erupted. A ball of light brighter than the sun blazed into existence in the sky, casting a stark white pallor over the entire heavenly court. The devastating beam was shattered into fragments by that single strike. What a... The golden rock Yang Jian's transformation cried out in disbelief. Before he could react, the 10,000 zhang ape had already taken strides, charging through the sea of clouds. Yang Jian, enraged, also grew ferocious. Sun Wukong, do you think you're the only one with the Dharma aspect, heaven and earth? He shrieked, dispelling his rock form and reverting to his divine general form, then likewise unleashed the Dharma aspect, heaven and earth. Another 10,000 zhang tall silver-armored giant appeared in the sky, wielding an equally massive three-pointed double-edged blade, facing Sun Wukong from afar. Cudgel clashed with blade. Wind and thunder raged, churning the entire sea of clouds into a bottomless vortex. Cold light split the sky, space itself groaning under the strain. Boom, boom, boom. Rings of visible shockwaves mixed with gold and silver debris spread outward into the boundless cosmos. The sun and moon dimmed, stars trembled. The nine-layered sea of clouds surged with monstrous waves, churning billions of miles of mist into chaos. Yet strangely, the devastation of this cataclysmic battle was precisely confined to the highest heavens. They fought with earth-shattering fury, yet tacitly maintained the battlefield at an altitude that would not cause substantial damage to the heavenly court. This was the understanding between top-tier war gods. They could settle their differences, but neither would truly wreck the Jade Emperor's domain. It was an unspoken agreement. After all, they weren't genuinely fighting to the death. They were simply itching for a brawl. Yet the immortals below could not perceive these subtleties. They only felt the overwhelming might of heaven, the oppressive aura of divine power emanating from the two giants, causing their immortal hearts to tremble and their Tao fruits to waver. The ground of the execution platform, merely bearing the leaked aura of the two combatants, was already on the verge of collapse. Tai Bai Jingxing's face turned pale. Hiding behind Li Jing's pagoda, he felt his beard quiver. Heavenly King, think of something. If this continues, the sky will fall. Li Jing, holding his pagoda, had veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to intervene, but how? His 7 treasures exquisite pagoda might suppress ordinary demons, but against these two terrors, it would likely be flattened into a pancake with one blow. Jingnian Bodhisattva was now utterly despondent. The reinforcements he had summoned not only failed to solve his problem, but had escalated it to a level beyond his wildest imagination. 3 eyes? Your blade technique is as soft as a maiden's embroidery needle. The 10,000 zhang ape roared, smashing the three-pointed double-edged blade aside with his cudgel. Monkey, cease your glib tongue. Watch me skin you today and make a war cloak from your hide. The silver-armored giant bellowed in reply, twisting his blade to trace a cold light that severed causality. The two fought until they lost all reason, their killing intent soaring to the heavens, on the verge of unleashing their true power to settle life and death. Just then, enough. A voice carrying absolute authority that transcended all things appeared from nowhere. In an instant it calmed the raging energy and froze the churning sea of clouds. Above the firmament, the two colossal giants, engaged in a life-and-death struggle, suddenly halted. All the celestial deities, including Tang Sanzang, who was chanting scriptures, felt a shiver of apprehension and looked up in unison toward the source of that voice. They could see the sky curtain before the Lingxiao Hall parting open. The 9-dragon amber carriage emerged slowly, adorned with magnificent canopies like cloud streams of auspicious energy and celestial music playing on its own. Upon the dragon carriage sat an emperor wearing the 9-patterned ceremonial robe and the flat-topped crown. His features remained indistinct and difficult to discern save for his eyes, which held within them the birth and destruction of the cosmos, and the turning of stellar rivers, coldly observing all below. The Jade Emperor. He had not deigned to appear personally at the immortal slaying platform, manifesting only his imperial presence beyond the Lingxiao Hall. Yet that supreme aura, commanding the 3 realms and wielding the heavenly Tao, already enveloped the entire assembly. The divine light in Yang Jian's third eye formed into that silver-armored giant, dimmed first. He glanced toward the figure upon the dragon carriage and emitted a cold snort through his nose, yet ultimately yielded. His towering form shrank rapidly, and as the radiance dispersed he reverted to his silver-armored, divine general appearance. With a casual gesture his three-pointed double-edged spear flew back into his hand. He offered no bow, merely planting his spear into the ground and turning his head away in silent protest, though his actions made clear his submission. Upon seeing Yang Jian withdraw his attack, Sun Wukong grinned. His colossal ape form disintegrated with a thunderous sound, dispersing into a sky full of golden light before reforming into the monkey king clad in chainmail armor. The golden cudgel also shrank to its usual size, casually shouldered by him. "What's wrong, three-eyed monster? Not fighting anymore?" Sun Wukong called out with a mocking grin toward Yang Jian. "Is it your uncle who forbade you from continuing?" Yang Jian's temple vein pulsed, and his grip on the spear shaft tightened abruptly. "Wukong." Tang Sanzang opened his eyes and called out in a calm voice. Sun Wukong shrank his neck, scratched his cheek, and swallowed his retort, muttering under his breath, "I know, master, so tedious." He shouldered his staff and reluctantly took position behind Tang Sanzang. The calamity that threatened to destroy heaven and earth was quelled by the Jade Emperor's appearance. Upon the immortal slaying platform, all the celestial deities, whether heavenly officials or Western sect followers, exhaled in unison, the tension that had gripped them finally releasing. "Your subjects pay their respects, your majesty." Tai Bai Jin Xing recovered first, leading the heavenly hosts toward the Lingxiao Hall to perform a solemn bow. Li Jing Neza, the four heavenly kings, and the thunder deity generals all bowed low in unison. Jing Nian Bodhisattva also hastily rose from the ground, restoring his fractured Buddhist heart and disheveled appearance, then led the assembly of Buddhas and Arhats with palms pressed together in a deep bow. Disciples of the Buddha pay their respects to the great heavenly venerable. Tang Sanzang likewise pressed his palms together and bowed. For a moment, all factions across the three realms on the immortal slaying platform showed their submission. Upon the dragon carriage, the Jade Emperor's gaze swept slowly across the assembly. He saw his nephew Yang Jian harboring resentment, yet compelled to submit. He saw Sun Wukong subdued by his master's discipline with an expression of indignation. He saw Tang Sanzang humble in posture and flawless in conduct. More so, he witnessed those Western sect Buddhas who usually stood apart, now pale with fear and bowing in submission. A profound sense of satisfaction, long absent, filled the Jade Emperor's heart. This was the majesty befitting Lord of the Three Realms. Whether you are heavenly war gods or victorious Buddhas, however vast your powers or deep your connections within these southern heaven gates, and before this Lingxiao Hall, you will heed my command. I alone am the sole law of the Three Realms. How invigorating! Especially witnessing Jing Yin Bodhisattva's repulsed expression, the Jade Emperor's satisfaction deepened. Though publicly cordial toward the Western sect, underlying tensions had long simmered. Today offered the perfect opportunity to deliver a sharp warning to these shaved monks and remind them who truly commands heaven and earth, an unexpected delight. Yet he understood when to cease. Pushing matters further risked open confrontation, and should the Buddha himself intervene, the situation would only deteriorate. With everyone having granted him face as heavenly emperor, he must now offer them a graceful way out. "Rise." His voice resonated with both majesty and calm. The immortals rose, yet kept their heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze. The Jade Emperor's eyes settled upon Jing Nian Bodhisattva. Jing Nian Bodhisattva. His heart tightened, and he hastily responded, "This disciple is present. The resolution just reached seems rather hasty to me." Upon hearing these words, Jing Nian Bodhisattva froze, then disbelief gave way to overwhelming elation in his eyes. Hasty. The Jade Emperor considered the earlier resolution hasty. This meant the situation could still be altered. Sun Wukong's ears perked up immediately, his fiery golden eyes gleaming with unexpected intensity. The Jade Emperor continued, "The case of Lu Fan involves extensive connections and complex karmic threads. While the words of Zhandan Gongda Buddha hold merit, we must also consider the face of the Buddhist sect. I believe this matter should not be hastily concluded. Since today both the Divine Judge of Justice and Zhandan Gongda Buddha are present, this must be heavenly will. It would be best for us to deliberate together once more, laying out the causes and effects, distinguishing right from wrong before making a final decision. Only then would fairness be demonstrated and all beings of the three realms be truly convinced. Jing Nian Bodhisattva, what is your opinion?" Jing Nian Bodhisattva was nearly moved to tears by joy. How could he possibly utter a single word of opposition? From a hopeless losing position, he had been given an opportunity to renegotiate. He immediately bowed deeply, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Your Majesty's wisdom shines supreme. Such a judgment is most fair. This disciple, and all within the Buddhist community, owe our complete submission. We place ourselves entirely at your Majesty's discretion." As long as he wasn't forced to retreat in disgrace before the gods and Buddhas of the three realms this day, all could be resolved. The Jade Emperor nodded with satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, do you have any objections?" Sun Wukong scratched his cheek. He understood this was the most favorable outcome. If things escalated further, even his master couldn't contain him, and provoking the Jade Emperor would only worsen matters. to rescue his junior brother's life from the immortal slaying platform, and buy time for negotiations was in itself a victory. He chuckled gruffly. Old Sun has no objections. Whatever your majesty the Jade Emperor decides, or whatever your majesty arranges. A catastrophic storm that threatened heaven and earth dissolved effortlessly through the Jade Emperor's mere words. This was power. The sovereign seated upon the Lingxiao Hall for eons drew his true strength, not from personal cultivation, but from the supreme order of the three realms he embodied. Then let us deliberate once more. The Jade Emperor issued his final decree. The dragon carriage turned, the ceremonial canopy withdrew, and the heavenly sky curtain closed gradually, that oppressive authority dissolving with it. The terrifying pressure over the immortal slaying platform vanished completely. The sky returned to clarity. The celestial winds softened once more, clouds resumed their drifting, and sunlight poured down. Everything returned to normal. All the celestial deities exhaled deeply. That breath had been held far too long, far too painfully. Tai Bai Jinxing finally dared to straighten his spine. He stroked his beard, disheveled by the battle's aftermath, filled with relief. Fortunately, the Jade Emperor had intervened in time, otherwise he wouldn't have known how to resolve the situation. The memorial report he would need to file would likely fill the entire document pavilion. Tuda Tunwang Li Jing also silently returned the 7-jeweled exquisite pagoda, which he had gripped tightly to his sleeve. The heavenly court's honor had been preserved, and their duties as military commanders had been secured. The Western sect felt as though they had received a great pardon. The Jade Emperor's intervention not only provided them a graceful exit, but also transformed a losing position into an opportunity. Jing Yin Bodhisattva's heart brimmed with conflicting emotions. He had gone from facing public humiliation, or even death, at Sun Wukong's hands to suddenly possessing this opportunity. This meant he still had cards to play. Sun Wukong also relaxed, lowering his heavy golden cudgel from his shoulder and tapping it gently against the ground with a dull thud. He grinned and whistled toward Yang Jian, his expression tinged with the frustration of a fight left unfinished, yet beneath it all he knew better than anyone this was the best possible outcome. He had escalated matters until the Jade Emperor was forced to intervene. Precisely because he made such a commotion, Lu Fan's life had been dragged back from the blade's edge on the immortal slaying platform. Now came the bargaining, and bargaining was always preferable to death. Amidst this atmosphere of shared joy, only two individuals remained impassive. One was Yang Jian, the other was Tang Sanzang. Yang Jian stood coldly to the side, grasping his tri-pointed double-edged blade. He and Sun Wukong were sworn enemies, and no one understood this monkey better than he did. This monkey was arrogant, conceited, and lawless. But his sense of righteousness had its limits. Those limits were defined by whom he acknowledged as his own people. Yet today, for a wandering immortal, he had never met this monkey. First humbly begged every celestial official in the heavenly court, and when they refused, he turned on them, instantly risking enmity with the entire Western Buddhist order, and even causing a great uproar on the execution platform. This was abnormal. When had this monkey ever become so warm-hearted and compassionate? Yang Jian did not believe it. There must be a reason unknown to him behind this. The more righteous this monkey appeared, the more it indicated guilt in his heart. As for Tang Sanzang, he pondered even deeper than Yang Jian. Thus he was even more bewildered. His confusion stemmed from Sun Wukong's contradictory behavior. Not long ago, Sun Wukong had rushed to him in a flurry, wearing a pathetic monkey face, almost begging him to intervene. At that time, Wukong had been very clear. As long as he could preserve Lu Fan's true spirit, prevent his complete annihilation, and allow him to enter reincarnation, that was enough. He remembered Wukong's anxious expression and the earnest plea in his eyes. So he came. After arriving, he suppressed Wukong's anger, refuted Jingyan's sophistry, and finally proposed to the Jade Emperor the punishment of sever his immortal body, abolish his Tao fruit, keep a wisp of his true spirit, and cast it into the 6 paths of reincarnation. This was exactly the outcome Sun Wukong himself had begged for. Logically, when he proposed this plan, Wukong should have been the happiest. But what actually happened? The truth was, after he spoke those words, he clearly sensed that the violent aura of his senior disciple, which he had just calmed, nearly erupted again. Then Yang Jian appeared, and Wukong, as if finding an outlet, threw himself without hesitation, even ecstatically, into a battle that could have been avoided. Why? Why was he dissatisfied when his own request had been fulfilled? Something must have happened in between that he did not know. What could it be? The atmosphere on the execution platform shifted from tense confrontation to an eerie calm. Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat. As the Jade Emperor's mouthpiece, he had to step forward and take charge. Ahem, everyone. His Majesty has decreed that this matter must be reconsidered. May I ask what opinions the Immortals and Buddhist lords have? For a moment the scene turned cold again. Everyone knew the facts were already laid bare. There was nothing left to argue. Xiyun Temple had shielded the guilty first, and Lu Fan had taken revenge afterward. What was now to be discussed was not the truth, but one's stance. It was about finding a delicate balance among the heavenly court's laws, the Western order's prestige, and Sun Wukong's personal favor. Yang Jian snorted coldly, breaking the silence first. He was never one for such bureaucratic wrangling, but had been forced here by the Jade Emperor. What is there to discuss, he said. The monks of Xian Temple harbored evil, defied heavenly laws, and should be punished as accomplices. Lu Fan, quick to avenge his wrongs, yet slaughtering innocents, is also beyond redemption. Abolish his Tao cultivation, cast him into the animal path for 3 lifetimes to atone for his killing. Let this be done with, and done cleanly. His punishment was even harsher than Tang Sanzang's. It punished both the Buddhist sect and Lu Fan severely, standing entirely from the perspective of the heavenly court's judicial god, impartial, ruthless, and cold. Sun Wukong's eyelids twitched, and his grip on the golden cudgel tightened. The face of Bodhisattva Jingyan turned even darker. He had just barely recovered from Tang Sanzang's argument about justice, and now Yang Jian had knocked him back to square one. Just then a flash of inspiration struck Bodhisattva Jingyan's mind. He had found a breakthrough. Since no matter how they argued about Lu Fan's actions in this life, the Buddhist sect could not gain the upper hand, why not step outside the framework of this life and redefine Lu Fan from a more macroscopic perspective? Bodhisattva Jingyan stepped forward, clasped his hands in a bow to the assembly, and his face resumed its compassionate expression. What the true Lord says is the majesty of heavenly law, and I dare not question it. What the Buddha of Kundana virtue says is the principle of cause and effect, and I accept it wholeheartedly. He first humbled himself, then changed his tone. However, my Buddha observes a person not only in one lifetime, but across 3. A person's actions may arise from momentary impulse or from great sorrow and pain. The good or evil of one's nature cannot be judged by a single event. Lu Fan's deeds in this life are deeply sinful and undeniable. But in my heart there remains one doubt. Is this man originally pure in nature, driven to extremes by a great calamity? Or does his nature inherently harbor a root of bloodlust, and the events of this life merely provided an excuse for its eruption? This matter concerns the determination of his karmic crimes and the fairness of our Buddhist reincarnation. I have an impertinent request. The heavenly court possesses the supreme treasure, the 3-life mirror, which can illuminate the tracks of a being's past reincarnations. May I request His Majesty's permission to borrow this mirror to examine Lu Fan's past? These words shocked the entire assembly. The 3-life mirror. That was a primordial divine artifact that could rewind time and reveal a being's past lives. A heavy treasure of the heavenly court, rarely used. Jingyan intended to strip Lu Fan bare and lay him before the scrutiny of all gods and Buddhas in the 3 realms. Sun Wukong's heart sank heavily. He instinctively wanted to object, but the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He could not object. This was an inescapable, overt scheme. Bodhisattva Jingyan watched Sun Wukong's suppressed rage and humiliation sneered coldly in his heart, and continued. I make this request not to add to Lu Fan's guilt, but to seek true justice. If the 3-life mirror reveals that he was virtuous in every lifetime, and that the evil of this life was indeed caused by tragedy, then he is good turned evil through suffering, and his situation is pitiable. Our Western order shall also acknowledge that Xian Temple mishandled the matter and failed to transform the hatred in his heart. I, Jingyan, am willing to return to Mount Ling and confess my guilt before the Buddha. He spoke these words with great righteousness, but his next words bared his true fangs. However, if the mirror reveals that in his past reincarnations he was a great villain committing murder and arson without restraint, then the events of this life are not coincidence, but the inevitable eruption of his evil nature. Such an incorrigible being, if sent into reincarnation again, would merely change his guise and continue to wreak havoc in the world. At that point, to speak of reincarnation would be irresponsible toward countless innocent beings in the future. In my humble opinion, if that is the case, we need not go through further trouble. We should scatter his soul, annihilate him completely between heaven and earth to eliminate future calamity. This, Tai Bai Jinxing and the others exchanged glances, feeling that this proposal seemed not unreasonable. Investigating the cause and effect before making a decision was very much in line with the heavenly court's procedures. Only to completely expose a person's past and present lives and scrutinize them publicly before all the gods and Buddhas of the 3 realms. That was indeed a ruthless move. The crowd whispered and murmured among themselves. From a legal perspective, this proposal was impeccable. Yang Jian stood by, holding his 3-pointed 2-edged blade, the tightly shut vertical eye on his brow twitching slightly. This seemingly pedantic and inept bodhisattva was not entirely devoid of cunning. Tang Sanzang clasped his hands together, his eyes lowered in silence. This matter touched upon the cycle of reincarnation and karma, the very foundation of Buddhist doctrine. To probe the true nature of a living being before determining its sins, this was a method he could not oppose. This humble monk has no objections, Tang Sanzang said calmly. This lord has no objections either. Yang Jian's voice was as cold and hard as iron. In an instant a consensus had been reached among the assembly. All eyes once again converged upon the Monkey King, who bore the golden cudgel on his shoulder. Sun Wukong's monkey face was taut as stone. His mind was a turmoil of confusion. What to do? He barely knew Lu Fan. All he knew was one thing: Lu Fan was the last disciple personally acknowledged by the master, the one who came after him. He was the heir of the Crescent Moon Cave of the Three Stars. For that alone, he had to protect him. Yet even the details of Lu Fan's current life were things Sun Wukong had only pieced together from others' words on the execution platform. As for his past incarnations, Sun Wukong knew nothing whatsoever. What if this brat really hadn't been a good person in his previous lives? What if he was truly a born villain and Jingyan Bodhisattva's words had become a self-fulfilling prophecy? No, he couldn't agree. But could he refuse? Advance was peril, retreat was an abyss. The overwhelming pressure weighed heavily upon his stone heart, which had once feared neither heaven nor earth. Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes stared fixedly at Jingyan Bodhisattva, his gaze wishing to devour him alive. Never had he felt so stifled. In the midst of this deadlock, Sun Wukong suddenly stamped his foot, transforming into a streak of golden light, defying all rules, and landing directly beside the kneeling figure in the center of the execution platform. This action startled everyone. Sun Wukong, paying no heed, leaned down and whispered into Lu Fan's ear. "Hey, kid, that bald monk wants to investigate your past lives. You've already become a human immortal able to illuminate your own past and future. Surely you have awakened to the memories of your former existences. Old Sun asks you, is there any problem? Give Old Sun a straight answer. If you are truly a good man, Old Sun will tear the very sky apart today to protect you. If you really have a problem, say it now, and Old Sun can think of another way." He had already prepared for the worst. If Lu Fan truly had a problem, he would do whatever it took to disrupt this trial and take the man away first. But Lu Fan, kneeling on the ground, remained remarkably composed. Hearing Sun Wukong's whisper, his dust-covered face finally showed a change. He slowly turned his head to look at the Monkey King, so close beside him. His eyes were clear, calm, without the slightest panic of one in dire straits. He even smiled at Sun Wukong. "Senior brother," he called softly in a voice only the two could hear. "Rest assured, 2 words, nothing more." Sun Wukong was stunned. Looking at Lu Fan's candid eyes and his serene expression, all his anxiety and turmoil miraculously subsided. It was a trust beyond words. That was it. How could the master's judgment be wrong? How could the one he accepted into his fold be a vile and wicked person? He had been too panicked. Ha 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 ha. Sun Wukong suddenly straightened up and let out a wild, unbridled laugh to the heavens. His laughter bewildered the immortals. What madness had taken the monkey now? Finishing his laugh, Sun Wukong slammed his golden cudgel heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire execution platform 3 times. He raised a finger, pointing it at Jingyan Bodhisattva from afar, his face full of undisguised provocation. "Investigate. Do as you said, investigate for Old Sun." Tang Sanzang looked at his disciple and shook his head helplessly, but said nothing. Yang Jian watched coldly, a deeper suspicion in his eyes. Seeing Sun Wukong's agreement, Tai Bai Jinxing sighed with relief, turned around and bowed toward the direction of the Lingxiao Palace. "Your Majesty, the victorious fighting Buddha has no objection either. We beseech your Majesty to grant the use of the 3-life mirror to ensure fairness." A moment later, the majestic voice of the Jade Emperor came from the horizon. "Granted." One word, and the law followed. As the voice fell, the space above the execution platform began to warp. A crack opened out of thin air, revealing a chaotic, radiant glow that seemed to carry the debris of time. An ancient bronze mirror slowly emerged from the crack. The mirror was about the height of a person, its frame forged from an unknown bronze covered with ancient totems of sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and plants. The 3-life mirror. As it appeared, a desolate, vast, and ancient aura spread. All deities and Buddhas, regardless of their cultivation, felt their own primordial spirits become infinitesimally small before this mirror. Jingyan Bodhisattva's eyes blazed with uncontrollable light. His chance had come. Staring at the ancient mirror, his breathing quickened. He stepped forward, clasped his hands before the mirror, and assumed a solemn expression. "Before the 3-life mirror, this disciple Jingyan has a request. We are all immortals and Buddhas with long lifespans. To examine each life of Lu Fan's reincarnations one by one would consume immeasurable time. Surely all of you present have no such leisure." The immortals nodded in agreement. Indeed, a living being's reincarnations could number in the hundreds or thousands, watching them all would take forever. This was exactly what Jingyan Bodhisattva wanted. He first used a plausible reason to silence everyone. Then he revealed his sharpest fangs. To save time and to get straight to the core, this disciple beseeches the 3-life mirror not to trace the full cycle of his reincarnations. Instead, a precise investigation. Search through all his lifetimes in every cycle whether he has ever harbored disrespect toward the heavenly deities or uttered words of complaint. Search through all his lifetimes in every cycle whether he has ever violated the heavenly laws or defied the celestial regulations. At these words, the entire execution platform fell into a deathly silence. The smile on Tai Bai Jinxing's face froze. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, tightened his grip on his pagoda. Even Yang Jian, who had been watching coldly, frowned deeply. They finally understood. This was not an investigation. This was a frame-up. A perfect, unbreakable, open conspiracy. Life after life, how infinitely long was that? A living being through endless cycles suffers all the hardships of the mortal world, experiences joy and sorrow, parting and reunion. Who could guarantee that in their most impoverished and desperate moments they had never looked up and cursed the heavens for unfairness? Who could guarantee that in their most hopeless and helpless times they had never resented the lofty deities above? And who could guarantee that in countless lifetimes of struggling in the mortal world they had never violated any of the strict and complex heavenly rules? Even the celestial officials present, if they were to stand before the three-life mirror and be examined in this way, how many of them could claim absolute innocence? This was not a search for the truth at all. This was conducting a presumption of guilt by the strictest, most merciless standard. They did not even know which direction the gates of Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain faced. How could they possibly disprove it? This was the most fundamental application of his ability to transform the false into the true. As long as the Sansheng Jing could find even a single piece of evidence matching the standard within Lu Fan's vast sea of reincarnations, Bodhisattva Jingyan could use that to cast Lu Fan into an abyss of eternal damnation. Brilliant. So brilliantly ruthless. And so venomous. The celestial officials of the heavenly court, their faces darkened immeasurably. Just moments ago they had agreed to the Sansheng Jing inspection. Now Bodhisattva Jingyan merely proposed a far more efficient method of verification, and by the laws of principle, they could find no fault whatsoever. From the very beginning this had been a trap. Yet at the heart of this storm the very man whose life and death hung in the balance, Lu Fan, remained unerringly composed. He cared nothing for the snare Bodhisattva Jingyan had set for him. Right now all he felt was gratitude toward his system. Simply brilliant. Truly an incredible ability. In his heart Lu Fan gave his invisible, yet omnipotent power 10,000 likes. The backstory he hastily constructed in his moment of desperation, that he was a closed-door disciple of the Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain Shiyuesanshan Cave, was nothing short of inspired. Whether those childhood conversations with his parents about monkeys or his entire journey seeking immortality were entirely fabricated. Otherwise, at the slightest mention of anything related to monkeys, he would have known immediately that he had arrived in the primordial world. He would not have dared to fall out so utterly with those Buddhist monks. He was not a fool. TSK. A closed-door disciple of Shiyuesanshan Cave was truly an exquisite identity to wield. This move was simply beyond brilliant. Because Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain and Shiyuesanshan Cave, such a place was itself one of the three realms' greatest secrets. It was like an information black hole, a blind spot in causality. Apart from the Monkey King himself among the three realms, perhaps only those beings at the pinnacle, the saint-level figures, knew of its existence. This meant it did not belong to history known to all. Since it was not common knowledge, it was therefore a blank canvas upon which he could paint freely. This identity of his was not for the Jade Emperor, not for Jingyan, nor even for Tang Sanzang. It was designed for one person alone from beginning to end, the Monkey King. This so-called lawless monkey was in truth lonelier than anyone. Being cast out by his master was a wound that would never heal in his heart. Across the three realms no fellow disciples remained. Now a legitimate closed-door junior brother personally acknowledged by his master appeared out of nowhere. The impact upon him would be devastating. This struck directly at the softest part of his heart. As for the others, how would they investigate? With what means? To where would they go? When he anchored the concept of Lu Fan as Bodhi Patriarch's closed-door disciple into the past, through his system's power this fabricated past became a true reality. It would become a genuine timeline that had truly existed in heaven and earth, making him the actual fellow disciple of the Monkey King. Even if Patriarch Bodhi himself arrived, he would be forced to acknowledge Lu Fan as his disciple. Saints might perceive past and future, but what they could perceive was the reality that had already occurred. This was the most domineering, most unreasonable aspect of his ability. Deceive the world, deceive space-time, deceive the heavenly Tao itself. And now he had directly clung to the Monkey King, the thickest, hardest, most unreasonable backing in the three realms. Who could ever have too many such backings? Look at the scene before him. The Bodhisattvas of the Western sect, the heavenly gods of war, even the Jade Emperor himself, had been roused. In his original life, had this happened to him, his ashes would have been scattered 800 times over. But now he not only survived intact, but had become the center of attention for the entire assembly. Bodhisattva Jingyan's proposal in the eyes of others was a devastating open conspiracy, a venomous trap. But to Lu Fan's ears, it was simply heavenly music. Speaking of this lifetime's past, Lu Fan had a proper name and verifiable achievements. Due to certain limitations, he could not fabricate too wildly. He could at most add a teacher lineage background. But what if one were to examine the experiences of past reincarnations? Wouldn't that be handing him both the brush and the canvas, allowing him to create freely before the eyes of the three realms' gods and Buddhas? The past lives of reincarnation were countless as the sands of the river. How could anyone possibly account for them all? As long as he did not go too far, as long as he adhered to two basic principles, not touching the established history well known to all beings in the three realms, and not attempting to directly steal power from it, then his room for maneuver was simply boundless. Bodhisattva Jingyan believed she had found a way to destroy him, but she had no idea that she had with her own hands handed him a key capable of piercing the heavens. Lu Fan's mind began to whirl at great speed. What kind of pass should he fabricate? This was a delicate technical matter. It needed sufficient weight enough to silence the entire assembly instantly, to stir profound resonance within a certain key figure, and thereby turn the tide of fortune completely. His gaze slowly swept across the execution platform, carefully examining every person present. The first target was naturally Tang Sanzang. He was a bona fide Jintan Gongda Buddha, a disciple of the Buddha himself, Jin Shanzi. As long as he won him over, he would be secure. How about fabricating a background as Tang Sanzang's father, Shen Guanghui? The thought arose only to be extinguished by his own hand. Wait, the timeline does not quite align. Shen Guanghui was a new imperial top scholar murdered by water bandits. Everything was on record. His current identity simply could not be fitted onto his historical reincarnations. Forcing a revision of such established facts would invite disastrous consequences. Then, what about one of the 10 mortal tribulations Jin Shanzi underwent before becoming a Buddha? 10 lifetimes of cultivation, all upright and virtuous souls, only to be devoured by Sha Wujing as his buffets. What if he fabricated being a relative, a friend, or a benefactor from one of those lifetimes? After a moment's consideration, Lu Fan shook his head again. No, still not quite right. There were no reports of the Jintan Gongda Buddha holding any special attachment to those mortal life experiences from his past reincarnations. He had long severed all worldly ties, dedicating himself entirely to the Buddha's path. Attempting to build such a bond with him would likely be like playing lutes to cows, barely worth a response. He would probably only reply with Ba, all is illusion, and let the conversation die there. The emotional connection would not run deep enough. Fabrications would be futile. This pure disciple of the Buddha, pure of heart and desire with 6 senses cleansed, had almost no vulnerabilities. Indeed, difficult to manipulate. The Tang Sanzang route was a dead end. Lu Fan shifted his gaze away from Tang Sanzang and continued searching among the crowd. Zhu Beiji, Sha Wujing. No, those two lacked sufficient influence. Aligning with them would merely yield 2 cheerleaders running about crying, "Master, senior brother, terrible news." No real use at all. Lu Fan's gaze ultimately swept past everyone else, settling on the silver-armored divine general, holding the 3-pointed double-edged spear, expression cold and haughty, radiating an aura of untouchable aloofness from beginning to end. Xing Yuan, Miao Dao, Jinjuan, Erlang, Xiantenjin, Yang Jian. That was the one. Lu Fan's eyes flared with sudden light. Your Majesty has approved, then let us begin. Bodhisattva Jing Yin declared loudly, fearing that delays would bring trouble, urging Tai-Bai Jinxing. Tai-Bai Jinxing glanced at Sun Wukong, then at the expressionless Tang Sanzang, sighing inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He walked up to the 3-life mirror, bowed respectfully, and declared in a clear voice, by the decree of the Jade Emperor, the great heavenly deity, I activate the 3-life mirror to examine the reincarnation roots of Lu Fan, discerning the source of his good and evil. Searching through all his lifetimes, has he ever committed acts of disrespect towards the gods and Buddhas above, or violated the heavenly laws and immortal decrees? With his words falling the ancient bronze mirror, its surface, a chaotic light began to spin, forming a deep vortex. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. Sun Wukong's staff was gripped so tightly it creaked, his fiery golden eyes fixed on the mirror, ready to face the worst at any moment. Tang Sanzang closed his eyes, silently chanting scriptures in his mouth. Yang Jian stood with arms crossed, a hint of curiosity appearing in his cold gaze. The lights swirled, and the vortex in the mirror gradually calmed as a clear image began to appear. But what emerged was not any incarnation of Lu Fan that the crowd had anticipated. Instead, it was a man completely unfamiliar to them. He wore a worn, faded blue linen robe with delicate features and a scholarly air between his brows. He was sitting in a simple study with drizzling rain outside the window, and by the dim light of an oil lamp, he was earnestly copying scriptures. Each stroke was meticulous without a single slip. The immortals watched in utter confusion. Who is this? Neza whispered to Li Jing beside him. Li Jing shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Is the 3-life mirror malfunctioning? Some celestial official whispered. Impossible, it is a primordial spiritual treasure, discerning 3 lifetimes, never mistaken. Another celestial official immediately refuted. Bodhisattva Jing Yin's brow also furrowed. This scene was completely different from what he had imagined. What he wanted to see was Lu Fan committing murder and arson in his past life, or scenes of disrespect towards heaven. But this frail scholar, what was this all about? An ominous premonition rose in his heart, but he still forced himself to calm down, and thought this man must have a deep karmic connection with one of Lu Fan's lifetimes. The scene continued to unfold. It showed the daily life of this scholar. He lived in poverty, teaching the village children to read, writing letters for illiterate neighbors, and in his spare time, copying the works of sages. He was gentle and kind to others, a well-known virtuous man for dozens of miles around. Time passed, and soon it was a deep night. Wind and rain raged with thunder and lightning. The scholar had already fallen asleep, but was awakened by a hurried knocking. Knock, knock, knock. He put on his robe, lit the oil lamp, and walked to the door in confusion. Who is it? No one answered. Only the sound of wind and rain. He unlatched the door, poked his head out, but there was no one outside, only the wildly dancing shadows of trees in the wind. Just as he was about to close the door, the corner of his eye caught a white ball curled up in the corner of the porch. He drew closer and saw that it was a snow-white snake, small and slender. The snake was severely wounded, its scales curled back, flesh and blood indistinct, only its belly still faintly heaving. A wisp of barely visible golden demonic aura around it, like a candle in the wind, on the verge of being extinguished. The scholar was startled, stepping back several paces. He was only a mortal with a natural fear of such spirit creatures, but seeing the little snake lying dying in the cold wind and rain, the fear in his heart was replaced by compassion. He hesitated for a long time. Finally, gritting his teeth, he found a clean cloth, carefully picked up the dying little snake, and brought it into his house. He cleaned its wounds, applied the precious wound-healing medicine that he himself could not bear to use, and placed it beside the warm ashes. Seeing this, Bodhisattva Jing Yan's furrowed brow relaxed, and a sneer returned to the corner of his mouth. Excellent, heaven is helping me. Hiding a demon creature regardless of the purpose is strictly forbidden by the heavenly laws. This charge is sufficient. In the scene, the white snake gradually recovered its vitality under the scholar's care. However, trouble also came. One morning, a group of monks in yellow robes holding staffs and ritual implements arrived outside the scholar's home. Leading them was a middle-aged monk with a stern face and sharp eyes. Umakba. The monk chanted a Buddhist name, his voice like a great bell. Benefactor, we are monks from Tianshui Temple following the Dharma decree to capture a vicious snake demon. May I ask, Benefactor, have you recently seen a snow-white demon snake? The scholar's heart leaped, and he instinctively moved to block the doorway. He glanced at the direction of the ashes inside the house, shook his head, and said in a tense voice, I haven't seen any demon snake. Oh. The leading monk narrowed his eyes, a sharp light flashing. Benefactor, you'd better think carefully. I truly have not seen it. The scholar's hand tightly gripped the doorframe, his face pale, but his eyes were firm. On the execution platform, Bodhisattva Jing Yan saw this, and finally couldn't help but sneer. Foolish. Ridiculous. Lying to the Buddhist order for a demon creature. This is the first crime. Knowing it's a demon, yet harboring it. This is the second crime. Unable to distinguish good from evil, right from wrong. This man's roots are already those of a demonic heretic. The immortals looked at each other, all silent. This Bodhisattva Jing Yan was far too hasty. The scenes in the three-life mirror had only just begun, and the relationship between this man and Lu Fan was not yet clear, yet he was already rushing to condemn the scholar in the scene. Such conduct lacked the dignity befitting a great Buddhist master. Where exactly was Lu Fan? And who was this scholar? A huge question mark hung in everyone's hearts. The scene continued. The middle-aged monk took a deep look at the scholar, but in the end did not force his way in, only leaving behind the words, Benefactor, take care of yourself, and then departed with the monks. The storm subsided for now. The scholar closed the door, leaned against it, and let out a long sigh, only then realizing that the back of his clothes was soaked with cold sweat. He returned to the room, looked at the white snake that had regained some vitality, and was staring at him with black bean-like eyes, and gave a bitter smile. I don't know if saving you is right or wrong, but I cannot stand by and watch you die. Days passed one by one. The scholar continued to teach, copy scriptures, and carefully tend to the white snake. He shared his own meager rations with it, and at night, fearing it would catch cold, he pulled the ashes closer. The white snake's wounds healed at a visible rate under the scholar's care. The demonic aura on its body also gradually solidified from that wisp of a candle in the wind. It began to understand human emotions, gently sweeping its tail across the scholar's wrist to urge him to rest. When he was tired, it would rest its head on his knee, quietly accompanying him. A man and a snake in this humble study formed a wondrous symbiosis. Until one moonlit night, the scholar, weary from reading, dozed off at his desk. In his haze, he felt a pair of gentle hands draping a coat over him. He jolted awake, looked up, and saw no white snake in sight. A woman in a pure white long dress stood gracefully before the table. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a soft glow that enveloped her entirely. Her brows were like painted strokes, her skin fairer than snow, her eyes clear as water, carrying a hint of shyness and gratitude as she gazed at him. Young master. The woman parted her rosy lips, her voice sweet and melodious. The scholar sprang up from his chair, stumbling backward, pointing at her, stammering. You. Do not fear, young master. I am the white snake you saved. The woman bowed gracefully. My name is Bai Yao. I thank you, young master, for saving my life. A faint stir rippled across the Zhanxian terrace. Could this be the story of Su Xian and Lady White? Many celestial officials whispered among themselves, their gazes converging on a dignified female immortal in the crowd. She was none other than Bai Sujan of old. Sensing the attention, she paused, then examined the scene in the mirror. After a moment, she shook her head gently. The man in the mirror is not my husband Su Xian. Nor is that snake demon me. Her words were resolute, dispelling speculation. The events of yore were known across the three realms. After escaping the Leifeng Pagoda, she had followed the old mother of Mount Li and Guanyin Bodhisattva in devout cultivation, severing all mortal ties. If not the legend of the white snake, what tale was this? The immortal's curiosity was piqued. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face, however, grew somber. He thought he had caught a flaw, but it was only the beginning. He snorted coldly, thinking a demon is a demon, humans and demons are doomed, and secret love defies the way of heaven. Let's see what tricks you can play. The story in the mirror unfolded tenderly. The scholar from initial terror gradually accepted Bai Yao's presence. Grateful for his kindness, she stayed cooking, washing, and managing the household. The humble study, once barren, now brimmed with the warmth of domestic life and laughter. The scholar taught Bai Yao to read and write. She mended and washed for him. He explained the sage's teachings. She recounted tales of the wild. With time, love blossomed naturally. They fell in love. No matchmaker, no formal rites. Just a sunset evening when the scholar took Bai Yao's hand, and she did not pull away. Soon Bai Yao was with child. The scholar, overjoyed, doted on her. After 10 months of pregnancy, she gave birth. A lusty cry announced a baby boy. At the moment of birth, the samsara mirror trembled violently. The entire scene blurred except for the newborn infant, whose true spirit shone with unmistakable brilliance. The form, color, and aura of that light matched Lu Fan, who knelt on the Zhanxian terrace. The truth was revealed. This scholar was Lu Fan's father in a past life. This snake demon was Lu Fan's mother in that life. And the newborn baby was one of Lu Fan's reincarnations. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face flushed with ecstatic joy. His moment had come. He pointed at the mirror, almost manic. Behold, everyone. This villain's root nature is now laid bare. A human and a demon in love. This defies celestial order. Their child is an abomination born against heaven's will. He carries demonic aura from birth, his very core tainted. With such a root, his heinous killings in this life are no accident. They are inevitable. The evidence is conclusive. No further debate. Your Majesty, decree the execution by the celestial judge. Wipe him out to uphold the heavenly law. Yet the chorus of assent Jingyan expected never came. The celestial officials exchanged glances, expressions uneasy. Well, Taibai Jingxing stroked his beard, speaking cautiously. Bodhisattva, your words may be flawed. The child is but newborn, a blank slate. Good or evil none can know. To condemn him solely for his birth, is that not overly arbitrary? Indeed, rumbled Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing celestial king. Birth is not a choice for the infant. We cultivators judge by deeds, not by innate roots. To punish a child for the parent's misdeeds, since when has heaven's law become so unreasonable? A thunder god spoke bluntly. Bodhisattva, you err. The Buddha's way is vast, saving all beings. I have heard that within the Buddhist fold many great beings' mounts are themselves spirits and demons. They cultivate devoutly, serving the Buddha, proving that origin is not sin. Why then is this man's birth a death sentence? Jingyan Bodhisattva's face turned puce. He opened his mouth, but could not speak. Indeed, Guanin's golden-haired lion, Samantabhadra's white elephant, Manjushri's blue lion, all were great demons. To condemn by birth would be to slap the Buddha's own face. Sun Wukong, watching, bared his teeth in a silent mockery. He hoisted his golden cudgel, feeling much relieved. Jingyan Bodhisattva forced himself to speak, voice cold. Fine. Since you all deem birth irrelevant, watch on. I will see what good can come of a child raised by a demon. The samsara mirror scenes continued to flow. Bai Yao and the scholar named their child Lu Fan. They poured all their love into him. The scholar taught him to read, write, and uphold benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and wisdom. Bai Yao in her simplest way taught him kindness. Whenever a villager fell on hard times, she sent the scholar with money and grain. If a stone blocked the road, she quietly moved it with magic at night. She was a demon, yet she understood compassion more than many. Under their guidance, little Lu Fan grew day by day. He was intelligent, kind, lively, and filial. He would hide the pastries from school in his robe, bring them home to his parents. He helped his mother tend the garden. He would lie on his father's back, listening to stories of the sages. The days in the mirror were warm and serene. The deities and Buddhas on the Zhanxian terrace watched these scenes. Many found themselves smiling involuntarily. It was an ordinary, happy family. The child in the mirror was just an ordinary, kind youth. No one could associate him with the word abomination. Jingyan Bodhisattva's face darkened further. Time flew. A Lu Fan was about to undergo the capping ceremony, coming of age. The family looked forward to the future with hope. The scholar prepared the cap and robe for the ceremony. Bai Yao prepared a lavish feast. But on the eve of the capping ceremony, disaster struck. The sky had grown overcast without warning. Above the village, black clouds pressed down heavily as a fierce gale raged. A troop of monks in yellow robes descended from the heavens, their iron staffs in hand, treading upon black clouds. Leading them was the same stern-faced, middle-aged monk from years past. But now his expression was even colder, his eyes brimming with undisguised murderous intent. Demon, 10 years have passed. Today see where you can flee. The monk's voice thundered as his staff pointed at Bai Yao, who was arranging Lu Fan's clothes in the courtyard. Bai Yao's face instantly turned deathly pale. She instinctively shielded Lu Fan behind her. The scholar rushed out, spreading his arms to protect his wife and son, shouting at the sky, "Master, my wife is indeed a demon, but she has never harmed a single soul. She is charitable and virtuous, and together we have enlightened our neighbors. What crime has she committed? I beg you, Master, show mercy." The path of humans and demons is separate. That is the celestial principle. A demon consorting with a mortal is an even graver sin. The monk pronounced coldly, "This demon has defied the natural order and deserves death. And you, a mortal deluded by the fiend, stubborn and unrepentant, shall also be punished." With that he swung his staff, and a beam of golden light shot toward the scholar. Bai Yao cried out, shoved the scholar aside, and threw herself into the path of the light. Boom! The golden light struck Bai Yao, as she let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her body flew backward and slammed heavily against the wall. "Mother!" Lu Fan let out a piercing wail and rushed to her side. Yao, the scholar, scrambled to his wife's side as well. Heaven's justice prevails, the demon meets its doom. The middle-aged monk, expressionless, raised his staff and muttered incantations. The black clouds above began to swirl, forming a massive vortex, and the phantom of a mountain slowly descended from the whirlpool. The mountain radiated an irresistible force of suppression, causing the entire village to tremble. "Don't!" Bai Yao weakly reached out her hand, gazing at her husband and son, her eyes filled with tears and reluctance. "Husband, take care of Lu Fan. Listen to your father. And live well." With her last ounce of strength, she pushed away the arms that held her. Then she revealed her true form as a white serpent and soared into the sky, charging toward the mountain. She knew she could not escape, but she would fight for her family's last chance at survival. "No!" The young Lu Fan's cry was heart-wrenching. He watched helplessly as his mother was crushed by the descending mountain and hurled toward the distant valley. Rumble! The earth shook, and the white serpent was pinned beneath the mountain. The demon that plagued the world is now imprisoned under this mountain for a century, suffering the torment of heavenly fire day and night to atone for her sins. The monk's icy voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Having done this, he departed with his entourage on clouds. The sky cleared and sunlight streamed down once more. But for the young Lu Fan, his world had shattered. He knelt on the ground, dazed, staring at the mountain that imprisoned his mother. Tears streamed down his face, and a burning hatred kindled in his eyes. However, such a shocking scene stirred little emotion among the immortals. The officials on the execution platform wore varied expressions, but most were listless. A divine general yawned, earning a scornful glance from a colleague. The Star Lord Taibai stroked his beard, his gaze drifting toward the distant clouds, his mind elsewhere. Stories of a human and demon falling in love only to end in tragedy. They had seen too many of these. In the three realms amid the mundane world, countless lovers suffered such fates. Not every tale could conclude like Bai Suzhen and Su Xian's happy ending. Most of the time the outcome was as shown in the mirror, or even more tragic. The celestial laws were strict, and the separation of humans and demons was an ironclad rule of order. The rare lucky ones who found peace were mere ornaments in the long expanse of time. They had lived too long and witnessed too many separations and deaths. Their immortal hearts had been polished smooth and hard by time. Compared to this formulaic tragedy, the immortals found the fate of Lu Fan's parents in this life more novel. A mortal couple trying to deliver food to the Monkey King was ambushed and killed by bandits on the road. This incident was both absurd and darkly comic. After all, such a twist was not seen in ordinary folktales, and it provided them with a curious topic for private gossip that would last for a long time. In comparison, the latter's sense of the whims of fate, the jarring dislocation, actually intrigued these lofty celestial beings more. Amid this eerie calm, the voice of the Bodhisattva Jingyan pierced the silence sharply. "Honored ones, the truth is now clear." He pointed at the weeping boy in the mirror, whose eyes burned with the flames of hatred, his face twisted with morbid excitement. "Do you see? It is precisely because of this experience that the seed of hatred was planted in his heart. He detests the Buddhist order, he resents the injustice of the heavenly Tao. This hatred has followed him through his cycles of reincarnation, never fading life after life. His inherent nature is corrupt beyond redemption." "Bullshit." Sun Wukong hoisted his golden cudgel and cursed back without restraint. "The mirror hasn't finished showing yet. How do you know what he did later? For all you know, he might have worked hard past the imperial exams like Su Shirlin and brought glory to his ancestors. You bald donkey, your mouth is filthier than the stones in a latrine. You insolent monkey." Bodhisattva Jingyan's face turned livid. Among the immortals, only one wore an increasingly strange expression. Erlang Shenyang Jian, arms crossed, felt his closed vertical eye quiver slightly. This story, this plot. A mother who was a goddess fell in love with a mortal, violated heavenly law, and was imprisoned beneath a mountain. The son, to save his mother, embarked on the path of cultivation. Why does it sound so familiar? Your mother was also crushed under a mountain. The only difference was that Yang Jian was the nephew of the Jade Emperor with divine blood from his mother's lineage. He eventually became a disciple of Yuding Zhenren and mastered the 8-9 mystic art. But Lu Fan in the mirror was merely the offspring of a mortal and a minor demon. He had neither the awe-inspiring background nor the extraordinary fortune. The images in the mirror of 3 lives continued. The young Lu Fan buried his father who had died of grief. He kowtowed 3 times before his father's grave. He did not weep. His tears had long since dried up that day. He shouldered a simple pact, bid farewell to his homeland, and set out on the path to seek immortals and learn the Tao. He wanted revenge. He wanted the power to overturn that mountain, to make those lofty monks pay with their blood. It was exactly the same as his experience in this life. He trekked over mountains and rivers, enduring hardships, searching for the legendary immortal caves and sacred abodes. He knelt at the mountain gates, begging the immortals to take him in. Yet all he received were cold refusals. Your worldly attachments are not yet severed. Your murderous intent is too heavy. You are not of our Taoist sect. You carry demonic aura on you. Your spiritual roots are impure. You cannot achieve the great Tao. Go back. The path to immortality is distant and not something immortal like you can fathom. Rejection after rejection, disappointment after disappointment. He was ragged and emaciated, but the fire in his eyes never went out. On the execution platform, a celestial official couldn't help but laugh. This Lu Fan, what a fool. How is it that every life ends up the same way? Indeed, life after life, he seeks immortality to avenge his parents. This fate with the immortals. Truly peculiar. Tai Bai Jinxing stroked his beard and sighed, shaking his head. This was no longer mere obsession, it was a brand etched into the very soul. A spirit through endless reincarnation, endlessly repeating a similar destiny, acting out the same tragedy. In the eyes of these immortals who had lived for eons, it was both pitiful and somewhat absurd. Finding no path to immortality, Lu Fan discovered a glimmer of hope in a desolate ancient battlefield. That was a scorched land forgotten by the 3 realms, said to be the place where a mighty being fell during the deification war. Even now it still exuded a chilling, killing intent, which no ordinary creature dared approach. Stumbling in amidst piles of shattered magical artifacts and bleached bones, he was drawn to a long halberd thrust into the ground. It was pitch black with a faint crimson glow only at the blade. He reached out and grasped the icy shaft. The moment he pulled it out, a torrent of vast, ferocious, and resentful information flooded his mind. Soul-slaying halberd. Primordial spirit treasure. Neither metal, nor iron, nor steel, it once hid in the chaos. It bears no karmic ties. The execution platform fell into dead silence. Then came gasps of disbelief. Primordial spirit treasure. A few white hairs fell from Tai Bai Jinxing's whisk. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, instinctively clutched his 7-jeweled exquisite pagoda, his eyes filled with undisguised shock and envy. Every celestial official present had cultivated for thousands of years. Yet among them few even possessed a postnatal spirit treasure, let alone a treasure bearing the word primordial. That was a treasure born before the separation of heaven and earth. What luck did this kid have? He sought immortality but was rejected everywhere, on the verge of despair, and then he just stumbled into a ruin and picked up a primordial spirit treasure. This luck was simply unreasonable. In the images of the tri-life mirror, the young Lu Fan, now wielding the soul-slaying halberd, had transformed completely. He was no longer the desperate youth begging for alms. He stood tall, his eyes cold, surrounded by visible black, demonic energy. Halberd in hand, he walked step by step out of the ancient battlefield, his goal, clear the mountain that imprisoned his mother. He was going back, fighting back, splitting the mountain to save his mother. Wait. On the execution platform, a celestial official finally reacted. This plot. All eyes, as if tangible, turned in unison to the silver-armored divine general who had been watching with arms crossed. Then, as if burned, they quickly looked away, not daring to stare. Erlang Xianxing Zhenjuan Yangjian. Splitting the mountain to save his mother. These 4 words for any deity in the 3 realms immediately brought one name to mind. Him. To rescue his mother Yao Ji, who was imprisoned under Peach Mountain by the Jade Emperor, he split the mountain with his axe, shaking the 3 realms. Later, his nephew Chen Xiang, to save his sister San Shengmu, who was trapped under Hua Mountain, also split the mountain with his axe, performing a cyclical act of filial piety. The Jade Emperor's family affairs were the greatest taboo in the heavenly court and the most widespread gossip in the 3 realms. Yang Jian's family was practically the specialist in the field of splitting mountains to save mothers. But now in the tri-life mirror, this kid named Lu Fan was about to do the same. Wasn't this too coincidental? So coincidental that it made one's skin crawl. While the immortals were lost in their own thoughts, someone finally raised the most critical question. A celestial official in charge of law frowned. That's not right. The Jingyan Bodhisattva used the tri-life mirror to examine whether Lu Fan had committed disrespect towards the gods and Buddhas above, or violated heavenly laws and immortal codes. But splitting a mountain to save one's mother is an act of human filial piety. Although the true Lord's Matterback then defied the heavenly emperors, while his filial piety moved heaven and earth, and it became a legend throughout the 3 realms. How could this be considered a crime? At these words, all the immortals nodded. Yes, the Jingyan Bodhisattva's selection criteria were extremely harsh and malicious. But splitting the mountain to save the mother seemed to have nothing to do with those 2 conditions. Could the tri-life mirror have made a mistake? Upon hearing this, the rigid expression on the Jingyan Bodhisattva's face suddenly melted into a knowing, pitying sneer. Immortals, please be patient. Continue watching and you will understand. In the tri-life mirror, Lu Fan had already returned to the mountain that imprisoned his mother. 10 years had passed, and the place was desolate. The mountain exuded a heart-stopping Buddhist power. Demon, you dare come back. A roar interrupted Lu Fan's gaze. Golden light flashed, and the monks from Tianshui Temple 10 years ago appeared again, blocking his path. The leading middle-aged monk's staff in hand looked even more imposing and cold than a decade ago. 10 years gone, and you wretch, instead of repenting, have fallen into the demonic path wielding a murderous weapon. Do you intend to commit murder here? Lu Fan did not answer. He slowly raised the soul-slaying halberd, its black tip pointing at the middle-aged monk from afar. His cold, emotionless eyes looked as if he were staring at a dead man. I'll ask once. Release her, or not? Outrageous, the middle-aged monk bellowed. This mountain was transformed by our Buddhist sect's immense power to suppress evil and uphold the heavenly Tao. How dare you, a demon seed, speak such wild words, demanding the release of your demon mother? Delusion. The monks behind him also took formation, chanting sutras, and streams of golden Buddhist light wove into a net enveloping the entire mountain. Today we shall act on behalf of heaven, casting you, the demon son, and your demon mother into the 9 abysses, never to be reborn. The middle-aged monk raised his staff high, and powerful magical energy began to converge. Heavenly Tao, Lu Fan repeated softly, then he laughed. That smile was full of mockery and madness. Your Tao, worthy of being called heaven. He said no more. The magical power within him instantly merged with the primordial killing intent from the soul-slaying halberd. Black demonic energy surged into the sky, dyeing half of it inky black. He gripped the halberd with both hands, raised it high above his head, and with all his might he struck down at the group of monks in the golden mountain. Break. Now. Boom. In the tri-life mirror, the black halberd shadow collided with the boundless Buddhist light. Golden light and black energy tore at each other, annihilating. The weaker monks, without even a scream, were shredded by the overbearing primordial killing intent. Both their bodies and artifacts ground into dust. Flesh and blood flew, souls shattered. With a single blow, the Buddhist light formation was shattered. Young Lu Fan stood in midair, halberd in hand, surrounded by demonic energy like a demon god emerging from the 9 abysses. He bathed in the golden Buddhist blood, his black pupils holding only cold, killing intent. Today I will use your blood to offer for my mother's freedom. Yet the middle-aged monk's cultivation far surpassed that of the ordinary monks. As he watched his disciples being slaughtered, there was no sorrow in his eyes, only the fury of one whose authority had been defied. Wretch, how dare you resist? Today you shall witness the true boundlessness of the Buddhist Dharma. He chanted the Buddha's name aloud, his yellow monk's robe billowing, without wind, swelling like a ball. Golden Buddhist radiance surged from within him, coalescing behind him into the Dharma manifestation of a wrathful Vajra. The Vajra had 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding a demon-subduing pestle, a precious wheel, and a conch exuding immense might and divine light. Great power, heavenly dragon. Earth store Bodhisattva. Prajna Buddhas. Prajna Paramitha. With his explosive shout, the wrathful Vajra manifestation stirred into motion. 6 arms simultaneously swung their Dharma instruments, smashing down toward Lu Fan's head. There was no fear in Lu Fan's eyes, only seething, killing intent. He held the soul-slaying halberd across his chest, pouring all his power into it without reserve. On the long halberd, a dark crimson light suddenly flared. A blurred phantom of an ancient demon god filled with boundless resentment and murderous will flickered behind Lu Fan before vanishing. Kill. With all his strength, he swung the halberd upward to meet the overwhelming Buddhist radiance. The black halberd shadow and the golden Dharma instrument collided in midair. The wrathful Vajra manifestation shattered inch by inch under the innate killing aura of the soul-slaying halberd. Yet the massive Buddhist force pressed down, causing every bone in Lu Fan's body to tremble. Puffed. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and Lu Fan staggered in midair. He was, after all, but a mortal body, having possessed the spirit treasure for too short a time, sustained only by a surge of bloody valor. The middle-aged monk seized the opportunity. His Buddha chant unceasing, he pressed both hands downward. Suppress. The great mountain imprisoning the white serpent shuddered violently. On the mountain's surface, a colossal golden Buddha seal emerged, blazing with light. An irresistible force of suppression, like the heavens collapsing, pressed down savagely upon Lu Fan. The son of a demon is still a demon. Under the Buddhist Dharma, how dare you run rampant? The middle-aged monk retracted his manifestation, resuming his dignified and solemn appearance. He looked down at Lu Fan, who lay on the ground, gasping for breath with cold eyes. The image in the 3-life mirror froze at that tragic moment of the youth's fall. The execution platform was dead silent. Irrefutable evidence. Irrefutable evidence. Bodhisattva Jingyan's shrill voice shattered the silence. You have all seen it. This fiend is cruel by nature. To save his demonic mother, he did not hesitate to slaughter Buddhist monks. Such a heinous crime cannot be fully recorded in writing. This is the clearest proof of his corrupted nature. There is no room for further quibbling. I beseech your majesty to issue a decree, extract his soul, and cast it into the 9 abyss earth fire burning for 10,000 years to expiate his sins and serve as a warning to others. Yet what answered him was an awkward silence. The celestial officials of the heavenly court wore complex expressions. They could not refute Jingyan's words. Slaughtering monks was indeed a grave crime. But in their hearts they could not muster the slightest aversion toward the youth in the mirror. What they saw was merely a child who to save his mother exhausted all his strength and ultimately fell tragically. That filial piety, that desperate resolve even across reincarnation and the mirror's surface remained blazing hot. If it were them with their own mother imprisoned and someone blocking the way, what would they do? They dared not think. So they remained silent. When someone's own mother is crushed under a mountain and you stand in the way of rescue, who else is there to kill but you? But these words were difficult to speak aloud. Saying them would offend people. What a pity, Neza murmured softly, gazing at the mirror image. So close. He recalled his own past, the bone given back to his father, the flesh to his mother. That despair he understood. Thus he felt it was a pity. Just as Bodhisattva Jingyan, confident of victory, prepared to petition the Jade Emperor, once more the already frozen 3-life mirror shimmered with light again. The image continued. Etched. Everyone was stunned. What was happening? Was there more? Hadn't the rescue of his mother failed, ending there? The scene in the mirror had shifted. An unknown amount of time had passed. Lu Fan awoke from his coma. He lay in a dilapidated mountain temple. His wounds had been crudely treated with wild herbs. He had been saved by an old woodcutter passing by. He had survived, but his heart was dead. He did not go back to that mountain. He knew he could not reach it. He began to wander aimlessly through the mortal world. He grew silent, dazed, like a walking corpse. The soul-slaying halberd, once as precious to him as life itself, was now wrapped in rags and casually slung over his back like a useless firewood stick. He had transformed from a spirited youth bent on vengeance into a homeless vagrant with vacant eyes. One day he entered a bustling town. Hungry, he went into a tavern and exchanged his last few copper coins for a jug of the cheapest, roughest wine. The tavern was loud and lively. A storyteller striking his wooden block was speaking with great animation, spittle flying. It is said that in those days the Jade Emperor's own sister, the Cloudflower Fairy Yaoji, was the most beautiful and honored in the heavenly palace. But this fairy, yearning for the mortal world, descended to earth and fell in love with a scholar surnamed Yang, bearing him a son and a daughter. The storyteller smacked his block, raising his voice high to whet the audience's appetite. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The celestial laws are strict. If an immortal gives way to mortal feelings, what then? The Jade Emperor was enraged, and with a single decree pressed this Cloudflower Fairy under Peach Mountain. The tea drinkers and drunkards in the tavern listened with great relish, buzzing with talk. And then came Yang Erlang, who was born with divine strength. He apprenticed himself to a master trained in skills, and finally, wielding a divine axe, split Peach Mountain and rescued his mother. The story reached its climax, met with rounds of applause. Yet after the cheers, some discordant murmurs emerged from the corners. If you ask me, said a ruddy-faced drunkard, belching, this whole thing is the Cloudflower Fairy's own fault. A perfectly good immortal, and she had to come down to the mortal world to suffer. Wasn't that just crazy? Exactly, chimed in a gaunt bookkeeper. She had immortality, gold and jade, yet she chose to live a poor life of firewood, rice, oil, and salt with a penniless scholar. What was the point? Was she out of her mind? In the end, she's just a woman. Long hair, short vision. She had her fun, but look what happened. She ended up crushed under a mountain, dragging her children into suffering too. What's that called? Selfish. Foolish. The murmurs grew louder and more venomous, the entire tavern filled with incomprehension and mockery of the Cloudflower Fairy. They were mortals, they could not understand that love which abandons everything. In their eyes, power, status, and immortality were the most substantial things. To give up these for an ethereal emotion was the stupidest deal under heaven. Outside the 3-life mirror on the execution platform for immortals, the atmosphere had plummeted to freezing point. Every immortal felt as if the air around them had been frozen solid. They kept their eyes fixed downward, noses aligned with their hearts, not daring to breathe, too loudly terrified that their gaze might accidentally meet a certain direction. Awkwardness. Unparalleled awkwardness. The most intimate secrets of the heavenly court's royal family, the deepest domestic conflicts of the highest echelons, were now being rashly dissected and ridiculed by a group of mortals in a mundane tavern, their words dripping with contempt. This was a public execution in front of the gods and Buddhas of the 3 realms. Are they insane? A celestial official screamed silently in his mind. Was Lu Fan so fond of listening to storytellers? In this life, it was Sun Wukong's riot in heaven. In the previous life, it was Erlang Shin splitting the mountain to rescue his mother. Couldn't he do something else in his reincarnations? And these mortals had the audacity to say such things. Fortunately, this was a tale from Lu Fan's past life, mere illusions in a mirror. If this were Lu Fan's present life, encountering such a scene in a tavern, the manifest saint would have already descended to the mortal realm with his 3-pointed double-edged spear, erasing the entire town from the map. Indeed, all the immortals' gazes subtly drifted toward the storm's center. Yang Jin's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His silver armor seemed to be coated with a layer of frost frozen by the chilling aura radiating from him. The tightly shut vertical eye on his brow had not opened, but the flesh around it twitched violently, as if it might split open at any moment and unleash a divine light that could annihilate all things. Even Sun Wukong, who was usually fearless and relished mocking Yang Jin, had uncharacteristically dropped his mischievous grin. He scratched his ear, rested his golden cudgel on his shoulder, and remained unusually silent. Sun Wukong could fight Yang Jin to the death, could mock him for his third eye over anything, but not this. This was Yang Jin's soul and deepest reverse scale. Whoever touched it died. The chatter in the tavern continued. So this tale of immortals is just for entertainment, not to be taken seriously. No immortal is that stupid. Exactly. Come drink up. Filthy words filled the air. Yet amidst the cacophony, an exceptionally clear voice rang out. A bunch of filthy pigs, only capable of spewing foul slander behind others' backs. The speaker was the vagrant who had been silently drinking in the corner. Lu Fan. He slowly rose to his feet. His clothes were tattered, his appearance gaunt, but in his eyes, once dead and lifeless, a faint glimmer reignited. All eyes in the tavern were drawn to him. Hey kid, who the hell are you? What business is it of yours what we say? A flushed drunkard barked impatiently. I am nobody. Lu Fan shook his head. I just find it ridiculous that a pack of slaves who can't even straighten their spines are speculating about why a phoenix would leave its golden cage. These words caused an uproar. The burly man slammed the table and stood up, his eyes blazing with rage. What did you say? Who are you calling a slave? Lu Fan's eyes finally met his. In those dead eyes was an abyssal indifference. He smiled. What? Did I say something wrong? A bunch of fools who have knelt so long they think everyone who stands is guilty. She was a goddess, yet she was willing to abandon everything and plunge into the mortal world for a true heart. That is courage, not stupidity. She fell in love with a mortal, bore children. Even if it violated the heavenly laws, that was a matter between her and the heavenly court. What does it have to do with you mere ants gossiping with your tongues? That is freedom, not licentiousness. Did she ever hinder any of you? Did she eat the grain from your fields or drink the water from your wells? No. Everything she pursued never interfered with any of you in the slightest. The reason you think her guilty is none other than your own inability to do the same. You are greedy, so you cannot comprehend someone giving up wealth. You are cowardly, so you cannot fathom someone daring to defy authority. You were born with the fate of slaves, with servility etched into your bones. Therefore, anyone who tries to break free from their chains seems glaring and offensive to you. You are not judging immortals, you are merely jealous. Jealous that she possesses a courage you lack, jealous that she dares to pursue the freedom you dare not even imagine. You project your own vile, base, slavish mentality onto a noble sentiment, and then comfortably spout the most venomous words. And you dare to speak of her. His words struck like thunder, each syllable piercing the heart. The drinkers who had been so lively moments before now had faces alternating between pale and red, their sore spots exposed, their shame turning to fury. Bullshit, the burly man roared, now completely enraged. A woman who indulges herself and brings disaster upon her family. That's pure selfishness. What's wrong with me saying a few words? And you, a beggar, dare to lecture me? You've got a death wish. I'll break your damned legs today. He bellowed, grabbed a bench beside him, and swung it at Lu Fan's head. Shrieks erupted in the tavern as everyone scrambled back. Lu Fan stood motionless. Just as the bench was about to smash into his head, an imperceptible black light flickered from the fire poker strapped to his back. Crack! The heavy bench split into midair. The burly man's body froze in place, a thin red line appearing on his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he pointed at Lu Fan, trying to speak, but only managing gurgling sounds as blood gushed from between his fingers and the corners of his mouth. He toppled backward with a thud, dead. Murder! Murder! The tavern erupted into chaos, screams of panic filling the air. Let's get him! A few local ruffians who were close to the dead man, fueled by rage and bloodlust, drew their short knives and charged at Lu Fan with howls. Lu Fan's face remained expressionless. He simply raised his hand, grasping the long halberd wrapped in rags on his back. Black light flashed. The two men in front were cleaved in half at the waist, their entrails and blood splattering everywhere. The remaining men, terrified by the hellish sight, turned with screams to flee. But Lu Fan gave them no chance. In just a few breaths the tavern fell silent. 7 or 8 corpses lay scattered on the ground, the thick stench of blood nauseating. Lu Fan stood amid the corpses, holding the soul-reaping halberd, his clothes stained with warm blood droplets. He slowly turned his head, his emotionless eyes fixed on the storyteller, who had collapsed to the floor in terror. The story was good, but you told it wrong. She was neither foolish nor selfish. She was simply braver than all of you. With that, he re-wrapped the halberd in the torn cloth, slung it over his back, and walked out of the mortal hell, never looking back. Outside the mirror of 3 lives on the execution platform of immortals, Bodhisattva Jingyan gazed at the bloody scene within the mirror, a morbid ecstasy blooming on his face, as if he could barely restrain himself from bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you see? Do you all see immortals? A nature unchanged. A bloodthirsty killer. This beast harbors nothing but slaughter in his heart. For a trivial quarrel, he commits brutal murder in the bustling market, slaying several people. If such a demon is not executed, what else is there to do? The evidence is irrefutable. The proof is solid as a mountain. He is nothing but a born devil. Jing Nian grew more agitated, turning toward the direction of the Lingxiao Palace, bowing deeply and shouting with a hoarse voice, "I implore your majesty to render the final judgment. This fiend's roots are corrupted beyond redemption. If he re-enters the cycle of reincarnation, he will only bring calamity to all living beings. He should be executed immediately, his soul utterly destroyed to uphold the heavenly Tao." After his cry, he stood upright with smug satisfaction, awaiting the chorus of support from the immortals and the final verdict from the Jade Emperor. Yet what greeted him was a dead silence. Moreover, it was an eerily profound silence. He sensed something amiss. He scanned the surroundings, noticing that every immortal, whether celestial officials from the heavenly court or fellow Buddhists, was now staring at him with an exceedingly bizarre expression. Tai Jingxing bowed his head, engrossed in studying the patterns on his duster. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, tilted his head back, absorbed in admiring the shifting clouds of the 9 heavens. Neza, the 3rd prince, was crouched on the ground, idly scratching the floor tiles with the tip of his fire-tipped spear. Even Tang Sanzang had closed his eyes, murmuring incantations, instantly entering a state of deep meditation, oblivious to the outside world. All the immortals, as if by prior agreement, conveyed the same message through their various postures: "Don't look at me, I heard nothing, saw nothing." And their gazes, whether direct or subtle, all carried an indescribable pity, the kind one reserves for a fool, directed at Bodhisattva Jingnian. Jingnian's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? A profound confusion shrouded his mind. His words had been unassailable, standing on the highest ground of divine law. Was indiscriminate slaughter not a sin? Was bloodthirstiness not deserving of execution? Why such a reaction? Following the collective gaze, he instinctively looked in that direction. Then his eyes met a pair of icily extreme eyes. Erlang Shin Yangjian. Yangjian's face had already turned terribly grim. The frigid, killing intent radiating from him had nearly solidified, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Jingnian's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. A single thought exploded in his mind like a divine thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. What had he just done? Jingnian's smile froze on his face. A fine layer of cold sweat instantly beaded on his bald head. He finally understood why the immortals were looking at him, as if he were a fool. Was he not a fool? This was a colossal, irredeemably stupid mistake. Disaster. This man was notorious in the heavenly court for being aloof, cold, and unyielding. He wouldn't even spare the Jade Emperor's face on ordinary days. Anyone who provoked him would suffer a miserable fate. It's over. Truly over. He must have failed to consult the almanac before leaving home today. First he provoked Sun Wukong, that reckless monkey, who feared nothing, and now he had thoroughly offended Yang Jian, the notorious star of calamity across the 3 realms. True, Lord. Jingnian's lips trembled as he tried to force a benevolent smile, but it was uglier than a grimace. He immediately turned to Yang Jian, pressed his palms together, and bowed deeply. True Lord, this humble monk. I meant no offense. I was merely outraged that this beast slaughters innocents, treating human life as worthless. I absolutely had no disrespect toward Fairy Yunhua. Now he only hoped to quickly distance himself. He feared that Yang Jian might actually develop some empathy for this Lu Fan. The heavenly court already had Sun Wukong, who was unreasonably protective of his own. He did not want to create an even more terrifying enemy out of thin air. Seeing Yang Jian's expressionless face utterly ignoring him, Jingnian grew frantic, sweat pouring down. His mind raced, and he scrambled to find some remedy. He was terrified, truly terrified. In a flash of inspiration, Jingnian thought of a brilliant way to salvage the situation. He swiftly changed his tone, bowing deeply to Yang Jian, his face plastered with a sycophantic, admiring smile. This humble monk meant to say that Lu Fan's actions are as different from your lordship's handling of the Chun Xiang matter as clouds from mud. Your lordship, true lord, was truly the embodiment of selflessness and profound righteousness. Recall that year your nephew Qin Xiang likewise stormed the heavenly court to save his mother. As his maternal uncle, your lordship's heart must have been filled with unbearable reluctance. Yet to uphold the dignity of the heavenly law in the face of the heavenly court, you resolutely stepped forward, unafraid to bear the infamy and stop Qin Xiang. Such breadth of mind, such magnanimity, is a true model for us all. That Lu Fan is nothing but a reckless brute, exerting mere physical courage. Compared to your lordship, he is but a firefly against the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Jingnian's flattery came thick and fast, loud and clear. The assembled immortals immediately caught on, finding their own escape route. Indeed. Tai Jingxing stroked his beard, nodding repeatedly. Bodhisattva Jingnian speaks truly. Your lordship's intentions back then were indeed profound and heartfelt. Yes, chimed in a heavenly king. Although he ultimately failed to stop Qin Xiang from splitting the mountain, your lordship's action demonstrated the heavenly court's stance to the three realms and preserved the dignity of the celestial rules. Your contribution is undeniable. In an instant, the execution platform of immortals was filled with sycophantic praise, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. The chill emanating from Yang Jian dissipated somewhat, and his violently twitching third eye gradually calmed. Seeing this, Jing Yan let out a long sigh of relief, secretly congratulating himself on his quick wit having finally pacified that star of calamity. Yet amidst this harmonious chorus of praise, a jarring laugh rang clearly across the entire platform. Heh! The immortals' flattery ceased abruptly. They turned to look, discovering that the laughter came not from Sun Wukong nor any other celestial official, but from that insignificant human immortal Lu Fan, who had been kneeling in the center of the execution platform, treated as a mere pawn by everyone, his life hanging in the balance. The immortals were baffled. What was this ant-like human laughing about when death was imminent? They had no time to ponder further because Yang Jian moved. Without a word, he flickered and landed in the center of the execution platform, standing before Lu Fan. The silver armor reflected a cold gleam under the celestial light, and his overwhelming divine might seemed to freeze the very air of the platform. Oh no! Sun Wukong's heart skipped a beat. He thought the three-eyed freak wasn't about to kill on the spot, was he? He planted his golden cudgel on the ground, somersaulted onto the platform, landing precisely between Lu Fan and Yang Jian, and grinned, blocking the way. I say, Yang Jian, let's talk this out nicely. Don't pick on a junior. Yang Jian did not even glance at him. His phoenix eyes were fixed on the kneeling Lu Fan as he spoke coldly. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Sun Wukong was sweating bullets for Lu Fan. If he answered poorly today, he wouldn't even need to go to the nine nether flame. He'd be blasted to nothing by the true Lord's divine light. Lu Fan raised his head, meeting Yang Jian's gaze that could freeze the soul, yet the smile on his face did not fade. Instead, it gained a hint of understanding. I laugh at them. I laugh because they don't understand, and neither does the Bodhisattva. My. Yang Jian's brow furrowed slightly. They don't understand you, true Lord, and the Bodhisattva understands even less. Lu Fan's speech was unhurried, each word clear. They think that back then you stopped your nephew to uphold the heavenly laws, to be selfless and impartial. Such words are nothing but flattery to whitewash the situation. Earlier the Bodhisattva rebuked me, saying I was acting on reckless courage, that I was as different from you, true Lord, as clouds from mud. That statement is even more absurdly wrong. Below the immortal execution platform, the immortals craned their necks, but could hear nothing. An invisible force around Yang Jian blocked the sound. They could only see Yang Jian's face, as dark as water, Sun Wukong scratching his head and ears, while that mortal dared to speak with confidence. What on earth was he saying? There was no help for it. Today, Thousand Mile Eye and Wind Piercing Ear were on duty and hadn't come to watch. Bodhisattva Jingyan's heart was even more unsettled. He vaguely felt that what Lu Fan was saying was certainly not good. On the immortal execution platform, Lu Fan continued. Where were you upholding the heavenly laws? If the heavenly laws were truly effective, how could your mother have been crushed under Mount Peach? Nor are you entirely selfless. If you were truly selfless, how could you watch your sister repeat the same mistake and only imprison her under Mount Hua, giving Qinxiang a glimmer of hope? The world says you are iron-faced and ruthless, stopping your nephew, which is unfilial and unjust. How could they know that you are the one with the most painful intention and the greatest burden? Lu Fan looked at Yang Jian's frozen face and said slowly, Qinxiang's axe was sharpened by your pressure. His magical power was forced to grow through your repeated pursuits and confrontations. His will was forged by your cold and merciless stance, forcing him to be unyielding. You used yourself as a whetstone, used infamy as a spur, and forged a mortal youth into a war god who dared to defy the heavenly court. You were not stopping him, you were making him. Without you, his ruthless uncle, even if Qinxiang obtained the divine axe, he would be nothing more than a child with a treasure mountain, but no knowledge of how to use it. He couldn't even break through the southern heavenly gate, let alone split the mountain, to save his mother. The profound meaning, the pain, the great love within this, they do not understand. They only judge you with the shallowest notions of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness, or flatter you with the most shameless words. Therefore I laugh at them. As soon as these words were spoken, even Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised. He had always felt there were many issues with Qinxiang's splitting the mountain to save his mother. But afterward, everyone was happy, and no one had pursued it. Now, after Lu Fan's explanation, everything became clear. This kid, could he see through it so deeply? This three-eyed one has hidden depths indeed. Yang Jian was silent. He neither admitted nor denied it. But Sun Wukong clearly saw that the flesh around the closed vertical eye on his forehead trembled uncontrollably. After a long moment, Yang Jian let out a cold snort, concealing countless complex emotions. He gave Lu Fan a deep look, then turned around, transformed into a streak of light, returned to his original position, and stood with his arms crossed again. Sun Wukong grinned, shouldered his staff, and leaped back. He walked over to Yang Jian, elbowed him, and winked, whispering, Hey, Three Eyes, old son always said you're the one with the most twists and turns in your heart. Yang Jian didn't even lift his eyelids. He just emitted a highly disdainful sound from his nostrils. The immortals became even more curious. Had the talk broken down or been settled? Why was the true lord's attitude even colder than before? But judging by the monkey's gleeful expression, it didn't seem like a fight was about to break out. The images in the Sanxing mirror continued to flow. In the mirror, Lu Fan, who had slaughtered in the tavern after escaping the official's pursuit, finally returned to that great mountain. He knew his time was short. He would make one last attempt. This time he held nothing back. He burned his own soul, pouring all his life force into the soul-slaying halberd. The black, baleful aura was denser than ever, almost solidifying, enveloping his entire being. He charged without hesitation toward that golden, shining mountain. Demon, how dare you come again? The middle-aged monk reappeared, his face filled with utter disgust and coldness. He activated the Buddhist seal, radiating brilliant light, and the overwhelming power of suppression spread everywhere. This collision shook heaven and earth. Yet the outcome did not change. A mortal body, after all, has its limits. The black, baleful aura was extinguished inch by the Buddhist light. The soul-slaying halberd flew out of his hand. Lu Fan's body was shattered in midair by the immense Buddhist power. Flesh and blood scattered over the mountain's base, and his soul completely dissipated under the radiance of the Buddhist light. This life came to an end with the most tragic failure. On the Immortal Execution platform, there was a chorus of sighs. Regardless of their stance, seeing a soul so unyielding in his quest to save his mother ultimately shattered to pieces, the immortals couldn't help but feel moved. Stubborn and unrepentant, harming others and himself. Bodhisattva Jingyan spoke, coldly breaking the silence. He glanced toward Yang Jian, and seeing no reaction, his courage swelled. You all have seen it. In his past life, this wretch was just as stubborn. For his own selfish desires, he killed the innocent indiscriminately and ultimately brought about his own destruction. With such a nature, if not severely punished, he will repeat the same mistake in 100 reincarnations. Lu Fan knelt on the ground listening to Jingyan's assessment, but a cold smile no one noticed curled at the corner of his mouth. This outcome was exactly what he wanted. This story must end with regret and failure. Because the past life is the past life, and the present life is the present life. Only the tragedy of the past life could maximize sympathy, make certain people empathize, and secure the greatest room for maneuver for his present life. Trading a meaningless tragic past that has already passed for a chance to survive in the present. This deal was worth it. Bodhisattva Jingyan had originally wanted to strike while the iron was hot and directly request the Jade Emperor to decree Lu Fan's soul be utterly destroyed. But the words died in his throat. He glanced at the expressionless Yang Jian, then at Sun Wukong, who was holding his staff and watching the drama. Both were tough nuts to crack. Neither was easy to offend. He weighed the options in his mind. A mere human immortal was not worth offending both these great deities simultaneously. After all, since the creation of heaven and earth, time is infinite. The reincarnation of a mortal is but a drop in the ocean. No need to rush. Today he would take a step back. With that thought, Bodhisattva Jingyan cleared his throat and put on a businesslike expression. However, he changed his tone. Though there are sins in this life, tracing them to the root, it was out of an urgent desire to save his mother. There is a reason, and it is forgivable. To judge that his fundamental nature is corrupted based solely on this life's experience would be biased. In my humble opinion, there are still doubts and insufficient evidence. It would be fairer to examine his other past lives and make a comprehensive judgment. Upon hearing this, the immortals immediately understood the hint. Tai Bai Jingxing was the first to step forward to mediate. The Bodhisattva speaks rightly. Justice requires conclusive evidence. Our heavenly court has always ruled by virtue. We cannot hastily convict. This matter needs careful deliberation. Yes, careful deliberation. The immortals chimed in agreement. Yang Jian remained cold-faced and silent throughout. His silence itself was a statement. Beneath the immortal-slaying platform, a crowd of celestial officials each harbored their own thoughts, the atmosphere tense and subtle. Sun Wukong nudged Yang Jian beside him with his elbow, lowering his voice, his monkey face brimming with inquisitive, gossipy curiosity. Hey, Three-Eyed One, tell me honestly, what exactly is your stance? You seem to quite like this lad, don't you? Yang Jian cast him a sidelong glance, his disdain blatant. He has backbone. I appreciate that. But what does that have to do with you? You monkey jumping up and down, what do you actually want? Old Sun thinks he's also a man of loyalty and righteousness. To let his soul scatter into nothingness like this is too great a pity. Sun Wukong chuckled, revealing his true intent. Tell me, can't we find some way to save him? Yang Jian's gaze returned to Lu Fan in the distance, his voice cold. Did the gathered immortals not already agree to preserve his true spirit and send him into the cycle of reincarnation? That was already an act of leniency beyond the law. He paused mid-sentence. Suddenly he whipped his head around, sharp divine light flashing from his phoenix eyes as he locked on his Sun Wukong. You monkey. You want him pardoned? Sun Wukong scratched his cheek, his smile brilliant. Impossible. Yang Jian refused flatly, brooking no argument. The fact that he slaughtered Buddhist monks is undeniable. The evidence is ironclad. Even if the Jade Emperor himself were present, he would need to consider the dignity of the Buddha of Lingshan. Heavenly laws and human lives are not trifles. Today he must die. As for how he dies, whether his soul and spirit are annihilated or his true spirit is preserved and cast into the path of beasts, that is what can be discussed. The smile vanished from Sun Wukong's face. He finally understood. Yang Jian might appreciate him, but his principles were terrifyingly rigid. He could understand Lu Fan's actions, but he would never agree that such behavior deserved pardon. Those with different paths cannot plan together. Sun Wukong sneered, shouldering his golden cudgel, too lazy to waste more words on this stone in a latrine. Seeing the storm temporarily subside, Bodhisattva Jingyan forced himself to calm his mind. He had to bring the scene back under his control. He took a deep breath and once more activated his magical power, channeling it into the three-life mirror. O three-life mirror, perceiving the subtlest details, please reveal once more to us in this person's cycle of reincarnation, are there still acts of disrespect toward heavenly gods and Buddhas, and violations of heavenly decrees and immortal laws? Upon the mirror's surface, radiance flowed again. Chaotic clouds churned, and a new scene began to slowly coalesce. All the gathered immortals' gazes were drawn to it once more. However, the moment the scene became completely clear, the entire immortal slaying platform fell into a silence more eerie and horrifying than ever before. Then came the sound of gasps rising one after another, impossible to suppress. This, impossible. A celestial official whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling. What appeared in the mirror was still not Lu Fan. It was a scholar in azure robes, refined and elegant, with a gentle face and an ethereal aura, a natural nobility between his brows. Yet what sent all the immortals into soul-scattering shock was that very face. The contours of its brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance, some 7 or 8 parts alike, to the silver-armored divine general who had been watching with folded arms Erlang Shaoxing Jinjuan Yang Jian. One sharp-eyed ancient immortal directly recognized the scholar's true origin. The Golden Boy is the reincarnation of the Golden Boy who once served your majesty. His words exploded like a heavenly thunderbolt in the minds of all the immortals. The reincarnated Golden Boy had fallen in love with Fairy Yunhua Yaoji and fathered Yang Jian and his siblings. That scholar's name was known throughout the 3 realms. Yang Tianyu, Lu Fan, is the reincarnation of Yang Jian's father. This realization sent a shock through all the immortals. They felt a chill running down their spines, a wave of cold rising from their tailbones straight to their skulls. This gossip was too massive. So huge it burned their hands, so immense it could literally burst the immortals alive. This was no ordinary heavenly court gossip. This was truly a matter of life and death. It involved not only Yang Jian, but also the Jade Emperor. Many celestial officials had turned pale as corpses, already secretly edging backward, wishing they could instantly cast escape spells and flee this place, pretending they had never come today. Bodhisattva Jingyan, the very instigator who had uncovered this earth-shattering secret, was now utterly dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Yang Tianyu in the mirror, then at Yang Jian nearby, whose face was as calm as still water, his mind buzzing completely blank. How could he continue the trial like this? On what grounds would Lu Fan be Yang Jian's father? Bodhisattva Jingyan's legs went weak, and he nearly knelt right there on the ground. In the dead silence, only Sun Wukong looked completely bewildered. He did not know Yang Tianyu. Though he knew Yang Jian was the Jade Emperor's nephew and knew the story of his splitting the mountain to save his mother when he was born, Yang Tianyu had long since turned to dust, not even his bones remaining. He had no idea about all the tangled connections. Who's this? He poked Neza beside him, who shared his shocked expression. Looks a bit like Three-Eyed One. Is he his brother? It took Neza a long while to snap out of his shock. He glanced at the silent immortals around them, then at Yang Jian, whose face had turned as dark as a soot-covered walk bottom. Lowering his voice, he quickly said to Sun Wukong, "Monkey, keep it down. That's not his brother." Then who is he, eh? Sun Wukong was even more curious. Neza leaned close to his ear and whispered in an almost inaudible voice, "That is the reincarnated Golden Boy named Yang Tianyu. He is his father." The playful grin on Sun Wukong's face instantly froze. His fiery golden eyes widened sharply. His father. That's right. Neza nodded heavily, his expression extremely solemn. Back then, Fairy Yunhua, who is the true Lord's mother, secretly descended to the mortal realm with this scholar. Yang married him, and thus brought about the later tribulation of Peach Blossom Mountain. Sun Wukong's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long time. His golden cudgel nearly slipped from his fingers, failing to grip it properly. He finally understood why these immortals on the immortal slaying platform looked as though they had seen ghosts. He also finally understood why Bodhisattva Jingyan's face looked worse than grief. This was getting interesting. Yang Jian, however, was unexpectedly calm. He spoke evenly. "Summon the king of Diyu Qin Guangwang." These brief 6 words stunned all the immortals. Then they realized the true Lord intended to trace the root cause. In the underworld, the Siluodian King Qin Guangwang, who was handling official duties, suddenly shuddered. Daring not to show the slightest neglect, he immediately set down his judges, pen, his figure flickering as he vanished from the spot. The next moment, a shadowy apparition reeking of energy appeared beneath the immortal slaying platform. King Qin Guangwang bowed deeply, his attitude extremely respectful. This humble king pays respects to Erlang Shaoxing Jinjuan. Might I ask the purpose of your summons? His heart was anxious. Being directly summoned by Yang Jian meant undoubtedly a matter of grave importance. Yang Jian wasted no words, raising his hand to point at Lu Fan kneeling on the ground. Investigate this person's 3 lifetimes of reincarnation, trace to the source. Then examine all reincarnation registers following my father Yang Tianyou's rebirth. King Qingguang did not dare ask further, and immediately responded, as your true lord commands. He took out the book of life and death, channeled divine light into it, and the heavy tome fluttered open on its own without wind. Pages turned rapidly before finally settling on 2 pages. He carefully compared the threads of karma and reincarnation on both sides. The entire immortal slaying platform fell utterly silent. All the immortals held their breath, awaiting the final verdict from the Lord of the Underworld. This was not merely about deciding Lu Fan's fate, but also determining whether they could leave this place alive today. After a moment, King Qingguang exhaled deeply in relief, put away the book of life and death, and respectfully reported to Yang Jian, True Lord, the investigation is complete. Lu Fan's true spirit originated from a wisp of righteous energy from antiquity. Through countless cycles of reincarnation, he has always been an ordinary mortal. His reincarnation lineage is clear and shares no connection with the soul of Jin Tong's reincarnation. Since his primordial spirit dissipated that year, Yang Tianyou's true spirit has already returned to the heavenly Tao and has not re-entered the cycle of reincarnation. Upon hearing these words, a collective sound of relief swept across the immortal slaying platform, uniform and synchronized. Not guilty. Lu Fan was not the reincarnation of Yang Tianyou. The enormous melon that could have shattered the heavens was false. Bodhisattva Jingyan felt his vision go dark for a moment, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. He felt as though he had just stepped back from the gates of the underworld, his entire body drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling so violently he could barely stand. He had kept his head. He had actually managed to save his own life. The assembled immortals suddenly snapped out of their daze, and their minds began functioning properly once more. So that's how it is. Tai Bai Jinxing slapped his forehead and stroked his beard in enlightenment. Of course, the situation mirrors the previous incarnation. The 3 lives mirror does not display the person himself, but rather individuals or events profoundly connected to his birth or experiences in that lifetime. Precisely. Just as the scholar and the white snake appeared first in that previous cycle, this time it must be that he had some entanglement with Lord Yang Tianyou. The crowd chattered animatedly, finally arriving at a perfectly logical explanation that dissolved this catastrophic scandal into nothingness. The atmosphere finally began to ease. Having heard Qingguang's report, Yang Jian's rigid posture relaxed ever so slightly. He let out a cold snort, its chill making Bodhisattva Jingyan shiver anew. Proceed. Yang Jian waved his hand, dismissing Qingguang, while instructing Jingyan to continue channeling the 3 lives mirror. Sun Wukong sidled over and sneakily poked Yang Jian's armor with his staff. Hey, 3 Eyes. Since this kid's past life is tangled up with your father, did you ever meet him before? That was a shrewd question. Every immortal present perked up their ears, even holding their breath a touch lighter. This touched upon the true lord's most private affairs. Yang Jian's gaze remained locked on the 3 lives mirror, as though he hadn't heard a word. However, Sun Wukong was unbearably persistent and wouldn't stop harassing him. Never. After a long while, he squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. I don't believe you, Sun Wukong cackled. Yang Jian ignored him. He remembered very clearly. Besides his mother, no one near his father Yang Tianyou had any connection to the cultivation world whatsoever. Let alone a soul like this one, steeped in baleful energy and daring to slay monks. Not even an ordinary mortal with any cultivation potential had ever crossed his path. In his memories, there was absolutely no trace of Lu Fan's face, nor any countenance resembling it. But Yang Jian's brows furrowed in an almost imperceptible manner. Perhaps he was no longer entirely certain. His gaze drifted involuntarily from the 3 lives mirror and fell once more upon the small, upright kneeling figure at the center of the immortal slaying platform. After that earth-shattering mistaken paternity debacle, his heart had held nothing but annoyance. Yet now, as Sun Wukong had asked that question, and the 3 lives mirror began tracing through that chapter of his past, he would never willingly revisit. His view of Lu Fan suddenly shifted. It seemed as though it truly did feel somewhat familiar. Not a resemblance in features, but rather a feeling, a hazy impression of having brushed shoulders with someone in some forgotten corner of time. Strange. He had been staring at that face for so long earlier and felt nothing. Why now? A trace of doubt flickered through Yang Jian's mind. Was this illusion conjured by the mirror's connection to karma, or had he truly forgotten something important buried deep within his memory? Just as the immortals were lost in their own thoughts, and Yang Jian harbored quiet trepidation, the imagery within the 3 lives mirror stabilized. Light and shadow danced within the mirror, and a gentle spring breeze from Jiangnan swept across the misty immortal slaying platform, carrying the fragrance of damp air and fallen blossoms. A picturesque landscape unfolded before them. Warm spring sunlight, gentle breezes. Jade-green waters wound around emerald hills, willow branches drooped gracefully along the banks, and peach blossoms bloomed like splendorous clouds of rosy silk. Outside an elegant study beside the water, a young scholar in blue robes sat by the window, utterly absorbed in an ancient text. It was Yang Tianyu. The assembled immortals fell awkwardly silent. Was this really something we should all be gathered together to watch? Witnessing Lu Fan's past life entanglements was one thing. After all, that was his own business. But what played within the mirror was the courtship of the true Lord's own parents. This involved the Jade Emperor's own beloved sister, the heavenly Princess Yaoji of the Cloud Flower Fairy lineage. Many heavenly officials had already begun quietly sliding backward, wishing desperately to cast a fleeing technique and depart instantly, pretending they had never set foot here today. Should the Jade Emperor discover this, even if the true Lord took no action against them, they would scarcely escape severe punishment. Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat, intending to say something along the lines of, "This concerns the dignity of the celestial house. Perhaps we should temporarily." But glancing at Yang Jian's expressionless face, he swallowed his words. The principal party had not spoken. What right did an outsider have to interfere? Only Sun Wukong watched with keen interest, occasionally nudging Neza with his elbow, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Within the mirror, Yang Tianyu grew weary from reading, set down his book, picked up a jade flute resting beside the desk, and stepped to the window to play beneath the open sky. The flute's clear notes carried both the aloof elegance of a learned scholar and a deep attachment to the beauty of nature. The melody was not complex, yet its artistic conception was profound and far-reaching, purifying the soul. Just then a single peach blossom detached itself from the branches without warning. It did not fall to the ground, but instead spiraled gently before landing softly upon his flute. Yang Tianyu's playing faltered, and he looked up in puzzlement. He saw a crystal-clear dewdrop clinging to the petal. Before he could reach out to brush it away, a voice as clear and bright as silver bells rang out from above. "Your flute playing is quite excellent, but the tune feels rather desolate. Have you something weighing on your mind?" Startled, Yang Tianyu looked up sharply. Perched upon the flowering branches of the peach tree was a maiden clad in white. Her bare feet were adorned with a string of tiny golden bells that chimed softly in a gentle breeze. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, held back only by a simple ribbon. Her peerlessly beautiful face, unadorned by cosmetics, surpassed all hues of the mortal world. She bore none of the qualities of an ordinary mortal woman. 3 parts ethereal charm radiated from between her brows. Her eyes shone like stars, filled with unabashed curiosity as she regarded him. None other than Yaoji, the Cloudflower Fairy, who had secretly descended to the mortal realm. Yang Tianyu had read widely, yet he had never encountered such a captivating and ethereal woman. For a moment, he stood utterly spellbound, forgetting both speech and proper etiquette. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Yaoji gracefully leaped from the tree and landed softly on the ground. She approached Yang Tianyu, tilting her head to look at him. "Why play such a sorrowful tune? The spring is so beautiful with peach blossoms in full bloom. You ought to play something cheerful instead." Yang Tianyu finally snapped back to reality, a faint blush coloring his cheeks as he bowed and clasped his hands in greeting. "This humble one is Yang Tianyu, offering my respects to the lady. Forgive my rudeness. Pray, who are you?" "My name is Yao Ji," she replied absent-mindedly, her attention entirely focused on his jade flute. "This flute of yours is quite fine. May I take a look?" Yang Tianyu instinctively handed the jade flute over. Yao Ji took it, brought it to her lips, and blew but once. Instantly, a profoundly different melody erupted, reverberating throughout the valley. The music was no longer solitary and cold. Instead, it pulsed with vibrant vitality and joy. One could hear seeds cracking through the soil, tender shoots pushing upward. One could see 100 flowers blooming in concert, bees and butterflies dancing among them. One could hear the babbling of streams and the joyful songs of birds. As the melody played, an impossible scene unfolded. The flower buds surrounding the study, still tight with promise, began to unfurl before his very eyes. Willow branches sprouted ever more tender green leaves. Even the clouds above seemed stirred by the music, shifting into magnificent, ever-changing forms. Yang Tianyu stood transfixed. He had read tales of the supernatural and heard legends of immortals, but witnessing such a miracle unfold before him filled him with a shock unlike anything he had ever known. Looking at the girl before him, radiant with a gentle smile, only one thought occupied his mind. A celestial maiden. She must surely be a fairy from the heavens. The Sansheng mirror faithfully preserved these long-buried years. From that day forward, Yao Ji would often seek out Yang Tianyu. She showed great interest in the mortal poetry and songs he recited, so he read them to her verse by verse, explaining the sorrows and joys within each word. Fascinated by the vibrant energy of mortal life, she accompanied him to the busiest market in town, where they watched monkey shows, listened to opera performances, and savored skewers of candied hawthorn for a single coin. The first time Yao Ji tasted that sweet and sour flavor, her eyes curved into crescent moons with delight. He sketched her in ink and color, capturing her seated beneath the peach tree. She then wove a touch of her immortal art, causing the painted butterflies to truly take flight from the paper. Between them, their feelings grew quietly, yet wildly, taking root and spreading with each passing day. Yang Tianyu knew she came from extraordinary origins, yet he never pressed her. Yao Ji also understood that a romance between mortal and immortal defied heavenly law and would invite catastrophic retribution. Yet immersed in the warmth and love of the mortal realm, she had long since cast celestial rules and prohibitions far behind. Before the immortal slaying platform, a host of heavenly officials trembled in silence, many with faces drained of color, too afraid to even glance once more at the Sanxing mirror. Should they keep watching when the Jade Emperor himself arrived, not a single one of them would escape. Yet the anticipated thunderous rage failed to descend from the Lingxiao Palace above the 33 heavens. The Jade Emperor's magical treasure, the Sanxing Mirror, was publicly broadcasting at the southern heaven gate the secret of the Heavenly Emperor's eldest princess falling in love with a mortal, a spectacle as brazen as erecting a stage before the gods and Buddhas of the three realms to perform the sovereign's own family drama. Yet the Jade Emperor remained utterly motionless. No edict was sent, no heavenly soldiers descended, not even a tremor of divine might could be sensed. This abnormal silence struck terror far deeper than any thunderous fury. Some sharp-witted old immortals, such as Tai Bai Jin Xing, their eyes darting back and forth, suddenly discerned a different undertone. He stole a glance at Yang Jian's ice-cold face, then at the blissful couple reflected in the mirror, and a bold conjecture surfaced in his heart. Could it be that His Majesty wishes to watch further as well? The thought startled even Tai Bai Jin Xing himself. Yet upon careful reflection, it seemed entirely reasonable. Whether it was Princess Yao Ji or later Third Holy Mother Yang Chan, both of this sovereign's sister and niece had chosen the same path, abandoning the heavenly court to fall in love with mortals. Perhaps he truly wished to understand what magic the mortal world held that drove them to willingly forsake their immortal status and risk eternal dissolution, plunging headlong into a mere century of worldly passion. Immortal lifespans stretched too long enough to erode all fervor, leaving only rules and order in their wake. With this realization, Tai Bai Jin Xing steeled himself and quietly signaled to familiar officials nearby, urging them to remain patient. The scenes in the Sanxing Mirror continued to flow. Seasons turned, winter gave way to summer, and back again. Beside Yang Tianyu's study, the peach tree bloomed, and withered, and bloomed anew. His bond with Yao Ji deepened like aged wine, rich and mellow. One evening, bathed in moonlight like flowing water, the two floated upon rippling waves. Yang Tianyu gently rowed while Yao Ji reclined at the bow, plucking a guqin. The melodious notes merged with the sounds of water, wind, and insects, becoming one with nature itself, a music of the heavens. When the piece concluded, Yao Ji raised her gaze to the luminous moon and sighed softly. The moon in the heavens may be large and round, yet it is always so cold and desolate. It cannot compare to mortal moonlight, which carries the warmth of earthly life. Yang Tianyu set down his oars and sat beside her, asking gently, "Yao Ji, do you dislike the heavens?" "Indeed I do," Yao Ji replied without disguise. "The heavens are far too desolate. Time seems frozen. 10,000 years and a single day are indistinguishable. Immortals guard their rules and dignity, hesitating even to laugh for fear of impropriety. How dreadfully boring." Yang Tianyu fell silent for a moment before finally voicing the question hidden in his heart for so long. "Yao Ji, who exactly are you? Where do you come from?" He was no fool. After so much time together, he had long been certain Yao Ji was by no means mortal. She could make flowers bloom at will, converse with birds and beasts, and the aura about her was something the mortal world could never cultivate. Yao Ji gazed at him, offering no concealment, and instead flashed a playful smile. "You've guessed for so long, you must already know the answer. If I told you I am a celestial maiden from the heavens, would you believe me?" Yang Tianyu met her eyes and nodded solemnly. "I believe you. From the moment I first saw you, I knew you were not of this mortal world. I only could not believe such a celestial fortune would ever descend upon a commoner like myself." Yao Ji's smile grew warmer. "I am indeed a celestial being, though my story runs far longer than you might imagine." She extended a slender finger pointing toward the distant horizon. Long ago, when even this land was yet a primordial wilderness, I already existed. Most people know me only as the Heavenly Emperor's younger sister, the goddess of Mount Wu. Goddess of Mount Wu, Yang Tianyu murmured. He recalled having read this title in ancient texts. Yes. Yao Ji nodded, her eyes glowing with distant memory. In those days, catastrophic floods swept the mortal realm, bringing suffering to all living beings. A human leader named Du led his people in dredging rivers and taming the waters. I descended at the will of heaven to aid him. I guided the waterways for him, slew the evil dragons, and pacified the mountains and rivers. I watched with my own eyes as he passed his home 3 times without entering, as countless mortals struggled against catastrophic floods using the most primitive tools, fighting for survival. They are so insignificant, their lives as fragile as ants capable of being swallowed by a single wave. But Yao Ji's tone shifted, a different light igniting in her eyes. They are also so magnificent. Within their bodies lies a resilience and courage that even immortals cannot match. They weep, they laugh, they risk their lives to protect their families, and they rally together for a shared purpose. Yet I discovered I had grown attached to this place. I watched them rebuild their homes from the ruins, watched them kindle their first cooking fires, watched newborns cry out for the first time in their mother's arms. Yet I discovered I had grown attached to this place. I watched them rebuild their homes from the ruins, watched them kindle their first cooking fires, watched newborns cry out for the first time in their mother's arms. I watched them till the soil harvest crops, wed and mourn, be born and grow old and die. Only then did I understand how arrogant and absurd the heavenly law's distinction between gods and mortals truly is. Mortals are the most moving scenery in this world. Yao Ji turned her head, her gaze burning, as she looked at Yang Tianyu. So I came down again. I no longer wish to be that lofty immortal gazing down upon all living beings from above. I want to walk genuinely upon this land, feel the spring breeze, listen to the summer rain, taste autumn fruits, and embrace the winter snow. I want to live once as a true human. And then I met you. Moonlight draped her in a holy aura. Yang Tianyu's heart was thoroughly shaken by her words. He had always believed that immortals were beings without emotion or desire, regarding all living things as worthless. But he never expected this fairy before him to harbor such profound compassion and boundless love. He reached out and gently held Yao Ji's hand. Heavenly law is merciless. If discovered, I will be dragged back to the heavenly court and imprisoned in eternal darkness. And you too will suffer heavenly retribution, your soul shattered and scattered. But Tianyu, if I can spend even a single lifetime with you, it would be worth more than 10,000 eternal years sitting idle in the heavenly court. Will you marry me? Yang Tianyu could no longer restrain his emotions. He was no reckless fool ignorant of consequences. Having read the classics of sages, he understood the cosmic ethics between heaven and humanity better than anyone. But he understood even more clearly that this woman in his arms was the sole light of his life. He pulled Yao Ji into his embrace and choked out, I will. Yang Tianyu's wish in this life has been granted, to be favored by a celestial fairy. I would die without regret. Even if heavenly retribution comes, I will bear it with you. Yao Ji closed her eyes in his embrace, a smile of contentment blooming on her lips. The images in the three-life mirror flowed rapidly. No grand wedding, no matchmakers or betrothal gifts. Only a small study, 2 red candles with heaven and earth as witnesses, mountains and rivers as matchmakers. They bowed to heaven and earth and thus became husband and wife. Years flowed peacefully like the streams slowly winding past their door. Yang Tianyu farmed and studied to uphold his family, while Yao Ji washed her hands to prepare meals. She concealed all traces of her immortal aura, learning to be a mortal wife. She learned quickly. The stitches on her sewn garments were fine and neat. The aroma of her cooked meals filled the air. Yang Tianyu often read in his study, and when he looked up he could see the figure hanging laundry outside the window, and his heart would be filled with an unprecedented sense of peace and warmth. Yao Ji had not forgotten her original reason for descending. The compassion deep within her bones would not let her turn a blind eye to the suffering of the mortal realm. In 1 year a severe drought struck the region. For months there was no rain, the fields cracked open and the common people were displaced. Prayer altars for rain were built one after another, yet all were in vain. That night Yang Tianyu noticed Yao Ji's deeply troubled face and softly asked if she was worrying about this matter. Yao Ji nodded. Yang Tianyu took her hand. You are a fairy possessing the power to summon wind and rain. But if you use it you will be exposed. But if I do not use it, all living beings within 100 li will wither and die. Yao Ji's eyes shone with divine radiance. Tianyu, I descended from heaven to protect all living things. How could I stand by and watch them die before my eyes without lifting a finger? Soon dark clouds drifted across the sky, and fine raindrops gently fell upon the parched earth. The rain was gentle, yet it fell through the entire night, perfectly soaking the land, relieving the drought, without causing flooding. The next day, everyone in the town knelt on the ground, thanking heaven for its miraculous intervention. No one knew that this life-saving blessed rain came from the gentle, scholarly wife among them. In another year a plague raged through the town. The local physicians were helpless, and people kept dying, their wails echoing endlessly. Yao Ji, transformed into a herb-gathering maiden, ventured into the deep mountains and found immortal herbs unknown to mortals. She ground them into powder and secretly poured them into the town's water wells. 3 days later the plague receded miraculously. There were many such acts of kindness. She repaired collapsed mountain roads, dispersed toxic miasma in the forests, and made barren land fertile. She protected this land in her own way. Soon they had their first child, a boy named Yang Jiao. 2 years later a second boy was born named Yang Jian. Finally they had a daughter exquisitely lovely named Yang Chan. However, watching this heartwarming scene, none of the immortal onlookers could smile. As they watched, that familiar feeling grew stronger and stronger. An extraordinary woman, a mortal scholar falling in love, marrying, using their abilities to help mortals, and then Lu Fan's previous life. Wasn't that white snake exactly the same? This plot. It's not just similar, it's identical. Could such a coincidence really exist? Everyone had not fully savored the implications before, but now even the least perceptive of immortals had noticed the disturbing parallel. Although the affair between Yang Tianyu and Fairy Yao Ji was a heavenly court secret, enough years had passed that it had spread widely throughout the three realms and was no longer hidden. Countless demons and fairy beings had heard this legend of a human divine romance. Even Monkey Sun knew about it. Back when he wreaked havoc in the heavenly court, he had used it to mock Yang Jian. But seeing this, the immortals did not feel relieved at all. Instead, a deeper fear gripped them. Because they all knew. They all knew the ending of this original story of Fairy Yao Ji. It was not a tale with a happy conclusion. It was a blood-soaked tragedy that shook the three realms. That was the beginning of the Erlang Divine Lord standing nearby's lifelong pain and obsession. Realizing this, the atmosphere on the immortal slaying platform instantly plummeted to freezing point. The color drained completely from the faces of all the immortals. Many could no longer control their bodies, their legs trembled slightly, and they subconsciously wanted to step back. Run. Would it still be possible to escape now? But Yang Jian had not given permission, so they dared not move. All eyes without exception covertly glanced toward that silver-armored divine general. At that moment, the image in the three-life mirror began to shift. It was a clear afternoon. Yang Tianyu had gone to visit a friend and had not yet returned. Yao Ji was at home, teaching her daughter Yang Chan to identify flowers and herbs. Suddenly, the cloudless sky darkened without warning. A will from the heavens descended, enveloping the small valley. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who had been playing in the yard, both froze. Frightened, the two children ran back to their mother. Yao Ji's expression changed as she jerked her head up and looked at the sky. Above the 9 heavens, clouds churned. A dazzling golden light pierced through the firmament, shining straight down, enveloping their small courtyard. Within the golden light, the figures of heavenly soldiers and generals loomed indistinctly, their armor gleaming with murderous intent. At this moment, the entire Zhanxian platform fell into a deathly silence. All the immortals held their breath. It had come. After all, it had come. The majestic might of heaven pressed down from the 9 heavens. That was not a power mortals could comprehend. The peach blossom petals in the courtyard ceased to fall, the stream froze in its flow, even the wind died in midair. Yao Ji shielded her 2 young children tightly behind her. Her face turned pale in an instant, but her eyes blazed with the resolve befitting a goddess. She knew this day had finally come. The years of mortal warmth she had enjoyed would now be repaid manifold through heavenly punishment. Mother! Little Yang Jian tugged at her robe. He did not yet understand what was happening, but he felt his mother's fear and trembling, a despair that made even heaven and earth shudder. Within the golden light, a towering divine general materialized. He was clad in golden armor, his face cold and devoid of any emotion. His gaze swept past Yao Ji, scanning the little courtyard filled with the warmth of mortal life, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Yinhua Fairy Yao Ji, the divine general, spoke. You secretly descended to the mortal world, married a mortal, and bore half-breed children, thus violating the heavenly law. The Jade Emperor has decreed that we capture you and bring you back to the heavenly court, to be imprisoned beneath Tao Mountain for eternity, never to rise again. The crime is mine alone, Yao Ji declared with unyielding resolve. My husband and children are innocent. I beg the divine general to show mercy and spare them. Before the heavenly law there is no room for personal sentiment. The divine general pronounced coldly. This mortal has disrupted the natural order of heaven. He shall be executed. These 3 children born of mixed blood between human and god are intolerable to the heavenly Tao. They too must be annihilated. As his words fell, a beam of golden light shot from his palm, aimed directly at Yang Jiao and Yang Jian, who were shielded behind Yao Ji. Yao Ji's pupils contracted. Without a second thought, she swept her hand back, conjuring a gentle immortal barrier before the children. The golden light collided with the barrier, producing a muffled boom. Yao Ji staggered, a trickle of golden divine blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. To avoid harming the mortal plants and trees, she had restrained most of her power, and taking this blow directly had left her internally injured. At that moment, the courtyard gate was flung open. Yao Ji, Yang Tianyu, returning from his outing, happened to witness this heart-stopping scene. He saw the heavenly soldiers and generals suspended in the air, the blood at his wife's lips, and the terrified faces of his children. This mortal, who had spent his life reading the sage's classics, felt no fear, no retreat at this moment. Who are you? How dare you harm my wife and children? He dropped the scroll in his hand, grabbed the axe used for splitting firewood by the door, and charged at the golden-armored divine general with all his strength. In the eyes of the gods, his posture was as insignificant as a moth diving into a flame. The divine general did not even deign to look at him. He merely raised a finger contemptuously. An invisible force shot out. Yang Tianyu's charging body halted abruptly in midair. The axe flew from his hand, tumbling through the air before falling and embedding itself in the dirt. He looked down at the rapidly expanding hole in his chest, his eyes filled with disbelief. He wanted to take one last look at his wife and children, but his body refused to obey, crashing heavily to the ground. Life drained swiftly from his body. Tianyu. Yaoji let out a piercing wail. Father. Yang Jiao and Yang Jian rushed forward together, collapsing beside Yang Tianyu's corpse. Father. Wake up. Father. The eldest Yang Jiao shook his father's body frantically, but it was growing cold rapidly. He raised his head, his still childish face was streaked with tears and hatred. I'll fight you to the death. He picked up the fallen axe, imitating his father, and charged recklessly. The divine general's brow furrowed. He was growing impatient with these repeated provocations. Another flash of golden light. Yang Jiao's small body did not even have time to scream before it turned to ashes in the radiance. No. Jiaoer. Yaoji's eyes were wide with rage. Her husband and eldest son had died in succession before her eyes in an instant. This was crueler than any torture. An uncontrollable world-shattering power erupted from within her. Ah! She let out a long howl to the heavens, her long black hair whipping wildly. Centered on her, the vegetation of the entire valley grew wildly, then withered in an instant. The earth cracked open, the sky shifted with wind, and clouds of thunder roared. Form the formation. The golden-armored divine general's expression changed slightly as golden light flared. The surrounding heavenly soldiers swiftly set up an inescapable net, sealing off the space completely. Yaoji's power was earth-shattering, yet it was mercilessly suppressed within this confined space. Her eyes wept blood as she madly assaulted the formation. But the formation was the condensed will of the heavenly court, unbreakable. She knew she could not escape. She looked at her two remaining children, at Yang Jian, who held his little sister trembling with fear, yet still shielding her with his small body. In her heart arose a final resolve. She abruptly withdrew all her outward power and gathered it into her palm. Jin'erchaner. She sent out a divine thought with the last of her strength. Take your sister and live. Go to Mount Hua in the west and find a celestial master named Qi Jingzi. Quickly. She turned her palm, not to strike the inescapable net, but to hammer the ground beneath her feet. The violent immortal power was not meant for destruction, but to tear open a rift in space. A pitch-black chasm appeared beneath Yang Jian and Yang Chan. Yaoji used her last divine power to transform into a gentle breeze, sweeping the two children into the rift. Mother! Yang Jian's cries were cruelly swallowed by the closing space. After doing this, Yaoji seemed drained of all strength. She lowered her hands and stopped resisting. The golden-armored divine general snorted coldly, changing his hand seal. In the sky, a colossal phantom of Tao Mountain slowly took shape, carrying the overwhelming force to suppress all things, and crashed down. The image in the three-life mirror froze on Yaoji's tear-streaked face, yet it bore a hint of relief. Then mountains crumbled, and the earth split. The image in the mirror ended there, fading into darkness. Silence. A deathly silence. The image of the Sanxing mirror faded into darkness, but the earth-shattering roar, the desperate cries of a child, and the shrill wailing of a woman still echoed in the ears of every deity. The air on the Zhanshan platform was suffocating oppressive. All the deities instinctively held their breath, not daring to move even a single eyeball. Everyone was afraid of that person. The manifest true Lord Erlang Yangjian. He did not move, and the eternal coldness on his face revealed no change. Yet the more so, the greater the fear in the hearts of the immortals. Before a storm there is always the calm. They all clearly remembered that this true Lord back then had taken up his three-pointed two-edged blade and slaughtered his way from Guanjianku straight up to the southern heavenly gate. It was a cataclysmic upheaval, no less brutal than the later rampage of that mischievous monkey. If it hadn't been for the subsequent great tribulation of the investiture of the gods, which plunged the three realms into turmoil and compelled the heavenly court to rely on this unparalleled war god, no one knew how that incident would have ended. Now this bloody scar was ruthlessly reopened by the Sanxing mirror before the gods and Buddhas of the three realms. No one dared to imagine what would happen next. Ahem. A light cough broke the suffocating silence. It was Tai Bai Jinxing. This old, good-natured man of the heavenly court stepped forward reluctantly. He bowed deeply toward Yang Jian. True Lord. The past is past. Please accept my condolences. Though Fairy Yunhua suffered under suppression back then, her heart to protect her children moved heaven and earth. The true Lord and the third Holy Mother were able to grow up safely. The fairy must be comforted. Indeed, indeed, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, immediately chimed in, holding his pagoda with a solemn expression. The heavenly laws are merciless. The divine generals were merely following orders. The tragedy has already been wrought. Regret is futile. The true Lord now shakes the three realms and protects all living beings. That is the best way to console your father. In an instant, the Zhanshan platform was filled with voices of agreement. The true Lord's divine might surpasses all, already transcending the past. If your father knew of today, he would surely be proud of you. The immortals babbled on, exhausting all their learned words. Sun Wukong for once was not grinning. He recalled his own Huawa Mountain, the monkey descendants who had been slaughtered by the heavenly soldiers. He understood the pain of a ruined family. In this awkward and oppressive atmosphere, a brilliant golden light shone down from the Lingxiao Hall above the 33rd heaven. Where the golden light reached, celestial music played spontaneously and auspicious clouds surged. A supreme, all-ruling majesty instantly enveloped the entire Zhanshan platform. All the immortals, including Bodhisattva Jingyan, felt a shiver in their hearts, their expressions instantly turning devout and solemn. They turned in unison and bowed deeply toward the Lingxiao Hall. "Hail to His Majesty!" The chanting resounded through the skies. As the golden light faded, a figure had already appeared outside the gates of the Lingxiao Hall. The Supreme Lord of the Three Realms, the Jade Emperor. Erling. Yang Jian slowly turned around and gazed from afar at the celestial sovereign. He did not bow, just stood silently, his silver armor reflecting a cold gleam under the heavenly light, more aloof than the golden radiance of the imperial robe. Their eyes met. It was an uncle and nephew, also a sovereign and subject. They were blood-bound relatives, yet also mortal enemies with a sea of blood-deep hatred. The Jade Emperor's figure flickered, and the next moment, he stood before Yang Jian. He waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out, completely isolating this space from the outside. The immortals could only see the two supreme beings standing face to face, but they could no longer hear a single sound or feel any flow of aura. "You still hate me." The Jade Emperor looked at him, stating a fact rather than questioning. "Hate?" Yang Jian's eye twitched, and he let out a cold laugh. "Your Majesty is the Lord of the Three Realms. Your words become law. As a mere subject, how could I dare harbor resentment? Before me there is no need for that." The Jade Emperor's gaze softened for a rare moment. "Yaoji is after all my sister." Mentioning this name, the eternal majesty in his eyes even showed a few cracks. "Of course I know," Yang Jian said coldly. "So you personally ordered her suppression?" "I had no choice." The Jade Emperor's voice sank. "I am the Heavenly Emperor. Before I am her elder brother, I am first the guardian of the heavenly laws. A marriage between a god and a mortal disrupts the celestial order and shakes the foundation of the three realms. If I bent the law for personal affection, what would become of the heavenly court's authority? Where would the order of the three realms be?" Yang Tianyu was merely a mortal, his lifespan was no more than 100 years. Yaoji's love for him was already defying heaven. "I gave her a chance. I sent someone to secretly warn her to let her return to the heavenly court. It was she herself who chose that path. She chose warmth, she chose love, she chose to be a person of flesh and blood." Yang Jian stepped forward, his icy killing intent almost piercing the barrier set by the Jade Emperor. "What wrong is there in that?" "The wrong is that she is a god." The Jade Emperor's tone also rose sharply. "Gods who enjoy 10,000-year lifespans and possess power unimaginable to mortals must bear corresponding responsibilities. That means abandoning mortal emotions and desires. This is the heavenly Tao, not to be violated." The atmosphere between them instantly became tense and ready to erupt. After a long moment, the anger in the Jade Emperor's eyes slowly faded. "Erling, so much time has passed. After experiencing the matter of Qinxiang, can you not understand me, even a little?" These words did stir something in Yang Jian's heart. Qinxiang, that nephew of his who, like him, had rebelled against the heavenly court to save his mother. He recalled how he had pursued Qinxiang time and again, driving him into desperate straits, and how he had used harsh words to temper the youth's will over and over. At that moment, he truly understood. He understood the helplessness of being a guardian of order, the pain of having to sacrifice personal feelings for a greater purpose. Just like Neza, who once cut off his flesh and bones to return to his parents, vowing endless enmity with Li Jing. But after the investiture of the gods and the long years when he saw that pagoda-bearing heavenly king again, the hatred in his heart had long been worn away by time. He would no longer truly try to kill Li Jing with his fire-tipped spear, even if sometimes the other had no pagoda in his hand. Time truly can change everything. "I understand your position," Yang Jian finally spoke. "But I can never forgive your choice. Understanding does not mean forgiveness." This was his final bottom line. The Jade Emperor gave him a deep look and did not continue the topic. He knew that this was already the limit. This was also the best outcome. He was quite satisfied with his current relationship with Yang Jian. All right. He waved his hand, and the sovereign majesty faded a bit, making him seem more like a helpless elder. "You've rescued your mother so long ago, why still make a fuss over old matters here?" Hearing this, Yang Jian couldn't help but sneer. "Does your majesty think I would make a big scene on the Zhanshan platform over such a small matter like that brainless monkey outside? Don't worry, I won't. I just recalled that past incident and felt a bit troubled." The Jade Emperor fell silent. He knew that some wounds, even healed, would never leave their scars. "In that case, you all continue." The Jade Emperor's figure began to grow ethereal, preparing to leave this unpleasant place of trouble. "I will not disturb you further." Just as the golden light was about to vanish, his voice came again. "You rarely come to the heavens. When this matter is done, go see your mother, and also your sister." With these words, he and the barrier that had isolated everything vanished without a trace. On the immortal executing platform, time and air resumed their flow once more. The assembled immortals felt as though pardoned, yet dared not show it. They kept their eyes lowered, noses aligned with their hearts, pretending nothing had happened. This trial, which had begun as mere duty, escalated into sharp confrontation and then veered into the secrets of the three realms, long ago straying from its original course. Bodhisattva Jing Yin stood motionless, his monastic robes drenched in cold sweat, clinging to his back, clammy and icy. His mind was in complete disarray, having just walked the threshold of the ghost gate. His soul still wavered unsteadily. Only after considerable effort did he compose himself. His tangled thoughts resembled a hopelessly knotted mess of hemp. He needed to find the loose end and set things right. As he labored to make sense of it all, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Something profoundly wrong. He raised his head instinctively, his gaze sweeping over the gathered immortals to alight upon the now-dimmed three-life mirror, and then settled on Lu Fan, still kneeling at the center of the immortal executing platform, his posture straight as a spear. An idea sprang unannounced from his disordered mind, freezing him utterly. Wait. Didn't we originally convene here to judge Lu Fan, to scrutinize his past life for disrespect toward the heavenly deities and Buddhists? Indeed, the three-life mirror revealed his connection with heavenly beings. Thus Yang Tianyu appeared, thus Fairy Yunhua, thus the heavenly soldiers. But where is Lu Fan? Bodhisattva Jing Nian's lips parted slightly, growing ever more bewildered. Who among them was Lu Fan? His absurd expression was immediately seized by Yang Jian, whose gaze had been locked upon him throughout. The unease in Yang Jian's heart had not abated in the slightest with the Jade Emperor's departure. That memory was both the wellspring of his power and his eternal shackle. Now laid bare before his eyes, the beast he had suppressed for a millennium was roaring within. His temper was already dire, and witnessing Bodhisattva Jing Nian's haunted expression fanned a nameless fire straight to his brow. Jing Nian, this lord asks you, what relation has the past shown in the mirror to this man? This question suddenly roused all present from their stupor. Every celestial official jolted as one. The string in their minds, stretched taut by terror, finally snapped back into place. Of course, the Xianxing Zhenzhun's question struck precisely to the heart. We sat riveted and trembling, witnessing the confidential secrets of the Zhenzhun's own household. But what on earth does this have to do with that lowly immortal kneeling there? Are we not here to try him? In the mirror, who is he? If this goes unexplained, haven't we merely torn open Yang Jian's wounds for nothing? Can any of us leave this place alive today? The entire immortal executing platform was instantly swallowed by an atmosphere more eerie than before. This. Jing Yin himself was somewhat bewildered. Whatever the three-life mirror displayed must necessarily correspond to one life within the condemned cycle of reincarnation. Then one of the figures from that past life must be Lu Fan's previous incarnation. But who exactly? I did not observe it. The immortals' gazes drifted involuntarily once again toward Lu Fan kneeling upon the ground. Could it truly be Yang Tianyu? Murmured a celestial official unconsciously, then vigorously shook his head no. King Qin Guang investigated just now. Yang Tianyu returned his spirit to the heavenly Tao in the year of Gong, never reincarnating, with no intersection whatsoever in Lu Fan's cycle of rebirth. That possibility had already been dismissed. Then, could it be Fairy Yunhua? Another voice interjected, but was immediately shot down by countless looks of utter disbelief. What nonsense! Fairy Yunhua Yaoji was rescued from Peach Mountain in years past, and now resides in the heavenly court for quiet recuperation alongside her daughter Third, Holy Mother Yang Chan, who endured a similar fate. Both are well and safe to this day. Then who else could it be? The principal figures in the mirror could be counted on one hand. Father Yang Tianyu, no. Mother Yaoji, no. Daughter Yang Chan, certainly not. Second son Yang Jian. The immortals' gazes all swiveled toward the silver-armored divine general in unison, then snapped back, just as swiftly, cursing this absurd notion 10,000 times over. This one is still very much alive. Ruled out, every single one ruled out. Father, mother, younger sister, younger brother, all dismissed. So who remains from that bloody tragedy? There remains only the eldest son of Yang Tianyu, who seized an axe to charge at the divine general in protection of his father, and was ultimately reduced to cinders in the golden light. Yang Jiao. As this name surfaced within the minds of the assembled immortals, the entire immortal executing platform sank into an unprecedented, bone-chilling silence. Hiss. And then, rising in succession, the sound of sharply drawn breaths echoed throughout the crowd. No. No way. This cannot be. Lu Fan. Is Yang Jian's own elder brother the reincarnation of Yang Jiao? This realization caused Bodhisattva Jing Yin's mind to go completely blank in an instant. He felt the world tilt and spin, darkness closing in before his eyes. The Buddhist powers sustaining his body collapsed in a single moment. His legs buckled, and he truly could not restrain himself. He plopped squarely onto the ground. Hu Hao. King Qin Guang, lord of the underworld, looked worse even than the demons within his own hall. He needed no command from Yang Jian. Forbidden instinct and the raw urge to survive drove him to act without delay. His trembling hands reached into his sleeve once more to withdraw the book of life and death. His hands shook beyond control. Divine light infused the pages, and the book of life and death flipped wildly at an unprecedented pace, rustling loudly. At last the pages came to rest. King Qinguang's gaze locked upon those 2 pages. Upon the left lay Lu Fan's cycle of reincarnation. Upon the right was a thread of karma no one would ever dare inspect under ordinary circumstances. Clearly inscribed upon it was a single name, Yang Jiao. He witnessed that after Yang Jiao's true spirit shattered that fateful day, it had not dissipated. Rather, a wisp of his most fundamental conviction had fallen into the interstice between cycles of rebirth. Through thousands of lifetimes of erosion and dormancy, through countless coincidences, it had ultimately merged with that ancient noble righteousness, finally giving rise to the soul of this incarnation, Lu Fan. The 2 seemingly unrelated threads had converged upon a single page in a manner both shocking and breathtaking. King Qinguang's hand trembled violently. Thud! The book of life and death, recording the destinies of all beings across the 3 realms, heavier than Mount Sumeru, simply slipped from the grasp of this lord of the underworld. The massive volume crashed onto the mirror-smooth, white jade platform with a heavy resonant thumped. Every immortal present felt their hearts quake along with the falling book of life and death. It is true. It is truly true. Yang Jian stood motionless, yet the light surrounding him was dimming at a rate visible to the naked eye. An invisible chill was emanating from his person. He finally understood. He finally comprehended the source of that inexplicable sense of familiarity he had felt upon first encountering this mortal. He finally understood why his heart had been moved upon witnessing that heart-wrenching scene of burning one's spiritual soul to exact vengeance for one's mother. He finally understood why his long-frozen heart had developed cracks upon hearing Lu Fan dissect his true intentions. At this moment he felt he was no longer the Erlang Sheng Jinjun, but rather that ordinary boy named Yang Jian returned to that very day. In the old courtyard of Guanjiankou, mother was busy in the kitchen where the fragrance of food and the sweet scent of locust blossoms filled the air. Erlang gripped it tighter. A figure taller than Yang Jian stood behind him, teaching him how to hold a wooden axe carved from timber. Back then his strength was still slight. The wooden axe felt heavy, and he could not grip it firmly, his wrist always drooping downward. Big brother, it's so heavy, he complained, his small face flushing red. His brother's hand firmly adjusted his wrist. Heavy is good. Father said that a man must have something to hold in his hand to protect those he cares about. Then who will big brother protect? To protect father, to protect mother, to protect you, to protect Xiaochan. His brother smiled confidently without the slightest hesitation. In the courtyard his younger sister Yangchan chased after a butterfly, tripped and fell to the ground, scraping her knee. Before he could react, that figure had already rushed over. He gently wiped her tears with his sleeve. Don't cry, Xiaochan, it doesn't hurt. He carefully blew on his sister's wound, then picked her up steadily and carried her back inside to their mother. He was the family's second line of defense besides their father. That summer thunderstorms came suddenly and violently. Both he and Yang Chan feared the thunder and huddled in the corner of the bed. Yang Jiao brought over a small stool and sat by the bed, placing himself between them and the storm. Lightning split the night sky, illuminating his profile starkly. Isn't Big Brother afraid? He asked softly. Not afraid. Yang Jiao turned back and smiled at him. With Big Brother here, even if the sky falls, it will crush me first. You have nothing to fear. Forever. Forever. His elder brother made the promise to him. I will always walk ahead of you, shielding you from all storms. A scene long buried under countless years suddenly erupted from the depths of his memory. That afternoon heavenly soldiers descended, and father lay fallen in a pool of blood. Terrified, his entire body trembled as he could only clutch his younger sister and weep. It was that figure barely older than him who stood before him as a shield. It was that brother. On ordinary days he would snatch candy from him, yet when outsiders bullied him, he was always the first to stand up for him. Who picked up the axe father had dropped. Channeling his father's example, he summoned every ounce of strength and let out a youthful roar, charging toward the golden-armored divine general, immovable as a mountain. I'll fight you all to the death. Then came blinding golden light. Flesh vaporized, soul and spirit annihilated. His elder brother, Yang Jian's hand hanging at his side, clenched uncontrollably around the hilt of his three-pointed double glaive. The silver armor creaked, a sign that power was teetering on the edge of control. No wonder he had felt that familiar resonance just now. Not the face, but that unyielding stubbornness that refused to bend, that fierce determination to act despite knowing the odds, that bravery willing to wield a blade against gods for those closest to his heart. It was exactly like that brother who had charged at the golden-armored divine general all those years ago. My lord, restrain your anger. Just as the suffocating silence reached its peak, a voice rang out in panic. It was Bodhisattva Jingyan. He scrambled to his feet, hands and knees, not even caring about his appearance. Forcing a smile worse than tears onto his face, he rolled and crawled until he reached several zhang away from Yang Jian, too frightened to approach any closer. My lord, this matter. There has been a misunderstanding. A tremendous misunderstanding. Please listen to this poor monk's words. He finally gathered his thoughts and explained urgently. The path of reincarnation is the most tormenting of all. Each time one passes through rebirth, the 3 souls and 7 spirits suffer attrition, are reshaped, and cycle again. After thousands of such cycles across centuries, not only are memories lost, but even the very essence of one's true soul has become unrecognizable. As for this Lu Fan now, though his true spirit's origin is connected to your honorable elder brother, after enduring the endless washing of these countless years, he is no longer Yang Jiao from back then. They should be considered 2 different people. Completely unrelated, utterly unrelated. Having said this, he even looked at Yang Jian with a hint of expectation, hoping this god of vengeance would let it go. Yet what he saw was Yang Jian's face, already dark and cold as water, growing even blacker. The memories had surfaced. And now came the killing. Wait, no? Bodhisattva Jingyan's face turned pale in an instant. No, that's not. I didn't mean. My lord. Bodhisattva Jingyan's lips quivered, unable to form another complete sentence. Looking into Yang Jian's eyes, a primal life, deep fear clamped around his heart. There was no doubt. The next moment that 3-pointed double glaive would pierce straight through his chest. No, he couldn't die. Absolutely not here. Facing the overwhelming terror of death, Bodhisattva Jingyan unleashed an unprecedented will to survive. He bit his tongue sharply, the sharp pain clearing his disordered mind just enough. If reasoning wouldn't work, then only one option remained. My lord. Bodhisattva Jingyan suddenly straightened his back and shouted with fierce authority. I beg your lordship to see clearly. Regardless of who this person was in a past life or what connection he may have had with you in this life, he is nothing short of a confirmed criminal. This shout roused all the celestial beings from their shock. Bodhisattva Jingyan was staking everything. This wretch is cruel-hearted, slaughtering our Buddhist sect's guardian monks, rivers of blood flowing. A crime with irrefutable evidence. He despises the heavenly might, defies immortal deities, and harbors unfathomable malice toward our sacred Buddhist grounds. Such actions have already plunged him into the demonic path. Today we have set up the 3 lives mirror here. What we judge is his sins in this lifetime. What we sentence is his karma from this life. Noble immortals, the heavenly laws are above all. Our Buddhist sect and the heavenly court are both legitimate authorities of the 3 realms. Today so many of our disciples have been brutally slain by his hands. If we cannot execute him openly according to the law, what face will our Buddhist sect have left? How will the billions of believers at Lingshan view the heavenly court's justice? My lord. Finally, Bodhisattva Jingyan turned abruptly to Yang Jian and bowed deeply. You are the celestial judge of the 3 realms, in charge of heavenly laws and punishments, renowned throughout for your impartiality and unwavering enforcement of justice. Today's matter concerns the majesty of heavenly rules, the friendship between Buddhist and Taoist schools, and more importantly, the order of the 3 realms. I implore you, my lord, to set aside personal feelings, prioritize the greater good, and adhere to heavenly law. Do not let private grievances undermine public justice. Bodhisattva Jingyan's words rang with passion and conviction, each syllable striking like thunder. Under normal circumstances, such rhetoric would make any deity hesitate to challenge him. But he was speaking to Yang Jian, the very man who had just witnessed his own family destroyed, his elder brother brutally killed, every source of his anguish ripped open once more. Yang Jian slowly turned his head, and within those phoenix eyes there remained only one thing, a pure burning fury capable of consuming the 9 heavens itself. Have you finished speaking? Bodhisattva Jingyan's heart contracted sharply, an ominous premonition choking his throat. Well spoken. Yang Jian nodded, his 3-pointed 2-edged blade lightly tracing across the ground, leaving a faint white scar. The majesty of heavenly laws, the bonds of Buddhism and Taoism, the order of the 3 realms, and the justice of the world. With each word he uttered, he took a step forward. The divine might that pressed down upon the immortals, suffocating them, swelled with every stride. But do you know in my eyes what is the justice of the world? Yang Jian halted. He now stood less than 30 feet from Bodhisattva Jingyan. For deities this distance was tantamount to standing face to face. A violent, overwhelming aura erupted from him with a thunderous blast. The entire execution platform shuddered violently, and cracks spiderwebbed across the indestructible, white jade floor, starting from beneath his feet. The celestial officials standing behind were thrown off balance by the shockwave. Those with weaker cultivation bled from their mouths and noses, their spirits reeling. Bodhisattva Jingyan, bearing the brunt of the force, saw his protective Buddha light shatter instantly and spat out a mouthful of golden Buddha blood. The several arhats behind him rushed forward, combining their strength to catch him, yet they too were forced back step by step by the irresistible might. He's mad. He's utterly mad. Bodhisattva Jingyan, disheveled and humiliated, gazed at Yang Jian, who now resembled a demonic god descending upon the world. Only one thought remained in his mind. He truly regretted it. He regretted ever coming to wade through this muddy water, regretted provoking this harbinger of doom. If only he had known, he would have taken the face-saving way out when Tang Sanzang stepped in to mediate, selling the Tang monk and his disciples a favor, casting Lu Fan into reincarnation. The matter would have been settled long ago. Why did it come to this? Now for a mere human immortal, he had first offended the unruly Sun Wukong, the victorious fighting Buddha. Then he had rebuffed the authority of Tang Sanzang, the Buddha of Kendana merit. And now he had pushed Yang Jian, the celestial judge of the three realms, and the Jade Emperor's nephew, into the opposing camp. Bodhisattva Jingyan's mind raced amidst overwhelming fear and regret. An even more terrifying thought chilled him to the bone. Lu Fan was the reincarnation of Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao was Yang Jian's elder brother. Yang Jian was the Jade Emperor's nephew. Then Yang Jiao. Wasn't he also the Jade Emperor's nephew? Bodhisattva Jingyan recalled the unfortunate Marquis of Fengxian Prefecture who had been punished with 3 years of severe drought merely for knocking over the Jade Emperor's altar. The Jade Emperor's pettiness was renowned throughout the three realms. Once today's affairs were settled, would the heavenly sovereign seek retribution later? At this thought, Bodhisattva Jingyan's regrets were beyond measure. He was truly numb. But there was no choice. True Lord, wait. Bodhisattva Jingyan struggled to steady himself, ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, and shouted hastily, This matter can still be negotiated. Now he only begged to preserve his life and the last shred of dignity for the Buddhist sect. This humble monk on behalf of Buddhism is willing to take the first step back. He gritted his teeth and made the greatest concession. Today I will no longer pursue the crime of his soul being scattered to the winds. It is enough that he is executed justly on the execution platform, his physical body beheaded, and his true spirit sent into reincarnation. Thus it will satisfy the justice for my fallen Buddhist disciples and also accommodate the true Lord's personal feelings. How about it? As he finished, he looked at Yang Jian with eyes that were almost pleading. This was the best outcome he could conceive at this moment. Yet Yang Jian merely stared at him coldly and slowly shook his head. I have said it before. Today no one will touch him. No sooner had the words left his mouth than his form flickered, and he outright ignored all the deities present, striding directly toward the center of the execution platform where Lu Fan knelt. He was going to rescue him. He was going to openly steal away the condemned criminal in front of the Buddhist and celestial courts. Bodhisattva Jingyan's eyes instantly turned red. Concession had not brought peace and openness. Instead it had invited further encroachment. Yang Jian, do not go too far. A fury born of being cornered overwhelmed his fear. Bodhisattva Jingyan roared, pressed his palms together, and a colossal golden Buddha phantom coalesced behind him. The phantom struck out a palm radiant with golden light and resonant with Buddhist chants, aiming at Yang Jian's back. But, no. Cold sweat poured down Jingyan. The moment he struck, he regretted it. How could he be so foolish as to actually attack Yang Jian? What difference was there between his own cultivation and that of an insect before him? Sure enough, Yang Jian did not even turn around. He merely snorted, and with a backhand swept his three-pointed two-edged blade upward. The seemingly simple blade light effortlessly cleaved the colossal Buddha phantom in two. The momentum of the blade light did not diminish. After tearing through the phantom, it hurtled straight toward Bodhisattva Jingyan's face. Bodhisattva, be careful. Behind Jingyan, the several arhats and bodhisattvas who had been watching could no longer stand idly by. Multiple beams of Buddha light flared simultaneously, transforming into golden bells, jeweled canopies, and lotus thrones, layering layer upon layer to shield Jingyan. Boom. The blade light shattered the golden bell, split the jeweled canopy, and only dissipated after exhausting its force on the lotus throne, vanishing into nothingness. Even so, the residual blade energy sent Bodhisattva Jingyan and the others reeling with churning blood and disheveled appearances. How dare you? Yang Jian finally turned around. The fury in his eyes had solidified into tangible killing intent. Jingyan, are you intent on making an enemy of me? Amitabha. An elderly bodhisattva holding prayer beads stepped forward, reciting the Buddha's name with a grave expression. True Lord, calm your wrath. My junior brother Jingyan was merely acting out of urgency, not intending to offend. However, this wretch is guilty of heinous crimes. If the true Lord insists on protecting him, our Buddhist sect will not stand idly by. Well struck. At this tense moment, a loud shout of approval came from the side. Everyone turned to see Sun Wukong carrying the golden cudgel on his shoulders, somersaulting into the middle of the arena, landing beside Yang Jian. His face was brimming with excitement, and his fiery golden eyes blazed with fierce battle intent. He bumped Yang Jian's armored shoulder with his own and grinned. Three Eyes, you've finally done something that pleases Old Monkey. Old Monkey's fists have been itching for a fight. He thrust the golden cudgel toward Bodhisattva Jingyan and the others, his monkey face wild with arrogance. You think you can bully the few with the many? Count me in. Today, if anyone dares to touch a single hair of this kid, they'll first have to answer to Old Monkey's staff. Joining the fight in an instant. Sun Wukong had been restraining himself for too long. Previously, he had held back out of concern that acting rashly might prevent Lu Fan from being rescued or even cause him harm. That was why he had not made a move until now. With Yang Jian as an ally, there was no way he could hold back any longer. Beneath the execution platform, Nez's blood was boiling. The fire-tipped spear in his hand hummed eagerly, and the wind fire wheels beneath his feet began to spin restlessly. He wanted to join the fight too. However, Neza turned his head and saw the stern face of his father Li Jing. Or to be precise, he glanced at the golden pagoda shining in Li Jing's hand, curled his lips, and ultimately suppressed his impulse. In the blink of an eye, chaos erupted in the arena. Sun Wukong was impatient. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he and his staff merged into one, crashing straight down upon the assembled bodhisattvas and arhats. Have a taste of old monkey's staff. The golden cudgel expanded in midair, becoming like a collapsing celestial pillar that stirred the winds and clouds, carrying with it the weight of myriad forces pressing down until the very air above the execution terrace of immortals caved in. Formed the Vajra demon-subduing array. The old bodhisattva holding the prayer beads cried out, his face shifting dramatically. He cast his prayer beads into the air. Instantly, the 108 beads blazed with brilliant light, layering upon each other, surging forth to meet the earth-shattering strike. The remaining arhats and bodhisattvas dared not be negligent, each channeling their dharma power. Golden Buddhist light soared skyward, converging into the great array, making the golden runic barrier even thicker and more solid. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the 9 heavens as the golden cudgel and the runic barrier collided. Golden light and crimson radiance intertwined, and a violent shockwave of energy radiated in all directions from the point of impact. The stone pillars used to suppress criminal immortals around the execution terrace cracked instantly under the impact, and several collapsed. The celestial officials watching nearby were blown off their feet, screaming in terror as they desperately retreated. Sun Wukong too was sent flying back by the immense recoil, tumbling several times in the air before landing steadily. Yet on his monkey face there was no sign of discouragement. Instead, his fighting spirit burned even fiercer as he bared his teeth and let out an excited laugh. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by Sun Wukong's earth-shattering strike, Yang Jian moved. With a single step, the hard white jade tiles beneath him shattered into powder. His figure had already crossed several dozen zhang, appearing before the Vajra demon-subduing array. Blocking his path were 2 golden-bodied arhats, their eyes blazing with fury. Their bodies radiated Buddhist light, muscles knotted like small mountains barring Yang Jian's way. Yang Jian did not even lift his eyelids. The 3-pointed 2-edged blade in his hand traced a cold and resolute arc from low to high. A silver line moving faster than the god's eyes could follow brushed lightly past the protective Buddhist light of the 2 arhats. Two soft sounds. The protective Buddhist light, which could withstand celestial treasures, quietly dissipated. The fury on the 2 golden-bodied arhats' faces froze, and deep bloody gashes appeared on their chests, spouting golden Buddhist blood. Their massive bodies toppled backward, slamming into the ground, creating 2 deep craters. Their divine radiance dimmed, their combat power lost. One strike, just one strike. The hearts of all the Buddhist cultivators present tightened, a chill rising from their feet to the crown of their heads. This was the true strength of the Qingyuan Miaodao true lord. Stop him! Bodhisattva Jingyan shrieked, fear twisting his features. We cannot let him take the criminal. The honor of the Buddhist sect hangs in the balance. The remaining bodhisattvas and arhats exchanged glances, then chanted the Buddha's name in unison. The great Buddhist array blazed brighter, and countless golden chains formed from scriptures emerged from the ground, and the void surging in all directions to entangle Yang Jian. At the same time, Sun Wukong laughed wildly and swung his cudgel again, striking the array to share the frontal pressure. Yang Jian sneered and abruptly thrust his 3-pointed 2-edged blade into the white jade ground beneath his feet. Boom! With the blade as the center, an indescribable, terrifying divine power erupted. The entire execution terrace, the ancient celestial execution ground reputed to be indestructible, groaned under the unbearable strain. Cracks like a spiderweb spread madly from under Yang Jian's feet, covering the entire platform in an instant. The golden scripture chains shattered on contact with this force. The Vajra demon-subduing array was broken. The presiding old bodhisattva and Jingyan, along with the others, simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of Buddhist blood, their auras wilting. Bodhisattva Jingyan clutched his chest, a sweet taste in his throat. He could not understand why the Vajra demon-subduing array was so vulnerable before Yang Jian. We must not let him take the criminal. The old bodhisattva wiped the Buddhist blood from his lips, a resolute gleam in his eyes. He suddenly pulled an object from his sleeve, a neatly folded crimson gold kasaya. Amitba, today I must offend the true lord. He cast the kasaya into the air, chanting incantations. The kasaya grew with the wind, instantly blotting out the sun and sky. Crimson gold light poured down, and countless profound Buddhist runes flowed across the kasaya's surface. The sound of Sanskrit chanting resounded through the heavens, as if 10,000 Buddhas were reciting scriptures. This was a Buddhist treasure of great importance. The 10,000 Buddha kasaya. Under its shroud, space itself became viscous and stagnant. Yang Jian's forward momentum abruptly halted. He felt a vast, compassionate, yet overwhelmingly tyrannical force locking onto him. He swung his blade horizontally, and a silver arc of light slashed toward the crimson gold canopy, but it vanished like a mud ox sinking into the sea, only stirring a few ripples before dissipating. Yang Jian, Lay down your butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. A grand voice echoed from all directions, shaking the soul. The Kasaya suddenly descended, completely engulfing Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. Huh. It worked. Bodhisattva Jingyan's face lit up with ecstatic relief. Within the 10,000 Buddha Kasaya, a small world existed, reinforced by the collective will of 10,000 Buddhas, specially designed to suppress inner demons and eradicate aggression. No matter how great your divine powers, once trapped inside, the endless Sanskrit chants and scriptures would wear down your mind until you eventually converted to Buddhism. But his laughter had not yet faded when a golden light shot up from within the Kasaya's shroud. How dare you play such tricks before old Sun? Sun Wukong roared, his golden cudgel swelling to immense size, forcibly punching a hole through the edge of the Kasaya's miniature world. He somersaulted out completely unharmed. He turned to look. Within the golden light curtain formed by the 10,000 Buddha Kasaya, Yang Jian's figure was faintly visible, surrounded by countless golden Buddha phantoms. Those phantoms chanted scriptures, transforming into golden chains that coiled around his body. Yang Jian's three-pointed two-edged blade swung continuously, shattering wave after wave of Buddha phantoms, but the phantoms around him were endless and inexhaustible. Always using these underhanded tricks. Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes swept over, instantly discerning the trick. The old Bodhisattva was sitting cross-legged on the ground, hands pressed together in a dignified pose. It was he who was powering this treasure. Take this. Without a word, Sun Wukong raised his golden cudgel and smashed it directly down at the old Bodhisattva. The old Bodhisattva's face changed. He dared not block it head-on, so he broke off his incantation and rolled aside awkwardly to dodge. Boom. The golden cudgel struck the ground, causing the entire execution terrace to shake violently once more. A bottomless pit was blasted into the white jade floor. With the presiding cultivator in disarray, the light of the 10,000 Buddha Kasaya immediately dimmed. Break! A cold shout came from within the light curtain. A dazzlingly brilliant silver light shot from the vertical eye on Yang Jian's forehead. This beam carried the power to pierce through illusions and annihilate all laws, instantly tearing apart the crumbling Kasaya world. The crimson gold Kasaya rolled back, its light dimmed, falling back into the old Bodhisattva's hands. A fine crack had appeared on it. The old Bodhisattva spat out a mouthful of Buddhist blood, his face filled with disbelief. Yang Jian's figure reappeared before the crowd, his silver armor exuding a chilling aura. Sun Wukong, carrying his cudgel on his shoulder, landed beside him and grinned. Yang Jian glanced at him. During the monkey's rebellion in the heavenly court, Yang Jian had been ordered by the Jade Emperor to capture the demon monkey. Ever since then, the two had been rivals. One could even say they were archenemies. Now they had become comrades, fighting side by side. How strange the twists of fate were. I care not what your intentions are, you monkey. Yang Jian's lips moved, uttering a few words that betrayed neither praise nor mockery. But you acted for Lu Fan. For that I owe you a debt. Sun Wukong felt a little uncomfortable at his words. Saving Lu Fan was only right and proper. Even if Yang Jian hadn't come today, he would have torn the beheading immortal platform apart to save the man. The favor Yang Jian spoke of felt unearned. But he couldn't directly reveal his relationship with Lu Fan. Doing so would expose the existence of the patriarch. Thus this debt could never be settled. The monkey's eyes darted, and he instantly slipped back into his roguish demeanor, slamming the golden cudgel heavily onto the white jade floor, sending gravel flying. Hee that Lu Fan, he's got guts and backbone, just the kind of man I like. Old Sun thinks highly of him and wants to give him a hand. Simple as that. It's got nothing to do with you, Three Eyes, so don't flatter yourself. Yang Jian snorted coldly and said no more. As a great Luo golden immortal, he had long transcended the three realms and the five elements, his understanding of reincarnation far surpassing that of the other gods. He knew clearly that a true spirit cast into the cycle of rebirth after countless eons of purification would be utterly different from its origin. The Lu Fan before him possessed his own destiny, his own encounters, his own loves and hates. He was a new independent being. To equate him with Yang Jiao, the elder brother who had long turned to ashes, would not only defy the laws of reincarnation, but also erase both Lu Fan's identity and the very existence of his brother. This was the rationality of Yang Jian as the celestial judge and a great Luo powerhouse. Yet reason could not quell the tremor that arose from the depths of blood and soul. It was a connection beyond words. When he saw Lu Fan's face, those eyes, and especially that unyielding resolve to avenge his kin against all the gods and Buddhas, he saw more than just an independent soul. He saw the core obsession left behind by his brother Yang Jiao's shattered true spirit, the refusal to surrender, the rage, the protection that could never be fulfilled in death. He protected Lu Fan not in the vain hope of reclaiming a lost brother, but to safeguard the final trace of his brother's existence in this world. That was the bloodline spirit that should not be erased by divine laws, the causal link that had been brutally severed. Back then he failed to stand before his brother. Today he would make his choice for the karma of that time. In the next instant both figures vanished from the spot. Without any words they moved with astonishing synchronicity. Yang Jian's form became a straight bolt of silver lightning charging straight at Jingyan Bodhisattva. Where the blade pointed, all things recoiled. Sun Wukong let out a wild laugh, sweeping his golden cudgel to raise a storm of stick shadows engulfing all the Buddhist immortals and gods who rushed to aid Jingyan. Stop him! Stop him now! Jingyan Bodhisattva shrieked in terror. The two arhats before him stiffened their resolve and charged forward to block Yang Jian. Yang Jian didn't even glance at them. A flash of blade. He passed by. The two golden-bodied arhats froze mid-motion, a clean line of blood splitting from their brows to their chests, and they crashed to the ground. On the other side, Sun Wukong's golden cudgel spun like a watertight barrier, driving the other bodhisattvas and arhats into disarray, their formations scattered, unable to mount any effective defense, let alone rescue Jingyan. They realized in horror that the combined might of these two scourges was far more than the sum of its parts. Precisely because they were each other's greatest rivals, they were also the most familiar teammates. As the divine weapon carrying the chill of death descended upon him, Jingyan Bodhisattva's heart and liver nearly burst. His last shred of sanity turned his desperate gaze to the celestial officials of the heavenly court who had been watching from the sidelines. "Fellow immortals," he cried, "this is the sacred ground of heaven. Yang Jian flouts divine law, openly breaks the prison, and slays a superior immortal. You are all ministers of heaven. Can you stand by and do nothing? Quick, help me stop this madman." He screamed hoarsely, hoping to stir their sense of justice, or at least their duty to uphold heaven's face. Yet the response was an eerie silence. Those same celestial officials who moments ago had spoken with righteous indignation during the trial now seemed collectively deaf and blind. An old official with white hair suddenly looked up and remarked to his neighbor, "The clouds today are truly ever-changing, full of infinite variety." His companion immediately caught on, agreeing, "Indeed, indeed. Look at that patch. It resembles the koi in the Queen Mother's jade pool. These clouds really look like clouds." Most of the other officials with one accord lowered their heads and began to study the white jade tiles beneath their feet with intense concentration. "See what? Saw nothing. Hear what? Heard nothing. Are you kidding?" provoked Sun Wukong. Even in his normal state, everyone would avoid him, let alone now when he's enraged. And now with Yang Jian as well. Pick a fight with both madmen for the sake of a Buddhist. Only if one's brains were kicked by a donkey. Those who watch clouds watched clouds, those who watched the ground watched the ground. The officials who had once called Jingyan brother and laughed with him now turned into deaf mutes and blind men. With a tacit aloofness, they drew a clear line between him and Yang Jian. No one lent a hand. Within the three realms atop the heavenly court, not a single person was willing to speak a word for him or for Buddhism. The chill of death crawled up his spine. Yang Jian's figure grew larger in his vision, and the cold gleam of the three-pointed double-edged blade reflected his twisted, despairing face. No, he couldn't die here. His last survival instinct made him jerk his head around, fixing his gaze on a figure that had remained silent throughout. That figure was a monk, handsome, dignified, draped in a cassock of brocade, seated cross-legged on a 12-petal golden lotus of merit. From start to finish, he had not joined the battle. He merely sat with closed eyes and lowered brows, quietly chanting sutras, as if the slaughter convulsing the heavenly court had nothing to do with him. Kendana would merit Buddha Tang Sanzang. He was the master of this very monkey. Merit Buddha! Jingyan screamed with all his might. Merit Buddha! Save me. This fiend rages, seeking to uproot the foundation of Buddhism. How can you stand by? The shout finally made Tang Sanzang stop chanting. He slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. He was truly helpless. Of course he had heard Jingyan's plea. Of course he had seen Yang Jian's killing intent, Sun Wukong's frenzy, and the humiliation of the Buddhist host. But what could he do? At this moment Tang Sanzang recalled many things. He remembered the piety of the monkey when he knelt as a disciple under the Five Elements mountain. He remembered how at the Five Villages temple on Mount Longevity the monkey had knocked down the ginseng tree and caused a great disaster. Yet beneath that fearless demeanor, to save his master, he had to bow his head and travel across the immortal islands of the three continents seeking medicine. He remembered the White Tiger Ridge where his mortal eyes couldn't distinguish demons, and he had recited the golden headband spell 3 times, watching the monkey writhe in pain on the ground. In those fiery golden eyes were confusion and grievance, but never true hatred. He remembered the ordeal of the false Monkey King when he drove the monkey away, nearly severing their master-disciple bond, and learned that without this monkey the road to the west was impossible to walk. He remembered at the foot of Spirit Mountain on the celestial cloud ferry, it was the monkey who laughingly pushed him onto the bottomless boat, helping him shed his mortal body and attain the fruit of Buddhahood. 500 years of imprisonment, 14 years of pilgrimage, subduing demons and monsters, enduring 81 tribulations. Having lived side by side for over a decade, he understood his eldest disciple's temperament better than any god or Buddha in the 3 realms. This monkey, his bones were born of heaven and earth, unbending. If you reasoned with him, broke things down, and explained, he might listen despite his impatience. But if you tried to suppress him with status, rules, or force, you would only arouse the deep-seated defiance and wildness in his bones. the kind that could scorch the seas and upheave the cosmos. At this moment Sun Wukong was the great sage equal to heaven who had stormed the celestial palace, the unruly and lawless handsome Monkey King. Try to persuade him. With what? On what grounds? Moreover, Tang Sanzang held no shred of sympathy for Jing Yan in his heart. He had come today solely because Sun Wukong had begged him to serve as a mediator. The plan he put forward, letting Lu Fan's physical body submit to the blade while his true spirit descended into reincarnation, was already an immense favor to the Buddhist sect and a face-saving way out for Sun Wukong. It had originally been a solution to benefit both sides. But Jing Yan, he himself, was beset by greed. Deluded by arrogance, he pressed forward relentlessly, refusing to stop until the man was utterly obliterated, soul and all. That was what had enraged Yang Jian and brought Sun Wukong into the fray. The situation had been ruined by Jing Yan's own hand. The opportunity had been granted to him. What a waste it was. With that thought, Tang Sanzang sighed and shut his eyes once more. Paying no further heed to Jing Yan's ever more piercing screams, he turned slightly, presenting his back to the battlefield. He pressed his palms together again, and a low, steady recitation of sutras resumed. In this manner he declared his stance. I do not look, I do not interfere, I do not ask. This matter is none of my concern. Jing Yan Bodhisattva's heart sank. Even the Kandana meritorious Buddha had abandoned him. It was over. And at the center of the chaos, Lu Fan, bound to the bronze pillar by the five-colored divine rope, watched with relish. His eyes followed the figures of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong in constant motion, his face brimming with awe. The two of them fought side by side against thousands of Buddhist immortals and deities, yet steadily held the upper hand. All those bodhisattvas and arhats could do absolutely nothing to this pair. They were utterly dominated, unable even to retaliate. What astonishing might! What divine arts! This at last was a true battle of the gods. In just moments the once ferocious Buddhist host had been shattered into disarray. Two more arhats were caught by Sun Wukong's sweeping staff, spitting Buddhist blood, as they flew backward, smashing half of the viewing platform apart. The entire Zhanshan platform, battered by the divine power of these two, was now a ruined wasteland. Hard white jade tiles were reduced to dust, stone pillars built to suppress immortals cracked and toppled, and the violent energy pushed the celestial officers far away, retreating again and again. Splendid. Far more exciting than any opera. Lu Fan could not resist humming a ditty. Just caught a few demons, subdued a few more fiends. Ghouls and monsters. Why are there so many? I'll send your souls fleeing and your spirits scattering. Gods tremble, ghosts quiver. Beaten till the wolves, tigers, and leopards have nowhere to hide. Just as he was absorbed in the spectacle, a faint voice like the buzzing of a mosquito suddenly sounded within his mind. Little junior brother. Lu Fan gave a start inwardly, yet his face remained calm, only a subtle shift in his gaze. This voice, great sage. He answered tentatively with his divine sense. He no more, great sage, from now on. Call me senior brother. The voice carried that familiar sly humor. It truly was Sun Wukong. Lu Fan's heart surged. Watching Sun Wukong battle a Bodhi master with heaven-shaking violence in the distance, he asked in bafflement, Senior brother, you. Today's affair has made too great a commotion. Sun Wukong replied. With that three-eyed fiend Yang Jian helping me out, old Sun here ain't afraid of them. But to snatch you straight off the Zhanshan platform before that old Jade Emperor and all these heavenly gods and Buddhas, that's still quite a headache. One careless move could instead put you in danger. Lu Fan understood. Then we. Listen while little junior brother. Sun Wukong turned grave. In a moment old Sun will raise an even bigger ruckus with Yang Jian smashing this Zhanshan platform to pieces. When that happens, the heavenly court will surely descend into chaos and all eyes will be on us. That is your chance. This strand of hair of mine will undo the divine rope around you, then take on your appearance to hold things down here for you for a spell. And you must seize the chaos to jump off the northern side of the Zhanshan platform. The northern side, eh? Lu Fan glanced sideways out of the corner of his eye. The Zhanshan platform stood within the astral wind layer, high above the nine heavens. Beyond its northern side stretched a vast ocean of clouds, and the nine heavens astral wind that could rend one's very soul. If he leaped down, even with his current human immortal cultivation, he would still instantly turn to ashes, would he not? Don't be afraid. Sun Wukong was brimming with confidence. Old Sun will shield you with divine power and get you safely through the astral wind layer. Once you're below, do not linger. Head west all the way to the domain of North Kuru continent. Once there, the Buddhist forces will have their scruples and won't dare to make a commotion. Remember, only you and I will know of this matter. From now on you must conceal your identity and cultivate with all your heart. Those bald donkeys of the Buddhist sect will never let this go. Once the heat passes, your senior brother will find a way to settle this karma for you. Sun Wukong finished his instructions at a furious pace. Senior brother. Lu Fan's divine sense trembled. A great favor demands no words of gratitude. Hell, we're family now. Saying that makes it old-fashioned. Sun Wukong scolded with a smile. Get ready. Watch old Sun work his magic. The moment the words landed, a world-shaking battle cry erupted from Sun Wukong amid the battlefield. Take one more strike from this old staff. The golden staff in his hand swelled yet again. This time it turned as massive as a mountain range, and roaring flames blazed to life along its gilded shaft. Gripping the staff with both hands, he brought it crashing down with all his might upon the Zhanxian platform, which was already covered in cracks. At the same time, Yang Jian, who had been toying with his prey all along, halted his hunt of Jing Nian. He lifted his head, and the vertical eye upon his brow burst open, unleashing a beam of divine light, so dazzling it dwarfed heaven and earth, shooting straight toward the canopy of the heavenly court. The entire heavenly court shook violently. Below the Zhanxian platform, Neza watched with his blood boiling. The fire-tipped spear in his hand had long been humming, its tip spitting 3 feet of crimson light. The wind-fire wheels beneath his feet spun restlessly, kicking up scorching cyclones. When Sun Wukong's world-shattering staff crashed down, and Yang Jian's heaven-piercing divine light shot forth, the whole heavenly court quaked in awe. Excellent. Unable to suppress himself any longer, Neza bellowed his approval. That cry instantly drew the eyes of countless people upon him. Li Jing's dark face grew even darker, as if ready to drip water as he glared at his rebellious son, his gaze overflowing with warning. Neza, however, paid it no mind. All he felt was his blood blazing throughout his body. He was just about to spur the windfire wheels and charge into the fray when a gentle, yet ancient voice sounded from behind him. Third Prince, stay. The familiar voice abruptly doused the heat in his body. Neza whirled around. Not far behind him stood a gaunt old monk. The old monk wore a plain gray robe, his face weathered and ancient, his eyes lowered. In his hand he held an antique glass lamp, its flame burning serene and untouched by the violent storm of energy around them. No one knew when he had appeared or how long he had stood there. Celestial officers and divine generals came and went all around him, yet no one so much as noticed he was there. But the instant Neza saw him, his pupils contracted sharply. That face, that lamp. The buried memories in his mind were awakened in that single breath. They were memories of a distant age, the investiture tribulation. Back then he had cut his flesh to return it to his mother, and stripped his bones to restore them to his father, leaving his remnant soul with nowhere to go. It was Tai Jinren who had rebuilt his mortal body from a lotus. Yet the feud between him and his father Li Jing had only intensified, spiraling into an unending enmity. It was precisely this old monk who had stepped between father and son. And it was this same old monk who had bestowed the exquisite pagoda upon Li Jing, unraveling the death knot between them. But in doing so, he had also slipped an invisible shackle around Neza, the Buddha of the past in the Buddhist faith, the ancient Buddha Dipankara. Burning lamp. Ancient Buddha. Neza shuddered, instinctively tightening his grip on the fire-tipped spear. His feelings toward this Buddha were ambivalent. There was gratitude and also wariness. Why had he come here? Had Lu Fan's matter already alarmed a figure of such stature? Was it really that absurd? Neza muttered to himself. Burning lamp. Ancient Buddha looked at him serenely. Third Prince, I have a favor to ask. Please speak, Buddha. A foreboding sensation rose in Neza's heart. The victorious fighting Buddha and the pure source true Lord have been consumed by killing intent, their malevolent auras soaring to the heavens. Burning lamp. Ancient Buddha's gaze swept past Neza to the two figures wreaking havoc at the center of the battlefield. If left unchecked, they may shake the foundations of the heavenly court and bring about catastrophe. I implore the Third Prince to intervene and stop them both. Neza was stunned. He wondered if he had misheard. Me. He pointed at his own nose. What do you want me? To stop those two? Was this a joke? Everyone in the heavenly court knew that Yang Jian, Sun Wukong, and Neza were the 3 acknowledged troublemakers. They always stood together, provoking one meant stirring up a hornet's nest. Yet privately Neza knew the truth. He was the weakest of the 3. In terms of divine transformations, he could not match Sun Wukong's 72 transformations or heaven and earth avatar. In terms of physical resilience, he was inferior to Yang Jian's 8-9 mystic art and indestructible body. The only thing he had over the other 2 was that he truly possessed many fashionable little gadgets. But little gadgets were useless against absolute power. He had no certainty of victory against either one alone. Now Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha wanted him to take on 2 brothers who had already gone berserk. Wasn't this sending him to his death? Buddha, you overestimate me. Neza twisted his lips into a grimace that was more pain than a smile. They're both blazing with fury right now. If I go up there, I'm afraid I'll be sent flying back in one blow. Fear not. Burning Lamp Ancient Buddha's face revealed a cryptic smile. I shall assist you. As he spoke, the hand holding the glazed lamp gently pushed forward. The ancient lamp drifted before Neza. Instinctively he reached out and caught it. As the lamp touched his hand, a warm and vast power surged through his arm, instantly flooding his entire body. He felt his magical power elevated to an unprecedented realm, in an instant every gesture capable of shaking heaven and earth. The fire-tipped spear hummed more fiercely in his hand, and the samadhi true fire blazed with unprecedented intensity. Yet Neza's heart sank. Burning Lamp had given him power, but also severed any path of refusal. With no choice, Neza steeled himself, stepped onto the windfire wheels, and transformed into a streak of red light, charging into the center of the battlefield. Wukong, second brother, stop! He shouted, planting his spear horizontally and placing himself directly between Yang Jian and Sun Wukong. The Buddha lamp in his hand blazed momentarily, restraining both of them. Yang Jian's pursuit of Jing Yan came to an abrupt halt, the tip of his three-pointed double-edged blade mere inches from Jing Yan's throat. Sun Wukong's iron staff, which had stirred the winds, also froze in midair. Both stared at the sudden intruder with extreme bewilderment. Neza, what are you doing? Sun Wukong frowned, his monkey face filled with disbelief. Don't tell me you're also siding with these bald donkeys. Move aside. Yang Jian's voice was icy, utterly devoid of jest. Up. Neza's face instantly contorted with anxiety, an expression of extreme drama. He used his body to block them while frantically winking and gesturing. A blink from his left, I signaled Sun Wukong. A twitch from his right, I signaled Yang Jian. He also pursed his lips, jerking his chin toward burning lamp ancient Buddha. His eyes and expression silently conveyed 1,000 words. I'm not doing this willingly. I don't want to either. That old geezer behind me is forcing me. I even want to fight alongside you. But I have no reason. Can't you give me an excuse to join your side? Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes were keen. He immediately noticed Neza's strange behavior and the direction of his glances. Following Neza's gaze, he turned his head, and the mirth and arrogance on his face instantly froze. Yang Jian's vertical eye on his forehead also cracked open, slightly divine light sweeping across, and his expression shifted as well. In this brief standoff, the gaunt old monk, burning lamp ancient Buddha, finally stepped out from the shadows of the crowd, walking slowly, one step at a time. All fighting ceased. All gazes converged. Burning lamp ancient Buddha, the Buddha of the past. When did the Buddha arrive? The Buddhist disciples, including Bodhisattva Jing Yan, were first stunned, then their faces brimmed with ecstasy and profound reverence as they bowed in unison. The celestial officials of the heavenly court, however, were even more shocked. The four heavenly masters under the Jade Emperor pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Li Jing, the four value-added functionaries, the 28 constellations. Every immortal official and divine general present restrained their expressions, lowered their heads, and bowed in worship. We pay homage to burning lamp ancient Buddha. There was no choice. This Buddha was of exceedingly high seniority and status. He was even older than the Tathagata Buddha, a true great power who had walked through the ancient primordial era. Tang Sanzang also opened his eyes, rose from his lotus throne, and bowed deeply with his palms together toward burning lamp. Burning lamp ancient Buddha walked calmly to the center of the field beside Neza and fixed his gaze on Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Umatba. He intoned a Buddhist chant. Have you two benefactors caused enough trouble? The scene fell silent. The two who had been fighting at full power wore grim expressions. Originally the plan was simple: create a huge commotion to give Lu Fan a chance to escape. But now an unexpected interloper had appeared, adding countless variables. Sun Wukong recognized this old monk. He had been trapped under the 5 Elements Mountain, later accompanied Tang Sanzang on the journey to the west, and finally received his title at Mount Spirit. At the Great Thunderclap Monastery on Mount Spirit, he had seen this Buddha of the past. The Tathagata Buddha sat high in the center, expounding the Dharma with supreme authority. And this burning lamp ancient Buddha sat quietly beside the Tathagata. Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes could perceive that the accumulated vows and Buddha light on this old monk were even deeper and more ancient than those of the Tathagata himself. That was power flowing from the upstream of the river of time, the true foundation of the Buddhist faith. A bodhisattva like Jing Yan was but a small fish in a pond before him, and the one before him was an unfathomable ocean. Sun Wukong feared nothing, but he was no fool. Having experienced the havoc in heaven and the pilgrimage, he understood that there were heavens beyond heavens and men beyond men. He knew that this old monk was definitely not to be trifled with. Yang Jian's expression was even darker than Sun Wukong's. The veins on the hand gripping the 3-pointed double-edged blade bulged. Sun Wukong recognized burning lamp ancient Buddha, but Yang Jian's memories stretched back to the ancient cataclysm of the investiture of the gods. At that time, there was no burning lamp ancient Buddha. Only the vice leader of the Chan sect, the Taoist burning lamp. This man's Tao arts were profound, his mind unfathomable, a peer of his master Yuding Jinren, and even of higher status. During the investiture war, he had appeared at critical moments, wielding ruthless tactics and unparalleled schemes. He seized Zhao Gongming's Dinghai Pearl, broke the 10 absolute arrays, and his conduct could only be described as treacherous and changeable. Later, he had betrayed the Taoist path, defected to the West, transformed Tao into Buddha, and became the present Buddha of the past. In Yang Jian's eyes, the figure before him was not merely a compassionate Buddha, but a scheming, ruthless hegemon who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He suddenly realized things might be about to go terribly wrong. Old Buddha. Sun Wukong slammed the golden cudgel heavily onto the ground, producing a dull thud. The defiant expression on his monkey face resurfaced. Why aren't you enjoying your leisure at Mount Lingshan, old venerable, and instead come to this execution terrace? What do you intend? These words caused every Buddhist disciple present to change color. Jing Yan was trembling with rage, yet dared not utter a word. In the entire three realms, only this insolent monkey would dare speak, so brazenly in front of the Randang ancient Buddha. The Randang ancient Buddha, however, was not angered. Wukong, you have attained Buddhahood, yet your disposition remains as mischievous as ever. Without eliminating anger and aggression, your cultivation will not benefit. This old son's cultivation does not require the Buddha's concern. Sun Wukong bared his teeth. All I know is that Lu Fan avenged his parents, which is a matter of heavenly justice utterly without fault. Moreover, as I calculate, I owe his family a debt of incense. If I ignore his being bullied to his doorstep, that would go against my true heart. Although Sun Wukong usually had many crafty ideas at this moment, he could not articulate a proper reason for helping Lu Fan, so he could only ramble nonsense. It was simply a debt of gratitude. As for why failing to deliver a meal also incurred a debt, don't ask. At this moment Yang Jian also spoke. Randang Buddha, this is not Mount Lingshan, nor is it a Buddhist land. I Yang Jian have come solely to settle a personal grievance and conclude a karmic bond. The Buddha, rather than chanting true scriptures in the Western Pure Land, comes to this execution terrace to meddle in the affairs of our Taoist sect. That is overstepping your bounds. The implication was a blatant challenge and defiance. Li Jing, listening nearby, was terrified and wished he could rush forward to cover the mouths of these two unruly demons. That was the Randang ancient Buddha, an existence whom even the Jade Emperor treated with courtesy. The Randang ancient Buddha gave Yang Jian a profound look, then finally smiled slightly. The true Lord of Qingyuan Miaodao, truly worthy of your reputation. The Randang ancient Buddha nodded slowly, his tone unreadable, whether praise or something else. I have come here because this child is entangled in a colossal karmic bond. If this karmic bond is not properly resolved, it may become the source of a great calamity for the three realms. I have come to pacify this calamity, not to contend for trivial grievances. As he spoke, the Randang ancient Buddha stepped forward, ignoring Yang Jian and Sun Wukong, and walked straight toward Lu Fan. Yang Jian and Sun Wukong's bodies instantly tensed. Wait! Sun Wukong bellowed, sweeping his golden cudgel horizontally, not to strike Randang, but to block his path. If the Buddha intends to make a move here, this old son's cudgel does not recognize any Buddha or Bodhisattva. Randang's footsteps halted. Without looking at the cudgel nearly touching his nose, he raised his hand and extended the glazed ancient lamp towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, look at the flame within this lamp. Sun Wukong was startled and instinctively looked into the lamp. In the tiny flame, images began to flow and appear. In the scenes there was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless Buddhist disciples lay in pools of blood, their golden bodies shattered, their Buddha light dimmed. And a figure holding a bloody sword stood coldly atop the mountain of corpses. That figure was Lu Fan. Old Buddha, I've seen this scene long ago. Sun Wukong hefted the golden cudgel onto his shoulder, grinning coldly. But the reason Lu Fan slaughtered the monks has already been determined. The temple monks first shielded the bandits who killed his parents. He acted later. It is perfectly reasonable. Randang smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Wukong, you are fixated on appearances. What you see is this child killing my Buddhist disciples. You see the effect. What I am showing you is the immortal demonic thought within this child, the boundless aggression that nurtures it. This is the cause. If this cause is not removed, the future effect will be far greater than the scene before you. His hatred will not dissipate just because his enemies are executed. His killing intent will not subside just because he has avenged his blood debt. If you too protect him today, this hatred will be recorded against the Buddhist sect. In the future, when his divine powers are complete, anyone in the three realms with even a connection to the Dharma will become his sword's victims. By then, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the Buddha's realm will collapse. The mortal world will become a hell. This immense karmic burden, can you too bear it? As his words fell, he withdrew the ancient lamp, lowered his eyes, and recited a Buddha's name again, Amit Ba. I have come today not for personal grudges, but for the three realms to eliminate this source of demonic. Today, if you too insist on protecting him, you will be opposing the entire Buddhist sect and the rules of the heavenly court. Have you considered the consequences? On the execution terrace, a terrifying silence fell. The fierce wind ceased, the divine light withdrew. Sun Wukong's fingers, gripping the golden cudgel, tightened one by one, emitting cracking sounds of bone joints. Yang Jian's vertical eye on his forehead closed. His cold, stern face showed no emotion, but the sharp battle intent that could tear the void around him silently receded, becoming deep as the ocean. Were they afraid? They themselves were not. One was a stone monkey born from heaven and earth, the other a true lord who attained sainthood through the flesh. They had even stormed the heavenly palace. Would they be intimidated by a few words? But they were afraid for Lu Fan. Lu Fan's cultivation was too low, merely a minor human immortal. Any random heavenly soldier could capture him. Earlier, when Jingyan Bodhisattva said the same things, they could dismiss it as intimidation and bluster. Because Jingyan could not represent the entire Buddhist sect, let alone the heavenly court. But this one before them was different. The Randang ancient Buddha was the foremost of the past Buddhists. His words were like a decree within the Buddhist sect. By characterizing this matter as destabilizing the order of the three realms, he had effectively dragged the heavenly court into the fray. He was forcing the heavenly court to take a stance. Either the heavenly court upholds the rules and joins the Buddhist sect in suppressing the three of them, or the heavenly court chooses silence, which would be openly condoning their violation of the rules, giving the Buddhist sect the moral high ground. Thus Lu Fan would no longer face just one Jingyan Bodhisattva from the Buddhist sect, but the entire Buddhist sect, and even the entire heavenly court's pursuit. Throughout the three realms above and below there would be no place for Lu Fan to hide. No road to heaven, no door into earth. This was true despair. This scheme was too venomous. Both of them knew in their hearts that Randang did not care at all about what Lu Fan would do in the future. He merely needed a high-sounding reason. A reason that could bind the heavenly court of justice and the safety of the three realms to his Buddhist sect's chariot. He had succeeded. What he spoke was a future possibility, an unfalsifiable prophecy. Who would dare gamble the safety of the three realms on the innocence of a mortal? Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's intervention had been born of personal feelings and righteous indignation. But now under Randang's words it was twisted into a selfish act of shielding a demonic source and disregarding the greater good. If they continued to fight, it would no longer be a personal grudge with Jingyan, but a confrontation with the entire order of the heavenly Tao. The old monk's words had seized all the moral ground. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, Lu Fan, who had been bound all along, suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha. The eyes of everyone turned to him in confusion. What was this man laughing at? Facing death and still seeking attention. Lu Fan raised his head, meeting the gaze of the Randang ancient Buddha, his face showing not a trace of fear. Well said, Buddha, he declared. You say there is a demonic thought within my heart that I have aggression and that I will become a great calamity to the three realms. But have you ever considered, Buddha, how all of this truly began? My parents were killed by bandits and the monks of Xiun Temple shielded the murderers. I went there only to seek justice. They refused and instead sought to harm me. To avenge the blood debt, I annihilated Xiun Temple to the last man. This I admit. This karmic tie should have ended here. But I never expected that after killing the young the old would come. First came a few monks with crude magical powers calling me a demon and seeking revenge for Xiun Temple. I killed them. Then came enlightened monks who could summon gods, declaring my sins towering and demanding my suppression. I killed them too. Later, even the golden arhats were dispatched, and finally this Bodhisattva Jingyan was drawn in, all clamoring to avenge their fallen brethren. I, Lu Fan, possess no heaven-shaking abilities, nor do I understand the true meaning of Buddhism. But I hold fast to one principle. In all my deeds I will never bow my head. Whoever strikes me I strike back. Whoever seeks to kill me I will kill first. You say I slaughtered monks. Yes, I did. But along this path, when did I ever provoke anyone? After avenging my parents, I intended to find a deep mountain and live out my remaining days in obscurity. But your Buddhist sect refused to let go, hunting me all the way here. You allied with the heavenly court, I bound me to this execution platform and vowed to grind my bones to dust. And now you, the ancient Buddha of the past, personally descend and claim that I harbor enmity toward Buddhism, that I am the source of calamity. What a colossal joke under heaven. It was never I who sought to be an enemy of Buddhism. Rather, it is your Buddhist sect from top to bottom that regards me as a mortal foe. Those I hate are merely the ones who want my life. They just happen to wear monks' robes and chant Buddhist names. Lu Fan's words rang out with conviction, drawing the gaze of many celestial officials present. Is this kid too bold? Is he truly unafraid of anything? At such a moment he dares to openly threaten the Buddha. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. This feeling was unfamiliar to many young celestial officials, but the ancient immortals who had walked through the ages of the canonization and antiquity found the scene deeply familiar. Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, turned pale as iron. He recalled the son who knelt before him, stripping flesh to return to his father and cutting out his own flesh to return to his mother, that rebellious son who sought to slay his father to prove his Tao. The Grand Secretary of the Golden Star froze his hand, stroking his beard suspended in midair. He remembered the monkey bound here years ago, facing the majestic might of the heavenly court and the supreme authority of the Jade Emperor. In those fiery golden eyes blazed the same unyielding flame. In the crowd, several white-bearded Star Lords exchanged glances, seeing the same recollection in each other's eyes. In a daze they all saw that stone monkey roaring with laughter amidst the hacking of blades and axes, the thunder and fire mocking the impotence of the gods and Buddhas. They saw the white-robed young true Lord wielding a divine axe to cleave Mount Tao and rescue his mother, defying the entire will of the heavenly court, a resolve that mirrored today's scene. So alike, the unyielding spirit when cornered, the fearless defiance when facing tyranny. It was something ingrained in their very bones, a nature that no amount of cultivation, ascension, or Buddhahood could erase. No wonder. At that moment, all doubts in the hearts of the crowd were answered. No wonder this man was entangled in karmic ties with Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. They were fundamentally of the same kind. The ancient Buddha of the past Randing looked at Lu Fan and for once showed a hint of surprise. He paused then suddenly smiled. What a sharp tongue. Very well. He sighed deeply. Since karma is tangled and right and wrong are hard to distinguish, I shall grant you all an opportunity to settle this matter today. He extended a withered finger pointing at the grievously injured Bodhisattva Jingyan, whose face was as pale as golden paper from Yang Jian's blows. Jingyan stepped forward. Trembling Bodhisattva Jingyan stepped forward. He dared not look at Yang Jian nor Sun Wukong. His gaze filled with fear and supplication could only turn to the ancient Buddha Randing. Buddha. His lips quivered, his voice hoarse, unable to form a complete word. The ancient Buddha Randing's gaze lay calm as an ancient well falling upon him and chilling him more than Yang Jian's blade. Jingyan. You gave rise to anger, acted with bias, brought shame upon the Buddhist sect, and harmed your fellow practitioners. This is the first fault. You failed to see clearly mishandled affairs, turning a minor grievance into a great hatred, nearly sparking conflict between Buddhism and Taoism and destabilizing the peace of the three realms. This is the second fault. As a Bodhisattva, you lacked tolerance and compassion, allowing arrogance and prejudice to cloud your Buddha mind. This is the third fault. With each fault, the ancient Buddha Randing named Jingyan's face grew paler. In the end, his countenance was like golden paper and his body tottered, as if about to fall. I have said my piece. The ancient Buddha Randing concluded, go to the great Thunderclap Monastery, present yourself before the world-honored one, and receive his decree. Bodhisattva Jingyan collapsed, his body limp. To see the world-honored one. He knew what that meant. It was even more terrifying than being directly cut down by Yang Jian's blade. Yet he could not utter a single word of defense. He could only prostrate himself on the ground, trembling like a sieve, repeating, disciple. Acknowledges guilt. This judgment earned silent nods from the celestial officials of the heavenly court. Truly worthy of the ancient Buddha of the past, fair and skilled in handling affairs. He had cleansed his own sect while giving the heavenly court an explanation. However, Sun Wukong was not impressed. He shouldered his golden cudgel and let out a piercing sneer. Fine words about going to accept punishment. Sounds better than it plays out. Who knows if it's punishment or reward when you reach Mount Amei. Maybe today's deed in the eyes of Mount Amei is actually a great merit for protecting the faith. Yang Jian remained unmoved as well. The ancient Buddha Randing merely smiled without comment. He turned his gaze to Lu Fan on the execution platform. This matter began with you and should end with you. You slaughtered the monks of my Buddhist sect, a grave sin deserving of the annihilation of your soul, never to be reborn. Sun Wukong's brow twitched, about to flare up, but the ancient Buddha Randing shifted his tone. However, the Buddha is compassionate. An eye for an eye only breeds more karma, solving nothing. I see that although your actions are ruthless, your nature is not yet lost. There is still a chance to be redeemed. The obsession in your heart is not killing, but hatred. If this inner demon is not resolved, you will ultimately fall into the boundless demonic path. I can offer you a path to survival. These words shocked the entire assembly. Even Yang Jian and Sun Wukong showed surprise. The immortals present began to murmur among themselves. The Buddha is merciful. That man killed so many, yet he still has a chance to live. This is an immense blessing. He should quickly kowtow and thank the Buddha's grace. Everyone believed Lu Fan had been granted an extraordinary fortune. The ancient Buddha Randing had offered a face-saving solution for the Buddhist sect and also given Yang Jian and Sun Wukong a way out. Undoubtedly the best conclusion. If you are willing, follow me to the western paradise of Mount Amei, take refuge in the Buddha. Bathe in the 8 treasures merit pool to wash away your sins, and listen to the recitation of true sutras in the great Thunderclap Monastery for 3,000 years to dissolve the violence in your heart. After 3,000 years, when your hatred has vanished, you may choose to stay or leave. Listening to true sutras for 3,000 years. This condition sounded extremely magnanimous. Compared to the annihilation of the soul, it was a heavenly grace. All celestial officials held their breath, waiting for Lu Fan to kowtow in tearful gratitude. However, Lu Fan smiled. Take refuge. He looked at the ancient Buddha, Randing, his eyes not grateful, but clear. You speak well, Buddha. Is it to wash away sins, or to wash away my memory? Is it to dissolve violence, or to obliterate my will? If I truly go to Mount Amei and listen to sutras for 3,000 years, will the one who emerges still be me, Lu Fan? Or a walking corpse that only chants Amitabha, having forgotten even who my parents were? He stared straight at the ancient Buddha, Randing, each word ringing with force. My hatred is the only thing my parents left me. Without it, what difference is there between me and death? The path to survival you offer, I do not need it. Kill me, or let me be, do as you wish. To make me a coward who forgets his hatred and his roots, you might as well kill me outright. Upon the Zhanshan terrace, a deathly silence reigned. Every deity gazed upon Lu Fan as though he had lost his wits. Had this man truly gone mad? So much courtesy offered, yet met with disrespect. The Buddha has granted you a magnificent chance at survival, and you dare to challenge him to his face. How presumptuous can you be? That rascal monkey was suppressed beneath the mountain for 5 centuries, and yet learned to temper his edge accompanying Tang Sanzang on the journey to the Western Paradise to earn his enlightenment. What right does a mere mortal cultivator like you have to be so arrogant? Must one truly be crushed for 1,000 years before learning what remorse looks like? The ancient Buddha Ranju listened in serene silence, his face betraying not the slightest anger. Instead, a knowing smile graced his features as though he had long anticipated this very outcome. He drew a long, heavy sigh. Foolish child. Foolish child. He shook his head, then ceased regarding Lu Fan altogether, turning his gaze instead towards Sun Wukong. Wukong. His voice emerged slowly. Others may not comprehend why you insist upon protecting him, but this poor monk does. Sun Wukong's heart gave a violent lurch, every bristle on his body threatening to erupt. Yet upon his face he affected utter bewilderment, scratching his ears and cheeks as he declared, "This old son has no idea what you're babbling about. I find the lad agreeable, so of course I wish to protect him. What deeper reason could there be? Is that so?" The smile upon the ancient Buddha Ranju's face grew profound and unfathomable. Time is like a great river flowing eternally from the remotest past toward the future. This poor monk sits at its upstream source, observing the waters as they emerge. All sentient beings and myriad phenomena are but sand and stones within that river. Their origins, their trajectories are all laid bare and clear. The world knows only that you, Sun Wukong, were born from a celestial stone atop Flower Fruit Mountain in Aolai County, Eastern Winning Divine Province. Yet none know the true origin of that very stone. The world knows only that you crossed the seas to seek a teacher and study the Tao, yet none know from what lineage your master derives his teachings. The celestial officials present felt their hearts thunder with each revelation. The ancient Buddha Ranju was the Buddha of the past. The authority he wielded encompassed time and karma themselves. If he claimed he could see the source, then his words carried the weight of truth. A cold dread sank deep within Sun Wukong's chest. Veins bulged upon the back of his hand, gripping the Rui Jingu Bang, yet he remained utterly silent. This poor monk perceives your chi intertwined with his your Tao resonance, sharing the same root. This bond was not forged merely in this lifetime. It traces back to a single shared origin. You shield him not solely because his temperament suits your own, but because you two are fellow disciples. The moment those two characters, fellow disciples, rang out, a tremendous uproar erupted upon the Zhanxian terrace. Countless gazes of astonishment, doubt, and sheer disbelief swept back and forth between Sun Wukong and Lu Fan. Fellow disciples. How could this possibly be? One is a stone monkey born of heaven and earth, the other a mortal who cultivated the Tao. How could they share the same master? What meaning does the ancient Buddha Ranju intend by these words? Are you suggesting they share a single teacher? Murmurs spread through the crowd like a rising tide. In a corner of the gathering, the alms-left attendant held his 9-toothed rake, lazily scraping it against the floor tiles. At these words his massive ears perked up sharply. He grabbed the arm of Sha Wujing, who stood nearby, bearing his treasure spade, in silent contemplation. "Brother Sha, did you hear that? The ancient Buddha just said that lad is monkey's fellow disciple. When did our master take on another student? Since returning from the journey west, I have never once heard of this." Sha Wujing frowned deeply, his voice low and measured. "Second senior brother, this matter is deeply peculiar. Senior brother's abilities were never taught by our master. He sought out his teacher 500 years ago, long before our western journey commenced. If there is a fellow disciple connection, it must originate from 5 centuries past." Zhu Beiji froze, then suddenly understood. "You're right. It's the master who taught him the 72 transformations and the cloud somersault. I completely forgot about him." His eyes sparkled with sudden interest. Come to think of it, monkey has always been tight-lipped about his master. Over the years, how many times have we asked, and not once did he reveal who it was? Could it be that today, this old monk will finally expose the truth? Their exchange mirrored precisely the greatest question burning within the minds of all the immortals and deities above. Indeed, Sun Wukong's true master had long been one of the greatest mysteries in the 3 realms. To take an ignorant stone monkey, and within merely a few short years shape him into a great demon king proficient in the 72 transformations, on the verge of great enlightenment, nearly enough to shake the very heavens themselves. Such transcendent means could only belong to a figure of extraordinary renown. Yet across the entire 3 realms, no matter how diligently one investigated, no one knew this master's name, nor the location of his cultivation domain. And that monkey himself guarded the secret with iron resolve. Among the heavenly court, many generals who counted themselves as his friends had attempted indirect inquiries. After all, discussing one's lineage and origins was as natural as breathing in immortal circles. Take the great deity Neza of the 3 immortal cauldrons, for instance. His master was Tai Zhenren of Jingu Cave atop Qianyuan Mountain. Or the present Lord Yang Jian, the miraculous Daos of Clear Source. His master was Yuding Zhenren of Jinxia Cave upon Yuchuan Mountain. Both were figures among the 12 golden immortals of Chanjiao, their noble lineages known to all. Though they held no official post within the heavenly court, they remained forces upon whom the court heavily relied, there backing the primordial Tianzuan himself. Yet somehow Sun Wukong's master had become a forbidden subject. Not only did none of them know, but even the Jade Emperor enthroned upon the Lingxiao Hall might well be unaware. Consider this: the Jade Emperor wields authority over the three realms with the Haotian mirror suspended high above. In theory, few matters between heaven and earth could escape his notice. Amidst the entire three realms, the one figure most likely to possess knowledge of this truth was at this very moment leisurely fanning the furnace flames within the Dushui Palace, refining his 9 turns golden pills. Yet who would dare approach Supreme Lord Taishang to inquire about such a matter? In that instant, countless gazes without exception turned toward a young Taoist standing within the ranks of celestial officials clutching the purple gold-red gourd. None other than Jin Jiao, the stove-tending disciple of Taishang Laojun. A Star Lord acquainted with Jin Jiao slipped quietly closer, lowering his voice. Jin Jiao, has the old lord ever mentioned Monkey's master in recent times? Upon hearing this, Jin Jiao's face twitched, and he shook his head vigorously like a pendulum. He cast a nervous glance around, then pressed his voice even lower, barely audible. Do not speak of such things. Within our Dushui Palace, no one dares utter those 3 words, Sun Wukong. The mere mention sends the old lord's countenance darkening considerably. Hearing this, everyone finally understood. Back in the days when the heavens were thrown into turmoil, that monkey had overturned the 8 trigrams furnace, devoured countless golden pills, and reduced the old lord to a state of disheveled humiliation, stripping him of all dignity. For the old lord to harbor resentment under such circumstances was only natural. Clearly nothing useful could be extracted from the Dushui Palace. All hope and curiosity converged into scorching gazes firmly anchored upon the ancient Buddha Ranju. Every being held their breath, ears pricked forward. Would this Buddha, who commanded the authority of the past, today unveil this earth-shattering secret that had perplexed the 3 realms for centuries? Sun Wukong's fur bristled all over. Scratching at his ears and cheeks, he blustered loudly. Ha! Old monk, have you been chanting sutras for too long and lost your mind? Fellow disciples this, fellow disciples that. I understand nothing of your nonsense. My abilities were born of heaven and earth itself. Ooh, I know not what you babble about. He adopted the posturing of a shameless rogue attempting to muddy the waters around this lethal topic and sweep it aside. Yet the ancient Buddha Ranju would not be so easily deceived. Wukong, before this poor monk, such verbal evasions hold no power. This poor monk has seen a place in the western continent of Namba, Lingtai Wuxing Mountain, upon which rests the Shiyu Sanchin Cave. Within that cave dwells a great awakening golden immortal beyond birth and death, sharing the eternal lifespan of heaven itself. He opens the Dharma gates, universally harmonizing the 3 teachings, his Taoist arts subtle and profound. You once took that immortal as your master and received the name Wukong. Am I correct? At the execution platform, the celestial officials and divine generals exchanged bewildered glances, their faces filled with confusion. Mount Heart, Cave of the Slanting Moon, and 3 stars. What kind of blessed immortal land was this? Why had they never heard of it? Yet this confusion lasted only a fleeting moment. Among the crowd, someone, who knew who, first gasped sharply, letting out a distorted cry of surprise. Wait! That name! That cry, like a spark falling into a haystack, ignited the air. Suddenly memories were kindled. Boom! The execution platform erupted into chaos. It's that water mirror. Exactly. That place. The mountain gate revealed in the karmic water mirror used by Bodhisattva pure thought. Wasn't that the very name? Right? I remember now. That's the place. All the immortals recalled. Not long ago they had witnessed this very location with their own eyes. To trace the karmic threads, Bodhisattva pure thought had once employed the karmic water mirror of the Yama Palace, reflecting Lu Fan's past and present lives. In the water mirror, Lu Fan, still a mortal youth, traversed mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships, and finally knelt before a celestial mountain cave, kowtowing to seek a master. What was that mountain called? What was that cave called? The fragments of memory instantly spliced with the words of ancient Buddha Dipankara, forming a complete and horrifying truth. This is the place. Exactly the same. It is Mount Heart, the Cave of the Slanting Moon and 3 stars. The very place where Lu Fan studied and sought a master. And now ancient Buddha Dipankara said that Sun Wukong's heritage also originated from here. This conclusion was so shocking that many immortals' minds went momentarily blank. The pure altar envoy Zhu Beiji gaped, his plump jaw nearly dropping to the ground. My goodness! He muttered, his small eyes wide as saucers. You rascal by Ma One. You monkey brother. You hit it deep. Such a big matter, and even I old pig was kept in the dark. So. A hair-raising conclusion surfaced in every immortal's mind. So that was it. Heavens. Lu Fan's master and the monkey's master are truly the same person. How is this possible? One is the demon king who shook the 3 realms centuries ago. The other is a nameless human immortal today. They are actually fellow disciples. No wonder Sun Wukong would fight to protect him. On the execution platform, all eyes converged on the golden-furred Monkey King. Sun Wukong's expression could only be described as extremely grim. When his master expelled him from the mountain, he had sternly warned that no matter how great the trouble he caused, he must never mention his name, otherwise his soul would be banished to the 9 netherworlds, never to rise again through countless culpas. He had obeyed his master's command for 500 years. Even when crushed under the 5 elements mountain, even facing the myriad gods and Buddhists, he had never uttered a single word. This was the only final bond between him and his master. Unexpectedly, it was now directly exposed by Dipamkara. Dipamkara paid no heed to Sun Wukong's expression, rather watching the monkey's eagerness to distance himself. The compassionate smile on his face deepened. The profound secret of manifesting and penetrating the void, the true sublime art. Cherish life and nature, speak of nothing else. Conceal it within, guard it in your body. When you receive my teaching, the way will flourish. The moon hides the jade rabbit, the sun conceals the golden crow, naturally the tortoise and serpent intertwine. Intertwined life and nature firm. Thus you can plant a golden lotus in fire. Gather and reverse the 5 elements, and when the work is done you become a Buddha or an immortal. Wukong, this is your self-image, not yet shattered. You think you are still that fearless stone monkey, unaware that this very attachment itself is a barrier. The more you try to conceal, the clearer the karmic threads manifest upon you. I ask you, when you traveled thousands of miles across the seas seeking immortals and the way, why did you end up precisely in the western continent of cattle gift? The 3 realms are vast with countless great beings. The orthodox schools of the mystic gate are mostly in the eastern land of divine continent and the southern continent of Jambudvipa. Why did you go alone to the lands enlightened by our Buddhist teachings, seeking the method of longevity? Could this be merely a coincidence? At this question, Sun Wukong's scratching and fidgeting froze abruptly. Ancient Buddha Dipamkara did not wait for his answer, continuing. That great immortal named you Sun Wukong. Ah, Wukong. Wu means awakening. Kong, what is it? All beings know that form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. A form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. So too are feeling, perception, impulse, and consciousness. Does not the name, Wukong, bid you to see through the illusions of the world and awaken to your own true nature? The great immortal who gave you this name, his depth of intention, his earnest teaching, have you truly never grasped it? Thus that great immortal's roots and origins have a deep affinity with our Buddhist school. What he transmitted, called the wondrous way of longevity, is at its core the Chan meditation of illuminating the mind and seeing one's true nature. Wukong, the 72 transformations you learned are techniques, but the foundation your master passed to you is the mind. He made you break through stubborn emptiness, scrutinize the images of self, others, beings, and life. This is the true dharma of our Buddhist school. From the very beginning you were a disciple chosen by our Buddhist school. Your later rebellion in heaven, disrupting the order of the 3 realms, that is the cause. The world honored one's intervention, crushing you under the 5 elements mountain to temper your mind. That is the effect. 500 years later you escort golden cicada westward, enduring 81 tribulations, subduing demons, and cultivating the true fruit. That is the new cause. Finally, your merit complete at Mount Spirit, shedding your demonic form, attaining the position of Buddha of the victorious battle. That is the ultimate effect. Wukong, have you ever considered that all of this is a perfect closed circle of karma? You came from the Buddhist school and ultimately returned to it. From the source, everything is merely the tribulations you must see through on your path of cultivation. What was this past Buddha saying? These words were even more astonishing than the earlier revelation of fellow disciples. The entire execution platform fell into dead silence. All the immortals and gods were stunned, their minds a chaotic mess. True or false? Sun Wukong had been a disciple of the Buddhist school from the very beginning. How could this be? Martial Virtue Star Lord could not help but exclaim, impossible. The techniques Sun Wukong uses are clearly Taoist mystic arts. Those 72 transformations are so similar to true Lord Yang Jian's earthly fiend transformations. If they were Buddhist divine powers, why is there not a trace of Buddhist light, only the aura of the Taoist school? His words voiced the doubt in everyone's heart. Indeed, Sun Wukong's fighting style, the divine powers he displayed, all bore the shadow of Taoist magic. Especially the 72 transformations, almost identical to Yang Jian's technique, as if cast from the same mold. For this reason, the most widespread speculation in the 3 realms was that Sun Wukong was the second disciple of true Lord Jade Cauldron. Yet true Lord Jade Cauldron had always been aloof, never paying heed to external rumors, nor ever acknowledging it. Back then, all the immortals and gods thought that true Lord Jade Cauldron was afraid of bearing the blame for teaching a rebellious disciple who caused havoc in heaven, so he denied it. After all, having one Yang Jian was already a headache for the heavenly court. Having another, even more lawless Sun Wukong would make the Chan school lose face all around. But now, hearing what ancient Buddha Dipamkara said, could it really have nothing to do with true Lord Jade Cauldron? He didn't dare to acknowledge, not because he was afraid, but because he truly wasn't his disciple. Sun Wukong's master was someone else entirely. A mysterious great being with deep ties to the Buddhist school. This news was too subversive. Concern breeds confusion. Sun Wukong's mind was truly in disarray in that instant. He had not once doubted that Randang was spouting nonsense. Yet every word spoken by the other party struck directly at his heart. The western continent of Huzhou Mount Lingtai on the square inched the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. The Zen meaning behind the name, Wukong. All of this was undeniably true. Born of heaven and nourished by earth, he had never understood the ways of human society or the profound mysteries of Buddhist doctrine since childhood. He learned exactly as his master had taught him. If his master said Wukong was good, then it was good. How would he have delved into the Buddhist philosophy behind it? But with Randang's systematic analysis, he found himself believing there was some merit to the argument. Could it be? Could Patriarch truly have profound ties to the Buddhist sect? The moment this thought arose, Sun Wukong's heart sank. His greatest reverence was for his master, and his most cherished value was his master's teachings. If his master was originally of the Buddhist path, then by opposing the Buddhist sect today, was he not betraying his master and disgracing his ancestors? The Rui Jingu bang in his hand suddenly felt impossibly heavy, making it difficult for him to maintain his grip. Ancient Buddha. The flames in Sun Wukong's fiery golden eyes dimmed slightly. What you say? Is it all true? Randang Guff Buddha joined his palms together, a look of compassion on his face. Those who leave home do not speak falsehoods. In my eyes, all things of the past are as clear as patterns on the palm of my hand. Wukong, your origins, your lineage, all are destined to connect with our Buddhist teachings. This is the will of heaven, immutable by mortal hands. With these words, he pronounced his final judgment, brooking no argument. Then his profound gaze shifted past Sun Wukong, settling on Lu Fan, bound by immortal ropes. Lu Fan, since you and Wukong share the same master, you too may be considered a disciple of our Buddhist sect. In that case, everything you've done today has been nothing more than the final delusion before finding your way back. Embracing our Buddha was always meant to be the natural path of restoring what was lost. Follow me to Vulture Peak, cleanse yourself of mortal dust, and awaken to your true nature. This is not punishment, but enlightenment. It is the destiny waiting for you. The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the arena shifted entirely. The previous tension and murderous intent vanished like smoke. The bodhisattvas and arhats of the Buddhist sect first showed shock, then their faces transformed into boundless ecstasy and reverence. The immortals of the heavenly court gasped in astonishment, their gazes toward Randang Guff Buddha filled with awe. Clever. Truly clever. No wonder he is the Buddha of the past. Originally, this was a struggle between the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, a confrontation between Sun Wukong Yangjian and the Buddhist sect. But the moment Randang Guff Buddha made his move, he fundamentally altered the nature of the problem. These words not only dissolved Sun Wukong's hostility, but also won his heart and loyalty for the Buddhist sect. And before this, yes indeed, Sun Wukong had indeed become the Buddha of victorious fighting, taking his place at Vulture Peak, receiving the incense worship of countless households. But for these 100 years, his Buddhist position had felt more like shackles, a mere title, a transaction certificate between the heavenly court and Vulture Peak. He had obtained the Buddhist position, yet he had never truly integrated into Vulture Peak. When the bodhisattvas expounded the scriptures, he would doze off. When the arhats practiced meditation, he found it utterly boring. He acted according to his own will, calling himself Old Sun rather than this poor monk. In his Buddhist hall, there was no sandalwood incense rising. Only peach pits he had finished gnawing. Above and below Vulture Peak, everyone understood. The Buddha of victorious fighting was ultimately still the great sage equaling heaven. His inherent rebelliousness and wild nature had never truly been cleansed by Buddhist teachings. The reason he had kept himself in check was the bond formed during the journey to the west, a promise to Tripitaka. Buddhist teachings. What were they? Could they be eaten as rice or gnawed like peaches? He recognized only 2 things, reason and emotion. But after today's events, everything had changed. Perhaps this was the beginning of making Sun Wukong truly regard the Buddhist sect as his own home. In this way, the Buddhist sect not only avoided losing face in today's conflict, but achieved a decisive victory. Moreover, even Qingyuan Yaodao Jinjuan Yangjian, because of his relationship with Lu Fan, now had ties to the Buddhist sect. Originally, because Lu Fan was the reincarnation of Yang Jiao, the trouble caused by Jing Yan. If Lu Fan were to submit to the Buddhist sect, then naturally the conflict would transform into peace. Although Lu Fan himself was merely a humble human immortal insignificant, but standing behind him were the great sage equaling heaven and Erlang Shaoxing Jinjuan. 1 stone, 3 birds. This Buddha of the past, without losing a single soldier, merely moved his lips and dissolved a storm that could have shaken the 3 realms into nothingness, while securing immeasurable benefits for the Buddhist sect. This move of removing the firewood from under the cauldron was truly a stroke of divine genius. With a single action, he untangled every dead knot. The Buddhist sect not only won face, but also substance. What is killing the heart? This is what is meant by killing the heart. Everyone felt that by now the matter had reached a happily ever after conclusion. Lu Fan only needed to nod and kowtow in gratitude for the Buddha's grace, and today's case that had shaken the three realms could conclude with a perfect ending. Heh! Right under the gaze of all present, Lu Fan suddenly let out a mocking chuckle, a look of disdain appearing on his face. Not harmful, but incredibly insulting. For a moment, the entire execution platform fell silent. Does the Buddha think I, Lu Fan, am a fool? Trying to deceive me with such words? Everyone was stunned. The compassionate expression on Randang Guff Buddha's face faltered slightly. Lu Fan raised his head, meeting the ancient Buddha's gaze without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. My master's teachings emphasize the unity of the three teachings, with all paths returning to one source. The Confucian emphasis on rectifying the heart and sincerity, the Taoist practice of cultivating both nature and lifespan, the Buddhist path of illuminating the heart and seeing one's true nature, all have been explored. My master treated all equally, never claiming to be of the orthodox Taoist school, let alone saying he was part of the Buddhist sect. How did it become in your words that my master's sect is defined as a branch of your Buddhist school? Lu Fan's voice grew louder, each word striking with force. Since Randang had already revealed his shared master with Sun Wukong, he decided to stop hiding it, and for the first time before everyone called out that title. Senior brother. Sun Wukong's whole body shuddered, his head snapping up to look at Lu Fan. Don't believe this old monk's nonsense. Think carefully about back, when we were at Mount Lingtai on the square inch at the cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars. Did our master ever require you to serve the Buddhist sect or swear allegiance to the Taoist school? The technique our master passed down to us for evading the 3 calamities and transformations is Taoist magic. The mantras for cultivating our minds and nurturing our natures that he passed down also contain Chan Buddhist elements. Our master was inclusive and open-minded, with a heart vast as a valley. He wanted us to forge our own path, not become someone's lapdog. When our master drove you down the mountain, he only said not to mention his name. Did he ever tell you to go to the Western Heaven? No, never. Lu Fan's words were like thunderclaps exploding in Sun Wukong's mind. Yes, indeed. Our master never did. Never. Sun Wukong's memories instantly returned to centuries ago. In that cave of the slanting moon and 3 stars, master sat upon the high platform, teaching the great Tao immortality and absolute freedom. He had never said that those who learned his methods must join a particular sect or worship a specific deity. Master's teachings were to help him pierce through to his true nature, to leap beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements, to attain great freedom and great liberation, rather than letting him jump from one cage into another. Those Chan Buddhist principles Randang Guff Buddha spoke of might not have been wrong, but he had substituted the most core concept. The fact that Buddhist philosophy exists within the teachings master passed down does not mean master himself was of the Buddhist sect. These are completely different matters. He had actually been trapped by this old monk's words just now. When one cares too much, one loses clarity. Those involved are often the most deluded. He had narrowly fallen into the old monk's trap. Having grasped this crucial point, Sun Wukong felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, and clarity dawned before his eyes. The suppressed pride and unruly spirit within him surged back to life, even fiercer than before. Ha! Ha ha! Sun Wukong threw back his head and laughed aloud, his booming laughter reverberating across the entire immortal slaying platform. He slung his golden cudgel over his shoulder, a roguish gleam returning to his monkey face. His fiery golden eyes blazed with golden flame as he stared unflinchingly at Buddha Randang. What a slick old monk. You nearly had me twisted around. His lips curled back in a grimace, revealing sharp, white fangs. My master's power reaches heaven and earth, wielding the profound teachings of the 3 teachings as effortlessly as breathing. That is the depth of his cultivation. How dare you pick out the parts that resemble your Buddhist teachings and claim my master belongs to your sect? By that logic, since I've consumed so many Taoist immortal pills, should I count as a disciple of the Tao? And when the Jade Emperor himself bestowed upon me the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, should I then be counted among the heavenly deities? You old monk, how shamelessly unreasonable you are. The celestial officials and generals present exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions ranging from astonishment to amusement. Only then did they realize it. Indeed, his argument held water. Though Buddha Randang's reasoning seemed flawless, its foundation rested entirely on the assumption that the great immortal was affiliated with Buddhism. But who could actually prove this assumption? Was it merely because he taught the name Wukong? Was it simply because his sanctuary lay in the western continent of ox horses? That was far too convenient. As Sun Wukong pointed out, his karmic ties with the Taoist school and the heavenly court were equally profound. By that logic, wouldn't he belong to all 3? For the first time since arriving, Buddha Randang's expression finally showed a flicker of disturbance. He fell silent. Despite calculating everything meticulously, he had completely overlooked this Lu Fan. He had assumed that frightening Sun Wukong with a single blow would suffice, and thus conclude today's matter. But this young lad had once again thwarted his plans. He was truly born disaster. What made Randang fall silent was that he could not simply name the person to settle this debate. That name itself was taboo. While uttering it would easily prove the great immortal's connection to Buddhism, he simply couldn't bring himself to say it. Because it involved a saint. The saying that all below a saint are mere ants was no empty threat. Not to mention him as a former Buddha. Perhaps even the world-honored one himself, faced with such brazen questioning, would be forced to swallow this humiliation silently. In truth, Ling Mountain's perplexity on this matter was no less than that of the heavenly court. Everything traced back to the moment Bodhisattva Jing Yin activated the karmic water mirror. When the water mirror clearly reflected Lingtai Fangsuan Mountain Shiwa Sanqing Cave, the grand thunder sound temple of Ling Mountain in the western heavens was equally thrown into turmoil. Those privy to the truth were all shaken. In their understanding, after Sun Wukong's departure, the realm of that presence had sealed itself off, severed from the three realms, cut off from all karma, and could never again accept disciples. But in reality, what had truly transpired at Shiwa Sanqing Cave after Sun Wukong? That era remained an unknowable void for all the supreme powers across the three realms. Had it not been for today, when Jing Yin sought to trace karma and inadvertently revealed Lu Fan's past on the immortal slaying platform, this secret might have remained buried forever. Ling Mountain was shaken to its core. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas debated endlessly over this, draining their energies for a long while. Even Sun Wukong, who had already attained Buddhahood as the victorious fighting Buddha, had origins that were themselves an unclear mystery. Now another figure, the immortal Lu Fan, who shared the same master, had dragged this old matter back into the open. Given the gravity of the situation, none dared act unilaterally. Ultimately, the Buddhas of Ling Mountain could only seek counsel from Jain Buddha, who had long remained detached from worldly affairs. The outcome plunged the entire mountain into even deeper silence. When Buddha Jain confirmed the matter as true, even the world-honored one seated upon the lotus throne in the great hero hall found himself troubled by the implications. After Sun Wukong, that being had actually taken on another disciple. What could this possibly signify? After lengthy deliberation, Ling Mountain finally reached a decision, just as the heavenly court watched the situation spiral toward chaos. And so Buddha Randang arrived. His purpose was to use verbal dexterity to reel this unexpected karma back under Buddhist control. He had assumed that by overwhelming Sun Wukong with grand principles and origins in one stroke, cracking his defenses, everything would fall into place naturally. Today's matter could have ended in a decisive victory for Buddhism. But who could have predicted that Lu Fan, facing death itself, would think with such clarity and expose the critical flaw in his words with a single remark? Now what was to be done? Buddha Randang understood. He had miscalculated. He could not speak that name, for it was forbidden, a karmic thread even the world-honored one preferred not to touch. Without being able to utter it, he could not substantiate his position. Unable to prove his case, his previously compelling arguments now resembled water duckweed without roots. A farce built on sophistry. The game had reached an impasse. Just then Lu Fan, bound by immortal ropes meant to be a sacrificial lamb, spoke once more. Even if we concede one thing, even if my master truly has countless ties to Buddhism, even if he truly is a reclusive power of the Buddhist school, so what? He straightened his spine, his aura undiminished despite his bonds. My master is my master, and I am his disciple. His grace in passing down the way to us is a debt we owe. Honoring our master and revering the Tao is our duty. But what do my master's origins have to do with us? My master's path is his own. Our path must be walked by ourselves. My master taught me the Dharma, so I might discern right from wrong, so I could repay kindness with kindness and wrath with wrath, so I would not endure the indignities imposed by heaven and earth. Not so I might bear his name and serve as a guard dog for some sect. The revenge for my parents' deaths is a debt that cannot coexist with heaven itself. If I could set aside such a blood-deep grievance, I would be forgetting humanity, forgetting filial piety, forgetting my very roots. What he taught would never produce someone so spineless as to fear avenging their parents. Lord Buddha, you speak endlessly of origins, karma, and discipleship. Then I ask you, what does any of this have to do with my vengeance today? His words rang out like cannon fire, forceful and resounding. On the immortal slaying platform, many immortals born of the mortal realm showed moved expressions upon their faces. Filial piety is the foundation of human relations. Lu Fan's words were plain, yet struck directly at the heart. Indeed, even if one's master belonged to Buddhism, could a disciple not have his own grievances and convictions? Buddha Randang's brow furrowed ever so slightly, his composure finally breaking. He had not anticipated that Lu Fan's reasoning could be so sharp and his logic so piercing. The man truly reminded him of Sun Wukong from centuries past, when he had wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. As expected, disciples from the same lineage shared the same unyielding nature at their core. Driven to such a state by a junior Randang, ancient Buddha felt a surge of inexplicable fury in his heart. He had cultivated for eons his mind as calm as still water, yet today, on this Zhanshan platform, he had been repeatedly disturbed by a mere minor immortal. He suppressed the turbulence in his heart and decided to no longer entangle with him over trivial details, but but to use the great principles of Buddhist Dharma to thoroughly and righteously subdue him. Foolish child, your obsession is too deep. You have fallen into demonic delusion. As for a teacher, they transmit the Tao, impart skills, and resolve doubts. The origins of your sect are the foundation of your Dharma. If you inherit their Dharma, you inherit their karma. This is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. How can you arbitrarily sever it? You only know to avenge personal grievances, yet you do not know how many innocents this will implicate, and what calamity it will bring upon your sect. You only seek momentary pleasure, yet you do not know what kind of karma you will create, causing you to sink eternally into depravity. This is the small self, not the great righteousness. A disciple's actions, words, and demeanor all represent the face of the sect. If the origins of your sect are related to Buddhism, yet you oppose Buddhism, this is disrespect to your sect and great filial impiety. Since you have inherited its Dharma lineage, you should consider its source, feel its grace, and resolve conflicts. That is the right path. How can you commit such rebellious acts for personal gain? The celestial officials of the heavenly court present nodded repeatedly. There was nothing wrong with these words. Within immortal sects, the sect indeed surpasses everything. Betraying one's master and ancestors is the greatest sin in the cultivation world. Randing ancient Buddha's words had effectively refuted Lu Fan's earlier individualistic theory. Sun Wukong, listening nearby, scratched his ears and cheeks in confusion. He felt that Lu Fan was right, but the old monk's words also seemed reasonable. For a moment, he didn't know how to refute. However, Lu Fan smiled again. He waited until Randing ancient Buddha had finished, until all the celestial officials showed expressions of understanding, and until Sun Wukong began to frown in thought. Only then did he unhurriedly laugh. The Buddha speaks very well, he praised sincerely. Then he looked at Randing ancient Buddha with an extremely earnest gaze, and asked a shocking question. Buddha, you just said that a disciple's actions represent the sect, and that a disciple who inherits its Dharma lineage should consider its source, and not commit rebellious acts. I heard this and deeply agree. It is truly a wise saying. I ventured to ask the Buddha for guidance to resolve my doubts. The entire Zhanshan platform fell silent. Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what shocking question this audacious fellow would ask. Lu Fan cleared his throat, his eyes as clear as a 3-year-old child's. May I ask the Buddha, who is your master? These words stunned everyone on the Zhanshan platform. The entire platform instantly fell into an eerie, deathly silence. The expressions on all the celestial officials' faces froze. Even Yang Jian, who had been cold-faced all along, couldn't help but twitch his mouth upward, and the closed vertical eye on his brow trembled slightly from shock. Everyone's gazes instinctively and simultaneously focused on Randing ancient Buddha. The vast Buddhist light around him flickered for a moment. His complexion visibly, rapidly, and gradually turned pale. It was a bloodless, livid white. Incredible. The immortals present, especially the old ones who had survived the investiture of the god's calamity, could only think of this word. A question that pierces the heart. Who was Randing ancient Buddha's master? Among the 3 realms, which a mortal with some experience didn't know. Before becoming Randing ancient Buddha, he was the deputy leader of the Chan sect, Randing Taoist. And who was the leader of the Chan sect? It was Yuan Shi Tianzuan, who sat high on a cloud bed in the Jade Void Palace, wielding the celestial killing power. He was one of the 3 pure ones of the Taoist sect. Randing, originally a legitimate and formidable Taoist powerhouse inherited from the 3 pure ones, held a revered status. But what happened later? After the investiture of the god's calamity, he betrayed the Chan sect, defected to the west, transformed from Tao to Buddha, and became the leader of the 7 Buddhas of the past. The words he used to lecture Lu Fan just now sounded so ironic. A disciple's actions represent the face of the sect. Then when you defected, where did you put the face of the Chan sect? If you inherit its Dharma lineage, you should consider its source. Then all your Taoist arts and divine powers originated from the Jade Void Palace. Have you ever considered the source of your Tao? Do not commit rebellious acts. Is there anything more rebellious than betraying one's sect and switching allegiances? This was like slapping Randing ancient Buddha hard and loudly across the face in front of everyone. The Zhanshan platform was eerily silent. One could even hear the rapid breathing of some young celestial officials from extreme shock. In the corner, Zhu Beiji was laughing so hard that his fat trembled. He covered his mouth tightly, but strange puff sounds still leaked through his fingers. Beside him, Sha Wujing, usually steady and composed, was now flushed red, his shoulders heaving, clearly struggling to suppress his laughter. Among the heavenly court ranks, many immortals who had ties with the Chan sect had extremely strange expressions. They lowered their heads, staring at their toes, not daring to say a word. But their constantly shaking shoulders betrayed their feelings. This trip to the Zhanshan platform was totally worth it. Such a scene was truly rare, not seen in 1,000 or 10,000 years. Watching a Buddhist ancient Buddha being rendered speechless and pale-faced by a mere minor immortal. The joy of spectating was more satisfying than gaining 100 years of cultivation. Several aged orthodox gods of the Thunder Department, originally from the Jie sect, had suffered greatly from the Chan sect in the investiture war and harbored deep hatred for the later defector Randing Taoist. At this moment, they each buried their heads low, afraid of being seen, their old faces turning purple-red on the verge of internal injury. They dared not laugh out loud, but the suppressed joy was more torturous than direct laughter. Delightful. Absolutely delightful. For so many years, who dared to expose the Buddha's shortcomings to his face? Today, finally, a reckless fool who wasn't afraid of death asked the question they had held back for thousands of years. In stark contrast to their reactions was Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, the veins on the back of his hand gripping the exquisite pagoda, bulging his knuckles white. This wretch! How dare he humiliate the Buddha like this? The Buddha had a great favor to his Li family. If not for Randang, ancient Buddha, bestowing this pagoda, he would have been skin, tendons pulled, and bones ground to dust by that rebellious Sun Neza. In his heart, Randang, ancient Buddha's status was on par with the Jade Emperor. Seeing his benefactor humiliated, he felt a surge of rage rushing to his crown, wishing he could immediately unleash the pagoda and crush that arrogant Lu Fan into a pulp. But he dared not. There were two killing gods over there. If he made the slightest move, the monkey's staff and the three-eyed monster's blade would fall upon his head in the next instant. At the very center of the storm, Randang, ancient Buddha's face turned from white to green, then from green to a transcendent calm. After all, he was not a waste like Jing Yan. Billions of years of cultivation and mental refinement had long made him as steadfast as a rock. After the initial shock, he quickly adjusted. Ba. He recited a Buddha's name. Good. You ask a very good question. He even nodded and looked at Lu Fan with approval. My past is not an unspeakable secret. I was once a Taoist disciple studying under the Jade Void Palace. This is known to all three realms. He admitted it frankly. This move instead stunned many immortals who were ready to watch the joke. Then what is the Tao? And what is the Buddha? The self of yesterday is not the self of today. The Tao I once studied was but a boat to ferry one across the river. Having reached the far shore, why would I still bear the boat upon my back? This humble monk left the Chan sect to embrace the Western teachings, truly in pursuit of something greater. It was to shatter the prejudices of sectarian divisions and seek that ultimate Tao where all methods converge into one. The world knows only that I abandoned the Tao to embrace Buddhism, yet few realize I have long since harmonized both paths and transcended the attachments to self and doctrine. Your question today, though it seems cutting, actually proves you remain trapped within sectarian biases, clinging to superficial distinctions and unable to perceive the true countenance of the great Tao. Your heart is simply too small. Randang's words were shrouded in mist and clouds, profound and unfathomable. This sleight of hand, swapping heaven for earth, reversing right and wrong, was executed with consummate mastery. The assembled immortals stood dumbfounded, secretly cursing the old monk's impudence, yet they could not help but admit his words were flawlessly constructed and irreproachable. Sun Wukong was thoroughly bewildered, finding the old monk's circular speech maddeningly tedious. Yang Jian, however, wore a mocking expression. Having endured the investiture of the gods, he knew the man's true nature and trusted not a single word of his rhetoric. Ancient Buddha Randang did not grant Lu Fan another opportunity to speak. He had already realized that reason could not reach this youth. This kid's tongue was sharper than a monkey's. When soft approaches failed, only force remained. Buddha Randang turned away from Lu Fan and bowed slightly toward the direction of the Lingxiao Heavenly Palace. Your Majesty, this youth Lu Fan bears grave sins from countless killings, his nature stubborn and obstinate, utterly lost to delusion. This humble monk once sought to redeem him, but his demonic roots run too deep for Buddhist teachings to sway him. Today's events have shaken the three realms and destabilized heavenly law. To uphold the dignity of the heavenly court and restore righteousness throughout the three realms, we implore your Majesty to render judgment and enforce the law, giving all sentient beings an answer. He had directly passed the buck to the Jade Emperor. His meaning was clear as day. The Buddhist sect had exhausted all compassion and persuasion, offering every manner of entreaty, yet he refused to listen. Now it was time for the heavenly court to execute its own rules. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian's expressions shifted instantly. Buzz! The golden cudgel was gripped once more, the golden shaft humming with a piercing resonance. Clang! The blade of the three-pointed double-edged sword sliced through the air with a crystal-clear ring. Their battle intent erupted unrestrained once more. Both had braced themselves for a major confrontation today, to forcibly rescue Lu Fan. What was there to lose but another upheaval of the heavenly palace? These two knew the place well. Ancient Buddha Randang calmly turned his head to face Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. Two benefactors, there is no need for this. He shook his head slowly. After years of cultivation, I am not one given to slaughter. What has occurred today, escalated to this point, is contrary to my wishes. After a moment of contemplation, compassion appeared upon his face. How about this? Regarding Lu Fan's past and present lives, the water mirror of karmic retribution and the three lives mirror have already revealed everything clearly for all to witness. He bears grievances against our Buddhist sect, yet shares bonds of affection with both of you. We who have direct interests entangled with him should refrain from participating in this judgment altogether to avoid even the appearance of favoritism. Our Buddhist sect is willing to take a step back and entrust the final authority of this matter to an impartial and upright divine official within the heavenly court. Whatever the outcome, both our sect and you two benefactors must abide by it. Would this not be considered fair? With these words spoken, Sun Wukong and Yang Jian both froze. They exchanged glances, each reading deep bewilderment in the other's eyes. What was the old monk brewing in his cauldron? Voluntarily relinquishing adjudicatory authority. This sounded absolutely preposterous. The Buddhist sect had expended such tremendous effort with so many lives lost, and were on the verge of delivering Lu Fan to his doom. How could they possibly make concessions at the final moment? When events deviate from the norm, there is always something sinister at work. Yet on the surface, Randang's proposal was impeccable. The Buddhist sect had voluntarily yielded, granting the heavenly court every measure of respect, and honoring both of them as well. If they refused now, they would appear unreasonable and narrow-minded. At their core, the two of them sought only to rescue Lu Fan, not to wreak havoc upon the heavenly palace. Very well. Yang Jian coldly spat a single character. He was eager to see what schemes the old monk might employ next. Sun Wukong also nodded, hoisting the golden cudgel over his shoulder and emitting a grunt of reluctant acquiescence. A smile of vindication spread across ancient Buddha Randang's face. He surveyed the assembled crowd, where every immortal and deity's gaze converged upon him, awaiting his selection of that impartial arbitrator. Finally, his gaze swept past Sun Wukong, past Yang Jian, past those celestial officials wearing various expressions, and landed with precision upon the red-clad youth standing upon wind and fire wheels, wielding the fire-tipped spear. That great deity of the three altars and sea assemblies, who had remained stationed at the center of the proceedings, caught in an impossible bind, unable to advance or retreat, burdened by the ancient glazed lantern in his hands. Neza, third prince, you are a righteous deity of the heavenly court and a disciple of the Chan sect, sharing bonds of deepest friendship with both the victorious fighting Buddha and the true Lord of Qingyuan. In terms of status and stance, none is more suitably positioned to render this judgment than you. This humble monk hereby entrusts the authority of judgment to you. I implore the third prince to determine the fate of life and death for Lu Fan. W.H. What? Me? Something seemed to detonate within Neza's mind. He stood utterly stupefied. He stared blankly at ancient Buddha Randang, then glanced at his father Li Jing in the distance, whose face had grown ashen, and finally turned to the two brothers behind him, watching him with profoundly conflicted expressions. The ancient glazed lantern in his hands seemed to grow heavier than all of Mount Sumeru in that moment. Me? Asking me to judge? This old monk? Neza's heart plummeted. The fire-tipped spear in his hands trembled faintly, and the flames erupting from the wind and fire wheels beneath his feet flickered erratically, growing unstable and chaotic. Neza's handsome face cycled through shades of crimson and pallor. This was tantamount to placing him upon the pyre. He recalled those distant days when that unruly youth, standing beyond the walls of Chintang Pass and facing his father's demands, had resolutely severed his flesh to return to his mother and stripped his bones to return to his father. He had believed death could settle all debts and bring peace. But he had been mistaken. His soul had nowhere to rest until his master Tai Jinren reconstructed a celestial form for him from lotus petals, leaves, and rhizome, granting him a second life. Yet his father Li Jing regarded him as a demon, destroyed his golden body, severed his ancestral rights, and pursued him with murderous intent. The bond between father and son had been completely severed beneath that day's blade. Just as his conflict with Li Jing threatened to spiral into an endless blood feud that would shatter the heavenly court, it was Randang Daoren, that very figure now before them, as ancient Buddha Randang, who appeared. He gifted Li Jing that exquisite golden pagoda. That tower could suppress him utterly, rendering him motionless. That tower became a sword perpetually suspended above his head, an irrevocable shackle he could never break free from. From that day forward, Randang became both the mediator between father and son and the benefactor of his destiny. Neza, your karmic bond with your father is ordained by heavenly decree and cannot be defied. This pagoda can quell your demonic nature while also protecting your welfare. Take the pagoda as your father, and only then will your grievance be resolved. Take the pagoda as a father. How laughable. From that day onward, Li Jing was no longer his father by blood, but the pagoda-bearing heavenly king Li, who could suppress him at any moment with the tower in his hand. And the one who bestowed the pagoda, Randang, became his second father. The lotus avatar body he now possessed was a gift from his master Tai Jinren. Yet the reason this true body had been able to endure safely to this day undestroyed by that nominal father was precisely because of Randang's pagoda. One had given him new life, the other had preserved that new life. Tai was his master, his loving father. Randang was his creditor. This debt of gratitude weighed on him so heavily that he could hardly breathe. He hated that pagoda, he hated the feeling of being controlled. But he also had to admit that without it the bitter knot between him and Li Jing might never have been untangled. Over the years, the reason he had managed to maintain a surface peace with Li Jing was not fatherly affection, but because that pagoda had always stood between them. This karmic debt, this overwhelming kindness, he owed it. To openly defy Ronding's will would be tantamount to ingratitude, an act of supreme unfilial defiance against the one who had been a father to him. But Neza's gaze with immense difficulty shifted away from Li Jing and fell upon the two figures behind him. Yang Jian. His relationship with Neza was far beyond that of ordinary colleagues. They were both third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. His master was Tai Junren of Golden Light Cave, while Yang Jian's master was Yuding Junren of Jade Spring Mountain. Tai and Yuding had always been fellow Taoists from the same lineage. The two of them were the most outstanding among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. One possessed a lotus avatar body with 3 heads and 8 arms, the other had attained sagehood, through his mortal flesh cultivating the ninefold mystic art. In those long tedious years in the heavenly court, they were one of the few confidants with whom each could spar in Tao arts without reservation and stand shoulder to shoulder in battle. Their bond was rooted in the deep fraternity of the Jade Void Palace, unshakably profound. Today Yang Jian had come for Lu Fan. For Lu Fan was the reincarnation of Yang Jian's elder brother. Was he to pronounce Lu Fan's death sentence before Yang Jian's very eyes? And it was not only Yang Jian. In the past he had been ordered to subdue that mischievous monkey. The two had been evenly matched, fighting from the southern heavenly gate all the way to Flowerfruit Mountain, darkening heaven and earth. But it was precisely that battle that forged a mutual respect between them. Later the monkey became the victorious fighting Buddha, and the two served together in the heavenly court, eventually becoming sworn brothers who had earned each other's friendship through combat. No one understood Sun Wukong's temperament better than Neza. That monkey could bare his fangs at all the gods and Buddhas, yet he would never let down a single friend he truly acknowledged. Today, with his brothers Junior in peril, how could he stand by and watch? One was a brother forged through battle, the other was a senior brother of the same lineage. They were among the very few in the heavenly court to whom he could entrust his back. In all of heaven, the 3 of them were the true kindred spirits. All of them were unruly souls who defied discipline, scorned the celestial laws, and burned with the fire of rebellion in their bones. And now Ronding, that sanctimonious old monk, demanded that he step forward and personally pronounce Lu Fan's death sentence. That was equivalent to forcing him to drive a blade into his own brother's heart. On one side lay a debt of grace he could never repay. On the other lay a bond of righteousness he could never betray. What could he say? What could he possibly say? He had never felt so helpless. Even back when Li Jing had pushed him to the brink and he had returned his bones and flesh to his father, his heart had known only resolute defiance and fierce satisfaction. The ancient Buddha Randang watched Neza's inner turmoil with great satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he had wanted. "Third Prince, what is your decision?" he asked. Neza suddenly raised his head and looked at Randang. His eyes, which always seemed to burn with flames, were now filled with anguish and torment. He opened his mouth, his throat bobbing, but in the end all that escaped was a bitter, defeated laugh. "Buddha, Neza cannot make this decision." He lowered his head, the tip of his fire-tipped spear drooping helplessly toward the ground. "This matter touches upon far too much. Neza's words carry little weight, and he cannot bear such a responsibility. Please, Buddha, find someone more worthy." He chose to retreat. He chose to flee. This was the first time in his life that he had felt so utterly powerless outside the battlefield. In a nearly humble, self-abasing manner, he could only kick the burden back. The sight made Sun Wukong and Yang Jian knit their brows tightly. They knew Neza's nature well. He would rather break than bend. When had he ever bowed his head like this? Clearly that old monk had truly cornered him. Haha. A soft laugh escaped the ancient Buddha Randang. His laughter was gentle, betraying not the slightest reproach. Instead it sounded like a kind elder comforting a younger one who was troubled. "No matter," said the ancient Buddha Randang. "This poor monk understands. This matter is tangled in complex causes and effects, and it is only human to find it difficult to decide at once. This poor monk asked you to make the judgment precisely because I trust in your impartiality, not because I wish to coerce you." His words were so considerate that many immortal officials present nodded, inwardly thinking how compassionate the Buddha truly was. But Sun Wukong and Yang Jian frowned at the same time, their ominous premonition growing ever stronger. Sure enough, the ancient Buddha Randang shifted his tone. Since the third prince feels he lacks sufficient basis for judgment, that is simple enough. He extended a finger pointing at the mirror of 3 lives suspended in the air, radiant with flowing light. "Is the mirror of 3 lives not still here? Just now we only examined his karmic ties with the Yang family. Perhaps that was one-sided. Why not look at another chapter of his past, so that you may have more ground for judgment and no longer be caught in such a dilemma?" At these words Neza's heart sank. He understood now. This old monk was determined to have him today. He would not allow him the slightest chance to dodge. Put any other immortal official of the heavenly court in this position, and none would be willing to accept this scorching hot potato today. Offend 2 great killing gods like Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. How could one still stand in the heavenly court afterward? If he chose his father Li Jing, everyone knew of Li Jing's ties to the Buddhist faith. the verdict would inevitably lean in Buddhism's favor. Sun Wukong and Yang Jian would never accept it, and it would only make Buddhism seem like a bully abusing its power with unseemly greed. And Randing, as the Buddha of the past, had descended in person precisely to handle this matter flawlessly, to win Buddhism grace and face, and to reclaim tenfold and hundredfold the dignity that Bodhisattva Jingyan had lost. The reason he had chosen Neza was because he had calculated Neza's predicament precisely. He had calculated that Neza owed him a debt of gratitude he could never repay. He meant to use this very contradiction of loyalty and obligation to corner Neza into speaking that word execute with his own mouth. When that happened, Lu Fan's death would be the public judgment of Neza, the third prince, a righteous god of heaven, a disciple of the Chan sect, and the sworn brother of Sun Wukong and Yang Jian. No one would be able to utter a single word of objection. Buddhism would not only have avenged itself, but would also have earned a reputation for impartial justice. This was killing the heart while killing the man. In Randing's mind, all was serene clarity. That waste Jingyan had taken a perfect hand and played it disastrously. He was utterly disappointed in that bungling fool who could never accomplish anything but only ruin it. Using the karmic water mirror, Jingyan had exposed Lu Fan's brotherhood with Sun Wukong directly summoning that wild monkey. That was the first blunder. Using the mirror of 3 lives to trace Lu Fan's sins, he had instead revealed that Lu Fan was the reincarnation of Yang Jiao, pushing Yang Jian completely into opposition as well. That was the second blunder. These 2 incidents had turned Buddhism from a plaintiff with every advantage into a party shamed by its own underhandedness. The luck had been abysmal. The handling had been stupidity itself. Randing even began to suspect whether Jingyan was actually a spy planted by the Taoist sect. But with him taking over, there would never be such a problem. Randing, the ancient Buddha of the past, saw the past with the clarity of a perfectly reflected flame. Within the 3 realms, every thread of cause and effect lay laid bare before his mind. This Lu Fan was both a disciple of Patriarch Subhuti and the reincarnation of Yang Jiao. That these 2 facts should converge upon a single mere human immortal was a coincidence so profound as to border on the uncanny. Yet truth be told, it was indeed so. It was precisely for this reason that he had chosen Neza, for he could be certain, absolutely certain, that Neza and this Lu Fan could never under any circumstances have shared any connection whatsoever. He would have staked his very Buddha seat on that guarantee. He knew Neza's past even more intimately than Neza himself remembered it. From Chintang Pass to Mount Kunlun, from the Fengshan battlefield to the Heavenly Court, every significant figure in Neza's life, every bond of karma he had forged, had been meticulously examined by Randing. Even those who had long since perished body and soul, he knew exactly where their spirits had reincarnated. Not a single one was Lu Fan, nor could there be any such connection as being fellow disciples. Randing had once served as vice patriarch of the Chan sect, and he knew the inner workings of the Jade Void Palace in great detail. He could assert with confidence that neither Tai Jinren nor Yuding Jinren had ever taken a disciple named Lu Fan. Yet even this was not enough to satisfy him. To ensure absolute certainty, Randing even employed divine powers to trace back to Neza's previous incarnation, the spirit pearl who had listened to the Tao within Yuhua Palace. In that distant epoch when the primordial chaos first began to separate and immortals and gods were first established, there was no trace whatsoever of this Lu Fan. Having eliminated all possible factors that might lead to favoritism, matters became straightforward. All that remained was to find through the 3-life mirror evidence of a murderous crime committed in one of Lu Fan's past lives. A convenient excuse for Neza, a perfectly logical stepping stone that would allow him to justify to his brothers the sentencing of Lu Fan to death. At this thought, the compassion on ancient Buddha Randing's face deepened. He paid no further heed to the crowd and strode toward the 3-life mirror. He would not repeat the foolish mistake that Jingyan had made. Phrases like disrespect to immortals and Buddhas or violation of heavenly laws were far too absurd. They were far too likely to implicate unexpected individuals and events. Jingyan had a mind like pig's brain. Why must one always pursue such monumental offenses? In the life of a mortal who could be without fault, the simplest and most effective charge was murder. As long as Lu Fan had in one of his past lives personally taken the life of a mortal, sentencing him to execution would leave no one able to utter a single word of objection. 3-life precious mirror, reflect the past and reveal the future. Ancient Buddha Randing uttered the true words, pouring Buddha light into the mirror. Show one of his past lives where he carried the karma of murder, taking the life of a mortal. This command was precise, clear, and left no room for ambiguity. It was murder. In the mortal world, killing a person was a crime. This was the most fundamental iron law under heaven and within the bounds of human ethics. No matter what reason one had, no matter what hardship lay behind it, killing a mortal created karma. With a resonant hum, the 3-life mirror emitted a long, sustained note. The light on its surface spun rapidly, forming a bottomless vortex. The hearts of all present were in their throats. They knew that the scene about to unfold would directly determine Lu Fan's fate, and also Neza's final choice. The light swirled and finally settled. This time the image in the mirror was crystal clear. Pavilions, towers, carved beams, painted rafters. A magnificent mansion appeared before the eyes of the assembly. The mansion was decorated with lanterns and colored banners filled with the clamor of voices and an atmosphere of jubilation. The camera passed through the crowd and entered an elegant bedchamber. Brocade quilts, embroidered couches, pearl curtains, and jade screens. Every detail spoke of the utmost earthly luxury. A kind-faced midwife, beaming with joy, held a newborn baby covered in red and announced loudly, "Congratulations, my lord. Congratulations, my lady. It's a fine plump son." Beside the bed, a magnificently dressed man, overwhelmed with joy, carefully took the baby from the midwife's arms, his eyes filled with the delight and tenderness of a first-time father. The baby had fair skin and delicate features, sleeping peacefully in the man's arms. Everyone could see it clearly that baby was Lu Fan. In this life, Lu Fan was born into a wealthy and noble family of great prestige. His life, from the very beginning, possessed everything that mortals dream of. The man holding the baby turned to the midwife and smiled. "You have worked hard. Go to the accounting office and collect 300 coins as a reward." The midwife's face immediately lit up with joy. 300 coins were enough for an ordinary family to live on for a whole year. She bowed repeatedly in thanks and withdrew. The man then instructed the steward waiting at the door, "Open the mansion for a 3-day feast of free food and drink for all the townsfolk. Also take 1,000 dan of rice and distribute it to the poor of the city before winter arrives." "Yes, my lord." The steward bowed and accepted the order. The images in the mirror quickly passed by. In winter, huge cauldrons were set up in front of the Lu mansion, and steaming hot congee warmed countless starving and freezing bodies. In summer, the servants set up tea stalls by the streets, offering cool tea to passers-by to quench their thirst. Lu Fan's father, a wealthy merchant who had amassed a fortune, was not the kind of rich man who lacked virtue. He was charitable and enjoyed a fine reputation in his hometown. Little Lu Fan grew up in such an environment day by day. He wore soft silk clothes, chasing butterflies in the courtyard. He sat in a spacious, bright study, swaying his head as he recited the characters on bamboo slips with his tutor. He had never experienced hunger, nor had he ever felt cold. His eyes held only the purest curiosity about the world. He did not become arrogant because of his wealthy birth. Instead, he inherited the benevolence and kindness of his parents. His parents doted on him, as if he were a rare treasure, teaching him with great care. They hired the best masters for everything: poetry, calligraphy, ritual music, and even martial arts to strengthen his body. The young Lu Fan in the mirror was handsome, refined, and gentle, without the slightest trace of a spoiled rich boy's manners. The camera followed his steps as he grew, moving from within the walls of the mansion to the outside world. It was a street of dazzling prosperity. The road was paved with blue stone, wide and level. Shops lined both sides of the street: wine shops, cloth stores, pawn shops, blacksmiths, their banners fluttering in the breeze. There were vendors selling bronze ritual vessels, others peddling pottery and earthenware, and a diviner sitting by the roadside using oracle bones to tell fortunes. Among the passers-by, the men mostly had their hair tied up, while the women wore high chignons. Some were commoners in short, coarse garments, others were scholars in caps and gowns. Their clothing and accessories were ancient and elegant, exuding an air of profound antiquity. The immortals of the heavenly court watched intently, and gradually their expressions shifted subtly. The scenes on this street, the clothing of the passers-by, the style of the architecture, they unmistakably belonged to the era of the Shang dynasty. The Shang dynasty, the Fengshan War. Most of those present had attained immortality only after the Fengshan War. They might not remember the circumstances of their own births, but that great calamity that had swept through the 3 realms, shattering the heavens and earth, was deeply imprinted in their primordial souls. They wondered only which human king of the Shang was reigning in this life of Lu Fan. The images in the mirror continued. Young Lu Fan, about 7 or 8 years old, was being led by the hand by his parents, browsing with great interest at a clay figurine stall on the street. Suddenly, the urgent clang of a bronze gong sounded from the street corner. "The king approaches. Clear the way. The king approaches. Clear the way." A troop of soldiers clad in bronze armor, holding spears and halberds, roughly shoved the crowd aside, clearing a path down the center of the street. The common people showed expressions of reverence mixed with fear. They pulled their children to the side of the road and knelt down, prostrating themselves. Lu Fan's parents also hurriedly pulled him to kneel by the roadside, whispering to him, "Fanner, kneel properly, and don't look up lest you offend the king's majesty." Little Lu Fan was a bit puzzled, but he obediently knelt beside his parents. However, his curious eyes could not help but sneak a peek upward from between his arms. Among the kneeling crowd, suppressed whispers arose. "Has something big happened? Why would the king suddenly leave the palace?" A well-informed cloth merchant lowered his voice and said to the person beside him, "Don't you know? Today is the 15th day of the 3rd month, the birthday of the goddess Nuwa. The king is going in person to the Nuwa temple outside the city to offer incense and pray for blessings." The first scene ends here, the mirror's light still flickering as the story continues to unfold. The human emperor of the Shang dynasty went to the temple of Nuwa to pray for blessings. These words combined together were truly the ultimate trump card among trump cards. In the final years of the Yinshang, there was a human emperor who, while offering incense at the Nuwa palace, was struck by the beauty of the holy statue of Nuwa. Lustful thoughts arose in his heart, and he inscribed a lewd poem blaspheming the deity upon the palace wall. It was precisely that poem which enraged the saint Nuwa. When a saint rages, heaven and earth change color. Thus later came the fox demon wreaking havoc, the Western Zhou's campaign against King Zhou, and that great calamity of the investiture of the gods, which swept across the three realms, and even involved the orthodoxies of the saints. And the human emperor who inscribed that poem was none other than the last monarch of the Yinshang Dxian, known to later generations as King Zhou of Shang. Countless immortals and gods felt their faces twitch. They gazed at the familiar street in the mirror, watching the approaching imperial carriage, and only one thought filled their minds. I know this scene. Was this not the very beginning of the investiture of the gods' calamity? What a brutal catastrophe that was. Immortals shed blood, golden immortals fell, and even the saints' orthodoxies were nearly severed. Many immortals present had suffered in that great calamity and had their names inscribed on the list of investiture, thus earning their positions in the heavenly court. For a moment the tense atmosphere outside the Hall of Miraculous Mists oddly eased. When a history is too monumental, grand enough to reshape the structure of the three realms, the individuals caught within it instead feel a sense of insignificant fate. The immortals looked at the carefree, wealthy youth Lu Fan in the mirror, then thought of the impending cataclysm and felt a subtle unease. It was like sitting beneath a theater stage watching a grand play whose ending was already known. They all knew what would happen next. Dxian entered the Nuwa palace, inscribed the poem blaspheming the saint, and Nuwa, enraged, summoned the three demons of Xianyuan Mound to corrupt his court. Next came Su Hu's rebellion against Shang. Outside Ji province, Huang Feihu, the father of Neza's fellow disciple Huang Tianhua, would shoot and kill Su Hu's general with an arrow. Then came Daji's entry into the palace, the torture of the bronze pillar, the punishment of the snake pit. One tragedy after another, cruel and heartless, would unfold. The immortals present were all too familiar with this history. So familiar that even their tension had eased. They even began to speculate with interest, what role would Lu Fan play in this calamity, in this life? Would he be an unknown soldier who died early in the chaos, or a commander or strategist who would leave a mark in the history books? Whatever role he took, as long as it was during the Yinshang period, the karmic slaughter that Lamplighter mentioned would be all too easy to achieve. In times of chaos, human life is as cheap as grass. Even a city massacre was merely a cold line of text in the annals. The immortals' minds began to stir, and their gazes toward Neza grew more sympathetic. Now the third prince truly had no choice left. Amidst the noise, only two individuals tightened their heartstrings. Yang Jian's divine eye on his forehead remained shut, but his divine sense reached out to Sun Wukong beside him. Monkey, we're in trouble. Sun Wukong scratched his head and ears, clearly seeing the thorny situation, and replied with his divine sense, "This old monk is 100 times more troublesome than that bald donkey Jingyan. This is an open scheme." Yang Jian's divine sense was as cold as iron. He has placed Lu Fan in the midst of the investiture calamity. No matter what Lu Fan does in that life, as long as he kills, the charge will be proven. Killing in chaos is common, but the word kill itself is a shackle. If Neza wants to protect Lu Fan, he would be openly opposing the law. He cannot open that mouth. Then what can we do? I don't care about laws or rules. If worst comes to worst, I'll wreak havoc in this heavenly court again today. Sun Wukong's ferocity surged, his divine sense radiating a fierce battle intent. What was another havoc in heaven? Even if he had to endure another 500 years of suppression for his little junior brother, he would bear it. Do not be rash. Yang Jian immediately stopped him. If we take forceful action, we will completely fall into a disadvantage. I know this lamplighter better than you. Back in the investiture era, he was the vice leader of the Chan sect, a man of high status. But this man always prioritizes results over means, and he is best at using righteousness as a pretext to pursue his own interests. After the investiture, seeing the decline of the Taoist path, he promptly switched allegiances and joined the Western faith, becoming the present lamplighter ancient Buddha. His actions today are meticulously planned, leaving no gaps. He aims to make Lu Fan's death an ironclad case that no one can challenge. Sun Wukong was utterly confused. He had never been interested in these old stories of Taoist and Buddhist sects. Chan sect, Jia sect vice leader. Just hearing them gave him a headache. Erlang Shun, don't talk to me in circles. I can't follow your twists and turns. His divine sense was direct and domineering. Just tell me, is this old monk dead set on killing my junior brother? Can we rush over now and save him? It's very difficult. Yang Jian's divine sense was heavy. Lamplighter's cultivation is unfathomable. He is already a half-saint. Together we might fight him to a draw, but the chance of saving someone under his nose is slim. Moreover, today, he has clearly chosen not to fight, only to suppress us with words and rules. If we make a move, we lose moral ground and the hearts of the people. Moral ground. Hearts of the people. Can you eat them? Sun Wukong's divine sense was full of disdain. My truth lies only in the golden cudgel. Times have changed. Yang Jian's divine sense carried a rare hint of weariness. But today I must save him. No matter the method, no matter the cost. Sun Wukong grinned, his divine sense vibrating. Well said. I'm the same. To hell with rules. No one lays a hand on my junior brother. As soon as he finished, Yang Jian's divine sense suddenly faltered. On his handsome, cold face an expression of oddness appeared. One might even say he looked slightly black. You mischievous monkey. Huh. Sun Wukong was taken aback. After all these years of friendship, I never knew you could be so sly and deceitful. Yang Jian's divine sense carried a mocking tone. So after all this, Lu Fan is your fellow disciple from the same sect. Why didn't you say so earlier? Earlier you only said you admired his temperament, and that he resonated with you, making me think you were truly helping out of some vague sense of loyalty. Sun Wukong immediately grinned, showing a mouthful of white teeth. He replied carelessly with his divine sense, He Erling Shin, what are you saying? My admiration for his temperament, and the fact that he is my junior brother. What difference does it make? Everyone in my sect is a true hero. Isn't it natural that I admire them? He scratched his furry monkey face, his divine sense full of righteous playfulness. Besides, if I had shouted from the start that he was my junior brother, wouldn't I have fallen into the same lowly level as that old monk, losing impartiality? I Sun Wukong act with reason as my guide. Yang Jian's mouth twitched involuntarily at this twisted logic. This monkey was still the same. However, the slight displeasure in his heart dissipated. Yes, regardless of the reason. Today the two of them stood here with the same goal. That was enough. The sound of hooves thundered like rolling thunder, and the clash of metal weapons grew nearer from afar. The commoners kneeling by the roadside lowered their heads even deeper, drawing in their breaths with utmost caution. 9 bronze chariots rolled over the bluestone-paved road, their wheels rumbling with an overwhelming momentum. Upon the chariot stood a tall, valiant-looking man robed in a royal garment adorned with black bird motifs, an ancient sword hanging at his waist. His gaze swept across the streets like that of a hawk. He was Xin, the human emperor of Yinshang. His majestic presence dimmed even heaven and earth. The immortals outside the mirror watched this scene with varied expressions. Many bore complicated emotions in their eyes. An old immortal with white hair and beard, clad in the celestial military general's official robe, let out a long sigh. In those days, Xin campaigned south against the Dongyi and north against the Guifang, his might shaking the 4 seas. If not for that incident at Nuwa Palace, the fate of the great Shang would never have been cut off so abruptly. He had once been a great general of the Shang dynasty, slain at my his soul ascended to the Fengshan list, and he now held a minor post in the heavenly court. Gazing upon his former sovereign, his heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. Beside him, an immortal with a malevolent countenance radiating faint traces of GS sect's magical power snorted coldly. In the end, it was a matter of destiny being exhausted. The heavenly Tao decreed the rise of Zhou, and no one could stop it. Even we, the 10,000 disciples of the GS sect, have become mere ornaments on the Fengshan list. At these words, many celestial officials around fell silent. 70 to 80% of the immortals present were inextricably entangled with the calamity of the Fengshan. They had once been comrades, and also sworn enemies. Disciples of the Chan sect, followers of the GS sect, generals of the Shang feudal lords of the Western Zhou. Now they all gathered together, serving under the same heavenly court. By the way, why hasn't the Tianqi Star Lord come today? With such a grand event, he didn't even bother to join the excitement, a celestial official whispered to his colleague. A well-informed celestial general beside him curled his lips and said in a low voice, He's busy these days matching red threads and fixing marriages. The marriage petitions on his desk are piled higher than Mount Kunlun. How could he have time to come to the execution terrace and stain himself with killing aura? Besides, those standing here are either his former enemies or his old subjects. If he came, it would only stir up awkwardness. Among the crowd, an immortal dressed in a brocade robe and jade belt with a square face and large ears, looking like a wealthy merchant, shook his head and let out a soft snort. He was none other than Zhao Gongming, the former outer disciple of the GS sect, who once wielded the 24 Dinghai pearls and struck down the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, making them unable to lift their heads. After the function, he was enfeoffed as the Golden Dragon Rui, true lord of the Xuantan, overseeing all gold, silver, and treasures of the mortal world, the so-called god of wealth. What's there to be awkward about? Zhao Gongming stroked his dark short beard. We fought to the death on the battlefield back then, but now in the heavenly court, we see each other every day, each performing our own duties. The day before yesterday, he even came to my finance department to haggle for half a day over a wedding budget. He's long since not the Xin of those days. In Zhao Gongming's words, there was little trace of the old hatred. More than anything, it was a calmness that had been tempered by 10,000 years. In the war of Fengshan, he was slain, his world-shaking cultivation reduced to nothing, even his magical treasures falling into the hands of Randang. If he said he harbored no resentment, that would be a lie. But 10,000 years were enough to wear down the sharpest edges. Now what he concerned himself with daily were the flow of wealth across the 3 realms and the incense offerings of the mortal world. The killing and fighting of the past were like drifting clouds. Hearing this, another immortal dressed as a slender, refined scholar stepped forward and gave a slight bow to Zhao Gongming. The true lord of the Xian Tan speaks truly. As soon as this man appeared, the surrounding celestial officials grew even quieter, their gazes filled with respect. He was Baigan, the former deputy prime minister of the Shang dynasty, who was disemboweled and killed by King Zhou for his direct remonstrance later in theft as the Star Lord of Literature. No one could escape from beneath the great calamity. Now you and I are all members of the function list serving the heavenly court. The past is long gone. He guards his marriage hall, I guard my literary star palace. We are all merely fulfilling new mandates of destiny. Baigan's words resonated with many immortals who had emerged from the function calamity. Indeed, it was all in the past. Back then, the 10,000 immortals at Golden Ao Island paying homage was a grand spectacle. Now the disciples of the Jie sect were scattered, some sworn to the list, and none of those who made the list were anything but officials of the heavenly court. In those days, the Western Zhou side, led by the Chan sect, acted on behalf of heaven to confer the function, basking in limitless glory. And now, were they not still under the celestial regulations, forced to speak and act with caution? 10,000 years passed slowly, and the bloody feuds of yesteryear had long been washed away by the endless river of time. Dust returned to dust, earth to earth. Xian was now the Tianxi Star Lord of the heavenly court, overseeing marriages among mortals. The once human emperor had become a joyful god of welcomes and send-offs. And they, those once awe-inspiring immortals and battle commanders, had mostly become minor deities of the heavenly court. All the enmities had been reduced to a cold line of names on the function list. Looking back, only a sigh remained. The lament of the immortals did not affect the flow of the world within the mirror. Xian's royal chariot procession moved away mightily. Only then did the commoners on the streets dare to rise, dispersing in twos and threes, and the tense oppressive atmosphere that had been present dissipated. Lu Fan's parents took his hand, and soon returned to their own mansion. Back at home, after dismissing the servants, Lu Fan's father, the gentle scholarly Mr. Lu, let his smile fade, replaced by a deep gravity. He walked to the window, gazing in the direction of the departing royal chariot, and remained silent for a long time. Why do you sigh, my lord? Lu Fan's mother approached and asked softly. Mr. Lu shook his head and said in a low voice, my lady, you saw the king's countenance today, did you not? Of course I did. Majestic and awe-inspiring, truly a dragon among men. But I observed his brow, a killing aura swirls around it, and beneath the royal canopy a dark energy coils. Mr. Lu lowered his voice further. He goes to Nuwa Palace under the guise of praying for blessings, but in truth there is no reverence for the saint in his eyes. I fear a great calamity is approaching. Lady Lu frowned slightly. My lord, why do you say that? The king has always been wise and valiant. Wisdom and valor cannot withstand the inscrutable will of heaven. Mr. Lu turned and looked at his son, deep worry in his eyes. The world is about to fall into chaos. The Shang dynasty's throne will not last much longer. We are but merchants adrift like duckweed in the towering waves. I only hope to find a safe haven for Fanner. This conversation was clearly heard at the execution terrace. Immediately murmurs arose. How is this possible? A mere mortal could discern the fate of the human emperor and predict the fall of the Shang dynasty. Nonsense. How could a mortal possess such insight? Something is wrong. This is highly suspicious. The immortals burst into uproar. Just as the crowd was seized with uncertainty, Sun Wukong's golden eyes suddenly sharpened. His fiery golden eyes pierced through the superficial imagery of the three lives mirror, perceiving something far deeper. No, he murmured, startling Yang Jian beside him, who turned to look at him. Monkey, what have you discovered? Yang Jian asked in a deep voice. That couple is not human. Sun Wukong spoke with a hint of bewilderment. Old Sun saw it clearly. Around each of them coiled a faint wisp of black chi, like two slender serpents wrapped atop their crown chakras. That is demonic aura. Pure, unadulterated demonic aura. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian's heavenly eye on his forehead suddenly parted open, a flash of golden light fleeting across. His countenance instantly turned grave. Indeed, it is demonic aura, and their cultivation is no mere trifle. At least 1,000 years of power. They are not of the mortal race. It was not just the two of them. Many of the high-cultivated immortals present perceived this as well. At the same time, a doubt arose among all. If Lu Fan's parents in that life were demons, then what about Lu Fan himself? What was he? A half-breed of human and demon? Or was he himself a little demon, wearing human skin? Dipankara Buddha, seeing the crowd's confusion, did not keep them in suspense. He took the initiative to speak and dispelled the clouds of doubt. Do not be alarmed, good people. He raised his hand, pointing at Lu Fan's parents in the mirror, and spoke slowly. These two are indeed not of the human race. They are demons who have attained cultivation. Envying the bustling splendor of the mortal world, and unwilling to endure bitter cultivation in the deep mountains, they found two mortal corpses that had just died. Using a secret art, they revived within those bodies by borrowing corpses and returning souls, usurping their identities and mingling among the mundane world. Borrowing corpses and returning souls. The moment these four words were spoken, another wave of gasps arose. Such an evil art injured heavenly harmony and was intolerable to the three realms. Then, an immortal official could not help but ask, then this Lu Fan? The hearts of all tightened. Dipankara's gaze fell upon the young Lu Fan playing in the courtyard. This child is indeed born of human womb. He gave an answer that allowed Sun Wukong and Yang Jian to breathe a slight sigh of relief. However, he continued, although he was born of a human womb, he was born to those demonic beings through mortal bodies. From the moment of his birth, he shared a dwelling with demons and monsters, ate the food prepared by demons, drank the water drawn by demons, listened to the words of demons, and learned the ways of demons. As the years passed, the demonic aura had long since seeped into his bones, and blood penetrating deep into his soul. Though he bears human form, he is no longer purely human. Behold, dear sirs. He reached out and lightly tapped the three lives mirror with his finger. The scene in the mirror suddenly zoomed in, focusing on the hands of the young Lu Fan. On those fair slender hands at the tips of the fingernails there lay a faint, almost imperceptible layer of greenish black. This is the mark of demonic immersion. It is clear proof of prolonged contact with demonic beings and erosion by demonic aura. Tainted by demonic aura and dwelling with demons, his nature has long been different from that of ordinary people. The Bodhisattva Jing Yen, seeing the Buddha precisely expose the demonic roots of Lu Fan, was greatly uplifted. He stepped forward, his previously suppressed arrogance by Sun Wukong surging again, and addressed Neza in a loud voice, "Third Prince. You have seen it all. This child is not of our kind. He was born of demonic beings tainted with demonic aura, and his heart is bound to be deviant." He pointed at the youth still playing in the mirror, his words resolute like a decree of law. The offspring of demons left in the mortal world will surely bring calamity. If not eliminated today, he will one day become a great evil. The evidence is as solid as iron. I implore the third prince to uphold the law impartially, to slay the demons and eradicate evil, and to rectify the heavenly rules. In his view, the case was already closed. Being a demon was the original sin. Bullshit. A furious roar shook Jing Yan's eardrums, buzzing with impact. Sun Wukong stomped the cloud beneath his feet, his golden cudgel heavily striking the ground, the tip of the staff churning the immortal clouds in turbulence. His fiery golden eyes glared at Jing Yan, fierce light blazing. Old Sun saw the scene in the mirror clearly. Though his parents are demons, they never harmed anyone. Instead, they opened their granaries to distribute grain and aided the common folk. That little child to this day is but an innocent kid who knows nothing of the world. What evil has he done? What crime has he committed? You bald donkey with your constant killing talk, by what family's logic do you judge? The angrier Sun Wukong grew the more he spoke, pointing his cudgel at Lu Mansion in the mirror. Even if they are demons, so what? Have they murdered anyone? Have they set fires? Or eaten some family's child? No, none of that. Just because of their birth you would judge their lives. Your Buddhism was cultivated straight into a dog's stomach. He is tainted by demonic aura, his nature is sure to differ from ordinary people, and in the future, he will surely become a great disaster. Jing Yan rebutted. Future? I might as well say that in the future your mother will remarry. Sun Wukong's crude words struck the very core. He has done nothing yet, and you sentence him to death. Simply because his parents are demons. What kind of logic is that? Old Sun sees that you bald donkey are the one who is truly unreasonable. Dipankara Buddha's fingers holding the prayer beads tightened slightly. He nearly failed to steady his own Buddha heart, so calm and unruffled as an ancient well, and the compassionate smile on his face stiffened for a moment. This Jing Yan truly could not accomplish anything, but would ruin everything. He had painstakingly steered the topic toward the indisputable guilt of murder, aiming for a decisive fatal blow. But this fool of all things had to dwell on the distinction between human and demon. Was this a topic that could be casually discussed in public, especially here in the heavenly court? And Sun Wukong was right. At least so far, Lu Fan in the mirror had committed no slaughter. Even his demonic parents had behaved like benefactors. Attempting to force a conviction under such circumstances would only make the Buddhist sect seem tyrannical and overbearing, lowering their standing. This brain was even more foolish than that of a pig. Helpless, he had to personally step forward to drag the strayed topic back on course. Rage churned in Dipankara's heart, yet on the surface he was compelled to maintain his lofty monk demeanor. He looked at Sun Wukong and gave a slight nod, his gentle bearing seemingly endorsing the words of the reckless monkey. What the Fighting Victory Buddha said is most true. This declaration caught everyone off guard. The distinction between good and evil lies in one's deeds, not in one's origins. Dipankara's voice was warm and mellow, brimming with wisdom and compassion. Though Lu Fan in this life is entangled with demons, he has yet to commit evil deeds. Naturally, he cannot be convicted on such grounds. Jing Yan, you cling to mere appearances, giving rise to prejudice. Your cultivation is not yet accomplished. You still need to temper your mind and character. The last sentence was directed at Jing Yan. The immortal officials present silently nodded once more. See, the ancient Buddha is the ancient Buddha. What magnanimity, what compassion. Even when facing a scourge like Sun Wukong, he could reason calmly and unruffled. The Bodhisattva Jing Yan, publicly admonished by the Buddha, turned a liver-like purple. He had not expected the Buddha not to support him, but instead to teach him a lesson in public, urging him to accept the twisted reasoning of that monkey. Yet he dared not contradict, so he could only lower his head and murmur in a subdued voice, "I shall follow the Buddha's decree." But in his heart he remained unconvinced. Lowering his head, he muttered discontentedly under his breath, "A demon is a demon. What difference does it make? No wonder he committed a slaughter tribulation this life. The root is simply not something good." He thought his voice was quite low, but everyone present was of sharp eyesight and keen hearing. The moment his words fell, he sensed the atmosphere shift. The execution terrace became eerily silent. Dozens of gazes fell uniformly upon him. Even the few Buddhist bodhisattvas beside him silently moved their feet, distancing themselves a little. Jing Yan's heart began to panic, and he looked around in bewilderment. What had happened? Did I say something wrong? Aren't demons supposed to be killed? Randang Ancient Buddha genuinely wished he could slap this blundering teammate straight back into the cycle of reincarnation. At this moment, he truly had the urge to kill Jing Yan. Do you have any idea how many immortals present your words just insulted? Do you know how many orthodox deities among the celestial ranks of the heavenly court were originally demons? Beings that on your account were wicked down to their very roots. Putting everything else aside, in the God-sealing war of the 10,000 immortals of the Jie sect, how many were of demonic birth? How many were not creatures bearing fur and horns spawned from damp and hatched from eggs? Even he himself, Randang Doran, the deputy leader of the Chan sect, when he shattered the 10 absolute formations and slew Zhao Gongming back, then did he not also depend on a great many companions of mixed and impure origins? Moreover, after the God sealing, the boundary between the heavenly court and demons has never been that clear. Did not Kuei Malong, one of the 28-star mansions, likewise descend to the mortal world as a demon and live as husband and wife with the princess of Baoshan Kingdom for 13 years? The golden-haired Ho Guanyin Bodhisattva's mount, the white elephant Puxian Bodhisattva's mount, the green lion Wenshu Bodhisattva's mount. Which of them is not a mighty demon king of boundless magic power? Even the golden-winged great Peng, the nominal uncle who serves beneath the Tathagata Buddha at Lingshan in the Western Paradise, is he not also a demon? With that single sentence of yours, you have offended the Buddhist path and the Taoist path, alike everyone above and below the heavens. Randang even began to suspect that Jing Yan might be a spy sent by the Taoist sects to ruin the reputation of Buddhism. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely entertained the idea of cleaning house. His brains are positively pickled from soaking in scriptures. Namo Amitabha Buddha. A distant resonant recitation of the Buddha's name issued from Randang's lips like an evening drum and a morning bell, forcibly breaking the awkward, deathly stillness. The compassion on his face grew even more pronounced. All beings suffer, obsession is the root. We had best continue watching. Right and wrong, merit and fault. The mirror of 3 lives will show them clearly. He gave no one else a chance to speak. With a flick of his finger, a beam of Buddha light once again surged into the mirror of 3 lives. Following his gesture, the images within the mirror flowed onward. Inside the Lu residence, after a conversation between Master Lu and Mistress Lu, the worry on their faces had deepened even further. That night, they sent away all the servants and brought the young Lu Fan into a secret chamber. Inside the chamber, there was no gold, silver, or jewels, only a stone platform that looked rather aged. Master Lu lifted his son onto the platform and had him sit cross-legged. He and his wife took their places on either side, their faces no longer carrying the warmth of merchants. Fanner, listen carefully. The world is about to fall into chaos. Human lives are like ants. The wealth and honor we enjoy today are nothing but flowers in a mirror, moons in the water. Your mother and I cannot protect you for a lifetime. If you are to survive, you must possess the strength to protect yourself. Mistress Lu's eyes brimmed with deep affection and reluctance. Fanner, what follows will be a little painful, but it is for your own good. Remember this: no matter what you see or hear, do not be afraid. Guard your heart. When she finished, the couple both reached out and pressed their hands against Lu Fan's back and the crown of his head. OM. 2 streams of pure demonic energy, one black and one white, surged out from their palms like twin spirit serpents, and in an instant poured into Lu Fan's small body. Aya! Even with his mental preparation, the violent pain wrung a scream from little Lu Fan. He felt as though his body were being torn to shreds as countless unfamiliar runes, incantations, and cultivation arts slammed savagely into his mind. There were methods for inhaling the essence of sun and moon, techniques for commanding plants, trees, mountains, and rocks, secret arts for concealing one's form and aura. And there were even demonic spells for killing and seizing life. Outside the mirror, every immortal and god held their breath. They watched the demonic couple within the mirror, using a nearly brutal method of transference through the crown of the head to forcibly pour their 1,000 years of cultivation insights into their son's body. This then was their way of loving their child. Not poetry, calligraphy, rites, and music, not halls overflowing with gold and jade. It was the most direct and practical means, capital enough to survive in a chaotic age. Magic arts. The scenes whirled forward. By day, Lu Fan remained a rich young master, reciting from bamboo slips in the study. By night, under his parents' guidance, he began to explore that kaleidoscopic world of sorcery. He learned how to inhale and refine the spiritual energy between heaven and earth, even though that energy was mixed with thick demonic aura. He learned how to command flames and how to condense frost. He learned how to hide his form in the dark and how to ensnare an enemy's mind with illusions. His advancement was so swift that it far exceeded his parents' expectations. The body steeped in demonic aura for 7 or 8 years was born to cultivate these arts. In only a few short years, the young Lu Fan was no longer the bookish weakling who had no strength to truss a chicken. His every gesture now carried an uncommon sharpness. The immortals outside the mirror watched with complex hearts. What was the meaning of this? A son inheriting his father's trait. Though the demonic couple's original intention was to protect their child, what they were teaching him might very well destroy Lu Fan in the end. After all, this incarnation of Lu Fan was fated to face a tribulation of killing. Spring departed and autumn arrived, winter and summer passed in turn. The peach tree in the courtyard bloomed and faded again and again, while the youthful air between Lu Fan's brows gradually receded, replaced by a deep, quiet steadiness. When he was 10, the cry of an infant came from his parents' bedchamber once more. They had given him a pair of twins, a little brother and a little sister. The Lu household was filled with festivity once again. But hidden within that joy was an inescapable twilight gloom. After that heart-draining transference, Master Lu's and Mistress Lu's health had declined day by day. Their hair had become prematurely gray, and the light in their eyes had dimmed like oil lamps about to gutter out. They were not ordinary mortals, and the mortal bodies they had borrowed were in their very nature limited. Now, having forcibly transferred a millennium of Tao cultivation to their son, they had only hastened the decay of these vessels. The account books of the manor were quietly set upon Lu Fan's desk. The porridge stalls outside the city walls were now kept under his own supervision. In the dead of night, he would sit beside his parents' bed, tuck the quilt around them, and then go to check whether his brother and sister were sleeping soundly. The immortals outside the mirror watched with a welter of emotions. How could this boy be the offspring of demons? He was plainly a filial and sensible young man who had taken up the family burden far too early. Even the celestial official who had earlier voiced no small disapproval of Lu Fan's origins fell silent. One cannot choose where one is born. Yet every gesture of this youth radiated pure goodwill and an unyielding sense of duty. The eldest son was filial and sensible, the parents were loving, the younger twins were innocent and endearing. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, who could believe that in this family of 5, aside from the young twins, 3 were inextricably bound up with the word demon? Alas! Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth, stroked his short beard, his expression slightly complicated. This child is very much like my little sister Yinxiao. She was likewise like this, fretting over family affairs from an early age. He remembered the days on Sanxian Island and thought of his 3 younger sisters. If not for that great disaster, why would they have come to such an end? The Lu Fan in the mirror showed him a shadow of those bygone days, and in his heart pity could not help but arise. On the other side, Bodhisattva Jingyan's face turned extremely sour. Watching the gentle, good-hearted youth in the mirror, his agitation grew ever stronger. Why has he still not killed anyone? Why has he still not committed evil? With such love for charity and compassion for the world, where is the faintest trace of a fiend? He could not resist glancing at Randing ancient Buddha once more. The Buddha's countenance was forever compassionate, his eyes lowered. This unshakable certainty set Jingyan's mind at ease. The Buddha would not be wrong. This Lu Fan would at some moment reveal his vicious true nature. We need only wait and see. In the world within the mirror, the times grew ever more dire. At the end of the Shang dynasty, natural and man-made disasters struck in relentless succession. First came a great drought. 1,000 miles of scorched earth, cracked fields, and countless commoners reaping no grain at all. Then came a plague of locusts, an overwhelming swarm that blotted out the sky and gnawed away even bark and grass roots. Inside the city, corpses of the starved lay everywhere. The tragedy of people exchanging their children for food happened from time to time. But in the midst of that despair, the gates of the Lu mansion opened wide. Great cauldrons were set up and rich, thick congee simmered in them. Lu Fan, a youth who already carried himself as master of the house, stood in person at the gate, directing the servants as they doled out bowl after bowl of life-saving rice porridge to the gaunt, sallow-faced refugees. A gray-haired old man received his steaming bowl with trembling hands. His tears of gratitude poured down, and he fell to his knees on the spot. With keen eyes and quick reflexes, Lu Fan caught him at once and lifted him back to his feet. "Elder, you mustn't," he said, smiling with the clear, unsullied air of youth. "It's only some porridge. What my Lu family ought to do. Don't crowd. Form a line. There's enough for everyone." Hope blazed in the refugees' eyes. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lu Fan repeatedly. Young Master Lu is a true saint. The Lu family are living bodhisattvas. The Lu family's grain stores flowed outward like water. When the grain ran out, Lu Fan used the family's accumulated gold and silver to buy grain at high prices elsewhere, then shipped it back to relieve the villagers. His parents made no attempt to stop him. They simply sat in the rear hall watching their son's deeds with quiet satisfaction. The scene moved even the immortals on the Zhanshin platform. A truly kind and benevolent youth. If all the rich households of the world were like him, how could the world fail to be at peace? This child is pure of heart, far surpassing most mortals in this world. In an age of chaos, to possess such a heart, to give away the family wealth to save 10,000 people, is truly admirable. No matter whether his parents are human or demon, this youth deserves the word righteousness. Could it be that burning lamp ancient Buddha had truly calculated wrong? Could it be that this Lu Fan in this life had no killing karma at all? They simply could not understand. What sort of killing karma could a youth with such a benevolent heart possibly commit? Which crime was burning lamp ancient Buddha looking for? Yet at that moment the curve of burning lamp ancient Buddha's lips shifted in an almost imperceptible change. He knew the turning point was about to arrive. Sure enough, on that day as Lu Fan was giving out porridge before his mansion, a sudden stir ran through the crowd. A group of uninvited guests appeared. Several burly servants brutally shoved aside the old, the weak, the women, and children in line, clearing the way for a young man in embroidered clothes, his face steeped in arrogance, who strode directly up to the cauldron. Without so much as a glance at the famished people waiting, he kicked the edge of the stove and said imperiously to Lu Fan, "Hey boy, are you the one in charge of the Lu family? Come fill 10 barrels of porridge for me right away and send them to the Zhang mansion." At that the surrounding refugees burned with anger, but none dared speak. They only lowered their heads. Lu Fan's gaze grew cold. He knew this man, the only son of Registrar Zhang, the city's overbearing power. His name was Zhang Chong. He habitually bullied the weak, lorded it over everyone, preyed on the townsfolk, and stank of a vile reputation. "Young Master Zhang must be joking," Lu Fan said, stepping forward neither humbly nor boldly. "The porridge here is meant for people. The pigs in your mansion I fear would not be used to it." "What do you mean?" Zhang Chong glared. "Are you calling me a pig?" "No," Lu Fan shook his head. "I only meant this porridge was prepared for those who are on the verge of starvation. If you truly want it, go join the queue at the back, just like everyone else. 1 bowl per person." "How dare you?" Zhang Chong exploded. "What do you think you are talking to this young master like that? Let me tell you, my father is the city registrar. A merchant spawn daring to act superior in front of me. Men smash this broken pot." With that he kicked over the bowl of an old man standing beside him. The scalding porridge spilled across the floor. Heartbroken, the old man threw himself down and scooped at the rice water with his hands. The men behind him immediately moved to rush forward. That sight ignited the anger in Lu Fan's heart. Gazing at Zhang Chong's arrogant face, a cold light flashed through his eyes. He raised his right hand and made a gentle grasping motion toward the ground beneath Zhang Chong's feet. Ouch! In a flash the bluestone slabs under Zhang Chong became unervingly slippery. He staggered and tumbled to the ground in a clumsy, humiliating posture, on his back, limbs in the air covered in dust. His servants rushed to help him, only to find their feet, as if greased, one after another they swayed, toppled, and crashed into each other. The refugees were stunned at first, then burst into loud laughter. Zhang Chong had never suffered such insult. Clambering up, his face swollen to a liver purple, he pointed at Lu Fan and roared, "Fine, Lu Fan. You dare use sorcery on me? Wait until I tell my father. He'll bring troops to wipe out your family." He flung down the threat and fled with his servants in a stumbling, crawling chaos. The refugees around them burst into cheers they had held back for too long. "Good. Young Master Lu, well done." On the Zhanxian platform, Sun Wukong watched with delight and slapped his thigh. "Struck well. To deal with a scoundrel like that you have to resort to tricks." Yang Jian too could not suppress a gentle smile. Lu Fan's way of doing things had more than a touch of knight-errantry. Yet on burning lamp ancient Buddha's face the shade of compassion deepened. He knew the threads of cause and effect had already been tied together. The seed of killing karma had been sown. Inside the mirror within the Zhang mansion, Zhang Chong dashed in weeping and hurled himself into his father's arms. "Father, you must get justice for me. That boy from the Lu family, he's not human. He uses sorcery. He tried to kill me." He embellished the facts with a vengeance, painting Lu Fan as a villain who used black magic to harm people. Registrar Zhang had long been jealous of the Lu family's growing good name and influence from their widespread charity. When he heard this, his fury knew no bounds. Seeing his son's battered face, his heart ached unbearably, and he flew into a thunderous rage. "Unbelievable. A piddling merchant family dares to push my Zhang family around." Just as he was mustering his men to go and denounce the Lu household, a servant arrived with a report. Master Li, the resident mage in our household, requests an audience. Quick, bring him in." Before long, a middle-aged man in a gray Taoist robe with a goatee and shrewd, glittering eyes walked in. This was the very mage the Zhang family kept as a resident master. In ordinary times he examined feng shui, drove out evil spirits, and indeed possessed a scrap of true cultivation. Registrar Zhang, Master Li said at the door, putting on a recondite air, "I was observing the stars last night. I also noticed a filthy evil aura clinging to your son. Calculating by my fingers, I found that demonic qi is surging up from this city. The source is precisely the Lu mansion." Registrar Zhang was greatly shocked. "Master, are you telling the truth?" "Utterly true." Master Li stroked his beard, a greedy glimmer flickering in his eyes. "The Lu family appear to do good, but in reality their home is a nest of demons. That Lu Fan is even a little demon reincarnated. Giving away their whole family fortune is nothing but a scheme to win people's hearts and conceal their wicked designs. If the registrar would rid the people of this scourge, it would be a tremendous act of merit. And as for the Lu family's boundless wealth. He stopped there, but the meaning was all too clear. Registrar Zhang's heart stirred. A righteous cause to eliminate evil for the people coupled with the Lu family's astonishing fortune. It was a temptation he could not refuse. Excellent. He slammed the table, a ferocious grin twisting his face. The master speaks truly. Such demons must not be allowed to live. Men, assemble all the guards in the mansion, and deliver my order to mobilize 300 city garrison troops. Follow me to the Lu mansion, to slay the demons and eradicate the evil. Night fell. Cold moonlight spilled across the bluestone slabs, casting a grim, desolate chill. Outside the Lu mansion, torches blazed fiercely, lighting up half the night sky. Armor clashed without pause as 300 city garrison soldiers, each armed with spears and halberds, surrounded the sprawling Lu mansion in an airtight net. At their head, Magistrate Zhang sat astride a tall horse, his face twisted in a smug, vicious grin. Beside him stood Master Li, who radiated the otherworldly bearing of an immortal. Inside the mansion, the servants had long since lost their wits, cowering in corners and trembling. Lu Fan's parents stood in the center of the courtyard, shielding their 3 children behind them. Father, mother, let me go out. Young Lu Fan clenched his fists, fury burning in his eyes. Your son is the one who caused this. Let me go and explain it to them. Nonsense. Master Lu barked, pressing a hand hard on his shoulder. Fanner, this is not as simple as you think. They didn't come to reason. They came to kill. Madame Lu stroked Lu Fan's head and said soothingly, Fanner, remember, today's matter has nothing to do with you. This is your parents' fate. There is no escaping it. Boom. The mansion gate was violently smashed open. Magistrate Zhang rode his horse straight in hooves, trampling the carefully tended flowers and plants. Pointing his whip at Master Lu, he said harshly, Benefactor Lu, long time no see. Your Lu family has preyed on the people and wreaked havoc throughout the countryside, filling the villagers with bitter complaints. Now that both witnesses and evidence are at hand, will you still refuse to surrender? Master Lu stepped forward, shielding his wife and children behind him. He stood tall and fearless. Magistrate Zhang, the Lu family has done good deeds in this city for many years and earned universal praise. Based on nothing but one-sided words, you moved troops to surround my mansion. What is your intention? Where is the law of the great Shang? Law. Magistrate Zhang looked as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, then burst into wild laughter. Here, I am the law. Master Li, show them a taste of your power. Master Li stroked his goatee, stepped forward, and a glint of sharp light flashed in his eyes. Why continue to pretend, you two benefactors? Demonic aura billows from your bodies to the heavens. You are no longer mortal. I advise you to reveal your true forms at once, and spare yourselves pain. At these words, the faces of Master Lu and Madame Lu sank. They knew there was no room left for compromise. Ha ha ha. Magistrate Zhang laughed even more wildly. Monsters. Your entire family are monsters. Men, charge. Whoever slays a monster shall be rewarded with 100 gold coins. Raise the Lu mansion, and all the wealth inside is yours for the taking. Spurred by the generous reward, greed flared in the soldiers' eyes. Suppressing their fear, they shouted and surged forward, brandishing spears and halberds. Protect the children. Master Lu instructed his wife, and the two of them moved at the same moment. Master Lu swept his right hand, and a black wind rose from thin air. The dozen or so soldiers in the lead screamed as they were hurled into the sky, and then crashed down, their bones broken and tendons snapped. Madame Lu flung both hands out, and the vines and flowers in the courtyard surged into mad growth, turning into tough whips that lashed the oncoming soldiers and threw them into chaos. In only a few moments, more than 100 soldiers had their courage shattered by the eerie sight. Shrieking, they fell back, not daring to take another step forward. You useless trash. Magistrate Zhang cursed furiously. Do not panic, Magistrate. Master Li's expression grew somewhat grim. From his robe, he drew a peachwood sword and a yellow talisman. A trifling little demon. Watch this poor Taoist's art. He muttered incantations under his breath and slapped the talisman onto the peachwood sword. The talisman burst into flame, without fire, turning into a shaft of golden light that shot toward Master Lu. Master Lu tried again to summon his demonic power to defend, but a sharp pain seized his chest, and the demonic power would barely stir. It was the infusion he had given Lu Fan. His primal source had been damaged. Watch out. Seeing this, Madame Lu flung herself in front of her husband, taking the golden light square on her back. She spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered, and her face went deathly pale in an instant. Madam! Master Lu's eyes nearly split with fury. Mother! Young Lu Fan's eyes were bloodshot, and a roar that did not sound human tore from his throat. He no longer cared about his father's warning. Pulling free from the small hands of his younger siblings clutching his clothes, he charged forward. Then he unleashed without reserve the demonic power he had practiced for years, but never truly used. A clot of impure, loosely condensed black chi hurtled straight toward Master Li's sword in hand. Seeing this, Master Li curled his lips into a contemptuous sneer. A mere grain of rice dares to shine. He waved the peachwood sword casually, and a beam of golden light easily scattered the black chi in midair. Then he turned his wrist, the sword tip pointing at Lu Fan. First I'll rid the world of this little demon spawn. The golden light on the peachwood sword flared brighter, condensing into a sharp longsword of pure energy. It shot from his hand with a sound of tearing air straight at Lu Fan's brow. This strike was far too fast for Lu Fan to dodge. All he could do was watch the deadly golden light expand rapidly in his pupils. Fanner, get out of the way. Master Lu's roar nearly tore the night sky apart. Just as the golden sword was about to touch Lu Fan's forehead, a tall figure, like a mountain, suddenly stood between him and the blade. It was his father. The golden sword did not slow in the slightest. It stabbed viciously into Master Lu's back. A single tightly suppressed grunt escaped him. Master Lu's body quivered violently. His already unsteady demonic aura scattered, most of it fading in an instant. He pitched forward, using the last of his strength to keep from falling. My lord! Madame Lu's cry was shrill and agonized. Lu Fan stood frozen, his mind a blank. Warm blood splashed onto his face. He had wanted to help, wanted to protect his parents, but his childish attack had been utterly useless. Worse, it had invited lethal danger. In the end, it was his father who blocked that fatal strike with his own body. The bravado of a newborn calf was shattered in an instant by the icy reality. Demon Spawn died. Seeing his attack succeed, Master Li's spirit soared. He stepped through the 7-star steps, spinning his peachwood sword in an airtight dance, and beams of golden light wove into a net that descended over the pair. The Lu couple's demonic power had long since waned, and with their fresh wounds they were hard-pressed against these Taoist arts designed to suppress evil. They could barely parry danger looming at every turn. The golden net tightened further and further, forcing them back step by step. We can't escape. Madame Lu leaned against her husband, blood at the corner of her lips, and smiled bitterly. My lord, take the children and go. No. If we go together. Master Lu's eyes burned with desperation. You're being foolish. Madame Lu shoved him away. Do you want our children to watch us die, eh? They must live. She looked at her son not far away, his fists clenched so tightly his body trembled with anger and helplessness, and her eyes overflowed with boundless love and unyielding resolve. My lord, do it. She exchanged a glance with her husband, and both saw the same determination in each other's eyes. They no longer resisted the golden net, and allowed it to bind them. At the same time, they burned every last trace of the most primal power within their demonic cores. Fanner, live on. Take care of your younger brother and younger sister. Two unyielding wills exploded in Lu Fan's mind. He watched helplessly as a final burst of black light erupted from his parents' bodies and transformed into a violent tornado, sweeping him and his infant brother and sister into its churning core. The sky and earth spun in chaos. Lu Fan felt himself hurled into the heights by an irresistible force. The last image he saw was his parents bound fast in the golden magical net, crashing heavily to the ground. On their faces turned toward him were smiles of comfort and relief. Father! Mother! His anguished screams were torn to shreds by the howling wind. In the courtyard the wind had calmed, and all was still. Panting heavily, Master Li gazed at the Lu couple bound by golden glowing runes until they looked like trust bundles, and a victorious smile spread across his face. Registrar Zhang spurred his horse forward. Looking at the weak, emaciated demons, his eyes filled with cruelty and glee. Excellent. Master Li, your powers are truly boundless. Men, drag these two demons out and chop them to death. No. Master Li hurriedly called out. Why not? Registrar Zhang was puzzled. Master Li wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, still shaken, Your Excellency, you do not know. These two demons are far from shallow in cultivation. Though their mortal bodies are bound, their demonic souls are powerful. If they are killed now, the demonic souls will escape and, unrestricted by flesh, become even more ferocious. At that point, both your life and mine would be in peril. Registrar Zhang shrank his neck in fear. Then, what should we do? The best way is to suppress them. Master Li's eyes flashed with greed. He had taken a fancy to the demon cores of the pair. Find a deep well, sink them to the bottom with talisman-locked chains, and seal the wellhead with an object of supreme yang, so that they can never rise again for eternity. In this way we not only eliminate the Great Scourge, but also guarantee absolute safety. Registrar Zhang's mind was full of the Lu family's countless gold, silver, and treasures, and he cared little about how the two demons were dealt with. Hearing that Master Li's words made sense, he waved his hand grandly. Fine. Do as Master Li says. Men, take these two demons away, find the deepest dry well in the compound, and seal them in it. He could hardly wait to count his spoils. Master Li watched as the Lu couple were dragged away by soldiers, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew the matter was not over yet. He raised his head and looked toward the night sky, where Lu Fan had vanished, his gaze cold and sinister. When cutting weeds, one must pull up the roots. With that, wind rose beneath his feet. His entire body turned into a gray shadow that shot into the sky, chasing that lingering trace of demonic aura. The wind within the mirror scattered the youth's cries. After a long pause, an elderly celestial official stroked his long beard and let out a long sigh. A fine show of slaying demons and eliminating evil. In the end, it was still for those gold and silver trinkets that illusory fame and rank. How is this different from the treacherous courtiers in the city of Zhaogabak, then who called a deer a horse and fabricated charges to frame loyal and virtuous subjects? His words made many immortals who had personally experienced that era show a hint of desolation in their eyes. Rites crumble, music is lost, and human hearts are no longer what they used to be. Once the demonic miasma rises, every ghost and monster climbs onto the stage. Bygone, the Star Lord of Literature answered softly. Standing with his hands behind his back, his eyes were clear and sorrowful. Demons do good, while mortals do evil. If this case were set in peaceful times, it would be judged by law and human ethics. But in such an age of chaos, law becomes empty words, and reason becomes an ornament of the powerful. Whoever has sharper weapons has the louder voice. Pitiable as they were, those two demons had 1,000 years of cultivation, yet did not understand that the wickedness of human hearts is far more terrifying than tigers and wolves in the mountains. What a pity. All the Liu family sought was to protect their kin in this troubled world. Whether human or demon, this desire is no different. Alas, the common man commits no crime, yet carrying a precious piece of jade is its own crime. The Liu family's countless riches were the real death warrant. Because he himself had once died for a 7-apertured exquisite heart, he could not bear to see right and wrong reversed thus. They were not ignorant of this. They simply had no choice. Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth, folded his arms with a deep frown. He had once been a senior disciple of the GSX outer sect, and knew the intricacies of cultivation very well. Master Li's cultivation consists of nothing but vulgar heterodox arts and evil spells adequate only for dealing with ordinary little demons. If they were in their prime, this couple could have scattered his soul with a single breath. But what a pity. In order to pass their power to their children, they were already hollow frames whose oil had run dry. Their cultivation had already been damaged, and after such an ordeal, even if they did not die, they would not be far from having their souls scattered. For the sake of their children, they can still be called a pair of loyal, loving demons. As for the mage, the reason he does not kill them, but suppresses them instead, is none other than coveting their 2 demon cores cultivated over 1,000 years. He wants to let time slowly wear them down until he can take them for himself. Such a heart is more devil than demon. When these great gods spoke, they dissected the matter to its very core. All the immortals present had lived for 10,000 years. What storms had they not seen? Such mortal grudges should not have stirred them much. But for some reason, when their eyes returned to that radiant mirror of 3 lives, a heavy stone pressed against their hearts. Yet a more direct, even gossipy, thought quietly surfaced in most of the gods' minds all at once. No one said it aloud, but mental abacuses were all clicking. This Liu fan. This child's fate is truly as hard as iron, but those around him, especially his parents, seem to be in danger. Let's go over it. In his present life, his parents died at the hands of bandits, and he began his revenge. In the previous life revealed by the mirror, his mother was a serpent demon suppressed by a monk, and he took revenge. Yang Zhao's lifetime. No need to elaborate, everyone knows. In this life, his parents were demons, yet they loved him deeply. Knowing the world was about to fall into chaos, they poured out all their cultivation to give him a little ability to protect himself. And what happened? Just because he got into a small dispute with a wicked young master, it brought disaster upon his entire family. These demon parents of his, one wounded, one captured, were sealed together in a dry well, their fate worse than death. He alone ran away, dragging along his younger brother and younger sister, 2 little burdens. Doesn't this script sound a bit too familiar? Does every life of his begin with the plotline of parents offered to heaven, power boundless? No matter what family he is born into, human or demon, rich or poor, his main quest in life is always to lose his entire family at the start, then carry a sea of blood, hatred, and set out on the road of revenge. Is this child fated to bring death to his parents, or what? The deities seated in the celestial ranks had long grown used to reincarnation and had seen through life and death. But a fate like Liu Fan's, being torn from his dearest family in such tragic ways every lifetime, yet stubbornly surviving and bearing an ocean-deep blood grudge, is truly rare. In the crowd, Yang Jin's hand hanging at his side had long since clenched into a fist. Beneath his icy countenance, a storm of emotions churned violently. In the mirror, the image of that father stepping forward and shielding his son from a fatal blow with his own flesh and blood collided thunderously with a scene buried in the depths of his memory. He remembered that distant afternoon in the small courtyard of his own home. Heavenly soldiers and celestial generals descended from the clouds, their divine might vast and imposing. His father, a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken, had done the same, standing protectively before him, and his siblings raising his head to face an enemy he could never resist. In the end, he died miserably beneath the weapon of a divine general. He remembered his mother bound by the heavenly law and crushed beneath Mount Tao. In those sunless years, day and night, he could hear her muffled weeping breaking through the rock and stone. He remembered his elder brother Yang Jiao. the one who always smiled gently and would shield him from the consequences whenever he got into trouble. At the moment his father fell, his elder brother, just like the youth in the mirror, charged forward without a second thought. Lu Fan had once been Yang Jiao. Yang Jiao was walking the same tragic path once again. This damn script was exactly the same. An uncontrollable rage rose from the depths of Yang Jian's chest and surged into the crown of his head. The three-pointed two-edged saber at his waist, sensing its master's agitation, let out low hums. A cold gleam rippled along the blade as if it thirsted for blood. Save him. He must be saved. This thought had never been clearer or more resolute. So what if it was Randang? So what if it was the Buddha? If the heavenly law could not stop Yang Jian, what could all the gods and Buddhas do to him? But after all, he was Erling, the true lord of manifest divinity, who had ruled as the heavenly court's god of justice for years. Anger had not completely devoured his reason. He knew clearly that with Randang, a quasi-saint of immense power present in full public view, directly striking to rescue someone would be the worst possible course. It would only fall into the enemy's trap and send both himself and Lu Fan into a disaster beyond redemption. If he wanted to save him, he could no longer keep anything in reserve. His left hand, which had stayed at his side, quietly clenched. In his palm something was held. It was not the three-pointed two-edged saber. It was his true trump card, the divine artifact with which he had once split Mount Tao and rescued his mother. It was the blade of the heaven-opening divine axe, something he had not used even in that exhilarating battle against Sun Wukong moments ago. Once this appeared, heaven and earth would be shaken. Unless absolutely forced, he would not use it. But now for Lu Fan, the reincarnation of his elder brother, that absolutely forced moment seemed to have arrived. He was only waiting for the right moment. Unlike Yang Jian's restrained yet resolute anger, Sun Wukong's fury was already written plainly on his face. He scratched his ears and cheeks, bared his teeth, and curled his lips. His fiery golden eyes were fixed intently on the panicked masterly fleeing within the mirror, wishing he could jump in at once and smash that sanctimonious fellow into a pulp with his staff. But there was nothing to be done. This was the mirror of three lives reflecting the past events that had already passed away. Although he, Sun Wukong, had abilities that could plunder the wonders of creation, he had no means to travel through time or alter the chain of cause and effect. However, his anger was not merely because Lu Fan was a junior brother he had accepted. It was even more because the scene unfolding in the mirror had touched the most fundamental principle of his identity as the great sage equal to heaven and the victorious fighting Buddha. Relying on power to bully others, calling black white, oppressing the weak with might. Was this not the very filth he hated and witnessed the most during his journey to the West? He recalled the demon kings who ruled a region and preyed upon the people, the immortal mounts who, under the guise of carrying out justice on heaven's behalf, actually satisfied their own selfish desires, and he remembered even more the three immortals of the tiger, the deer, and the goat in the kingdom of Chechi, who could summon wind and rain, yet forced the true monks to labor as slaves. Sun Wukong's creed had always been simple. Who was right and who was wrong was not determined by birth or status, but only by deeds. That demon couple in the mirror, had they harmed anyone? No. On the contrary, they opened their granaries and distributed grain to relieve the people. Was that youth Lu Fan guilty of evil? No. He had only wanted to protect his family and protect those refugees who were starving to death. Instead, it was those who mouthed benevolence, justice, and morality, while calling themselves righteous, for money, for merit, who could fabricate charges, mobilize soldiers, and drive a charitable family to the brink of extinction. What sort of principle was this? What sort of rule was this? In his eyes, that chief clerk Zhang and that master Li in the mirror were 100 times more abominable than true demons and monsters. As for that demon couple, though they were demons, they had hearts that protected their child, the deep love of a parent for its young. They were more like human beings than many cold-blooded gods. Humph. Slay demons and exorcise evil indeed. Sun Wukong's laughter was icy as his divine sense connected with Yang Jian. Erlang Shen, this old monk, is blatantly trying to force my junior brother to his death. If we do end up fighting you, and I need a plan, old Sun will charge at the front while you support from the side. We must rescue him. He no longer cared about principles or popular sentiment. He only knew that if today he stood by and watched this old monk use such despicable means to harm his own junior brother, then the name Sun Wukong would become a joke. At worst, he would fight once more until heaven and earth went dark. Yang Jian was taken aback for a moment, never expecting this monkey to be even more anxious than himself. He shook his head. Monkey, don't act rashly. Wait a moment. Watch me first. Of all the onlookers, no one's face was more stricken than Nez's. He stood there motionless, the color drained entirely from his handsome boyish features. He watched the pair of parents being suppressed in the mirror, watched the youth crying out in the wind. He was reminded of himself. Long-buried memories, one after another, surged out of control from the depths of his primordial spirit. Chintang Pass. That home had faced the threat of monstrous waves because he had slain the Dragon King's third son. His father Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, with an anger and terror he could not comprehend, forced him to give the Dragon King an account. He remembered how his father had looked at him at that time. It was not the look one gives a son, but the look one gives a cursed star that had invited a catastrophic disaster. To avoid implicating his parents to quell the wrath of the 4 sea dragon kings, he drew his sword. He cut off his flesh to return it to his mother, and stripped his bones to return them to his father. He had thought that resolve, that agony had been forgotten long ago. Yet today, looking at Lu Fan's plight in the mirror, the wound that had scabbed over was ripped open again, dripping with blood. The same youth, the same powerlessness, the same way of plunging one's parents into an abyss of no return because of oneself. Lu Fan's parents sent him away with their lives, while his own parents in the end had forced him to repay with his own. How similar and how ironic. Neza slowly lowered his head to look at the fire-tipped spear in his hand. This divine weapon, which had accompanied him through endless years of war and slain countless demons, now felt as heavy as a mountain. He felt a long unfelt emotion called despair. It was the sensation he had once known on the city wall of Chintang Pass, when every thought had turned to ashes. The howling gale hurled Lu Fan through the air, slamming him heavily onto a desolate hillside. Broken stones and withered grass tore through his clothes and cut into his skin. Ignoring the pain, he struggled to his feet, at once searching for his younger brother and sister. In the darkness, 2 small figures lay not far away, shrouded in a faint layer of black chi, safe and sound. It was a protective ward their parents had cast with their last strength. Xiaoshan Xiaoyu. Lu Fan scrambled over and pulled the 2 children, about 5 or 6 years old, tightly into his arms. The 2 children were terrified by the sudden disaster, staring wide-eyed and bewildered at their brother, too stunned even to cry. Lu Fan's heart ached until he could hardly breathe. He raised his head and looked toward the distant night sky, stained red by firelight, the place that had once been his home. His parents' last resolute words still echoed in his mind. "Live. Take care of your brother and sister." Tears finally rolled uncontrollably from his red-rimmed eyes. He bit his lip hard, refusing to make a sound. He could not cry. He was the big brother. He had to protect them. Just then a gray figure descended from the sky, bringing with it a cold, sinister aura, and landed not far ahead of them. The newcomer was none other than Li Fashi. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking down at the 3 disheveled children with a smug cat-like smile. "Little demons, you certainly ran fast." Lu Fan immediately shielded his younger brother and sister behind him, his eyes fixed fiercely on the other man, burning with bone-deep hatred. "Let my parents go. Let them go." Li Fashi sneered disdainfully. "They are 1,000-year-old great demons, a gift this humble Taoist chose for himself. As for the 3 of you..." His gaze swept across the children like a butcher sizing up lambs waiting to be slaughtered. "When cutting weeds, you must pull up the roots. Surely you understand that." Lu Fan's heart sank to the very bottom. He knew that today there would be no peaceful ending. "I'll fight you to the death." The boy roared, driving the chaotic, demonic power in his body to its limit. He thrust both hands forward, and a black wind rolled up sand and stones, howling toward Li Fashi. It was a move his father had often used, but coming from Lu Fan, its power was 10,000 times weaker. Li Fashi did not even draw the peachwood sword. He merely took a talisman from his robe and flicked it with his finger. By decree, the yellow talisman transformed into a beam of golden light in midair, shooting into the black wind like an arrow. Boom! The golden light exploded, and the black wind scattered in an instant. Lu Fan felt a tremendous force rebound into him, sending him flying backward as he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Big brother." The younger brother and sister behind him cried out in terror. "You overestimate yourself." Li Fashi shook his head and walked slowly toward them. "Your parents poured 1,000 years of cultivation into you, yet you can't unleash even a 10,000th of its power. Truly a waste of heaven's bounty." He walked up to Lu Fan and planted a foot on his chest, pinning him down. "But this works out well, saving me quite a bit of effort." He lowered his head and looked at Lu Fan's eyes filled with hatred and sneered coldly. "Don't stare at me like that. If you want someone to blame yourselves for being born into the wrong family, for being demons. Be reborn into a better life next time." With that, he raised his other foot and was about to stamp down on Lu Fan's head. "Don't hurt my brother." A timid voice rang out. Lu Fan's younger sister Xiao Yue mustered her courage and spread her arms to shield her brother facing that terrifying man with her small body. Her younger brother Xiao Shan, shivering, followed his sister's example and blocked the way on the other side. "Oh." Li Fashi paused, a hint of amusement in his eyes. "A pair of devoted little creatures, aren't you?" He suddenly changed his mind, withdrew his foot, and turned his gaze to Xiao Yu. "Since you're all so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish first." He stretched out his hand, fingers curved like claws. A suction force appeared out of nowhere, and Xiao Yu's body flew toward him uncontrollably. "No." Lu Fan's eyes blazed with fury. He struggled madly, but the foot on his chest was as heavy as a mountain, keeping him from moving an inch. He watched his little sister about to fall into the monster's claws. He watched utter terror written across her young face. Then an indescribable ferocity exploded from the deepest depths of Lu Fan's soul. It was the pain of losing his home. It was the hatred of his parents being crushed. It was the boundless despair and fury of watching his loved one about to be killed. All of these emotions in that moment turned into the most primitive, purest power. "Ah!" A roar that hardly sounded human erupted from deep in Lu Fan's throat. Li Faxi, whose foot was on Lu Fan's chest, felt his expression change drastically. He sensed that a power inside the boy beneath his foot was awakening, a power that made him shake with dread. Boom! A visible black shockwave burst outward from Lu Fan's body in every direction. Li Faxi took the brunt of it. He felt as if a charging mountain had slammed into him. His protective spiritual light shattered in an instant, and with a scream, he was hurled backwards, spitting a blood mist in the air. The force drawing Xiao Yu also dissipated. The little girl fell to the ground and burst into tears. Lu Fan slowly rose to his feet. His eyes had turned pure pitch black with no whites. Black flames poured from his body and swirled around him, making him look like a demon god who had walked out of the 9 nether hells. You? What on earth are you? Li Faxi struggled up from the ground, staring at the current Lu Fan with overwhelming terror on his face. From him, Li Faxi sensed the breath of death. Lu Fan did not answer. He simply raised his right hand and made a slight grasping motion toward Li Faxi. Crack! Li Faxi discovered in horror that his body could no longer move. Under the enormous pressure, his joints and bones emitted creaks of unbearable strain. No! Spare me! He wanted to beg for mercy, but only hoarse gurgling sounds escaped his throat. Fear, unprecedented fear. He watched the black-eyed youth walk toward him step by step. The ground cracked beneath his feet. Lu Fan stopped before him, slowly raised his other hand and pressed it down on the crown of his head. Li Faxi trembled violently. The light in his eyes rapidly dimmed, and his body visibly dried up and withered. I curse you. With the last of his strength, he uttered a vicious curse. But before his words were finished, his body burst with a bang and turned into a cloud of ashes that scattered into the night wind. Even his soul was devoured and wiped out completely by that overbearing force. After all of that, the black in Lu Fan's eyes slowly receded, revealing his original pupils. The terrifying black flames around him vanished as well. A wave of extreme weakness surged over him. Lu Fan's vision went dark, his body swayed, and he fell straight backward. Brother! The younger brother and sister cried out, rushing over and clinging to his arms, one on each side, using all their strength to keep him from collapsing completely. Brother, don't scare us. Brother! The 2 children's voices were thick with tears and clinging dependence. Lu Fan leaned on their small shoulders, gasping heavily. It was a long while before he managed to recover. Looking at the tearful little faces before him, a sharp pain twisted in his chest. I'm fine. He reached out and wiped the tears from their faces. Don't be afraid, the bad man is dead. Xiao Yu sobbed and asked in a very small voice then. Then what about Daddy and Mama? When will they come back? Xiao Yu misses them. Are Daddy and Mama going to abandon us? These words shattered the heart Lu Fan had just managed to harden all in an instant. He pulled his younger brother and sister tightly into his arms, and his tears could no longer be held back, mingling with theirs. Yes, the bad man was dead, but his father and mother were still beneath that cold, dry, well-suffering torment. He wept for a long time before Lu Fan gradually stifled his sobs. He gripped his younger brother and sister by the shoulders, looked into their eyes, and made a vow in a tone more solemn than he had ever used. Xiao Yu, listen to me. Daddy and Mama did not abandon us. They were captured by the bad people because they were protecting us. Your brother promises you. I will go and bring them back. I definitely will. The 2 children nodded, half understanding. Thanks to their big brother's promise, the fear in their hearts had eased a little. Lu Fan took a deep breath, preparing to stand up. He wanted to circulate the demonic power within his body, at least enough to recover some strength before leading his younger brother and sister away from this place of danger. However, when he tried to sense that power, what he received in return was a dead, silent emptiness. His dantian was completely empty. His meridians, moreover, sent waves of sharp, needle-pricking agony through him. What was happening? Alarmed, Lu Fan tried again. The result was still the same. The power that had erupted with world-destroying might only moments ago was gone, vanished without a trace. Not only that, if he exerted even a little force, every meridian in his body felt as though it would tear apart, agonizing beyond endurance. That reckless eruption of power just now had killed his enemy and destroyed him as well. Under the onslaught of that violent force, his meridians had long since broken apart inch by inch. The 1,000 years of cultivation his parents had passed into him had been burned away in that same instant. Now he was merely a mortal with a ruined body, a person who could barely even walk normally. A cripple, a 10-year-old with 2 even smaller children in tow. This. For a moment, little Lu Fan was nearly overwhelmed by despair. Without power, how was he supposed to rescue his parents? Without power, how was he supposed to survive with his younger brother and sister in this troubled world? He stared blankly at his own hands. Brother, where are we going? Xiao Shan, his younger brother, tugged at the hem of his clothes and asked in a small voice. Where were they going? Indeed, where were they going? Vast as the world was, there was nowhere for them to shelter. Lu Fan lifted his head and looked toward the west. The night sky there seemed deeper and darker than anywhere else. He remembered that when his parents were still alive, they had once mentioned in passing that far in the west there was an immortal mountain called Kunlun, where divine beings dwelled with powers that could reach to heaven and earth. Perhaps a faint hope rose in his heart. No matter what, they could not stay here. They could not return to the town. The Zhang family would soon discover Master Li's death, and then they would launch a citywide search. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his body, he used every last shred of strength to stand up. He limped over to his younger brother and sister and stretched out his hands to them. Let's go. To a place far, far away. With his left hand holding his little sister and his right hand holding his little brother, the three small figures made their way westward across the desolate hillside step by painful step. The image in the mirror froze on the lonely, fading backs of the three small figures as they went west. On the Immortal Execution platform, there was a deathly silence. The pure destructive power that had exploded from the young Lu Fan's body left all the immortals and gods present stunned. Not that the power itself was exceptionally great. Rather, it was the way he had fought across tears and crushed his enemy to death. After a long while, a divine general in golden armor, a sword hanging from his waist, who had stood guard at the southern heavenly gate for years, swallowed hard and spoke. That? What kind of power was that? It is by no means ordinary demonic power. He came from a background of war and was extremely familiar with every type of magical aura in the three realms. Demonic power is savage, immortal power is clear, and ethereal Buddhist power is peaceful, and auspicious devilish chi is filthy. But the power that had erupted from the boy in the mirror belonged to none of these. It was more like anger and despair born from the depths of the soul, a manifestation of pure destructive will. This child's toughness of heart is truly rare. An old immortal official with white hair and beard serving in the civil departments of the heavenly court has stroked his long beard, admiration filling his eyes. At the critical juncture between life and death, he did not retreat, but advanced, stirring the fundamental power of his heart and spirit in a mortal body. With such talent and such boldness, if he were to meet a worthy master and be carefully guided, his future achievements would be immeasurable. As soon as he said this, a chorus of agreement rose from the immortals. Exactly. Though his aptitudes have been stained by demonic aura, his original heart is good, and he has an unyielding ferocity. If he walks the righteous path, he may yet establish a magnificent immortal legacy. Find a master. Was that hard? How hard could it be? Remember, the era he belonged to was the final years of the Shang dynasty, the time when the investiture tribulation was about to erupt, but had not yet begun. The investiture tribulation, an age in which immortals and gods swarmed forth and mighty powers covered the land. In that era, the heavenly Tao had not yet been completely locked down by the investiture list, and even the sages had not yet been confined at home by Tao ancestor Hanjun. The Chan school and the Jie school, the two great sage lineages, opened their mountain gates wide to contend for the fate of heaven and earth, and their disciples filled the three realms. With affinity, one might not only encounter a great golden immortal, but could even run into a sage's personal disciple or be personally enlightened by a sage. None of it was impossible. Judging by the fierce determination Lu Fan had just displayed, with a little more effort, he might even have left his name in the investiture tribulation. Although everyone knew the result, that result was nothing. Until today, no immortal or god had ever heard of Lu Fan. This also meant that the investiture war had nothing to do with him. What a pity. For a time, the immortals could not help turning their eyes back to the Lu Fan bound by immortal chains at the center of the Immortal Execution platform. So that was it. No wonder this boy had caused such a huge commotion in the Western continent, even daring to stand up to Ling Shan. In his very bones, he carried a killing nature that feared no authority and was willing to risk everything in a deadly gamble. This killing nature was not the brutality of slaughtering the innocent, it was a desperate resolve to burn everything to ashes, unleashed when one was forced into an utter dead end. In the mirror just now, Lu Fan had indeed killed a man with his own hands, annihilating his form and spirit in a manner that could only be called merciless. Yet at this moment on the Immortal Execution platform, not a single immortal or god mentioned it. Even the pig-stupid Bodhisattva Jingyan, who had always wanted Lu Fan dead, could only darken her face and move her lips a few times, unable to say anything in the end. Because there was no way to bring it up. Master Li had coveted wealth, fabricated charges, harmed the children's parents, and tried to wipe out all three children. His actions were no different from those of a demon. Lu Fan had risen up in self-defense, pure and simple. Not only did it stand firmly in the court of human morality, but even under the judgment of heavenly karma and causation, the karmic burden of Master Li's death would fall upon Master Li's own head. Using this to convict Lu Fan would only make themselves look foolish and absurd. Jingyan, although dim-witted, still had enough discernment to see that. If so, then the killing karma Dipankara Buddha had referred to, the karma Lu Fan had committed in this life, was certainly not here. Where then was it? The minds of the immortals began to stir. The answer, almost without suspense, quietly surfaced in everyone's heart. Save his parents. To rescue his parents imprisoned beneath the withered well, this filial and fierce-hearted youth would surely spare nothing, no matter the cost. But in that chaotic age when rights and order had crumbled, what choice was there to save someone from officials and local tyrants except to carve out a bloody path? At this thought, the gazes of the immortals fell as if by unspoken accord upon Neza. Now the dilemma was back on the third prince's shoulders. The ancient Buddha Randang had played this hand masterfully. He wanted Neza to see it, Yang Jian to see it, Sun Wukong to see it. This was a scheme conducted in plain sight. A strategy that cut to the heart. He was giving Neza a long stretch of time to think, to weigh to struggle. At the same time, he was also grinding down the sharpness of Sun Wukong's and Yang Jian's fighting spirit. At the first drum, courage rises, at the second it flags, at the third it is spent. Forcing them to watch tragedy brew and break before their eyes, their fury and impulse would during that long torment be eroded by helplessness and a sense of inevitability. Otherwise, given the temperaments of that monkey and Erlang Shan, if he had forced Neza to choose on the spot, they might have flown into a rage and overturned the immortal execution platform without sparing a thought for consequences. The ancient Buddha Randang did not want matters to reach that point. What he wanted was for Neza to carry out the execution himself, wholeheartedly convinced. He wanted Sun Wukong and Yang Jian to find no justification whatsoever for making a move. He meant to turn Lu Fan's death into an ironclad case of procedural justice beyond all refutation. Within the world of the mirror, time flowed on. Summer passed, and autumn came. The green of the wilds gave way to withered yellow. Lu Fan had been leading his younger brother and sister for so long that he no longer remembered how far they had journeyed. The fine robes on his body had long since become tattered strips of cloth, and his shoes had worn through at the soles. What tormented him even more was the unrelenting pain that followed after every meridian in his body had snapped, along with the hunger that shadowed him like a ghost. He learned to tell which wild fruits could stave off his hunger, even if they were sour and bitter enough to choke on. He learned to clumsily catch tiny fish in the icy river, roast them in the most primitive way, feed his younger brother and sister first, and eat only the bones and scraps left behind. At night, he hugged the two children tightly to his chest, using his own body, already lacking warmth, to shield them from the cold mountain wind. His younger brother and sister were well behaved. They rarely cried or made a fuss, but often murmured "father" and "mother" in their sleep. At such times, Lu Fan would open his eyes, silently gaze at the night sky, and swallow both his tears and his longing for their parents back down into his stomach. He could not fall. He had promised them that he would rescue their father and mother. Before that, he had to keep his younger brother and sister alive. One day, after they crossed yet another bare and barren hill, a sprawling stretch of blue-gray city walls abruptly appeared at the far edge of the horizon. The walls were tall, and grand wisps of cooking smoke curled upward, and the faint clamor of human voices could be heard. A city. For the first time, a spark of hope burst into light in Lu Fan's eyes. He knew he could not go on wandering like this with his younger brother and sister. They were still too young, too weak, unable to endure such exposure to wind and weather. His own body had reached its limits. He had to find them a place to shelter. A place where they could eat their fill, stay warm, and grow up safe. Even if it meant leaving them behind. Xiaoshan, Xiaoyue, let's go over there and take a look. Holding the two children by their hands, he quickened his steps toward the city that symbolized hope. The closer they came, the clearer the outline of the city walls became. They were built from enormous blue-gray stones, their surfaces covered with the scars of wind and frost, carrying an air of heavy, weathered antiquity. The city gates stood wide open. Merchants and travelers carrying bundles and farmers pushing wheelbarrows streamed in and out without pause. Lu Fan's heart settled down a little. It looked prosperous here and crowded. Finding a kind and well-to-do family to entrust his younger brother and sister to should not be too hard. He stifled the reluctance and bitterness in his heart, led the two children, and merged into the flow of people entering the city. As he passed beneath the great gate, he unconsciously looked up. Above the gatehouse hung a huge plaque. On the plaque were three large characters, bold and vigorous, written in graceful yet archaic strokes. Shintang Pass. The instant those three characters entered his sight, the Lingxiao Palace outside the Sanxing Mirror fell into an eerie dead silence. Shintang Pass. For one instant, every whisper ceased, and every restless thought froze solid. The immortal officials exchanged helpless glances, wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Brows were knitted tightly, and their eyes were filled with bewilderment. Why of all places? The three realms were vast, the continents wide. So why did it have to be Shintang Pass? Before the investiture war, this place had never been a celebrated stronghold in the three realms. It was merely an ordinary pass where the Yinshang legions were stationed, protecting the common folk all around. But because of the birth of a single person, this place became far from ordinary. That person's name had long been known to every living being in the three realms. He was reborn from a lotus, immortal and indestructible. In his hand, he held the fire-tipped spear. Beneath his feet were the wind-fire wheels. Around his neck hung the Qinkuan ring, and coiled about his arm was the Huntian ribbon. He had once been the outstanding pride of the Chan sect's third generation, ruthless in battle, brilliant in war. He had once stormed the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea and ripped out the dragon sinews of the Dragon King's third prince. He had also fired an arrow at the Whitebone Cave on Kula Mountain, drawing out Lady Shurji, and finally, alarming his master Tai Jinren. After the investiture, he ascended to sagehood in his own flesh, and took his place among the immortals. He was enfeoffed as the great deity of the three altars and myriad seas, at the central altar commanding the 5 camps of heavenly troops in the east, west, south, north, and center. He was known to all as the third prince. He was none other than Neza. Because of Neza, his father Li Jing, the garrison commander of Qintang Pass, had risen in a single leap from a mortal general to a high general of heaven and had been infected as the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. After the investiture, his elder brothers Jinjia and Muza likewise entered the Buddhist fold. Jinjia now served as the vanguard Dharma protector before the world-honored one, while Muza became the attendant youth beside Guanyin Bodhisattva. A single Qintang Pass dragged in the heavenly court the Chan sect, the Buddhist faith, and even the dragon clans of the Four Seas. The karmic entanglements around it had long become a tangled mess, and now Lu Fan, a youth already shrouded in countless mysteries, had plunged headfirst into the very center of that mess. The immortals gazes as one once again fixed upon the young divine general in red lotus armor. Neza stood there frozen. The instant the words Qintang Pass entered his eyes, every trace of color drained from his handsome, arrogant face, turning it deathly pale. Countless buried memories burst through the shackles of his primordial spirit and roared forth to swallow him whole. He seemed to return to that place once more. He smelled it in the air, that sharp, salty reek of a sea wind like the edge of a blade. He felt the suffocating, hot, sticky breath of summer. He heard beyond the city walls the endless thunder of waves slamming against the rocks day and night. It was his home, and it was his cage. He remembered the shape of the flesh ball he had been when he was born, and the undisguised disgust and terror in his father's eyes, as if his father were looking at a monster. He remembered at the age of 7 bathing in the Jiuan River when his Huntian ribbon had churned up the Dragon Palace and lured the sea-patrolling Yiksha, and Ao Bing, the Dragon King's third prince, to the surface. He remembered the thrill he had felt when he killed Ao Bing and pulled out his dragon sinews. He also remembered the overwhelming heavenly pressure when the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas flooded Qintang Pass and forced his father to hand him over. He would never forget the look in his father Li Jing's eyes at that time. There was no fatherly love in that gaze, not a trace of protection. Only fear, anger, and the desperate resolve to wash his hands of him. As if he were not his son, but an ill-omened thing that had brought nothing but disaster to his door. Wretch, this is all you're doing. Why don't you go and accept your punishment at once? Are you going to make the entire city die with you? At last, atop the city tower of Qintang Pass, Neza drew his sword before the eyes of all. Father, this child's flesh and bones are returned to you this very day. From now on I owe you nothing. The blade flashed once, severing flesh to repay his mother, and stripping bone to return to his father. Even after millennia, even as a lotus incarnation, the heart-rending agony, that utter despair and absolute resolve, still left him cold to the core and his primordial spirit trembling. On the other side of the crowd, a majestic heavenly general in golden armor, holding the 7-treasure exquisite pagoda in his hand, stiffened almost imperceptibly. It was none other than pagoda-bearing heavenly King Li Jing. Unlike Neza's agonizing memories, the name Qintang Pass evoked a different kind of unforgettable torment for him. It was the most brutal choice ever thrust upon a father and a garrison commander. He remembered the terror and despair he felt when the 4 Dragon Kings marched upon the city, vowing to drown Qintang Pass and turn its countless citizens into fish and turtles beneath the waves. On one side stood his own flesh and blood. On the other, the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and citizens. How could he choose? What choice did he truly have? To this day, he could still recall standing atop the city wall, looking down at the sea of people kneeling and weeping for mercy. General, we beg of you, save us. Hand over Neza. Appease the Dragon King's wrath. He looked at his son, that defiant, stubborn boy whose eyes held only vengeance and righteousness, never once considering the consequences. Then he looked at the distant Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, who had already raised towering waves 10,000 feet high, ready to devour everything in sight. He knew he had no choice. For the sake of every living soul in the city, and for his duty as general of Qintang Pass, he could only sacrifice his own son. When he forced Neza to accept responsibility, he could not bear to meet his son's eyes. When Neza drew his sword and took his own life, returning flesh and bone to his father, he even forced himself to turn away. He was afraid that he would weaken, afraid that he would regret it. That day he saved Qintang Pass, yet lost his third son forever. Even later, when Neza rose anew as a lotus incarnation and father and son fought side by side on the battlefields of the investiture of the gods, and served together as celestial officials in heaven, still the rift between them had never truly healed. That was the eternal ache in Li Jing's heart. Now father and son stood barely 100 paces apart, yet they were as strangers to one another. This was something that had been sealed since that very day. The atmosphere upon the divine execution platform grew ever heavier. The assembled immortals gazed at the father and son, each marked by a different expression, then looked back at the image within the mirror, at a young man named Lu Fan, utterly oblivious to the future awaiting him, and a singularly absurd thought dawned in every heart. What kind of fate was this Lu Fan bound to? A disciple of the same sect as Sun Wukong, the junior brother of the great sage, equal to heaven. The reincarnation of Yang Jiao, the elder brother of Erlang, the illustrious sage. And now, at his most destitute and helpless, he had wandered into Qintang Pass, the birthplace of Prince Neza's destiny. These three figures were in all of heaven the ones with the deepest backgrounds, the greatest martial prowess, and the most forbidding reputations. Any one of them alone could make all three realms tremble. And now all three avatars of chaos had been bound tightly together by a single invisible thread of karma, all because of one and the same man. This game of fate was becoming more unfathomable by the moment. The unsettling atmosphere caused even the compassionate visage of Dipankara Buddha to stiffen almost imperceptibly. This is not right. This should not be so. All at once Dipankara felt a flicker of uncertainty. He had repeatedly examined Lu Fan's fate, with his Buddhist divine powers confirming that the young man had absolutely no connection to Neza. That was what had made him the perfect choice to overturn the deadlock. Yet now why were the threads of destiny twisting and tangling together in such an uncanny manner? Had the script slipped out of his hands? The fingers clasping his prayer beads tightened without conscious thought. No, he must verify it again. Dipankara Buddha slowly shut his eyes, his Buddhist light withdrawing into himself, while in an instant his divine consciousness transcended the barriers of time and space, surging once more into the boundless river of the past. Countless strands of karmic causality flowed before his eyes, countless as the sands of the Ganges. He locked his divine consciousness entirely upon Neza. From his emergence from the flesh ball to his disturbance of the sea at age 7 to the stripping of flesh and bone in payment to his father and his rebirth as a lotus incarnation. Every detail of Neza's time in Chintang Pass was re-examined by him, carefully combed through once more. He saw Neza splashing in the waters of Jiwan River, his hunting sky silk, stirring the dragon palace into chaos. He saw Neza dueling Ao Bing on the city tower, the universe ring shattering his opponent's skull. He saw Li Jing crushed beneath the Dragon King's threats, his face twisted with torment and terror. He also saw countless commoners kneeling and wailing in despair, their voices shaking the heavens. Throughout it all he observed innumerable faces, soldiers, peddlers, weeping women and children, and terrified officials. He searched with meticulous care. He searched for that ragged boy clutching the hands of his younger brother and sister, his eyes filled with stubborn defiance. Nothing. Utterly nothing. No matter how far he traced or how closely he magnified the image, Lu Fan's figure never once overlapped with Neza's path, not even by the slightest degree. Although the two had appeared in the same city at the same time, they had never once directly come into contact. They had not even laid eyes on one another. With a long exhale, Dipankara Buddha withdrew his divine consciousness from the river of the past, forcibly suppressing the faint unease in his heart. Good. It was merely a coincidence. A coincidence so strange that it bordered on the absurd one that had nonetheless not affected the greater design. Since they had never once met, then all would be easy to manage. Neza was fierce in temperament and swift in his loyalties and hatreds, but it was precisely because of this that he valued law and justice above all. As long as Lu Fan's blood crimes were proven beyond doubt, Neza would have no grounds whatsoever to show favor. At that thought, Dipankara Buddha reopened his eyes, and the well-worn compassion upon his face returned once more, as deep and mellow as it had always been. Everything remained firmly within his grasp. On the other side, Sun Wukong harbored no such intricate roundabout thoughts. Watching Neza's face turn deathly pale in an instant, then glancing at Li Jing's rigid expression, not far away the restless chaos-loving spirit of the Monkey King began to stir with keen delight. When it came to the grievances between the Li family's father and son, no shortage of tales circulated throughout heaven. Sun Wukong had picked up bits and pieces here and there, enough to know that this little lad had stirred up quite the scandal in his youth, wreaking havoc at the Eastern Sea, and that the fallout with his father had been so severe the two nearly never spoke again for the rest of their lives. But the exact nature of that falling out, the depths of their estrangement, and the intricacies contained therein, those he did not know. Seeing the countenances of father and son today, he realized with certainty that the story of those days was far more complex than any rumor had suggested. He nudged the figure beside him. "Hey little sage, what's all this about? Tell old son the tale. What exactly happened back then?" A heavy note echoed through Yang Jian's divine consciousness. "This is a long story." "Then cut it short." Sun Wukong pressed. Neza was no ordinary mortal. He was the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl. His very birth was unlike that of common men. In his youth, fierce of temperament and beyond restraint, he came into conflict at the shore of the Eastern Sea over a trivial matter with Ao Bing, the third dragon prince. He slew him and even drew out the dragon's sinews. Of this, you should already know, should you not? But the matter was far from simple. The 4 dragon kings bound by kinship learned of this and mustered their aquatic legions, marching upon Chintang Pass. They declared that if Neza were not handed over, they would flood the entire city and drag hundreds of thousands of innocent lives down with it. What? Sun Wukong's smile faded. He never imagined the old Dragon King had once stooped to such deeds. Yang Jian continued. At that time his father Li Jing was the commander of Chintang Pass. On one side stood his own flesh and blood, on the other the army and citizens of the entire city. He chose the latter. Under the Dragon Clan's coercion and the tearful pleas of the city's populace, Li Jing forced Neza to go and confess his sins to the Dragon King. Sun Wukong's golden eyes narrowed slightly, a blaze of anger surfacing in his divine sense. His own father sold him out. This fit all too well with his understanding of those sanctimonious authority figures. Sacrificing the individual for the so-called greater good was their favorite trick. Had it merely been betrayal, perhaps it would not have come to this. But Neza's pride was far too fierce to endure such humiliation. To quell the dragon's wrath, to spare his parents further blame, and to give himself a reckoning, Neza atop the city wall of Chuntang Pass before his father and the entire city drew his sword and took his own life. He carved away his flesh to return it to his mother and stripped his bones to give back to his father. In the most absolute manner, he gave his life and bloodline entirely back to the parents who bore him. Later his master Tai Junren reshaped his body from a lotus flower, and so he was reborn. From that day on, the bond between father and son was severed. Every trace of expression vanished from Sun Wukong's face. Born of heaven and earth, Sun Wukong knew little of mortal father-son codes, but he knew what backbone was, what utter finality meant, and what it was to be cornered into choosing death before dishonor. Suddenly he understood. He understood why Neza's gaze toward his father had never held closeness, only distance and cold indifference. He understood why such a mere name of a small past could strip the fearless, heaven-defying third Lotus Prince of all his radiance in an instant, leaving behind only boundless pallor. That was not home. It was the place where Neza had been buried alive, the source of all his pain. Between him and Neza there had long been a recognition of kindred spirits. Both were untamable by heaven and earth. Both had fought tooth and nail against so-called rules and authority. He simply had never imagined that Neza's story could hold such anguish. Just as the atmosphere atop the execution terrace grew delicate, several heavenly generals who shared close friendship with Li Jing stepped to his side. Among them was an old veteran general who had once fought beside Li Jing on the battlefield of Mai. Gazing now at that familiar city within the mirror, he too was overcome with emotion. He chose his words carefully, then asked in a low voice, "Heavenly King, this truly is a coincidence. When you guarded Chuntang Pass back, then did you ever have any impression of this youth?" Li Jing's gaze shifted away from the mirror of three lives. His usually stern face betrayed no emotion. Chuntang Pass is the gateway to the East Sea with over 100,000 soldiers and civilians. I bore the duty of guarding it, attending to countless affairs each day. How could I possibly remember every child who wandered the streets? Besides, all of you here have personally lived through the great tribulation of the investiture of the gods. In that cataclysm that swept across the three realms and felled immortals and gods, did any of you ever hear a name called Lu Fan? The assembled immortals all shook their heads. Li Jing's words were cold and hard, yet pragmatic. Since no one has ever heard of him, it only proves that this child was ultimately nothing more than a mote of dust swallowed by the torrents of that chaotic age. Perhaps he died of famine, perhaps of war. Like countless millions of mortals, he faded into obscurity. What happened today is merely Dipankara Buddha turning to this page in his search for this boy's karmic sins. It has nothing to do with Chuntang Pass, nor with any of us. He disassociated himself from it all, without a trace of residue. Yet the celestial officials around him could all hear the desolation and deliberate detachment in his words. Yes, faded into obscurity. On the grand historical stage of the investiture of the gods, a mortal whose very name left no mark was indeed of no consequence. His joys and sorrows, his blood-soaked vendetta appeared utterly negligible against the backdrop of fallen golden immortals and scheming sages. And yet when such an insignificant life was magnified by the mirror of three lives and displayed before all the gods, the suffering he endured became piercingly real, searing the heart. The hearts of the assembled immortals were a tangled mix of emotions. Beyond the city gate lay a scene utterly different from the barren wilderness. Streets paved with blue stone stretched wide and clean, flanked by rows of shops. Pedestrians jostled shoulder to shoulder, while vendors' cries, rumbling cartwheels, and children's laughter wove together into the vibrant tapestry of mortal life. It was prosperous here and peaceful. Lu Fan held his younger brother and sister firmly by the hand, his resolve strengthening to find them a place where they could carve out a living. He began to race through the city. He sought out the wealthy households, those with towering estates and gleaming gateways. He would stand at their doors with his brother and sister, waiting for a long while. When the steward or master finally emerged, he would gather his courage, step forward, and clumsily state his purpose. "Please, kind master or mistress, have mercy and take in my brother and sister. They are well behaved, they don't cry or fuss, and they can do odd chores." Time and again he bent his young, not yet grown waist, a waist that had already learned stubbornness. But all he ever received was cold dismissal. "Shoo shoo, where did this little beggar come from? Get out of the way. You can't even feed yourself, and you want to add 2 more mouths to someone else's home. Have you lost your mind? These days the world is unstable. The West-Chi forces have already rebelled and are at war with the king. Who knows how long this war will drag on? People can barely feed their own families. Who has the heart to care for someone else's children? War. Yes, the realm was on the verge of chaos. His parents' prophecy was coming true. In such troubled times, with fear gnawing at every heart, and survival taking precedence over all else, who would willingly take in 2 extra burdens they had no connection to. For 3 whole days he led his siblings through every street and alley of Chintang Pass, and all he received in return were sneers and curses. On the evening of the 3rd day, when they were once again shoved roughly aside by a household servant, his younger brother, Xiaoshan, finally broke down and burst into loud sobs. "Brother, I'm hungry." His younger sister Xiaoya's eyes reddened too, but she held back her tears, simply clutching the tattered hem of Lu Fan's clothes with her small hand. Seeing their sallow little faces, Lu Fan felt true anguish. He had been wrong. Utterly disastrously wrong. How could he have been foolish enough to think he could entrust his own flesh and blood to complete strangers? In this world, apart from their parents, apart from the 3 of them, no one else would ever truly care for them. He crouched down and pulled the 2 children tightly into his arms. "Don't cry, Xiaoshan. Brother is here." He gently patted his brother's back, then stroked his sister's head. "Don't be afraid. I've decided. I won't give you away to anyone. From now on, the 3 of us will always be together." He raised his head, gazing at the glowing lanterns of the city, and cast away his last illusions. If no one would take them in, then he would rely on himself. He would survive, and he would make sure his brother and sister survived too. In this unfamiliar city, he would use his own 2 hands to carve out a sky of their own. From that day on, the docks, markets, and tavern kitchens of Chintang Pass gained one more silent boy, a figure of extraordinary diligence. He was only 11 or 12, frail and pale, yet he was willing to do any kind of work. At the dock, he used his thin shoulders to carry sacks of grain taller than himself. Every broken meridian inside his body screamed with tearing agony, but he only gritted his teeth, his clothes drenched in sweat, paying it no attention. In the market, he helped push carts and haul goods, saving 1 copper coin at a time. In the tavern kitchens, he split firewood and carried water, his face blackened with smoke beside the sweltering stove. He did the hardest, most backbreaking work and received the most meager pay, yet he never complained. After finishing work each day, he would use the copper coins he had painstakingly saved to buy a warm wheat cake. He would carefully tuck the wheat cake against his chest and run all the way back to the shelter they had found in a dilapidated temple south of the city. "Xiaoshan, Xiaoyu, I'm back." This was the happiest moment of his day. He would carefully divide the wheat cake into 3 parts, giving the 2 largest and best-smelling portions to his brother and sister, who had been waiting with hungry, longing eyes. "Eat slowly." Watching them wolf it down, he picked up the smallest piece and ate it in small bites, his eyes full of tender warmth. At night, the broken temple let in wind from every crack. Cold moonlight spilled over the cobwebs. He would pull his younger brother and sister tightly into his arms, using his own body to shield them from the cold wind, listening to their even breathing and feeling their warm body heat. Only in these moments did he feel that all the hard work and pain of the day was worth it. Outside the mirror, the immortals watched in silence. They watched how this boy in an icy and chaotic age kept the promise he had made to his parents in the clumsiest, most tenacious way. Take care of your younger brother and sister. He had done it. And so the days passed one after another in a life of hardship, yet full of resilience. Lu Fan's diligence and fortitude finally earned him a relatively stable job. A foreman at the docks, seeing how such a young boy could endure such hardship, let him stay and do fixed chores with a steady wage every day. They finally left the broken temple. With money he had saved for a long time, Lu Fan rented a tiny thatched cottage in the west of the city, just barely enough to shelter them from wind and rain. The cottage was small and old, but it was their home. Lu Fan even bought new clothes for his brother and sister. The fabric was only the coarsest hemp, but it was clean and neat. Their life was truly getting better little by little. Xiaoshan and Xiaoyu gradually regained color in their cheeks, and their smiles became more and more frequent. The scene in the mirror radiated a rare warmth named hope. Even the heavy atmosphere on the Immortal Execution Terrace relaxed a little. This child has truly had a hard lot. An immortal official stroked his beard and sighed. With a mortal body, he bears 1,000 gene burden. His strength of will far surpasses many who have been raised in comfort and privilege. Indeed, were it not for the 3-life mirror, who could have imagined that this seemingly ordinary boy of the streets was carrying such a deep blood feud? Yet in the midst of that brief warmth, the sky within the 3-life mirror changed without any warning. Rumble. A thunderclap exploded from the clear sky with no warning at all. Within the mirror, the sky darkened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Massive black clouds churned in from every direction, covering all of Chintang Pass in an oppressive shadow. The wind howled, whipping up dust and making the banners along the street crack sharply. Raindrops as big as beans came pelting down, instantly forming an impenetrable curtain of rain. On the Immortal Execution Terrace, the faces of all the immortals changed at once. This is the grand water art of the dragon clans of the 4 seas. There is no mistake. The Dragon King is casting a spell. Pagoda-bearing Heavenly King Li Jing's body trembled violently. All the remaining color drained from Neza's ghastly pale face. He stared fixedly at the raging thunderclouds in the mirror, his body trembling faintly from some extreme emotion. It was coming. After all, it was coming. For a moment it all dawned on the immortal officials. Too late. Just now they had been so busy marveling at how Lu Fan's fate intersected with Neza's beginning that they had all subconsciously overlooked a matter great enough to be recorded in the annals of the Three Realms. The end of the Yinshang dynasty of Shichi's campaign against King Zhou Qintang Pass, the torrential rain. When these clues were linked, they pointed to only one possibility. Neza's havoc in the sea, the Dragon King, demanding a life, the flood drowning Qintang Pass. So it was this time. A veteran general who had once fought in the investiture war murmured to himself, "This must be the day of the legend." At these words the gods and immortals around him wore complicated expressions. This old case had been circulating in the heavenly court for thousands of years, its rights and wrongs debated endlessly by countless people. Some said Neza had been young and reckless, acting without any sense of proportion. He had killed the Dragon King's son and ripped out his dragon sinews, a grave offense. It was only natural that the Dragon King came to demand justice. Others said the Four Seas dragon clans had bullied others with their power. To avenge their own grievance, they took it out on hundreds of thousands of innocent people, behaving no differently from fiends and losing all dignity as deities. No matter the truth, on that day Qintang Pass truly suffered a catastrophic disaster. On that day Li Jing truly made a choice that made him bear infamy for thousands of years. And on that day Neza also truly brought his youthful arrogance to a blood-red full stop in the most tragic manner. Inside the mirror at the docks of Qintang Pass, Lu Fan and his fellow laborers were working with all their strength to move the last batch of goods into the warehouse. When the thunderclap exploded, when the ominous clouds covered the sky, his heart gave a violent leap, a powerful sense of unease. He instinctively raised his head to the sky. Something was wrong. This rain had come too fast, too fierce, too unnatural. He remembered his parents' words and the legends of God's ghosts and monsters. This was a heaven-sent calamity. Xiaoshan, Xiaoyu. A terrible thought burst in his mind. He dropped the goods in his hands, ignored the foreman's shouts, and charged like a madman into the pelting rain. He had to get home. He had to get back to his brother and sister right away. The rain was astonishingly savage, and the icy drops lashed his face so hard that he could not open his eyes. The streets had already collapsed into chaos. Panicked crowds fled in every direction. Weeping and screaming mingled with thunder and rain, as if the end of the world had arrived. The water was rising at an incredible speed. At first it only covered his ankles, but in the blink of an eye it reached his knees. The muddy flood, rolling with debris, surged through the streets and pressed against him with tremendous force. Lu Fan struggled through the waist-deep water. Time and again the torrent knocked him down, and time and again he climbed stubbornly back to his feet, holding on to a single thought. Go home. Lu Fan drew closer to his home, yet the terror in his heart only intensified. Before him lay the Western District, already a low-lying area now transformed into a vast expanse of flooded waters. Countless humble dwellings crumbled under the torrent's assault, swept away into the muddy waves. No, it cannot be. Lu Fan whispered to himself. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he paddled frantically forward with both hands and feet. At last he reached that familiar narrow alley. But the sight before him plunged him into a freezing abyss, and his blood turned to ice in an instant. It was too late. Truly, far too late. Their modest, humble home, the one that had held all his hopes. That harbor to which he raced each day with all his might had vanished. In its place, only churning muddy floodwaters remained. The roof, the walls, the little bed he'd built with his own hands for his younger siblings. All of it had disappeared without a trace. Xiaoshan, Xiaoyu. Lu Fan froze where he stood. The icy floodwaters rose to his chest, yet he felt no cold at all. He simply stared blankly at the empty stretch of water, his mind going completely white. No, it couldn't be. They must have been rescued by kind strangers. There had to be someone. He began frantically searching through the debris, diving again and again into the icy floodwaters, feeling and digging with his bare hands. He paid no mind as broken timber and shattered tiles sliced his palms until they bled. He only hoped to find even the slightest sign that they were still alive. But there was nothing. Nothing at all. When he finally surfaced for air, gasping wildly, he saw it. A small cloth tiger, washed clean by the floodwaters, floated on the surface not far away, rising and falling with the waves. It was the toy he'd saved every copper to buy for his sister Xiaoyu from the market. A favorite she treasured. Lu Fan's movements came to a halt. He reached out his hand, trembling, and pulled the cloth tiger close, clutching it to his chest. The rain fell. Thunder roared overhead. The entire world seemed reduced to cold rain and ceaseless noise, yet within Lu Fan something went utterly still. He knelt in the chest-deep floodwaters, clutching the soaked cloth tiger, tilting his head back as the icy rain washed over his pale face. He longed to weep, but no tears came. He wanted to roar, yet lacked the strength. Tears and rain mixed indistinguishably on his face. His eyes were hollow, empty. He had fought with every ounce of strength just to survive. He risked his life to build them a home. And yet in the end he had failed to protect anything. His parents were gone. His home was gone. And now the younger siblings he had sworn to protect with his life were gone too. Why? Why had this happened? Something was wrong. Ran Deng suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. A warning bell rang sharply in his heart, a chill rising from his feet to the crown of his head. He had carefully calculated this. The boy Lu Fan and Neza had never crossed paths at Chuntang past their fates unlinked. Even if Lu Fan's story stirred painful memories within Neza, that would be all. It was only the past. Neza was fierce but principled. So long as Lu Fan's guilt was proven, he would show no favoritism. But now everything had shifted. Though Lu Fan and Neza had never met, and their lives seemed entirely separate, karma could not be calculated so simply. Neza's chaos in the sea, the death of Ao Bing, that was the cause. The 4 sea dragon kings raising their forces for vengeance, flooding Chintang Pass. That was the consequence. Though Lu Fan and Neza had never intersected, if his younger siblings perished because of Neza, the situation would be entirely different. Neza was the root of it all. Ancient Buddha Ran Deng had studied Neza's nature. The young deity was unruly and decisive in judgment, yet deeply loyal and stubborn in conviction. He might defy heaven and earth, spurn ghosts and gods, but he could not ignore the sins he had wrought with his own hands, especially when those sins were laid before him in such brutal, visceral form. Damn it! The fingers of ancient Buddha Ran Deng, clutching his prayer beads, tightened involuntarily, nearly crushing the hard wood. Through all his calculations, of human hearts, of fate's threads, he had missed this single link. It was too late to forcibly sever the visions of the 3 lives mirror now. To act so openly before the assembled multitude would be tantamount to admitting his own inadequacy, confessing a fatal flaw in his schemes. That would be far worse than losing this very game. Worse still, Neza had already witnessed it all. A family that could have known warmth and hope had been shattered by his doing. Parents lost, home destroyed, the last surviving bloodline extinguished in a natural disaster born of his actions. Had he severed the vision merely a moment earlier, perhaps the situation would not be so dire. A muscle twitched in his face, but he forced down his shock and rage, maintaining his composure. He would have to swallow this bitter pill. All he could do now was hope there was still room to maneuver. Indeed, events were unfolding precisely as Ran Deng dreaded most. Neza stood frozen, utterly transfixed. He stared unblinkingly at the vast waters, in the mirror at the youth kneeling in the flood, clutching a cloth tiger. In his memory of that great flood years ago, the dominant impressions were the threats of the 4 sea dragon kings, his father Li Jing's cowardice, the pleas of the city's inhabitants, and his own fury and desperation at being backed into a corner. All he had thought about was how to resist, how to resolve the crisis in his own way. For those faceless citizens struggling in the floodwaters, he had felt a pang of guilt, but it remained distant, abstract, unanchored. Not until this moment. Not until he witnessed with his own eyes what happened to Lu Fan's family. Saw how that youth rose from despair, shouldering an entire household upon his frail frame. Saw how they found warmth amid poverty, kindled a lantern of hope in troubled times. And then watched helpless as that very flame was mercilessly extinguished by the monstrous waves he himself had unleashed. So that was it. The catastrophe was not some vague backdrop. Those who perished were not mere cold statistics. They were living, breathing souls. They had names, emotions, hopes for the future. They were Xiao Shan Xiao Yu, the elder brother who hauled grain sacks at the dock, striving to earn but a single wheat cake. Clang. A sharp metallic ring shattered the silence of the execution platform, piercing and raw. Neza's fire-tipped spear had slipped from his grip, striking the cold white jade tiles below. Color drained from his handsome, rebellious face, his eyes went hollow. Lost and unmoored, he stepped forward, 1 foot after another, toward the figure bound by immortal chains at the platform's center. Yang Jian's brows furrowed, leaning forward as if to intervene. Sun Wukong scratched restlessly, equally eager to approach. Yet neither moved. They merely watched Neza's retreating back with eyes heavy with complex emotion. They understood. This was Neza's trial to face alone. None could aid him. Neza arrived before Lu Fan, before the assembled deities of the 3 realms, amid the stunned gazes of countless celestial officials and heavenly generals, the heaven court's great deity of the 3 altars and seas, the young god general who had never bowed to anyone, all but collapsed to his knees. Thud. With a sudden sound, he dropped straight to his knees before Lu Fan, bound upon the execution scaffold. That single kneel rendered heaven and earth speechless. Li Jing stumbled backward in sheer disbelief, his face a mask of shock. Across the heavens, the assembled Buddhas and deities erupted in uproar. Third Prince. Has he gone mad? Finally, a divine general could no longer contain himself and blurted out in a low voice. This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. Among the 4 heavenly kings at the southern heavenly gate, Mo Li Qing, the heavenly king of growth, had the most explosive temper. Staring at Neza's retreating figure, his face flushed crimson. What standing does he have? He is a righteous deity of heaven, a great general commanding celestial troops. How can he offer such a solemn bow to a prisoner? This is not just his own dignity. It is the dignity of every heavenly warrior. Mo Li Qing, choose your words. A steady rebuke rang out. The crowd turned to see a divine general with wings upon his back and an indigo face. It was Lei Zhenzi. He had once been a great general of Shiqi, bound to Neza by a life-and-death friendship on the battlefields of the investiture of the gods. You don't understand. Lei Zhenzi slowly shook his head. He is not kneeling to a prisoner. He is kneeling to the sins of his own past. His temper is fierce. He has never believed himself to be at fault. Killing Ao Bing. He thought the other had provoked him first. Drowning Chintang Pass. He thought the Dragon Clan had been unreasonably arrogant. He resented his father's cowardice and the ignorance of the common folk, yet he never once thought of how many innocent lives, like Lu Fan's younger brother and sister, had been silently swallowed by the cataclysmic flood that he himself had set in motion. Today the mirror of 3 lifetimes has set a bloody truth before him. There is no escape. Lei Zhenzi let out a long sigh. This kneeling is a repayment that has been overdue for thousands of years. But even so, this is not the time. Not here on the execution terrace, before the assembled gods of the 3 realms. Mo Li Qing still fumed. After this, where will the 3rd prince's prestige be? How can he ever command the heavenly soldiers again? What use is prestige? Lei Zhenzi sneered. If he cannot even face the wrongs he committed, that so-called prestige is nothing but self-deception. Today he kneels. Perhaps he loses face, but he finds his true heart. Lei Zhenzi's words silenced many of the warriors who had been seething with indignation. They thought of Nez's past, of the absolute resolve with which he had cut his own flesh and returned his bones to his father. This youth had always faced his fate in the most extreme way. That he knelt today was perhaps entirely in keeping with his unyielding nature. An old deity, sensing that the conversation had grown tense, hurriedly spoke up and brought the subject back to Lu Fan. What karma? What cruel karma? Who could have imagined that Lu Fan's family would come to such an end? Yes. Someone nearby immediately chimed in. We were all waiting to see what great slaughter this boy would commit to save his parents. Would he storm the execution grounds, kill officials, and rebel? Dipankara Buddha must have shown this life for exactly that reason. But what happened? Before he could even rescue his parents, his younger brother and sister died first, in a natural disaster entirely unrelated to him. They died so helplessly. The immortals' emotions immediately returned to their earlier track. Yes, it was too suffocating, too bitter. They had witnessed young Lu Fan's resilience, how he struggled to survive in desperate straits, how he used his frail shoulders to hold up a small home for his brother and sister. Everyone had instinctively assumed that the story to come would be about how this stubborn boy continued to work miracles. But reality had turned out completely different from what they expected. Those poor children. A goddess dressed in resplendent palace robes, radiating a gentle and compassionate aura, could not help but speak. How innocent those 2 children were. They had just found stability after being displaced, just put on new clothes, just tasted a little warmth of the mortal world, and yet. She could not finish, only shaking her head with a sigh. This is the fate of mortals. In the torrent of struggles between immortals and gods, they are like ants. A single careless wave crashes down, and it is an overwhelming catastrophe. Even the one who raised the wave does not know what he has crushed. The immortals fell silent. The words were blunt, yet utterly true. For Neza and the Dragon King, Chintang Pass had been a contest of dignity and survival. But for Lu Fan's family, it meant nothing less than the destruction of their home and lives. The figure bound by immortal chains stirred. The iron links clinked softly with the movement. Lu Fan raised his head and looked at the young divine general kneeling before him. 3rd Prince, what is the meaning of this? Neza did not answer. He bowed his head sharply, and on his peerlessly handsome face agony and remorse intertwined, distorting his entire expression. The next instant he raised his right fist and slammed it fiercely into the cold, hard white jade floor beneath him. Boom. A dull, shuddering crash. Not thunder, yet it struck more terror into the immortals' hearts than thunder ever could. The immensely hard ground of the execution terrace, inscribed with the laws of heaven, burst apart at the point of Nez's fist. Countless cracks spread outward as shattered jade fragments flew in every direction. That punch held all his pent-up fury and a hatred that had been delayed for thousands of years. I'm sorry. Spoken by this proud and untamable divine general, those 3 words carried the weight of 1,000 mountains. The great flood at Chintang Pass. I was the one who brought it. In that life. Your younger brother. Your younger sister. He could barely utter the cruel conclusion. They died because of me. He waited for Lu Fan's curses, hatred, or any kind of violent emotion. Yet Lu Fan's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. It was a dead, hollow blankness. After a long silence, he finally spoke again. I do not understand what the 3rd Prince is saying. The flooding of Chintang Pass was a natural disaster. In that life, my brother and sister died in a natural disaster. What has that to do with you? In the dead silence, Neza slowly raised his head and spoke to Lu Fan. Perhaps to this very day you still believe that it was nothing more than a natural disaster. You do not know that many of the calamities in this world are not acts of heaven, but acts of man. During the investiture of the gods' campaign, immortals and deities fell like rain, and untold millions of mortals were displaced from their homes. Most of them lost their loved ones to inexplicable catastrophes, their families ruined and scattered. They did not even know who their enemy was. All they could do was blame their ill fortune. Such was the insignificance of mortals amidst the great investiture calamity that swept through the 3 realms. They did not even know whom to hate. Today I will let you know. That flood was not sent by heaven. It was a divine power unleashed by Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, to coerce my father and me. And the reason he did so was because I had slain his son Ao Bing. Trace it to its root, and the cause of everything is me. Having said this, he lowered his head, waiting for Lu Fan's anger or collapse. On the execution terrace, however, there was only prolonged silence. Lu Fan kept his head lowered, his body bound by immortal chains, utterly still. Of course he already knew what Neza had said. How could he not know? This was a script he had personally written for himself. Just as in that earlier life he had arranged the tragedy of his mother being suppressed, and his own journey of thousands of miles, to save her only to fail at the final step. To win the greatest sympathy and benefit before these ancient deities who had lived for eons and weathered countless storms, there had to be living, breathing sacrifices. The more miserable the past life, the more one could gain in this one. He knew that if he wanted to survive the certain death trap set by Dipankara Buddha before the eyes of everyone pleading his case and crying injustice would be useless. The laws of heaven were stern, and the hearts of immortals were as hard as iron. Among the countless scripts he had devised, this was the most perilous step, and also the most crucial. The power of tragedy lies not in wailing, but in silent endurance. The more resilient, the more hard-working, the more desperately his past self had fought to protect that little bit of warmth, the deeper the sympathy it would stir in onlookers when he finally lost it all. And so he had spent this long laying the scheme, this long building to it. All those stories before, from Zhaoga all the way to Qintang Pass, had been for this very step. Connecting with Sun Wukong and Yang Jian was not actually difficult. One could start through fellow disciples of Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain, and the other could be approached by directly claiming the unaccounted-for reincarnation of Yang Jiao. There was plenty of room to maneuver, but Neza was different. This great deity of the three altars and sea gathering had a family structure that had long been set in stone. He had his master Tai Jinren, a father Li Jing whom he loved and hated in equal measure, and two elder brothers Jinjia and Muza. More importantly, he had shone brilliantly in the investiture war and attained sainthood in the flesh. His life record in the three realms was clear beyond dispute, witnessed personally by countless immortals and gods. That did not satisfy the basic conditions for the system to rewrite a life. Conjuring up a long-vanished relative out of thin air for him, as had once been done with Yang Jian, was almost impossible. As for becoming a disciple of Tai Jinren, given the relationships within the Chan sect, there was no way a Lu Fan could suddenly appear out of nowhere. That left only one other road: favor and enmity. And so this nearly madcap scheme was born. From the moment he stepped into Qintang Pass, every struggle, every hope, every effort had only been laying the groundwork for that final great flood and for the despair of this very moment. Of course, this was only the beginning. Lu Fan's heart remained clear and untroubled, stirred by no ripple. Neza's kneeling was indeed earth-shaking enough to strike the three realms silent. But Lu Fan knew very well that this kneel was not for him. Neza was kneeling to himself. He knelt to the youth who on the shore of Qintang Pass had torn out a dragon's sinews and slain a dragon prince in a burst of fury. He knelt to that solitary desperate soul who, hounded by the four dragon kings and condemned by the entire city, could only end by stripping his bones to return them to his father and slicing away his flesh to return it to his mother. He knelt to the shadow that had pressed upon his heart for thousands of years and never truly dispersed. Ronding's overt scheme and the reflection of the mirror of three lives had given him exactly an outlet. Before today, Neza's guilt had been vague and generalized. He felt he had failed the people of Qintang Pass, but he hated the tyranny of the Dragon Clan and the cowardice of his father even more. That hatred had been enough to drown out everything. But now the mirror of three lives laid a concrete tragedy dripping with blood before his eyes. A youth struggling to live and two innocent children dying without cause. This was no longer the vague phrase, the people of the city, but living, breathing children with names and surnames. That concretized pain became the final straw, shattering the mental fortress Neza had built over thousands of years with arrogance and defiance. He needed this kneel. Without it, what happened today would likely have become an unremovable thorn in his Tao heart, a huge vulnerability capable of stirring an inner demon in the future. Thus this kneel was Neza saving himself, crossing his own tribulation. He was releasing the suffocating indignation that had accumulated for 1,000 years. Lu Fan accepted it with a clear conscience because none of this was a deception. He knew perfectly well that this kneel alone and the newborn guilt in Neza's heart was far from enough to make Neza ultimately choose to speak for him or to save him. No matter how deep that guilt was, it could not outweigh the brotherhood between him, Yang Jian, and Sun Wukong, a bond in which they could entrust each other with their very lives. But even that bond had only plunged Neza into agonizing indecision. It had not made him resolute enough to defy Randang openly for Lu Fan's sake. An extra pair of younger siblings indirectly killed because of him only tipped the scales of that struggle one more degree. Nothing more. It would not decisively change the larger situation. He had used the power of the system to edit his own past life. That sounded like lies, like calculation. He was using the system to revise his past, trading it for the sympathy of gods and immortals, and thereby begging for a thread of survival. But in truth it was not. Or rather not entirely. What the system modified was not some disguise that could be exposed, but an absolute undeniable history. When he chose to become the Patriarch Bodhi's final disciple he was. From that moment on, a youth named Lu Fan had listened to the sage's teachings in Shiyue Sanshin Cave on Lingtai Fengsuan Mountain. When he chose to become the reincarnation of Yang Jiao he was. The track of reincarnation was reshaped, and the resonant bond in Yang Jian's bloodline that sensed his elder brother now pointed truthfully to Lu Fan. This was the system's true terror, and the real foundation on which he dared to set this game on the Immortal Execution platform before all the gods of the three realms. This was not modification nor concealment. It was an indisputable truth that even the heavenly Tao and the great Tao had no choice but to acknowledge. It was a true history that even if a sage came in person, even if the Tao ancestor Hongjun himself came wielding his mighty power to rewind time, he would be forced to acknowledge. Sages had heaven-reaching power and might perhaps alter the timeline, changing the past. But that was, after all, change, forcibly twisting reality with external force, leaving traces detectable by beings of the same level. The system was different. The result of the system editing a life was that its original appearance had always been meant to be exactly that. Otherwise, when he had brazenly claimed to be the disciple of that great one, that sage would long ago have unleashed thunderous wrath and ground this ant, who dared to offend a sage's majesty, into powder. On the Buddhist side, no doubt, they were now caught on a tiger's back. Randang must be puzzled, and the entire Buddhist order must be puzzled. Why would that mysterious existence, known even within Buddhism to only a very few, accept a disciple like Lu Fan? That sage himself was probably seated in some corner of the void, rewinding time, examining his own memories, and then discovering in bewilderment that he did in fact have a disciple named Lu Fan. He could clearly recall the scene of accepting the disciple and the details of teaching him, yet no matter how hard he thought, he could not understand what consideration had led him to make that decision. Even sages could be perplexed. When even the sage himself could not deny that past it was as solid as iron. That was Lu Fan's protective talisman. It was precisely because of this absolute truth that the system imposed such harsh conditions. It could be said that Lu Fan did indeed have an element of calculation. He had calculated Neza's guilt, Yang Jian's family love, Sun Wukong's loyalty, and the compassion of every god and Buddha in the heavens. Lu Fan did not deny it. He could not claim to be completely honorable, nor could he claim a fully clear conscience. But neither was he deceiving anyone. Facts were facts. Because those experiences, those pains, those moments of despair, the instant the system made them real, also became an inseparable part of Lu Fan's own life. He could feel the sharp agony of meridians snapping as the youth in the mirror shouldered the grain sack. He could feel the warmth of clinging to each other for survival as he drew his younger brother and sister into his arms in that ruined temple. He could feel even more intensely that dead, silent despair of the whole world collapsing when the tiny home was swallowed by the flood and the cloth tiger floated on the water. These emotions, these memories were branded deep into his divine soul. And that was why he could accept Neza's kneeling with such calm. Yet Lu Fan understood. This was still not enough. Neza's guilt was merely the first step. He would need more power to tear this rift wider and wider. He knew that everything he had done today at the execution terrace was planting seeds of karma. His rewriting of the past was a loan taken against fate. He had woven for himself a new identity and a new history, and he would inevitably have to bear every consequence those identities and histories entailed. In the days to come, once he escaped his predicament, he would have to repay all these karmic debts. Whether to Sun Wukong, to Yang Jian, or to Neza. These were all burdens he was bound to carry. But that was a matter for after he survived. If he could not even live through today, then everything else was nothing but empty talk. Naturally, not the slightest hint of these deeply buried schemes would ever show on his face. Lu Fan slowly raised his head, revealing a smile that was both candid and tinged with bitterness. Third Prince, please rise. In truth, I have long known of these matters. I once traveled through the mortal world for a time, and listened to many storytellers recount ancient tales. I heard many stories of the three realms and the legends of the mortal kind. Having heard so many, I came to know them naturally. I once heard a tale. It was said that at the shore of the Eastern Sea there was a young hero blessed with innate divine strength and a righteous spirit. When he saw the dragon prince committing atrocities by the sea and oppressing the common folk, he stepped forward to punish him, ripped out his dragon sinews, and rid the people of that scourge. Later the dragon king flooded Chintang Pass, threatening the lives of the entire city. That young hero, to save the masses and not implicate his parents, stripped his flesh and returned it to his mother, cut his bones, and gave them back to his father, and took his own life on the spot. His deeds were worthy of song, his will worthy of tears. Back then in the streets and markets, like countless other common folk, I heard this story and felt only veneration in my heart. I admired that young hero's fierce integrity, admired his courage to defy tyranny and protect the weak. And when I became an immortal, my soul was luminous and clear, illuminating all my past lives. I have already seen the memories of that lifetime and have long since made peace with them. Still, I thank you for being willing to tell me personally. Neza suddenly raised his head, his eyes filled with shock. Lu Fan continued calmly. At the end of the day, this was not your fault. At that time, you were merely a child of 7. As for the flooding of the entire city, the fault did not lie with you. Every wrong has its doer, every debt has its debtor. If I, Lu Fan, am fortunate enough to survive today, Third Prince, would you be willing to accompany me to the Dragon Palace to demand justice for my younger brother and sister? That single sentence left Neza utterly stunned. He had imagined many possible reactions from Lu Fan, but never had he expected this. Even if Lu Fan had not said it after witnessing the miserable scene of Chintang Pass today, Neza himself would have done the same. Slowly he rose to his feet. All right. He spoke only a single word, yet it carried the weight of 10,000 June. When he finished speaking, he picked up the fire-tipped spear from the ground, turned around, and without another word walked back into the ranks of the observing deities outside the execution terrace. The ancient Buddha Dipankara watched Neza's figure, the corner of his eye twitching with barely contained displeasure. The situation had in the end slipped beyond his control. Everything was developing in a direction he did not wish to see. Yet he was after all a Buddha. He accepted this miscalculation. His expression returned to calm, and he addressed Neza, who had just resumed his position, with a recitation of the Buddha's name. Amitabha. Third Prince, matters of the past are all fixed by destiny. The water calamity at Chintang Pass was a settling of karmic accounts between you and the Dragon Clan, and likewise a tribulation destined for the living souls of that city. All things are decreed by fate, not the slightest part is governed by man. Why remain attached to it, letting the dust of old times obscure the Tao heart of today? The meaning beneath his words was perfectly clear. What is done is done. That was heavenly destiny. Do not let your personal emotions affect the impartial judgment of Lu Fan today. Neza, holding his fire-tipped spear and keeping his eyes straight ahead, replied only with calm detachment. The ancient Buddha speaks wisely. Official matters are official and private matters are private. Neza understands. His answer was watertight, acknowledging Burning Lamp's words without revealing the slightest trace of extraneous emotion. Yet the more composed he appeared, the heavier Burning Lamp's heart became. This showed that Neza had already made his decision and would no longer be swayed by words. It was like punching into cotton. Burning Lamp's gaze could only turn once more to Lu Fan upon the execution rack. Lu Fan, this one shall ask you once more. You are entangled in slaughter and burdened with grave sins. Only by taking refuge in our Buddha and chanting sutras day and night can you wash away your transgressions and attain the true fruit. Are you willing to enter our Buddhist gate? This was his final ultimatum and also his final show of leniency. Lu Fan raised his head and gave a light smile. I thank the ancient Buddha for his kindness. Lu Fan would rather die. For words resounding with unyielding force echoed across the dead-silent execution terrace. The ancient Buddha Dipankara slowly closed his eyes. Very well. A fine rather die than submit. Since gentle persuasion was useless and righteousness could not sway him, only the most direct method remained. Silently his divine sense reached out and connected with 3 individuals. Li Jing, Jinjia Muza. Heavenly King Li, your sons are fierce-tempered and easily moved by sentiment. The matter today concerns the law of heaven and the dignity of both the Buddhist and Taoist traditions. A villain like Lu Fan absolutely must not be allowed to live. I hope the Heavenly King will prioritize the greater good, admonish the Third Prince, and not let a moment's impulse provoke a grave mistake, nor bring unnecessary trouble upon your Li family. Li Jing's body trembled. The ancient Buddha Dipankara was forcing the Li family to discipline its own household. The estrangement between him and his son had only just begun to show signs of healing. Was it now because of an outsider destined to descend into complete rupture once again? Meanwhile, Jinjia and Muza, standing on opposite sides within the Buddhist camp, received the same transmission. Jinjia, Muza, you are both members of our Buddhist tradition. Your younger brother has now been beguiled by a sinful prisoner and is on the verge of casting aside the dignity of our Buddhist faith and defying the heavenly laws. This matter is not merely your family affair. It is a matter of Buddhism itself. Do not disappoint this one, and do not disappoint your masters. Jinjia, gripping his dragon-subduing stake, wore a troubled expression. Muza, hand upon his wu hook, sword furrowed his brow deeply. They exchanged a glance, and both saw in each other's eyes the same difficulty and inner struggle. On one side stood their beloved younger brother. On the other stood the solemn charge of their sect, and the great righteousness of Buddhism. No one knew Neza's temper better than they did. If they tried to stop him by force, his disposition being what it was, he would likely turn on them on the spot, and draw his weapon against his own brothers here at the execution terrace. That was a scene they dared not even imagine. Yet how could they defy the command of the ancient Buddha Dipankara? For a moment, the 3 members of the Li family, each burdened with their own thoughts, walked toward Neza. Neza sensed it almost immediately. His originally straight back tensed involuntarily. A feeling mixed with awkwardness and irritation rose from the depths of his heart. All at once he became rather ill at ease. What was going on? Ever since the end of the investiture of the gods, his family had never once stood together in such perfect array. His father Li Jing, honored as the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, was long stationed at the Heavenly Gate, an exalted figure stern and majestic. His eldest brother Jinjia served the Buddha ever at his side, and had long become a devotee of Buddhism. His second brother Musa, studying under Guanyin Bodhisattva and cultivating in the purple bamboo grove of the southern sea, had long severed all ties to the mortal world. On ordinary days at the heavenly court, when father, son, and brothers encountered one another, a mere nod served as a greeting. The distance between them was perhaps even greater than that between fellow celestial officials who served in the same court. On rare occasions when a family banquet was held, it was only under Li Jing's stern command. The atmosphere awkward, the conversation strained, and the gathering ending in mutual displeasure. That was how it had been for thousands of years. But today, here at the execution terrace, in front of the gaze of countless onlookers, his father, eldest brother, and second brother were all approaching him at once. Nez's heart sank. In an instant he understood. This perhaps would never be merely a family matter. The three finally drew close, encircling Neza in the middle. Li Jing, holding his pagoda in hand, knitted his brows and said in the solemn tone that had always been his, the tone of a father and a commander. Neza, he called him by his full name. This matter has far-reaching implications. It is not yours alone. Stop this willful folly, or you will lose the dignity of a heavenly general and bring shame upon your master Tai Jinren. Jinja stepped forward, his face filled with bitter pain, his hands pressed together. Third brother, the decree of Dipankara Buddha is already set. Why must you make things difficult for us, and for yourself as well? Lu Fan's crimes are proven beyond doubt. Heavenly law will deal with him. You need only pass a verdict on him according to the Buddha's will. Then came Musa. Third brother, your kneeling today has already thrown the three realms into an uproar. If you continue to cling to your delusion, it will not only be you. The entire Li family will be dragged down with you. Have you considered the consequences? Three people, three speeches, the pressure of a father, the admonishment of elder brothers, the shackles of family. 3 mountains pressed down on Nez's heart. Again, he thought with bitter self-mockery. That familiar suffocating weight. Thousands of years ago at Shintang Pass, they had looked at him with those very eyes, making him face the wrath of the dragon kings of the 4 seas alone, for the sake of the city's people and the Li family's honor. Thousands of years later, on the Immortal Execution Terrace, they were still looking at him with those eyes, forcing him to choose, for the face of the Buddhist faith, for the celestial law of heaven. Nothing had changed. He slowly tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear. My affairs I will handle myself. Justice is justice, and private matters are private matters. If Lu Fan has committed a crime, heavenly law will judge him. That has nothing to do with today's trial. I need not trouble the Heavenly King and my 2 elder brothers. That address, Heavenly King, was distant, estranged. Li Jing's face twitched, and the fury in his chest ignited at once. What he could not endure most was Nez's attitude of denying his own flesh and blood. What did you call me? Third brother. Jinja hurried forward to smooth things over. Father only wants what is best for you. Your actions today have already enraged Dipankara Buddha. You. For my own good. Neza finally turned his head. In those clear bright eyes was nothing but icy mockery. For my own good, or for the Li family's standing, and for your own prospects in the Buddhist order. Musa's expression also soured. How can you speak like that? We are family. Family. Neza repeated the word, then could not help laughing. If you truly believe I, Neza, will bring disaster upon the Li family and disgrace its name, then from today on I, Neza, will no longer be a member of the Li family. This body, these bones, and this flesh, I repaid you for them long ago. At those words, utter silence fell over the Immortal Execution Terrace. Every immortal stopped breathing and stared at the scene in disbelief. To sever a father-son bond was shocking enough when spoken by a mortal, but to hear it from this heavenly general, before the assembled gods of the 3 realms, to his own father standing with the pagoda in hand, was beyond imagination. What did you say? Li Jing's entire body trembled violently, and his lips quivered with rage. That same sentence again. Thousands of years ago, this unfilial son had broken with him by cutting away his flesh and stripping his bones. Thousands of years later, he actually wanted to do it a second time. Fine. Li Jing laughed in fury. Unfilial son. Do you really think that once your wings have grown, your father can no longer control you? Before the words faded, he suddenly raised his right hand. Golden light blazed. The exquisite pagoda spun out from his palm and swelled with the wind until it was the size of a small mountain hovering above Nez's head. Over the tower's body, Sanskrit script flowed. Golden radiance shone everywhere, and a crushing mountain-heavy pressure came bearing down. Jinja and Muza's faces changed dramatically. Father, you must not. Nez's body stiffened. That unruly, defiant flame of his shrank in an instant. He slowly lifted his head and looked at the familiar pagoda overhead, his eyes filled with bone-deep disgust and helplessness. He could fight heaven and earth, battle demons, and contend with the mightiest golden immortals. But beneath this pagoda alone, he was utterly powerless. As long as he was still Li Jing's son, as long as he still bore the name Li Neza, this pagoda would remain a shackle he could never escape. A thought rose unbidden in his mind. If only someone could smash this damned pagoda to pieces. When Sun Wukong had become a Buddha back, then the golden headband around his head had vanished on its own. Why was it that he, Neza, was already a god, yet this pagoda still remained? Father and son thus faced each other in soundless confrontation there on the Immortal Execution Terrace, under countless watching eyes. In the distance, Sun Wukong watched, scratching his ears and cheeks, fire blazing in his monkey eyes. Hey, that old official is utterly unreasonable. His own son is full of loyalty and righteousness. He won't protect him, and on top of that he pulls out that broken tower to frighten him. Yang Jian held down his twitching shoulder and shook his head, his expression complicated. Even a clear-headed official finds family disputes hard to judge. Divine family affairs are an even more tangled mess that outsiders cannot touch. In the end, it was Neza who looked away first. Seeing that he no longer spoke, the anger on Li Jing's face eased a little. Now are you calm? Today's matter will have its own fair judgment. I hope you will not let personal feelings override the public good. Neza remained silent, clenching his jaw. At last he released his grip on the fire-tipped spear, and the tense adversarial aura finally faded away. The gathered immortals watched with mixed and complicated hearts, but the corner of Dipankara Buddha's mouth could not help curling upward. His gaze turned once more to the mirror of 3 lives. It was time to bring this farce back to its proper course. Inside the mirror, the images continued to flow with the hearts of those who watched. The torrential rain finally stopped. Dark clouds scattered and daylight appeared once more. The floodwaters receded, leaving Chintang Pass scarred and ruined. The streets were covered in mud, broken timber, and the rubble of collapsed houses. A figure wandered aimlessly through such ruins. It was Lu Fan. His coarse cloth garment had long been soaked through by mud and water, then dried again until it was stiff and filthy. His hair stuck together in strands, veiling most of his face. He was like an empty shell from which the soul had been taken. He did not cry, did not rage, did not speak. Those eyes that had once been warm and bright now held only dead ashes. He simply walked, kept walking, unaware that broken fragments of tile were cutting the soles of his feet. In his hand he clutched the cloth tiger, likewise stiff and stained by mud and water. The survivors began to clear away the ruins and mourn the dead, their weeping rising and falling. But none of it had anything to do with him. His world had already been washed away in that great flood. And so neither human nor ghost, he drifted through the ruins of Chintang Pass for days. When hungry, he searched the rubble for rotten potatoes that were still barely edible. When thirsty, he drank the filthy water pooled in roadside ditches. He was like a lost spirit wandering over the grave of his own home. More than once he thought it would be easier to simply die, but he could not. He had promised his younger brother and sister. He would surely rescue their parents. He did not even have the right to die, so he lived on neither human nor ghost. Until one day, as he crouched under a collapsed eave to escape the blazing midday sun, he heard 2 passing women talking. Have you heard? A new shrine has been built on Wuxing Mountain outside the city. I heard about it long ago. The incense there is incredibly prosperous. They say the deity in that shrine answers every prayer. Which deity is it? I don't know. They say it's a newly arrived mountain god, but it truly works. Every prayer is answered. Yes. The day before yesterday, my husband went to pray, hoping to find the young son he had lost in the flood. Guess what? Yesterday they found him in the reeds downstream. Still alive. Really? Then I must go and pay respects as soon as possible. I'll ask the gods to bless us and make our life a little easier. The women's voices faded into the distance. Lu Fan, curled in the shadows, suddenly stirred. He slowly lifted his head, and in his hollow gaze a tiny glimmer of light finally appeared. Every prayer answered. Did such a god truly exist in this world? Wuxing Mountain Palace. So it was at this time. Lei Jinzi muttered to himself, his expression complex. Beside him, a younger celestial official asked in bewilderment, Lord Lei, what is the story behind Wuxing Mountain? Lei Jinzi glanced at him and replied slowly, you know not what transpired. Back when the 3rd Lotus Prince took his own life at Chintang Pass, his soul had no anchor. It was his master Tai Zhenren who instructed him to appear in a dream to his mother Lady Yin and asked her to build a palace on Wuxing Mountain for him, enshrine a golden statue, and receive the incense offerings of mortals so that his soul might gradually condense and he could be reborn. What? Such a thing happened. The young celestial official was greatly astonished. Indeed. Another elderly immortal picked up the tale, his tone tinged with regret. The palace enjoyed flourishing incense worship for half a year, and Neza's soul grew increasingly cohesive. But then Li Tianwang found out. When Li Tianwang learned of it back then, he flew into a furious rage, believing that since Neza had caused calamity in his lifetime, he should not be enshrined to receive mortal worship after death. It was tantamount to sowing chaos among the people. So he personally ascended the mountain, shattered Neza's golden statue with a single whip stroke, and set fire to the palace, burning it to the ground. He nearly caused the 3rd prince's soul to scatter into nothingness. Hiss! A sound of collective gasps rose from around them. When the celestial official reached this point, he subconsciously cast a glance toward Li Jing's direction and lowered his voice even further. Li Tianwang. Sigh, this matter was indeed handled unworthily. Even a fierce tiger would not devour its own cub. Neza had already ended his life to preserve the Li family's honor, yet not even grant him a path to survival. Who could disagree? Another elderly immortal chimed in. If the palace had not been destroyed that day and the timing not delayed, Tai Jinren would not have been forced to act in haste, to use golden core jade dew and the 5 lotus petals to reconstruct a lotus body for him. Though the lotus incarnation is exquisite, transcending the 5 elements, and immune to worldly magical artifacts, it ultimately lacks a foundation, severing the path of physical cultivation. What a pity! What a pity! Chill. Keep your voice down. If the Heavenly King hears us, none of us will escape unscathed. Lei Jinzi stood to the side, listening to the murmurs of the assembled immortals in silence. He knew better than anyone the extent to which a lotus incarnation restricted Neza. Neza's talent, in terms of innate constitution and comprehension, was second to none, not inferior to Yang Jian or that stone monkey. Had he successfully reconstructed his golden body through incense merit back, then his achievements today would surely have far surpassed this. With his origins as the innate spiritual pearl reincarnate, his ceiling should have been on par with those two, capable of touching the threshold of quasi-saint through his own efforts. But Li Jing's strike and his fire had completely severed that possibility. The lotus incarnation, though seemingly transcendent and ethereal, was in truth an eternal shackle, nailing his ceiling firmly at the peak of Great Luo Golden Immortal, making any further progress impossible. In all these years, though Neza never spoke of it, they, his brothers, could see it clearly. That unyielding frustration had been buried deep within his heart. No wonder Neza had blurted out those words in a fit of anger just now. For so many years he had never truly let it go. His hatred toward Li Jing went far deeper than merely cutting flesh and scraping bones at Qintang Pass. Wuxing Mountain, its paths rugged and treacherous. Lu Fan spent a full day climbing from the city to the summit. He was far too weak. Along the way he fell countless times, his hands and feet slashed by jagged stones, blood mingling with dirt, yet he felt no pain. He simply rose again and again, dragging his body toward the place where incense burned most fervently. Finally he saw the palace. Crowds pressed at the palace gates, pilgrims streaming endlessly, carrying devotion and hope. Lu Fan stood at the edge of the crowd, utterly out of place. His rags and wretched appearance drew numerous glances of disgust, and people quickly parted to give him space. He did not mind. He took his place at the tail of the long queue, patiently waiting. During the wait his gaze fell upon the 2 temple attendants who stood at the palace entrance, guiding pilgrims and distributing incense sticks. They were 2 young men, their complexions unnaturally pale, their movements carrying an indescribable stiffness. Lu Fan's heart skipped a beat. Since childhood his parents had taught him some basic techniques for reading aura and discerning people. Though he was far from proficient, he possessed a certain sensitivity. He immediately sensed that something was amiss with these 2. He could feel that the 2 carried no living warmth in their bodies. Nor was it the baleful energy of demons or the resentment of vengeful ghosts. They were by no means human either. It was a peculiar aura, cold, yet placid, impossible to name. If he had to describe it, perhaps they were ghosts doomed to servitude. But did ghosts serve as beasts of burden too? He did not delve further, assuming simply that they were attendants under the deity's command, different from mortals. The queue crawled forward imperceptibly. The sun rose in the east and slowly crept overhead. Lu Fan's lips had long cracked and peeled, darkness flickering behind his eyes, yet he stubbornly remained standing. After an eternity, it was finally his turn. He stepped into the main hall, a thick wave of incense, smoke hitting him at once, making him slightly dizzy. He raised his head and looked toward the center of the hall. There enshrined was a gilded statue approximately 1 zhang tall. The statue was carved with lifelike vividness, depicting a handsome young deity. He wore armor, and between his brows lay both the heroic spirit of youth and an indefinable aloofness and pride. Is this a god? Lu Fan was somewhat dazed. In his impoverished imagination, deities should have been elderly figures with white hair, possessing an ethereal grace, bearing faces of compassion or majesty. But this one before him was far too young, far too beautiful, so strikingly handsome that he seemed out of place in this mortal world. And he appeared even younger than Lu Fan himself. Could such a deity truly grant every prayer? Hey, you up front, it's your turn. What are you spacing out for? Esteemed pilgrim, please make a donation before lighting incense. A flat, emotionless voice sounded in his ear. It was one of the 2 peculiar attendants. Lu Fan snapped back to himself and fumbled in his tattered robes for a long while. He pulled out everything he owned. 3 copper coins caked with mud. These were his wages from the last day before he lost his mind, kept close to his body, the whole time miraculously untouched. He carefully placed the 3 coins into the merit box. Then he walked straight to the cushion and dropped to his knees without hesitation. I want to ask the deity a question. My younger brother and sister, are they still alive? He already knew the answer. He knew this was nothing more than self-deception. Yet he could not bring himself to accept it. What if they had been swept downstream and rescued by kind-hearted people? As long as the deity said they were alive, he would find the strength to rise again and traverse the ends of the earth to bring them back. The attendant regarded him silently for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Their mortal span has ended and their souls have returned to the underworld. They are dead. You would do well to grieve and accept this. An answer is expected. Yet when those 4 words left the mouth of the deity's messenger, Lu Fan's heart still throbbed with pain. His final shred of hope was crushed to dust. Lu Fan's body swayed, and he collapsed onto the cushion completely spent. His hollow eyes finally welled with tears which spilled down his filthy cheeks. Dead. They are truly dead. After a long while he lifted his head and, summoning every ounce of strength remaining, asked the most absurd and despairing question. Then, can the deity make them come back to life? At these words a brief silence fell inside the main hall. Even the 2 expressionless temple attendants wore strange looks on their faces. And in that instant Lu Fan vaguely felt that the lofty, handsome statue of the young deity, the corner of its mouth, seemed to twitch. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him. Yet inside the cold sculpture before him a faint remnant soul was letting out a silent roar. What is this? I think you're making things hard for me, Neza. You offer me these paltry coins of incense money and expect me to reverse life and death and reshape the wheel of reincarnation. Who do you think I am? The Jade Emperor or Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? If I had that kind of power, I would have resurrected myself first. All right. Do you think I'd still be here struggling to gather incense? Get out of here. Next. Sensing Neza's agitation, the wooden-faced temple attendant spoke again in a flat voice devoid of any rise or fall. Bringing the dead back to life is reversing reincarnation and defying the heavenly Tao. Even a deity cannot do this. Lu Fan felt blackness swim before his eyes. The main hall was filled with curling incense smoke, and the statue stood solemn and awe-inspiring, yet in his eyes all of this had lost its color. Yes, the dead cannot return to life. How could he have forgotten such a simple truth? It was just that. He missed them too much. The worshippers outside the hall had long been whispering at the sight of his wild state, but the incense-heavy air inside sealed off those voices. After an unknown span of time, Lu Fan propped himself on the floor with his hands, and trembling straightened up once more. His illusion shattered, he instead felt far more lucid. He raised his head, his eyes red and swollen from crying, and looked toward the statue again. Then, how can I save my parents? Please teach me the way, immortal. As he spoke he bowed low and knocked his head hard against the bluestone slab in front of the prayer mat. Thud. A muffled thud. This was the only reason he had dragged himself through life clinging to breath until today. Once again the main hall descended into silence. The 2 temple attendants remained rooted where they stood. The statue on the high altar still wore that handsome aloof look, offering no response. Time trickled away. Lu Fan's heart also sank bit by bit with the silence. He began to feel bewildered. What was going on? Resurrecting his younger brother and sister was an act that defied heaven, and he could understand a deity being unable to do it. But rescuing his parents, shouldn't that be no more than lifting a hand for an immortal? What? Can't even this be done? Wasn't it said that every prayer would be answered? Before he came, the rumors he had heard said this deity was all-powerful. As long as one's heart was sincere, any wish could be fulfilled. But when it came to him, he had asked 2 questions. One had been refused outright, and the other had not even drawn an echo. Could the claim of answering every prayer simply be a lie? Just as disappointment was rising in Lu Fan's heart, and he was about to leave, the temple attendant moved once more. The immortal says that a way is not entirely absent. That one sentence made Lu Fan's heart, which had sunk to the very bottom, leap upward violently. The temple attendant's next words almost made him jump to his feet. It may even act directly to help. Light burst forth in Lu Fan's eyes in an instant, and he almost kowtowed in gratitude. Ahem. The temple attendant coughed. You are celebrating too early. His emotionless gaze landed on the offering box, lingered for a moment on the 3 forlorn copper coins, and then he pivoted. When the immortal acts, it must consume faith power. The incense you offer is the source of that power. The incense money you gave is not enough. Lu Fan was taken aback, then understood. He lowered his head to look at his empty hands, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. That was right. There was no rule that said asking a deity for help could be done without money. Even here among the immortals, the rules of the mortal world still held. He did not feel insulted. Instead, he felt much more at ease. As long as a problem could be solved with money, it was not a problem at all. How much? He raised his head and asked urgently. As long as the immortal is willing to help, I'll pay however much it takes. I'll go earn it. I'll earn it. I'll haul sacks at the dock. I'll work as a laborer for anyone. Just tell me the number. The temple attendant turned again to the statue, and was silent for a while. Inside the statue, Neza's remnant soul was also hesitating. Interesting. This mortal really dared to speak up. But was he Neza, the sort of vulgar deity who coveted money? What he wanted had never been money. He needed faith power, great amounts of faith power, to stabilize this wisp of remnant soul, and hopefully condense a form that could briefly leave the statue. Otherwise, forget about going to Zhaoga to save people. He could not even step out of this shabby shrine. After a while, the temple attendant turned back and spoke slowly to Lu Fan. No need for too much. From today on, come every day. Offer 3 sticks of incense each day, and put in some incense money, whatever amount you wish. After 1 month, the immortal will naturally give you a satisfactory answer. Lu Fan was stunned. Come every day. Incense money at his discretion. What kind of condition was this? Was it really that simple? He had imagined he would be asked to seek some heavenly treasure or carry out some death-defying task. He had even prepared himself to serve like an ox or a horse and spend a lifetime doing hard labor to repay the debt. But the answer he got was so within arm's reach. Before he could think any further, immense joy drowned him completely. As long as there was a way, that was enough. As long as there was hope, that was enough. To him, this was not a condition at all, it was a mercy. Good, good, good. He agreed again and again, afraid they might change their minds. He kowtowed 3 times to the statue with force, his forehead crashing against the bluestone slab until it quickly began to bleed. Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal. Your disciple Lu Fan will heed the Immortal's teaching. Your disciple withdraws. Early tomorrow morning your disciple will return to offer incense. With that he scrambled to his feet and staggered out of the shrine. He had to find work. He had to earn money. He could not delay a single day. He had to earn a full month's incense money. At the Immortal Execution Terrace, the crowd of immortals and deities watched the boy scrambling away in the mirror, their expressions mixed, and for a moment no one spoke. This truly, what a trick fate plays on mortals. It was a long time before an old immortal finally could not contain himself and spoke. Who can deny it? The water calamity at Chintang Pass had its origin in Neza, and Lu Fan's family suffered disaster because of it. As a result, Lu Fan, who had barely escaped with his life, went to pray with no other road left. And the very first deity he sought was Neza, who had died because of that same calamity. The entanglement of cause and effect in this is truly hard to describe in one breath. To call it coincidence would be too coincidental. If it is the mandate of heaven, then this arrangement of heaven is truly enough to make one sigh. An immortal official who had deeply cultivated the arts of destiny stared at the image in the mirror, deep thought in his eyes. This is karma. Every sip of water and every scrap of food was decided in a former life. Lu Fan's younger siblings were the fruit of Neza's karmic calamity. And now he has come to Neza's shrine, which is a new cause. The cycle of cause and effect interweaves so precisely that not a single thread is amiss. So that's how it is. Many immortals and deities showed looks of understanding after this explanation. This seemingly bizarre encounter under the explanation of karma had become only natural. It was a coincidence beyond expectation, yet it also made sense, conforming to the operation of heavenly cause and effect. However, while the immortals of the heavenly court found it reasonable, those on the Buddhist side did not look at all pleased. The Bodhisattva of pure thought gazed at the mirror, her brows slightly furrowed. In this humble monk's view, this Lu Fan's fortune is simply too good. As these words left her mouth, the surrounding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and Arhats all turned their gazes toward her. Consider this, all of you, she continued. This child first inexplicably became the disciple of that one, forging a bond of shared mentorship with Sun Wukong. Then through a twist of fate he was revealed to be the reincarnation of Yang Jian's elder brother, gaining the protection of the Erling True Lord. And now, having lost his family and fled to Chintang Pass, he has somehow managed to establish a connection with Neza, the third Lotus Prince of the Sea, someone he should have had no possible way of intersecting with. And through such a method, no less. One stroke after another, each link interlocking perfectly. Can there truly be such coincidences in this world? The words of the Bodhisattva of pure thought stirred the same seed of doubt in the hearts of all the Buddhist disciples. Indeed, once might be happenstance, twice could be luck. But a third time, that borders on the uncanny. They turned their eyes toward the ancient Buddha of burning lamp, only to find his expression even darker than they had imagined. Absurd. At this moment, only that single word remained in burning lamp's mind. How could such a thing possibly happen? Before deciding to once again use the mirror of 3 lives to publicly scrutinize Lu Fan, he had exhaustively calculated every conceivable possibility. He was certain that no exploitable connection existed between Lu Fan and Neza. The Li Jing household had no record of a Lu Fan. The roster of disciples at Golden Cloud Cave under Tai Zhenren had no mention of Lu Fan. Among the comrades in arms Neza had fought alongside in the Great War of Investiture, there was no Lu Fan. He had even traced the threads of causality back to Neza's previous incarnation, the primordial chaos spirit pearl, and found not a single strand connected to the name Lu Fan across countless eons. Unlike Yang Jian or Sun Wukong, Neza's life trajectory had been witnessed by all the deities of the 3 realms during the Investiture campaign. It was transparent, leaving not the slightest seam for anyone to exploit. The ancient Buddha of burning lamp had been absolutely confident of this. Yet despite all his calculations, he had never foreseen that someone could find a way to slip through such a thread-thin gap. A mortal on the verge of death. A divine remnant soul on the brink of dissolution. A shrine erected to gather the power of incense and faith. A few exchanges of questions, 3 bronze coins, and a promise bound to 1 month's time. And just like that, a thread of karmic connection was forcibly woven between 2 people who should have been complete strangers. It was like some laughably crude joke, yet it had unfolded before his very eyes here upon the immortal slaying platform with all the 3 realms watching. This boy, could it really be such a coincidence? For a fleeting moment, the ancient Buddha of burning lamp even began to doubt his own divine powers. No, not yet. Things haven't reached that point. He forced his thoughts to clear. The shrine on Wuxing Mountain. Of course he knew of it. And more importantly, he knew exactly how that shrine had met its end. Li Jing. A slow smile crept across the ancient Buddha of burning lamp's lips. He remembered now. Neza's plan to rebuild his divine body through gathered incense and faith had ultimately failed. And the one who had single-handedly destroyed it all was none other than his own father, Li Jing, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king. In a blaze of fury, Li Jing had personally ascended Tipping Mountain, shattered Neza's statue with a single strike of his pagoda, and then set fire to the shrine, the very edifice that had absorbed countless prayers and devoted wishes, burning it to scorched earth. Which meant Lu Fan's current hope that promise lasting 1 month was doomed to be nothing more than empty illusion from the very beginning. Day after day of devout prostration, the carefully saved offerings for incense. All of it would ultimately be met not by a divine miracle, but by the despair of a shattered idol and a temple consumed by flames. Neza would never have the chance to fulfill his promise. And since the promise went unfulfilled, whatever kindness Lu Fan had rendered could hardly be counted as a debt of gratitude. That fragile thread of karma, only just woven, would be burned to nothing in that great conflagration. Having reasoned through this, the oppressive weight in the ancient Buddha of burning lamp's chest dissipated by more than half. He even cast a somewhat pitying glance at Lu Fan in the mirror. Poor little ant, clutching at a straw in despair, unaware that the straw itself was fated to be devoured by the flames. Very well then. Let the mirror of 3 lives present this false hope and the final despair in their rawest, most complete form. Lei Jinzi exchanged a look with several divine generals who were close to Neza, and in the end it was he who stepped forward first. Neza. He walked up close. The matter of Lu Fan at the Wuxing Mountain shrine in the mirror. Do you remember it? Neza's gaze shifted away from the mirror of 3 lives and settled on Lei Jinzi's face, his expression slightly dazed. Remember? In truth, the moment he had seen the images, he had already asked himself that very question. That period of his life had been the darkest and most chaotic of his divine soul's existence. Every single day he had drifted in a hazy, half-conscious state, his only goal being to cling to existence by absorbing the power of faith and incense that his master had gathered for him. That shrine had been his sole hope. Countless worshippers came to kneel before him, their faces appearing to his perception as nothing more than a blur of shifting light and shadow. Their prayers transformed into threads of thought force, some strong and some weak, flowing into his broken divine soul. Sorrowful, joyful, greedy, desperate. He had absorbed far too many emotions, far too many wishes. He was like a drowning man, desperately grasping at every straw that might let him breathe, with no capacity to distinguish one strand from another. Lu Fan. He truly couldn't be certain. Perhaps there was. Perhaps there wasn't. Among the thousands upon thousands of indistinct faces, he simply could not clearly trace out that one particular face. A boy's face smeared with mud, yet carrying an unyielding stubbornness. He shook his head and let out a soft sigh. I don't remember. In those days, too many people came. I couldn't tell them apart. Lei Jinzi fell silent. Because he didn't remember, he couldn't deny it. And because he couldn't deny it, the karmic bond was confirmed. Neza looked at Lei Jinzi's expression and suddenly curled the corner of his mouth in a self-deprecating smile. He knew it. This time he truly owed Lu Fan a debt of gratitude. A nameless, indescribable restlessness surged up from the depths of his heart, more tormenting than the fury he had felt toward his father moments ago. He couldn't understand it. There was a time when Neza had never hesitated in anything he did. When he slew Ao Bing and tore out his dragon sinews, he felt nothing but righteous satisfaction, a natural and just act. When he cut his flesh to return to his mother and carved his bones to return to his father, he felt only a profound lightness, as if all debts were settled. When he wreaked havoc upon the Eastern Sea and stood alone against the 4 dragon kings, he waged his spear through a sky-darkening battle, never once knowing the meaning of retreat. But now, he was hesitating and second-guessing himself over a promise he wasn't even sure he had made. He was choosing silence and retreat before his father's pagoda. He was suppressing his truest thoughts in the name of the so-called greater good. He hated himself for this. He hated this suffocating powerlessness. Subconsciously he raised his hand and touched his own arm. The skin was smooth as polished jade, yet the touch carried the coldness of a lotus root. No warmth of flesh and blood whatsoever. He hated this body of lotus. Though it had granted him rebirth, freeing him from the 5 elements, it was also like an invisible yoke nailing him firmly in place, barring him from ever advancing further. And he hated that pagoda too. Thousands of years had passed since the investiture calamity. He had thought himself long since grown, long since ready to make peace with all of it. He had thought he had accepted this body, accepted this father with whom reconciliation was forever impossible, accepted everything that came with the identity of a divine general of the heavenly court. But what happened today was like a hand reaching in and ripping open the scars that had long since crusted over on his heart, exposing the raw, unhealed flesh beneath. He had never truly let go. He had only buried that hatred and that resentment even deeper. When he truly faced it all, when that familiar pressure descended upon him once again, he realized. Thousands of years had changed nothing at all.